It's time for The Daily Tip
This is like Disneyland for adults.
with Michael Jenkins.
Megan is talented, and let's be honest, I go for ambition, not look.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Don't kill the messenger, or the messenger will kill you.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Damn right. I'm excited. I'm excited on a Friday. Let's did it. It is a Friday morning good time edition of the Daily Tip for BetQL presented by BetMGM. Good morning. Coming up, we'll get you set for the weekend, starting with football and the Niners. Finally, the 6-month back and forth between San Francisco and Ren and Ayuk is over. Then it's what happened yesterday in Major League Baseball, followed by our favorite bets this season in the NFC West at 6:40. More from the NFL, including college football and Coach Prime and the Buffs hosting the Bison of North Dakota State. During the 7 o'clock hour, back one final time this season. We will spin the famous wheel of bets and throw down some wagers for you. Then we'll go back to college football. Does Clemson have any shot whatsoever of hanging with Georgia this weekend in Atlanta? We'll get to that as well. And finally, at 8 o'clock, we'll spin the wheel one more time, tell you what you should be watching this weekend, and then wrap things up with the Donkster. End of summer Donkster at 8:40. I'm Michael Jenkins, live in the nation's capital. She is Chelsea Messenger, live in Nashville, Tennessee. Chelsea, how you doing this Friday?
Good morning. Football season is officially back, baby. Last night, I was not torn by trying to pick some god-awful show on Netflix. I finally had some college football to fall asleep to. Now, it wasn't the most peaceful way to go to bed because, Jenks, I don't know if you saw my NC State Wolfpack last night.
Yeah.
We almost lost to Western Carolina, a team that is not ranked. And let me tell you, this is how it normally feels as an NC State fan. Whenever people pump us up and say, oh, NC State, they've got a chance to win the ACC, you better quiet down because look at what we did in the first game. It was the fourth quarter, and I was staying up. I said, I can't go to bed until I know that this game is sealed away. So I stayed up a little past my bedtime, but at least NC State got the win. Did they cover? Hell no. But a win is a win.
Yeah, congrats to PJ Glasser, who called that game. Incredible. I would not have handicapped that game, but PJ's very good at that, so good on him. And also, I love that Andrew was like mini trolling you on Twitter.
Well, we didn't lose.
I know.
Of course we didn't cover.
But you were down late. You just said it.
I know. That's what I'm saying. It's just, this is how it feels as an NC State fan. So when people like give us compliments, I'm like, you're going to regret that because this is peak NC State. Like what we do is like, we will beat like the number one team in the country. And people say, oh man, look out for NC State. And then the next week we'll miss like a 26-yard field goal and lose to like an unranked team in the ACC. So this is the roller coaster of life for us Wolfpack fans. Hopefully we don't have any more scares like that. Because I will say there were some good players. Concepcion for NC State, my goodness. I think he had 3 touchdowns. So at least we have some good players and some fun offensive pieces to watch while we're sweating.
Yeah. Hey, listen, a win is a win in college football. You have games like this each and every single year. And if you go back through history of even the national champions, the guys who won it all, there's always a game or two on the schedule where they absolutely escape. And you forget about it because they're hoisting the trophy. Maybe at the end of the year, you'll be like, oh, yeah, we won the ACC, but remember that grinded-out win we had against who? Was it Western Carolina?
Western Carolina, yes, the directional school of Carolina.
There you go.
But you know what? We weren't the only program that had trouble with the directional school. Colorado did as well. It was so fun having that 4-box on my TV. Because, Jenks, you have YouTube TV as well, don't you?
I do.
Where they get to
it's great.
Watch a 4-box. It is fantastic for football fans.
Oh, I agree. And they keep adding to that, too. So you can see statistics and, of course, the 4-box. And then you can choose the games because last year I don't think you could choose them. They would choose them for you. So it keeps upgrading. Yeah, it's awesome. What was not awesome is my slate of bets yesterday. Good God. What a grind. Am I going to be back at it today? Maybe. You know what I'm looking for? I want to make a request right now. I think I have one play in college football, but I want a wacky parlay. So I want this. Yeah. There we go. It can be anything. I just want to have some fun. It can be anything. We got 3 hours to work it. Bill's already on it. So Double D, you can chime in at some point. We'll figure it out. But I want something fun to follow this weekend. So we'll get to that. We've got plenty of time there. Chelsea, tell us about your bets on the card yesterday.
Yeah, I had a couple of late night bets. I got to stop doing this to myself because I go to bed and I don't even get to see what the status is of these games because they start at 9. Had the over 9 in the Orioles and Dodgers game. That was a push. Dodgers won at 6-3. Also had Bobby Miller under 15.5 outs. He has just not been very efficient this year, and that continued to be the case. He had a good outing. He just didn't last very long. Only went 15 outs, which is 5 full innings. So that was a dub for me.
Oh, man. Garbage day for this guy. Had to push in O's Dodgers. Had the Padres on the money line against the Cards. Cards win 4-1. Had the Tigers on the money line against the Angels. The Angels win. I was hoping to salvage the day with the Rangers on the run line against the White Sox. Man, Rangers up 2-0 in the 9th, 1 out. Andrew Benintendi hits a solo shot. I lose. Okay. That was
you
such
should Venmo him.
Nice job, buddy. All game, this is how it's going to end. That's betting sometimes, so 0-3-1 for me. Little regression there. It happens. As for the Dogster, North Carolina at Minnesota over 50.5. Carolina wins 19-17. Low-scoring game there. That's a loss. He also pushed in O's Dodgers. So for the week, Chelsea, you're 5-4-1. I'm 6-7-1. The Dogster is now 3-0-1, or 3-1-1, I should say. It is a daily tip from BetQL, presented by BetMGM. She's Chelsea, I'm Jinx, and finally, the drama is over in San Francisco. It's been drawn out for, 5-6 months now. Brandon Ayuk and the Niners have come to an agreement. 4 years, $120 million. According to ESPN's Adam Schefter, this deal had been on the table since August the 10th. And Ayuk would not sign it. But there was a bit of a tipping point earlier this week, and it was on Wednesday when GM John Lynch and head coach Kyle Shanahan came out and essentially said, look, you've been hanging around the facility. Remember we were talking a couple weeks ago how he was just kind of milling around, not working out, just sitting in meetings, but not playing at all. And they said, you know what, you're healthy. It's time for you to practice. So that had some sort of influence, it feels like. He signs the deal, and now moving forward, the Niners have their receiving crew intact.
I think the funniest tweet I saw about this was from BetMGM, and it said, Steelers fans just fell to their knees in Walmart. Do you think they're disappointed that they don't get Brandon Ayuk in this deal? Because there were several teams that were kind of hoping to win the Ayuk sweepstakes, and instead, all of this drama for nothing. He's staying with the Niners. Ho-hum, the Niners still have the best offense in the NFL. Do you think Steelers fans are genuinely disappointed, or do you think they didn't let their hopes get up in the first place?
Oh, I feel like they probably had a pretty heady feel about it, which is, okay, maybe it happens, but I don't think there was enough smoke to believe this was actually going to go down because there were some rumors that he might come to D.C. too. And so I know Commanders fans were like, maybe we get Brandon Ayuk. We need a receiver because the Commanders traded away Jahan Dotson. So I feel like it was, hey, if it happens, that would be great. But I don't necessarily know outside of a rumor here or there if this is really going to go down. I kind of feel like that's where Pittsburgh fans were.
Yeah, I think so as well. And plus, your quarterbacks are still Russell Wilson and Justin Fields. So how excited can you really be? There was a little bit of drama, or at least people were making this out to be dramatic. The way that Adam Schefter kind of phrased some of these tweets. And Jenks, let me have your take on this because I have not worked closely with NFL agents, with NFL organizations. And I know that there is a tie there between the reporters and the agents and the teams where you kind of want to, at least pander to them sometimes because those are the people you get your information from. So this tweet reads, in the end, Brandon Ayuk accepted the same deal that has been on the table since August 12th, per league sources. His hold-in did not alter any part of his new 4-year, $120 million extension. He took the same deal that had been there in previous weeks. Hold in over. That's what Adam Schefter tweeted. And people were remarking that this had some leanings to it, saying, oh, did the Niners front office send you this to tweet?
Yes.
Do you think there's something under the surface there?
It's possible. I think it's Listen, let's be honest about how a lot of this works. You have to massage relationships, and I'm not justifying it because it's a very delicate balance. It's a tightrope that you have to walk. It's like working for any team or being someone who has a connection to a team or a player where you want to be as objective as possible, and sometimes that means being critical, but also at the same time, you have to make sure you maintain those relationships and make sure you don't overstep because otherwise the relationship could fall apart. And so, again, I'm not defending Adam Schefter one way or the other here, but it's pretty clear that he was getting this information from someone within the 49ers organization. You have to have contacts like that within the NFL if you're going to be as prominent as he is, always breaking news. And so, yeah, it would not shock me at all if he said, you know what, I probably need to do the Niners a solid here, and I'll put this out there. And also, here's the thing, too. And again, not a justification, but people will forget about this in 24 hours. Do you know what I mean? This is not a big enough thing where something like this happens. It's like, oh, my God, I can't believe Adam Schefter took his shirt off like a couple seasons ago. Remember that? We've already forgotten that. So what he leans to the Niners.
Goodness.
Yes. Oh, thank God. We were all like, what does that body look like? I got to know. And so this will pass very quickly. But yes, sometimes you see these leanings and you can sort of infer, oh, I see where you got this based on how you phrased it.
You don't think there was any bit of the Niners trying to flex their muscle on, contract negotiations when they have a big one looming with Trent Williams? Because that's the other thing that I was kind of thinking about is we have seen this precedent in the NFL where it feels like every single player who does a holdout, a lot of them get what they want, namely if you play for the Dallas Cowboys. So I don't know if this was like a power move and type of, some type of posturing by the Niners saying, hey, Trent Williams, we know you're important. So was Brandon Ayuk, but we're not going to be constantly negotiating with some of these deals.
I would disagree in that these are two different players and have different levels of importance in that I understand that the Niners want to seem tough, so I get what you're saying. But when you look at Brandon Ayuk, he's now the 5th highest paid receiver in the National Football League, tied with Tyreek Hill. I think that's absolutely fair. When I think of the best receivers in the NFL, you're thinking Justin Jefferson or Devontae Adams or Jamar Chase, whoever it may be. I don't necessarily put Brandon Ayuk or Tyreek Hill. So, wait, you're making as much money as Tyreek Hill? That seems like a fair offer to me. Trent Williams is different in that he's paving the way for Christian McCaffrey. He's protecting Brock Purdy. He's a future Hall of Fame offensive lineman. He's had 3 straight All-Pro seasons. And his position, I think, has more importance in that lineup. So I think he has more bargaining power because who is more important to this team, would you say? Trent Williams or Brandon Ayuk? It's Trent Williams based on his history, based on what he does on the O-line. So maybe it's a little bit of both, but also I think Trent has more bargaining power based on his history.
Oh, for sure. 100% agree. But also, isn't Trent Williams already the highest paid offensive lineman? Like, I think he's already making a lot of money.
He is.
But my larger point is that, again, all of these guys that have done some of these holdouts and get these huge deals, eventually it's going to go the other way, where not everybody's going to get exactly what they want. So next up, we'll see what happens with Jamar Chase. As somebody who is very interested in betting on the Bengals to win the AFC, please get this job done. Please get this deal done with Jamar Chase. They need him out there.
Yes, they do. And we'll talk about Jamar Chase coming up later on in the show. He has an amazing quote, an amazing demand, if you will, because he and Justin Jefferson are good buddies going back to LSU, and Jamar's going to get paid. We know that. Yeah. But when you look at holdouts, it's always fascinating to me. Like CeeDee Lamb, for example, like you knew CeeDee Lamb was going to get his money. Like he's the best player on the Cowboys roster, in my opinion. And there's a reason why. Even Dak Prescott said yesterday, Cowboys aren't really talking to me right now, right? But you knew they're going to sign CeeDee Lamb. Then conversely, look what's going on with the Jets right now and Hassan Reddick. So Hassan Reddick is holding out, and he was traded, and everything was fine, but he thought he was going to get a new contract, and he hasn't gotten one. Hassan Reddick is a very good player. He's not a superstar like a CeeDee Lamb. He obviously plays on the defensive side, plays a completely different position. So he doesn't have that bargaining power, right? Like, he can hold out, and maybe that works out for you, man. But CeeDee Lamb's going to hold out. He's going to get paid. Hassan Reddick, the Jets are going to be like, no, we're just going to wait a while. You just figure this out.
Yeah, because the Jets have all kinds of talent on the defensive line. It's not just Hassan Reddick. They have a wealth of talent. So you're absolutely right. It depends on the talent level and the importance of whoever is bargaining for said deal. But I can't wait to talk actual football instead of just some of these contract disputes. Give me spreads. Give me totals. I am excited.
Well, you're in luck, Chelsea, because coming up next, we're previewing the NFC West. Now we're going to tell you which bets we like the most. That is coming up next on the Daily Tip for BetQL. It is presented by BetMGM.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM on the Sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetQL Network.
Welcome back. The Daily Tip from BetQL, presented by BetMGM. Coming up on the show, we're finally done previewing the NFC West and the entire NFL. It's over.
Yay!
Come on. We did it. We'll tell you which props we like between the Niners, Rams, Seahawks, and Cardinals. Thank God. I know why we do it, and we should do it. But I have to say, oh, thank God. There were some grinders there. Patriots, Panthers. Giants. Oh, man. Every time it was like just getting kicked right between the legs. Like, ugh. Daniel Jones. Ugh. Offensive line. Ugh. Glad that's over. I will say, it used to be when I would start this show and spill something, I thought it was a bad omen. And now it's just part of the drill. Here's what it is. And this is not my fault. I'm going to deflect blame here. Here's the problem. Yes, I'm going to absolve myself of any responsibility. When we replaced the coffee machine, and we used to have a good one, Bill knows this. Now we just have this like a silo. It's just this vat. It's all it is. It's just good. And Raj fills it up. God bless Raj. Roger was frustrated the other day. You don't hear Raj frustrated often. As a quick aside, he said, I needed help with a Zoom call around here. I'd like a little more than 5 minutes warning. Fair, Raj. Fair. Roger, he fills up the coffee every morning, but this cylinder, so I have my little Yeti here. The problem is I can't fit this Yeti under this big silo that they bought from a cornfield in Iowa, right? I have to tip it like at a weird angle just to get coffee into it. So when I do, the coffee comes down, and because it's at a tilt, immediately splashes everywhere. If I just could sit this under and pour coffee, it'd be fine. So I have to do it at this weird angle and then step out of the way because I know there's going to be some backsplash and then clean it up. It's a nightmare. I'm just trying to get some coffee. I'm buying a coffee maker. Can I get a BetMGM coffee maker? I can't get a robe. I don't know. I got to do something. But yes,
parlay. It's going to be the coffee maker parlay. One of your, crazy, weird sport parlays. That's going to go towards a new coffee maker for you, my friends, because they can't be that expensive, right? Like, I don't know how much this silo was, but maybe we can sell it and repurpose the money towards an actual coffee maker. Because does it make coffee, or is it simply like a holding apparatus?
It does, I guess. It's more of a holding apparatus. It makes coffee, but it's seriously just like grounds and water. And then, of course, it's always embarrassing because the junkies, if you're in D.C., maybe if you're not in D.C., they've been around forever. Everybody knows the junkies. They're right here. And so known these guys forever. Bill does too. And so they're always walking around in the mornings, and there's nothing better than you just spill coffee on yourself. I'm like, ah, damn it. So I put water all over my shorts, and then Bish walks in, and I see him glance down at, like, these soaking wet shorts and glance up. He's like, hey, Michael. I'm like, yeah, I know.
Nice start to the morning, huh?
Yeah, nice start. He didn't say anything, but I saw it in his eyes. He's like, did this guy just wet himself?
The pity.
Could you put a regular, smaller coffee cup underneath, fill that, dump the cup into your cup, and then go back and fill it a second time to fill yours?
That's what I'm going to have to do. My problem is that sometimes I'm rushing in, so it's like, all right, rush,
Right.
But that's probably the best way to do it. Guys, you can only expect so much. It's 2024.
Right? Like, technology
come
has
on,
only
guys.
advanced thus far.
Come on.
Jinx, you got to lean into your inner diva. You have 9 Emmys. The least they could get you is a working coffee machine. You're not asking for all green M&Ms. You're not asking for caviar. You're not asking for nobody to present you with eye contact. You are simply asking for fresh coffee. So I think you should ask for it.
I'm gonna go off on Andrew. I'm gonna be like, hey, you see these trophies, bro? You know what that means? That means just maybe, I don't know, maybe I'm crazy, bro. Maybe I could get a fresh cup of coffee every morning from a coffee maker that's not from 1983. And stop looking at me. I'll be that guy. That's what I'll do.
I never understood that one. Yeah, blow it! Why do you think that's always like a rumor about celebrities that are stuck up their own, you know what? That they don't want people looking them in the eye. Is that like a power move?
Yes.
I have never heard somebody actually say that. Like, I've heard rumors of, celebrities doing that, but I've never met anybody who's like, please don't look at me in the eye.
That was a big thing with Dan Snyder when he was here. Big time. Big time.
Oh,
you heard that all the time.
The moral compass.
Yes. The man who guided us to where, as a society, to where we are now. You want to know how to act, son? You see that guy over there? With the guy who's talking to him looking down, that's Dan Snyder. I mean, yes, he is. You heard that all the time. Like, you had to call him Mr. Snyder. You could not call him Dan. You had to call him Mr. Snyder, and you could not look at him. It's just a power thing. It's like
crazy.
A Napoleon complex. Yeah, that's all that is. That's what.
But it's also believable because, like, his track record kind of precedes him. But some of these celebrities, where they act so nice, they're on the Tonight Show, they're hamming it up. They're like, yeah, she's like the ultimate diva. Like, she won't let people within like 5 feet of her. The PAs can't look at her in the face. They can't comment on her hair. So I don't know. I don't know how true that is about some of the celebrities, but maybe we'll just believe it anyway. Because isn't that the fun part of like those gossip mags? You're like, wow, this is basically true. I'm going to believe this for the rest of my life.
Yeah, I walked by J-Lo one time at 30 Rock, and she didn't look at me. And I was like, I'm not looking at you either. Just look the other way. But inside, I'm like, oh my God, that's Jennifer Lopez. That's Jennifer Lopez. It happens.
That's true?
Oh,
you saw her?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yes. Yeah, I'm not going to make that up.
That's so cool.
No. Yes, that did happen. I don't know why she was there. I don't know if it was for, some show for SNL, but I was there for a big corporate gathering. I got lucky to get invited to. They wanted my input on it. And so I was walking the halls and I was like, that's Jennifer Lopez right there. I'm just going to keep, it was just she and I in the hallway, like ships in the night. And then, of course, once I walked past her, I looked around like, oh my God, yep, that's really good. Yeah,
where's the You Blew It sounder? That was your chance. I don't know if you're single.
I'm not doing that.
J-Lo.
Could have been. I'm sure she'd have been like, who is this dork talking to me, sir? You're about half my boyfriend. I had a shot.
There we go. That's what I was looking for.
Chelsea, do we have a shot at hitting some props? Here are the prop pick. I have 3 props in the card, believe it or not, that I have gathered over our week's worth of work. But I will start with you because you are our expert here. I'm just a guy walking by famous people, putting my head down. So, who do you like when it comes, or what do you like when it comes to the NFC West?
I like a lot of things. I'm super high on the NFC West. I think we're going to have some surprises, starting with the Cardinals, and the Rams are always lurking. So I'm going to start with, this isn't a prop, but this is a season-long bet for the LA Rams. I'm going to pick them to make the playoffs at a very palatable price of -115. They do have a really tough schedule, but here's the thing in the NFL. The most important duo is always your quarterback and your head coach. And quietly, I know people don't talk about him a ton, but Matt Stafford and Sean McVay, still 2 of the best in the business. I know the defense presents some problems, but this offense has so much firepower that I feel like they can outscore just about anybody, even the top end of the NFC. So you look at the receiving core, Puka Nacua coming off an incredible season. Cooper Kupp, I know, had a down year, but still, this is a guy that had one of the best single seasons for a wide receiver in NFL history. I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, well, his chemistry with Matt Stafford, I guess it's just gone now. No, I feel like he's going to have a big year as well. They signed Jonah Jackson from the Lions to help the offensive line and help protect Matt Stafford. And, of course, Kyron Williams had a big year last year. Maybe a diminished role this year, but still. I think as far as Sean McVay goes, he has done a great job of making the most with whatever talent is on the roster. Remember last year, their win total was 6.5. This team won 10 games and narrowly missed an upset of the Lions in the postseason. So I'm going to bet on them to make the playoffs at -115.
Very good. I like it. I'm going to go, got a few player props here. DK Metcalf, over 1,025.5 receiving yards. It's only -105. DK is the guy. in that Seattle receiving room, even though they're loaded with talent, as we know. Tyler Lockett, Jackson Smith, and Jigma. He's only 26, still in the prime of his career. He has hit this number in 3 of his last 4 seasons in the NFL. And one thing I really like about this is that Geno Smith had a bit of a step back last year quarterbacking-wise, but also that's because that O-line was really banged up. And if you talk to anyone who really gets into the numbers and they do a lot of NFL analysis, they look at film, they look at tape, they'll say, if you give Geno Smith time, he can carve you up. And that offensive line is finally healthy. I think Geno Smith has more time this season. I think that means more passes to DK Metcalf. And also, what did the Seahawks do in the offseason? They brought in the offensive coordinator from the Washington Huskies. And as we saw last year, the Huskies were not afraid to sling it around with Michael Penix Jr. I think we see a Seattle offense that, even though they have a lot of balance, they have some real talent in the backfield. I think DK can get this number. So I'm going to go over 1,025.5 receiving yards for Metcalf in the Emerald City.
Yeah, I have seen DK Metcalf's body, and I will not be fading him. The guy is an absolute specimen. As for me, another player prop, if you are interested, I'll be on Kyler Murray, whether you look at his season-long passing yardage prop or his season-long passing touchdowns prop. The yardage is 3,525 and a half. I'm going to hit the over, and then the passing touchdowns is 20 and a half. I think having a number 1 receiver for Kyler Murray is going to make all of the difference. Even last year, when he came back from his ACL injury, the last 4 games of the season, the guy was putting up massive numbers. That offense was averaging 414 yards per game in the final 4 games of the season. 7 touchdowns for Kyler Murray to only 3 picks. And now you add Marvin Harrison Jr. to the mix. I feel like he's going to absolutely take off. This is a passing offense. Kyler Murray has hit this number in every single season that he's been healthy. Because remember, the past 2 seasons, he has not played full seasons. So you look at some of these numbers, they look low. It's because he hasn't played all of the games. And here's the thing about touchdowns. Having a number 1 receiver helps you so much in the red zone, because in the middle of the field, maybe you can get away with not having a top tier talent. But when it comes to the red zone and everybody's covered, you need somebody with elite talent. I think Marvin Harrison Jr. brings that to the fold, because look at the year that Kyler Murray had back when he had DeAndre Hopkins. He was converting in the red zone for touchdowns 63% of the time when D-Hop was on the field. When DeAndre Hopkins got hurt, he was converting only 37% of the time without him. So that's the big of a difference that a number 1 receiver can make. And I'm super high on Marvin Harrison Jr. So I like Kyler Murray's props this year as well.
I got one more for you. Cooper Kupp, over 6.5 touchdowns, plus 105. I can't believe this is plus money. This is all injury-based. But let's go back to 3 seasons ago when Cooper Kupp won the receiving Triple Crown. Look, he's been banged up. I get that. But played in 9 games in 2022, got 6. Played in 12 games last year, got 5. But last year, at the end of the season, we started to see him become truly healthy again. Sometimes you see that with injuries in the NFL or any sport, really. A guy's playing, but he's not completely healed up. He started to get completely healed up at the end of last season, and what did he do? Touchdowns in 4 of his last 5 games, 2 100-yard receiving games. So as long as he's healthy this year, I think he gets this number. Puka Nacua is battling a knee injury. I think he might be ready for week 1 against the Lions, but he's going to be slowed down a little bit, which means more targets, more potential touchdowns for Cooper Kupp. If he's healthy, a big if, I know, but I think over 6.5 is gettable, and it's plus 105. So big on Cooper Kupp this season.
Yeah, and he's looked good in training camp. And again, do we really think the chemistry between him and Matt Stafford is just, going to turn into dust? No, I don't think so. I think those are the type of relationships that you keep alive even after an injury-riddled season. So let's talk about who wins the NFC West. I know we've done our props, and I know the Niners are big favorites. And of course, good news today with Brandon Ayuk signing an extension to stay in San Francisco. But do we think the Niners reign supreme over the NFC West at minus 200?
I think they do. I just don't want to lay that number. I just don't.
Yeah.
It's just too expensive for me. And right now, with Trent Williams out, and this number's not going to move if Trent Williams signs, because the Niners are just too good overall. They're too talent-laden. It's close. I think it's come down a little bit. I believe the Niners were more minus money favorites at one time. I would rather just put a sprinkle on Rams or Seahawks. I'm big on this. I think the Seahawks have a legit chance to maybe make some noise. I don't think they're going to win the division, but I'd rather put a sprinkle and take a long shot as opposed to laying $2 with the Niners.
Yeah, I do think it's the Niners that probably get it done. But here's the thing. We saw what happened when some of their superstars got injured last year. The games that Trent Williams didn't play, they were 0-2. When Deebo Samuel went down, their offense kind of fell off a cliff. So I think that's the sabotage factor. So I will not be laying minus 200. Maybe I'll sprinkle on the Rams at plus 325.
Not a bad idea. Good value there, Chelsea. Coming up on the show, more football. Bengals receiver Jamar Chase is looking for a new contract, and he's got a special request that you really have to hear. We're going to talk more NFL. It is next on the Daily Tip from BetQL, presented by BetMGM. Hope you're having a great Friday morning.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM on the Sportsbook Born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM. The Sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back to the show. Good morning. The Daily Tip from BetQL, presented by BetMGM. I'm Michael Jenkins, live in the nation's capital. She is Chelsea Messenger, my partner in crime, live in Nashville, Tennessee. Coming up on the show, the Buffs make their season debut in prime time. There is a new woman taking the internet by storm. For a while, it was the Hawk Tua girl. She has now been replaced. Have you seen this video? I have to say, I was completely charmed. There's a guy on the street, I don't know where it was, and he walks up to this one girl. He's got a microphone. She is very, very pretty. And he says, okay, he's a 10, but on college football Saturday, all he does is sit on the couch. He doesn't move. He's lazy. He won't even get up to go to the bathroom. And he gives the mic to her, and very charming, Southern, she goes, well, if it's SEC football, he's an 8. If it's ACC, he's a 2. And just kind of looks and smiles, and he's like, I love you. Which is like the reaction of every guy, like, oh my God, who is this woman? So I will say it was, what I love about this is that this was very pure and just very honest. And I don't know, it wasn't some drunken rant. She was just being like, yeah, if you're an SEC Southern football fan, I'm with you on that. So I don't know if you've seen this video, but that's the one after Hawk Tua that I've seen circulating everywhere. I see this all the time now. Have you seen this?
Yeah, you can talk about this one at church as opposed to maybe the other one.
Right.
But this is not surprising to me. As somebody who has lived deep in the heart of SEC country, there are a lot of women, and even young women, who are super into SEC football. As somebody who covered Alabama, somebody who covered Auburn, somebody who covered, I guess I would put Florida in there, but I know they're in the SEC, but they feel like they're in their own little world. But anyways, SEC girls certainly love their football. So this is not surprising to me at all. Jenks, are the girls in Texas like this?
Yes, but I think SEC is, like, Deep South is probably a little bit different. And I think part of it is because in a lot of these states, they don't have pro teams, right? So their team is the college team. Whereas in Texas, and don't get me wrong, I know a ton of women, including here in D.C., who are massive Texas fans. So I'm not trying, but I would say on the whole, it's easier to be more passionate in one of those deep South states like Mississippi or Alabama, because those are the teams. That's it.
Yeah.
Like in Texas, you got pro teams, or, you got a billion colleges. I mean, I don't know how many D1 or FBS schools Texas has. It's like 14 or 15, something ridiculous. So, but man, in those concentrated areas in the deep South, I think that's why you sort of see that more often than not.
Well, because it's part of the culture. It's not just a sport. It is a way of life. Like, think about Nick Saban's status in the state of Alabama. He's probably the most popular guy in the entire state. Can you say that about a college football head coach in any other state other than the South? Probably not.
Yeah. No, I think it's a great point. So that's exactly why something like that is genuine and why it's going viral. So you can find that very easily. It's all over the internet right now. We're going to get to college football in a second. I want to talk some NFL news first. And I thought this was interesting yesterday. Thanks to Bill for finding it. Jalen Hurts, quarterback of the Eagles, was talking about his progress in Philly. And he was saying in previous seasons, part of his development as a quarterback was halted somewhat because Jason Kelce at center was handling everything. Kelce was the one setting protections and identifying blitzes, and it took a lot of the pressure off Jalen Hurts. So they would tell Jalen, just let Jason handle it. Let Kelce handle it. That's how good Jason Kelce was. But at the same time, if you're trying to become as good as you can be as an NFL signal caller, you've got to learn that stuff. Now Jalen Hurts is doing that. But yesterday on WIP in Philly, he was talking about how things have changed, and while early on it sort of impeded him from being the quarterback he wanted to be.
I think when you look at this upcoming season and what you may have seen from years past is just different autonomy in different places. You know, we had a great player in Jason Kelsey who took on a lot of responsibility, and a result of that, I was told not to worry about a lot of things. My eagerness to learn and all of that over the years, you know, kind of was halted because of who we had, but now times are different, and I'm excited for that journey.
At Jalen Hurts waking up on WIP. He rolled over and picked up his phone. He's like, yeah, Jason Kelsey, this is really great, but this year's going to be different. It's going to be much different. I like Jalen Hurts. But, it makes sense. And two things here. Number one, I think with the new OC, and hopefully if Jalen Hurts gets past that animosity or whatever it was, that disconnect with Nick Sirianni, I think he'll improve. But this will help him as well. And also it speaks to how valuable Jason Kelsey was, not just physically because he was such a great blocker. He was always so good, but mentally as well, which is a huge part of the game. So I thought this was very interesting insight.
Yeah, I think, again, this goes to show how important Jason Kelsey was to this offensive line that was one of the best in the NFL, if not the best, when they were at the height of the tush push. So it will be interesting to see this year how well Jalen Hurts reads some of those coverages and does this by himself. I do think this is perfectly fine if you have a center like this to use at your disposal. Again, maybe it hurts Jalen Hurts a little bit not having to learn on the fly, but I still subscribe to the thought that it's easier to learn under a mentor than having to learn things yourself. Don't we see this all the time, especially for quarterbacks? Because the jump from college quarterback to NFL quarterback is already a really tough one. But some of the young quarterbacks that's had really solid and repeated success have been those who have learned under really solid older quarterbacks. Look at Jordan Love, look at Aaron Rodgers before him. And even look at Patrick Mahomes. He was not somebody who was thrust directly into that starting role. He learned behind Alex Smith. So this is similar to that. Maybe it's not the same as learning from a fellow quarterback, but I do think that it's helpful to have some type of barrier and some type of learning curve and a little help, when going to the NFL.
Yeah, no question. Eagles favorites to win the NFC East this season, followed by the Cowboys. In the AFC, Bengals receiver Jamar Chase wants to get an extension before the season, and he wants to be the highest paid receiver in NFL history. Right now, that title belongs to his former teammate and a very good friend at LSU, Justin Jefferson. Jefferson just signed a 4-year, $140 million contract. So yesterday, NFL Network's Ian Rappaport reported that Chase wants the same exact contract, except that he wants to beat it by one penny. So he wants the same contract as his buddy, but he wants one penny more so that he can say he, at least for a while, was the highest paid receiver in the NFL. And I have to say, I kind of love this because it's petty in a funny way. It means nothing, but I think this is just right in line with Jamar Chase's personality. And so he can look at his friend and say, hey, great contract, but I get paid more than you.
Yeah, this is NBA level petty when you're talking about 1 cent more. But here's the other thing. Jamar Chase still has 2 years left on his contract. 2 years! I think we've seen the guys who have 1 year left on their contract, and I get it. You don't want to go through the season with this kind of looming over your head, but 2 years? What's the precedent going to be? When does it stop? I saw there is an equivalent to The Onion for football headlines.
Yeah.
And it said something to the effect of, here was the headline, Marvin Harrison Jr. taking advice from mentor Jamar Chase by holding out for second contract. And of course, it's a joke. Marvin Harrison Jr. has not played a snap in the NFL yet. But Jenks, where does the line stop? If you have people who still have 2 years left on their contract asking for new deals, does this seem a bit much to you?
I think it would be, but it depends on how you handle it. Jamar Chase is playing. He's not holding out. He wants a new deal. He's not walking around the facility like Brandon Ayuk was. I know it's a different situation, but he's not walking around and making a big deal. He's playing. Jamar Chase is set to make a little over $1 million this year, which is crazy. There's an option next year for a little over close to $22 million. So I think and the Bengals know this, right? They're going to sign this guy. So I think it's more posturing than anything else. So where this is a situation where Jamar Chase is threatening not to play, he's sitting out. It's dude, you've got 2 years left on your contract. But I think he's putting it out there. It's a little playful. And also, he's going to be on the field. So if he were refusing to play, that would be one thing, but he's going to be out there. So, and everyone knows, the Bengals know, dude, we're going to have to re-sign this guy after this season. Like, let's go ahead and start working on something. It's going to happen. If it starts to affect his play, or he's pouting, or he's complaining, that's different, but that's not happening.
Yeah, it's a hold in. I didn't know there were so many iterations of holdouts until like the last couple of years. Jenks, you've covered the NFL for quite some time. Has it always been, this complicated? Because we've seen holdouts before, but now there are hold ins. Now there are people brooding on the sidelines. Has it always been this complicated?
I don't think so. No. And I don't know if it's social media. I don't know if it's the amount of money involved. A lot of it has to do with the fact that the NFL is more popular than ever. And also it makes more money than it's ever made. When we're talking about Jerry Jones in 1989, and I know this is going way back, but the NFL was not king of all sports. Now it's NFL all the time, and we know this, and people bet on it all the time, maybe in the offseason. It wasn't always that way. Now the NFL is king, and so with that comes a ton of money, a ton of attention. Then you add social media to the mix, and it just sort of adds to the drama that really wasn't there before because there's more money floating around than we've ever seen in the National Football League, and it keeps going up. One thing we do need to mention in college football, Coach Prime last night got a win with the Buffs. Colorado over North Dakota State, 31-26. It was close. The books raked on this one. North Dakota State covers the 11.5-point spread. Everyone was on Colorado. They were laying 440 on the money line. Total set at 54 and a hook. The over hits. Shedeur Sanders, 445 yards, 4 touchdowns. 3 of those goes to Travis Hunter. Travis Hunter, 7 catches, 132 yards. One was over. LeBron James on X. Man, Travis Hunter is ridiculous. Wow. I think the books are going to clean house with Colorado this season because all of the money was on the Buffs, Chelsea.
I feel like LeBron loves doing this. Like, if there's a big story in sports, LeBron needs to have an opinion on it, so his name gets mentioned as well. But Travis Hunter, my goodness, is that guy a specimen?
He really is. Both two-way player going to be in the talk for the Heisman, rightfully so, but Colorado having some work to do. Got challenged last night by the Bison. Coming up next in the show, we'll make our bets the old-fashioned way by spinning a multicolored wheel. That is next on the Daily Tip from BetQL, presented by BetMGM.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM on the Sportsbook Born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
From BetQL, it's time for The Daily Tip
This is like Disneyland for adults.
with Michael Jenkins.
Dang it, he's talented. And let's be honest, I go for ambition, not look.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Don't kill the messenger, or the messenger will kill you.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the youngster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Hour 2 of the Daily Tip starts right now on the BetQL Network on a Friday, and a football Friday at that. We will talk college football later in the hour, but first, we'll start things off with the Wheel of Bets. What we do is we spin this beautiful wheel, if you're watching on Twitch, twitch.tv/BetQL, and whatever the wheel lands on, we'll be making bets on that. At 7:20, it's on to our best bets in the NFC West. I think there's some sneaky good teams in here. Jenks is high on the Seahawks. I've got plenty of bets on the Cardinals, which is surprising to me as well. And then at 7:40, it's on to that big, beautiful college football slate. A full slate, I might add, for this weekend. So, Jenks, this is the last and final week that we have the Wheel of Bets on the show before we send it to a farm upstate where it will live out the rest of its days, relaxing, spinning in the wind, because the anticipation and the anxiety for me is building because football season, it's on its way. We're not going to have time to be, just hamming it up, spinning a wheel, because we're going to be handicapping football every single Friday. So do you have any parting words for the wheel as, this is his last lap?
Well, bye. That's from Tombstone. See ya. Bye. I mean, I will say this. Personally, I'm going to miss the Wheel of Bets because this means, let's be honest, less handicapping, right? I like to handicap from the old brain. Yeah, I sit down. Even when I lose, I will say, I definitely do the research behind my picks. Now, today, we'll talk about that later on in the show. Right now, I'm researching Ball State women's volleyball, so there's a little teaser there. However, on the whole, I put the research in, but that's how gambling works. We know that. But it's so much more fun to me to say, all right, based on what I know, based on what we've learned, let's throw a dart here. And honestly, if we compared records, it might be pretty similar, if we're being honest here. So I appreciate the Wheel of Bets on a Friday when I feel like sometimes we have our best shows. We're not trying so hard. We're just enjoying each other. And we end up hitting some bets. So I'm going to miss the wheel. At the same time, it's football season, so the wheel has to take a back seat. I get it.
Yeah, I personally am very excited that I don't have to write anything because look at this penmanship. Do you see some of the font on here? Jenks, I'm not the best with calligraphy or whatever this is. I had to do this multiple times to where, do you ever write like a birthday card and you start all big? You're like, H, A, and then you're like, oh no, this Y is going to have like half an inch at the end of this card. So budgeting your space for some of these spots was not the easiest for me. That was a skill and a talent that I have not used in quite some time. But I will say, look at these smiley faces. Look at how cute they are on Dealer's Choice. Isn't that a nice touch?
It's a wonderful touch. I have a confession to make. I thought Blake did that. So I didn't realize that was you. Yes.
I think you're trying to roast me, but you didn't, James. What else am I supposed to do here? Do you think it's supposed
glorious.
To be realistic?
No, it looks. I like that you added the smiley faces. Those are very cute. I thought it came that way. I didn't realize you added the penmanship. So nice job. Very good. Yeah, I'm impressed. I could not do that. You don't want my chicken scratch on there at all. It would be bad. I as a kid, I was such a dork. I bought a calligraphy set when I was a kid. I remember exactly where I got it. Oh, yeah. The Ken Brown calligraphy set. And I remember practicing calligraphy. I thought it was so cool. Bill's like, you nerd. I thought it was so cool.
School hobby.
It is. I thought it was interesting, because if you ever see something that's written in calligraphy, it's like, wow, how in the world are you able to craft something in this way? Like that, to me, that's super interesting. Like when I watch, I'm like, I can't even print things now because I never write anything. We are always on our computers or phones. And so, especially back then, I was like, wow, it's amazing to me. But no, I can't do that at all now. But good call.
If you'd like to return to your youth, I can find you one here on eBay for 99 cents. The Ken Brown vintage calligraphy
No
kit.
way!
Yes.
Oh.
Yes! Is that ink dry? There's no way. That ink in there is like powder right now.
1977.
Wow. God, I'm so old. I was so excited when I bought that thing, too. I was right there at the end of the aisle in the Ben Franklin in Breckenridge, Texas. All right. Thanks for finding that, Bill. Good call.
God, what an old school hobby. What are you going to say next? That you're going to chase a wheel with a stick? Like, what are some of the hobbies that you think of, like, from the olden days? The one where they have, like, the maypole, that was one. I'm trying to think. What did people do back in the day? Like, calligraphy, of course, in the 70s. But, I don't know.
There's a lot of bloodlettings.
Hobbies.
They'd be like, you got a headache? Let's let some blood out. That leg hurt? We'll let some blood out. You know, get that bad blood out of you. You'll be all right. We'll do that. And then we'll go back to trying to invent something. I think that's what they did. I'm not a great historian.
Yeah. Yeah, that's where you get all of your history updates from.
Yes, right
The
here.
Daily Tip presented by BetMGM. Right after we are the moral compass of the show. We talk about smoking quite a bit on this show. All right, so from that to the glorious Wheel of Bets, it's time to spin this bad boy.
Spin the wheel. Make the deal.
No, spin the wheel, make the deal. That sounds a little demonic, but we are simply talking about betting. So, Jenks, here is your turn. Let's spin this wheel of bets. Here we go. College football.
Oh,
Lovely.
What was that reaction, Bill?
I said lovely.
I said lovely.
Oh, I thought it was a
No,
it's good.
I said,
It's college football, yeah.
Lovely.
Lovely. Let's
Yeah.
do
All right, I
it.
stand mistaken.
No,
Let's
it's
go.
okay. It's all good. I would make it easy for you and have you pick your Texas team, but that's too on the
Nah.
nose, so we're not going to do that. Let's go to Charlotte. The 49ers hosting the Dukes of JMU this weekend.
right.
JMU minus 350 on the money line. They're favored by 9.5. Charlotte plus 275 if you like the home dog on the money line.
Okay.
Total set at 48. Good luck.
When I think of Charlotte, I think of one thing. Bank of America. Boring.
Boring.
Boring. Oh, I go to Charlotte. I'm a 49er. Where are you studying? Banking. Oh, are you? So boring. What do you do part-time? I'm a teller. Oh, boring. No. You think I'm going to support the 49ers here? JMU has been really good over the past couple of years. Weren't they exceptionally good last year, particularly against the number? The Dukes? They're not far from here. I rep the DMV. I don't represent a bunch of big money guys trying to take down the little man. I don't support the man. I support the little man. I support the Dukes to go into Charlotte and take care of business. I'll lay the 9.5 with the 49ers. I don't care about you balancing your checkbook.
Yeah,
Very good.
I thought 49ers was a mascot for like the Gold Rush. Was it not? What's Charlotte doing with this mascot? They don't live on the West Coast. Was there ever gold in Charlotte, North Carolina? I feel like there wasn't.
I don't know. Maybe there's a little park where you can find gold pellets or something, and they were desperate for a nickname. I'm not sure. It's a good question. I don't know.
I'll have to do more research on that. All right, now it's my turn to spin the wheel of bets. Here we go. Dealer's choice.
Oh, dealer's choice. Very good. All right. You know what? There's a big game tonight in the WNBA.
Oh.
The Indiana Fever. Of course, Caitlin Clark plays for Indiana Fever. Taking on the Chicago Sky. So you've got Clark and Reese going head-to-head tonight. Chelsea? Indiana minus 250, Indiana minus 5.5, Chicago plus 195 on the money line. Total set at 165.5, and this is in Chicago. So where are you going in the big WNBA rivalry tonight?
Ooh, this has to be a props game, right? When both ladies are trying to prove a point. Angel Reese, of course, with the rebounds, and Caitlin Clark with the assists. So I don't know what the numbers are, but I feel like when it's a narrative-based game, that's how you play it. I don't want to lay 5.5 with a fever. Like, yes, they've been a lot better as of late, but I still don't really like them laying that big of a point spread, especially in a game where Angel Reese is probably going to be playing out of her coconut here. So I think this is a props game. Bill, do you have any of these in front of you? Because obviously I don't want to just blind bet them, but you understand what I'm saying.
Yes, I do, but I did not pull up the props. Let me see. A lot of times the props aren't there yet. No, nothing is out on individual props yet. Oh, wait, I take that back. What would you like? I've got Angel Reese points more than 8. Rebounds, let's see. Do they have it? They do not. I only see points props. They do not have. Oh, wait, there's rebounds. I found it. 10 plus, 12, 15 plus. How many would you like to have?
What's the price on 10 plus?
10 plus would be, let's see. It's not giving me a price. It's just showing that I can bet on it. But I click on it, it doesn't tell me anything. That's weird. No, it's weird. Like you try to click on it, it doesn't give you a price at all. So I don't know what's going on.
Well, just for the sake of the segment, I'm going to go, we could do Angel Reese points because I think she's going to try to prove a point here because haven't we seen this story before? Angel Reese wants to be in the conversation with Caitlin Clark. And I do feel like if I'm not mistaken, the Fever are not a team that's that great down low. When your best player is Caitlin Clark, you are more, from the outside and you're not hauling in those rebounds. So double for Angel Reese tonight. If you can get a solid price on that, I think that's worth a look.
All right.
Yeah, I'm looking at it's, you know what it is all the things you have to put them into a single game parlay. That's why it's not giving me a number. I'd have to team it up with other stuff. So that's why. Boo.
The system. Boring.
Yeah, sorry.
Boring.
Sorry.
Yeah,
all
there
right.
we go. All right, let's spin the wheel again. Let's get the
Let's do it.
vibes
Let's go.
cleared out.
I'm ready.
All right, here we go, Jenks. This is for you.
Give me something good.
Major League Baseball.
Boring.
All right, Jinx. MLB, big series out in the NL West this weekend. Arizona hosting the Dodgers, the top two teams in the NL West. Tonight, pretty good pitching matchup. Clayton Kershaw going for the Dodgers. Zach Gallen going for Arizona. Dodgers are minus 125 on the money line. Arizona plus 105. Your total set at 8.5.
I'm going Diamondbacks here. I think the Dodgers a little overvalued in this spot. Clayton Kershaw is very good, as we know, but he's not the Clayton Kershaw of old, and I would need to look at the splits. I refuse to do that for the purposes of this segment. This is all from my brain.
Boring.
No. That's the whole point of the Wheel of Bets, right? Yeah. You're supposed to just go with
up stats.
Oh,
We're
no,
not
I
looking up stats. That's boring. That's
Oh, yeah. Looking up stats, boring. I believe Zach Gallen, I know he was last year. He was a much better pitcher at home than he was on the road. I believe that has been the same this year. And we know how good Arizona has been on a run in the second half of the season. Early on, they struggled a little bit. Now they're looking like the team that we saw last year. So Dodgers on the road, going into the desert, Zach Gallen at home, and you've got value. Diamondbacks money line. Let's do that.
Ooh, or Diamondbacks in the first 5. I feel like they've been really good in the first 5, and sometimes the bullpen will come in and blow it. But it's hard to fade this team at home, one of the teams that have been the hottest in all of baseball, even though they're facing one of the best teams in baseball.
There we go.
In the Dodgers. So I would be with you. All right, time now for another spin of the wheel. Let's go. This is my turn.
Let's go.
Dealer's choice.
Another
Smiley
dealer's choice. All right, Chelsea, of course, we know the football season will start in the States next weekend. It's still going on up in Canada. And we've got a battle for first place in the Western Division of the CFL, Winnipeg at Saskatchewan. When they play Blue Bombers are plus 105. The Saskatchewan Roughriders minus 125. The line at 1.5. Total 47.5. Who takes over first place this weekend?
Ooh, 47.5. This feels like a really low total, does it not? I feel like the line is trying to tell you something. This is a really important game. I'm not sure when the season ends, but it should be ending soon. So the deeper you get into the season and the more meaningful these games, doesn't that usually translate to unders? All of these players are going to be playing with their heart on their sleeve, and the defense is going to clamp up in this one. That's my handicap, because who doesn't want to watch the CFL and see defense on display?
There we go.
Probably no one. That's fine. All right. Coming up next here on the Daily Tip, we will switch gears to our best bets in the NFC West, including maybe some surprise winners of the NFC West. Next on the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM on the Sportsbook Born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetQL Network.
Welcome back. It is a Friday edition of the Daily Tip. In a few minutes, we will get to our favorite bets coming from the NFC West. We're going to go over props. We're going to go over division winners and maybe some win totals, or even who makes the postseason out of this division. James, before we get to that, I saw a headline that it wasn't surprising, but when I read it, it was even more surprising, is the ticket prices for this game between Angel Reese and Caitlin Clark. Of course, the Fever and the Chicago Sky. Did I get that right? That's their mascot, right? Man.
Yes.
Yeah. Chicago Sky. God. It's been a long day. Been handicapping a lot of football. But anyways, the average ticket price is over $1,000 for this game. But if you want to sit in the nosebleeds, you can pay $125 for a ticket. But I was thinking to myself, this might be more expensive than some NFL teams towards the end of the season. Would you rather watch this game or the worst team in the NFL play football? So would you rather watch the Fever in the Sky or say like the Patriots and the Giants square off?
Ugh. Fever in the Sky. Easily. I'm not kidding. Like these two teams are battling for playoff position, particularly the Fever. The Fever started off really bad this season, and they have made a run where now they're in playoff contention, and Caitlin Clark just set a rookie record for, I think maybe a WNBA record for consecutive 15 5-5 games. And then Angel Reese went on that incredible double-double streak. There was a 3-game stretch where she had 20 rebounds in 3 straight games. That was a record. So there's naturally that built-in rivalry from college. There's a reason why that these ticket prices are commanding so much money. So I would choose that. I don't want to watch the Giants play the Panthers or Patriots or whoever you said. Well, I want to watch Jacoby Brissett drop back and get sacked 80 times. No thanks.
I know it's a tough sell. Like, it's still the NFL, but I think I would rather watch something that has more competition to it, which is crazy to say. But also the celebrity factor is there. I feel like this is something that the WNBA has not had, because we're starting to see like A-list celebrities who are going to these games. We know Jason Sudeikis has been at all of these games. We're seeing like Kobe Bryant's family come to these games. So it's fun to see how it's not just, about the basketball anymore. It's the storylines, and people are genuinely interested in the personalities and, some of the gamesmanship that goes into the WNBA. So it's great to see, unless you want to go see it in person, and then it's going to cost you. But isn't that the ticket price for just about everything? Jenks, I want to go to a concert or like a comedy show, but every time I look up the prices, I'm like, God, I don't want to go that bad. Like, do I want to pay $250 a ticket, to go see like some band that I like? But I mean, it's not my favorite band. I feel like it's really expensive for just about anything.
Oh, it is. It just depends on how much you like the act or how much you like the band that you want to see or who is in town. If it's a particular comedian or band I really want to see, I'm not going to pay whatever, but I'll pay a high price just because I have a very finite set of people or bands or groups that I really appreciate. Like, I mean, I like a ton of music, and if it's someone I like, okay, maybe I'll pay a little bit. But if it's someone I really appreciate, I know I won't get the chance on a regular basis to maybe see them again. And so I always take advantage of that. So, yeah, it just depends on where your passion lies.
Yeah. I've never been to a comedy show, so I can't speak to it. But some things are just much better live. I think you could probably say that for most football games, especially like college football games. I feel like this is the ultimate thing where you got to see it live in person. So as far as sports go, like, what is your favorite to see live? Because I've heard that hockey, surprisingly, is very high on people's list. Here in Nashville, that's the hot ticket. People want to go see the Preds play. People in Nashville don't know anything about hockey, but they love the Preds and they love the entertainment value that it provides. For you, what's the best sport to see live?
For me, it's college football. I mean, I'm just a college football guy.
Yeah.
I love college football. I love the atmosphere. I love the pageantry. I like listening to the bands. I like that there's cheerleaders. I like the different color schemes and the mascots. There's just something to that. And, of course, it helps when you went to a particular school, so you feel like you're invested because you spent money there, you spent time there. And so for me, I have that passion for the sport, and I love that experience. But to your point, hockey is awesome. If you've never been to a hockey game, I've been to a trillion Caps games, and even good or bad, just being in that atmosphere, it's totally different. You hear this all the time. Oh, it's different than it is on TV, but it really is different. So going to a hockey game is fantastic. Yeah, I'll always get behind that.
Yeah, and here in Nashville, they do the thing with the catfish where they throw the catfish on the ice, which is something you need to see in person. All right, so how about some of these teams in the NFC West? Maybe they're far away for us, but maybe some of our listeners might find themselves wanting to go to again, because let me say this about the division in general. I think we're going to see a pretty solid division top to bottom. If Kyler Murray can stay healthy, I think the Cardinals can at least put a scare in some of these other teams, whether it's on the spread or whatever. I think it's going to be a competitive division. Jenks, I know you're high on the Seahawks. If you look at the odds, the Niners, of course, the overwhelming favorites at minus 200, Rams plus 325, Seahawks plus 750, and then the Cardinals are 14-1. So before we get into our props, do we think it's the Niners that win this division?
Yeah, I think they do. I don't think there's any question they'll win the division. The question is, do you want to pay minus 200 for them to do that? Value is relative. So if you like it, then by all means, go for it. But for me, I always feel like that, especially when it comes to the Niners and Christian McCaffrey, so much of their offense is centered around him. They're talented enough to still win the division around him, but you're taking a bigger injury bet than you are with most players when you're talking about McCaffrey, obviously. And so that's why you hear, even though he's probably the most potentially explosive player points-wise when it comes to fantasy drafts, he also has the biggest bust potential just based on the fact that even though he was healthy last year, his injury history is such that, yeah, he's always kind of banged up. So if something happens to him and then Trent Williams doesn't sign, even though I think he will, then, yeah, there's a potential for the Niners to get upset, and so that's why I don't want to lay that price. But, yeah, they're going to win the division.
Yeah, I think so as well. On paper, they look head and shoulders above the rest of the class, but the only sabotage factors, like you said, are going to be the injuries. We've seen what happens when they don't have some of their star players. Trent Williams, when he didn't play, they were 0-2 last year, and when Deebo Samuel goes down, the offense takes a big hit as well. The other reason why it's tough for me to go against the Niners in the divisional bet here is they were so good against divisional opponents last year. They went 5-1 against NFC West opponents last year. So it just feels like they have the number of the other teams in their division. I do like the Rams to make the playoffs at minus 115, because here's the thing. When you're handicapping teams, I still think it starts with the top. You start with the head coach and the quarterback, and the Rams still have one of the best duos in all of football. Matt Stafford, Sean McVay, they've won a Super Bowl just a couple years ago. And Sean McVay is really good at getting the most at whatever he has on the roster. Last year, their win total set at 6.5. They went on to win 10 games and narrowly went on to upset the Lions in the postseason. So I know the defense has a lot of flaws. Aaron Donald is going to be a huge hole to fill, but I think the Rams can do just enough to squeak in to the postseason. And plus, that's a pretty palatable price. As far as props go, who are the players we should be watching from a betting standpoint in the NFC West?
I really like DK Metcalf this season. I can't believe this number is this low. It's 1,025.5 yards. It's minus 105. I think he goes over here. He's hit it in 3 of his last 4. Last year, he played in only 16 games, went for 1,114, so hit this number last year. I mean, maybe Tyler Lockett or Jackson Smith in Jigba has a bit of a better season, or they get more targets or catches, but DK Metcalf is still the stud when it comes to that receiver room. He just is. And Geno Smith took a bit of a step back last season, but I think he takes another step forward this season, at least to the form that we saw 2 seasons ago, because he was sort of scrambling and having to work behind a makeshift line last year. Now those guys are healthy again, and anyone who watches tape or film will tell you Geno Smith can carve you up when he's given time, and I think he will have time. Now, you could say that one of the things you would have to worry about is that they have a great stable of backs in the backfield when you're talking about Kenneth Walker III or Zach Charbonnet. And so maybe they'll have more of a balanced backfield or a balanced attack on offense, and that'll take away some of the yardage from DK Metcalf. But I just don't think that's going to be the case. Their new OC was the Washington Huskies OC last year. We saw how much they like to throw the ball with Michael Penix Jr. I think this number's low. Let's go over for DK Metcalf.
I think this is going to be a great division for prop bets because I think you look at all of these offenses and a lot of them are pass heavy. And a lot of these offenses were really high scoring. We had 2 of the top 8 offenses in points per game coming from the NFC West, whether it's the Niners or whether it's the Rams. So for me, I think you could look at any team and probably find a good prop. But for me, I'm going to look towards the bottom of the division and buy low on somebody who at one point in his career was an MVP favorite. I'm talking about Kyler Murray. Yes, that Kyler Murray at one point in his career was the favorite to win the MVP back in the 2021 season. For me, the handicap lies on Kyler finally having a number 1 receiver to throw to once again. Because the year that he had DeAndre Hopkins, he had great numbers. And in fact, some of his conversion numbers when it comes to touchdowns in the red zone, they were fantastic with D-Hop. Was converting 63% of the time. But then DeAndre Hopkins goes down, and he was only converting on touchdowns in 37% of his trips to the red zone. So that is laying out kind of the difference it makes to have a number 1 receiver. Enters the chat is Marvin Harrison Jr. I don't know if you've watched the film on this guy coming out of Ohio State, but he feels like a can't miss prospect. They're already developing chemistry between Kyler Murray and Marvin Harrison Jr. during training camp. I feel like this is going to be a great connection. And plus, you look at the number for Kyler Murray this year, it's right around 3,500 passing yards. He's hit this in every season in which he's been healthy. The past 2 seasons, he's missed a lot of time. I understand that. But last year, we got a preview of what he looks coming off that ACL surgery. In the last 4 games of the year, this offense was averaging 414 yards per game. Kyler Murray, 7 touchdowns to only 3 picks during that stretch. So I'm a big believer in Kyler Murray. I know there's a lot of good quarterbacks in the NFL, but I think Kyler could be a sleeper pick when it comes to either fantasy production or some of these props.
All right, well, you're gutsier than I am. I'm not a big believer in Kyler Murray, but also went to Oklahoma, so maybe I'm just like inherently biased against him. So you've done the research. I have not. I'm going to go to the Rams. I'm going to go Cooper Kupp over 6.5 touchdowns, plus 105. I just love this, that you're getting such a great player at plus money. And just like I was talking about injuries with Christian McCaffrey, you have to take these into account, clearly, with Cooper Kupp. But remember, it wasn't that long ago, back in 2021, won the Triple Crown in receiving. So he can easily get this number. Look, last year he played in 12 games, got 5. Played in 9 games the year before that, got 6. So he's been right there and hasn't come close to playing a full season. I think now he's healthy. And we saw that at the end of last year where he had 2 100-yard games in his last 5 and 4 touchdowns in his last 5 games. So he was getting back to that form that we saw 2.5 seasons ago, 3 seasons ago at the end of last year. Now he's healthy. He's looked good in camp. We know he has that chemistry with Sean McVay and Matthew Stafford and how they work together. And also, Puka Nacua is a guy who's banged up, who will maybe be the number 1 guy now. But going into that week 1 game against the Lions, he's not necessarily 100%. That could mean maybe a chance for a quick start for Cooper Kupp. He's still going to get plenty of targets anyway. And again, it's plus money. So I'm going over 6.5 touchdowns for Cooper Kupp.
It's really easy to root for somebody like Cooper Kupp. I saw a video the other day of him talking on a podcast about he watches film on other receivers. And when he was coming up, he was trying to take little bits of their game and insert it into his, which is a normal thing. But he said he would look at guys like Julio Jones and say, I'm never going to be that guy. I am never going to be the physical freak athlete that you see from some of these receivers. And that's fine. I've got to learn other ways in which I could be a dominant receiver. So he's worked on his footwork. He's worked on his route running. He's worked on the technical aspects of being a wide receiver. And we've seen the hard work pay off as somebody, like you said, was a Super Bowl MVP. So normally when we think of wide receivers, we just think of freak talent, right? Guys that are just, out of the womb going to be amazing athletes. Cooper Kupp, I'm not saying he's not athletic. I'm just saying he has worked very hard to get to where he is.
No, absolutely. And when you see a guy, when you hear about a guy who is learning the nuance of the game, like yesterday I was reading about Kadarius Toney and how the Chiefs obviously traded for him and now he's not on the roster anymore. And one thing that the coaches were saying were that, look, this guy has a ton of natural talent. That's not in question. But there are some little things he can do, be it workout-wise, be it film study in the offseason that he needs to do to become a better player. When you see a top-end talent doing that, then you can feel better about betting on them. So that's another reason, which you point out, which is why I like Cooper Kupp this year.
Yeah, and an interesting case study for Kyler Murray. If he can stay away from video games, I think he's going to be amazing. But we know college football 25 just came out, so hopefully that's not the sabotage factor. All right, coming up next, it's time to talk college football. The big one, Clemson and Georgia, our best bets for the entire slate of college football this weekend. Stick with us. That's after the break on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM on the Sportsbook Born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. seconds on the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. Football is officially back. We had almost a full Thursday night slate of college football last night. And guess what? We get a full, glorious Saturday chock full of games to bet on in college football. So, Jenks, normally we have been betting on baseball over the course of the summer. And line movement, it matters. Like, we see some of it overnight. But I'm not going to lie, it doesn't influence my bets that much. I will say this is different when it comes to college football and when it comes to the NFL. Line movement certainly goes into the handicap for me. So I was just looking at this Clemson and Georgia game. And when I was doing my research last night, the line was 13.5. And I was checking on the line movement. There was nothing. But overnight, this line has moved. So now it's Georgia laying 12.5 as opposed to 13.5. So clearly we are seeing either some money come in on Clemson or a sharp better or something has happened in that spread. Do you base your bet? And I understand it's not the entire pie. It's maybe only a piece of the pie. But do you consider line movement more when it comes to football as opposed to baseball?
Oh, gosh. I don't know. I think movement is movement. Maybe in football I consider it a little more. You're not going to see, like by virtue of the fact that they're different sports, you're going to see a number move in football. Like you'll see a few points, but in baseball, you'll just see the price move because we're talking about runs as opposed to touchdowns or field goals or whatever. So I always take it into consideration. For me, like you said, it's a piece of the pie, which is, okay, one of the numerous factors that you take into account if you're making any bet is, okay, where is the money going? Is the number shifting? Is this something I should take a look at? Last night's North Carolina-Minnesota game is a perfect example where, look, that was a really close game. So it's easy to say this after the fact. Minnesota missed a 40-something yard field goal with time running out. They could have won that game. And by the way, Minnesota set off fireworks after missing the field goal to lose that game. So I don't know what they were doing there. Golden Gophers fireworks team needs a little work. But that was one of the reasons people said, oh, let's look at North Carolina. What's going on? This opened with Minnesota as a small favorite. Now Carolina is a small favorite. And so I think maybe that's a good starting point if you're late in the week and there has been some movement, but it should never be the end-all be-all.
No, for sure. I just think the different dynamic for us as handicappers is that we almost are getting, like, it's similar to icing the kicker, where we have extra time to think about this as opposed to baseball. It's like I see the line, I do my research, we fire, and then the game is played. So I think from an emotional and from a strategical standpoint, football presents a different challenge to me because it's also a test of your confidence in your handicapping. And that's where it sucks for college football for me right now, is because the season just started. So I feel like there's a lot of volatility built in. And we saw this last night. Hell, my NC State Wolfpack were massive favorites over Western Carolina, over 30-point favorites. And this was a game well into the fourth quarter. So I think for me, after seeing the first, little chunk of the season, which I know it's only week 0 and a Thursday night spread or slate, is that some of these big spreads, I am very hesitant to lay them. Like, maybe I'm not going to take the other side, but I think it's talking me off some of these big numbers. So, Jenks, let's get into specifics as opposed to, just, the overall talk. I just wanted to frame it a little bit before we got into some of these numbers. So the game that I was mentioning off the top, it's this Saturday, Clemson and Georgia squaring off. The number one Bulldogs laying 13.5. I think this line, like I said, has gone down to 12.5 in most spots. Total of 48.5. So we do have some sound from Kirby Smart because this is a big matchup. And I will say I do think it's bigger for Clemson because they have more to prove here. But Kirby Smart still thinks there is value in playing these big name teams to start the year.
Strength of schedule, get to play a quality opponent right off the get-go, and when you get into conference play, you're battle-tested, probably better than a team that maybe doesn't play that kind of matchup. Find out more about your team. It's great for the fans. That's the advantage. Great for recruiting, exposure.
Yeah, and there have been complaints about Georgia's schedule before, saying, oh, another cupcake schedule for Georgia out of the SEC East. I don't know if you can say that necessarily this year because they start with Clemson. And then early on in the season, September 28th, they go to Alabama, who I tend to think will present a challenge, even for a Georgia team that is very good on paper. So, Jenks, let's talk about this game. It's a relatively big spread, and I think a lot of it goes into how dominant you think Georgia can be, because they need to win pretty comfortably to cover this number. So, do you have an initial lean here, or anything you think bettors should know before betting on Clemson and Georgia?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't really like this game. I think that this is going to be, well, it probably is the marquee game of the weekend. And so if you look at the amount of handle at BetMGM, you're seeing a ton of money on Georgia here. And I understand why. And they may well blow out Clemson, but it makes me nervous because, A, we're seeing money move in the direction of the Tigers, or line movement in the direction of the Tigers. So there actually is some money coming in on Clemson, even though this is one of those I think is going to be a square versus sharp play, where I think a lot of sharps might just be on Clemson and thinking this is too many points for an opening game of the season. But of course, a ton of the public is going to say Georgia's going to blow these guys out. And they might. And honestly, that's, as kind of a square myself, that's kind of what I think will happen here. But I will also say Georgia is really, really banged up right now. And as we've seen in the beginning of the season, teams just haven't come together yet. There's always all sorts of question marks, and it takes time for even the best of teams to sort of kind of hit their stride mid-season. So it's a stay away for me. I can see Georgia pulling away, but I can also see kind of this battle in the trenches where Clemson keeps it within the number and Klubnik has a good game. I'm kind of all over the place with this one. I really don't like it as a sports bettor.
Yeah, I think for me, I would lean towards the points and Clemson here. I think a lot of this is having faith in Dabo Swinney and his long-term strategy of avoiding the transfer portal. You know, from the get-go, maybe it seems like a dumb move, and I probably would agree with you there. But still, he is developing some continuity, you know, for his team here. So you see more veteran guys for Clemson, and Georgia lost a lot in the draft. They didn't lose Carson Beck, who is the Heisman favorite. But I do think this Clemson defense can present some challenges, at least on the defensive line. I think for me, we see a lower scoring game that's kind of built into the number here at 48.5. I go back and forth because obviously Georgia looks amazing on paper. But again, this is a big spread and we've seen this number come down. I think I'd be on Clemson. It's the first game of the year. We've seen chaos to start the season in a lot of these big games with big spreads. So I think I will take the points if I am playing a side here. All right, so let's move on to some other games. So pick your poison here, Jenks. We can either go to Penn State, West Virginia, or your Longhorns hosting Colorado State. That's a huge spread in that one. Texas laying 32.5, or you can go Penn State laying 8.5. Do you want to pick a side here, or do you want to pick a total? Which game would you like to go to?
I really like Colorado State getting the points at Texas. Texas is going to win. There's no question about it. Right now, we've seen the money come in on Colorado State. We've seen this number drop down from, I believe at one time, it was as high as Texas minus 34. But this is a big look-ahead spot for the Longhorns. Remember, who do they get after Colorado State? They go to the Big House to take on Michigan. So, two things. Sark has already said he wants to play a lot of his two deep against Colorado State. I mean, when you're favored by 30, why would you want to play your starters all four quarters? You want to get these guys who are second and third teamers as much as experience as you can get them. And then secondly, you don't want to show anything. If you can keep it basic, if you can keep it vanilla against Colorado State, and the Longhorns should be able to do that, why would you show anything, put anything on tape when you have to go and face the Wolverines in Ann Arbor the next week? So I absolutely see Texas being more conservative here. They can out-talent Colorado State by keeping it basic, and this could be one of those backdoor covers in the fourth quarter. So I'm going to take Colorado State in the points. They'll be motivated. They're well-coached. Jay Norvell is the head coach out there. He used to be an assistant at Texas, so he knows the Longhorn program really well. It was back in the day, but I like the Rams here.
Yeah, I don't think I can justify laying these big of a point spread in the first week of the season. Like you said, I feel like this is a similar situation to what NC State had last night going in. It was a team they weren't supposed to be competitive with, and they have a big game the next week ahead where they're facing Tennessee. You got Texas facing Michigan. So it just felt like maybe they didn't take them seriously, but that was very much a game until the fourth quarter. And plus, why would Texas want to put any of their offensive schemes on game film for a team that is known for scouting their opponents. I know Connor Stallions is not in the mix for Michigan anymore, but maybe if any of his minions are watching this game, you don't want to put that type of, offensive mix for the other team to prepare for you. All right, so I think the most interesting game of the weekend for me is going to be Miami and Florida. The Canes laying 2.5 here, but Florida has a very good home field advantage. And let me tell you something. This might be one of the few winnable games on the schedule for the Florida Gators. If you look at their schedule, my goodness, it is a murderer's row in the SEC. So they need wins, and I know that's not necessarily a handicap because just because you need a win doesn't mean you're going to. But still, this is a rivalry game. Usually in rivalry games, I feel like the home dogs usually bark. I would lean towards the points there in Florida. But, Jenks, I know you have a play in this Notre Dame and Texas A&M game. And if I'm mistaken, I think you like a side and a total here.
Yeah, I would say that the Aggies are probably the right side. And you see this often where why is the higher-ranked team in number 7 Notre Dame getting points on the road against number 20 Texas A&M? But we see this all the time where it's generally best to side with the lower-ranked team here. I think A&M is the right side, but I would much rather bet on the under. I saw some people on the over today. I still like the under. I think when you look at the defensive lines on both of these squads, then you're going to see a real battle, kind of an ugly game, kind of what we saw last night between Minnesota and North Carolina, where it's going to be the first team to 20. Both of these DLs are incredible, and A&M's is fantastic. What was it, 2 years ago when they recruited like 18 defensive linemen because they were paying everybody? I think it's going to be an ugly battle, and it's, like I said, it's going to be the first team to be able to get points on the board and maybe get some momentum going. But I see this coming down to a play or two, and it's fascinating, too, that Riley Leonard played for Mike Elko last year at Duke. Now Elko is at Texas A&M, and Leonard is at Notre Dame. That's another storyline as well, but I'm on the under.
Yeah, I think defenses rule the roost. This is the strength of both of these teams. But it is a low total, sitting at 46. So we shall see. Hour 3 is next of the Daily Tip. We will start off with the wheel of bets. You never know what it's going to give you. Stick with us. That's next on the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM on the Sportsbook Born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
BetQL, it's time for the Daily Tip
This is like Disneyland for adults.
with Michael Jenkins.
Dang it, he's talented. And let's be honest, I go for ambition, not look.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Don't kill the messenger, or the messenger will kill you.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the youngster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Here we go. It is the Daily Tip from BetQL presented by BetMGM. Coming up in our final hour, we will spin the Wheel of Bets one final time before we pack it away until next season. In 20 minutes, we will tell you what you should be watching over the weekend as college football officially gets underway. And then at 8:40, we will bring in the Dogster. It's always difficult to report tough news, and that's why I feel a little muted coming into our third hour here. But we do have some breaking news that is really tough to report, and it is tragedy for the Columbus Blue Jackets. Their star forward, Johnny Gaudreau, and his brother apparently died on Thursday night in an incredibly unfortunate and crushing tragedy. They were biking in Oldland Township, New Jersey. This is close to their hometown in Salem County. And they were scheduled to appear as groomsmen in their sister's wedding today in Philadelphia. So this is heavy all the way around. Gaudreau, obviously one of the best players forwards in the National Hockey League, played with the Flames for many years, in Columbus for 2 years, and the Blue Jackets have released a statement regarding these deaths, saying this: the Columbus Blue Jackets are shocked and devastated by this unimaginable tragedy. Johnny was not only a great hockey player, but more significantly, a loving husband, father, son, brother, and friend. We extend our heartfelt sympathies to his wife, Meredith, his children, Noah and Johnny, his parents, their family and friends on the sudden loss of Johnny and Matthew. Again, Johnny Gaudreau and his brother dying in a tragic bike accident last night in New Jersey. If we have any more details that come out over the next hour or so, we will release them. And we're also going to transition here into our Wheel of Bets, which is a fun and spirited segment. It's always difficult to go from such a terrible story into something like that. But please know that we are mindful of how difficult it is to report this story, how it's going to affect the hockey world and the sports world. So we are thinking about the Gaudreau family here and what is just an unspeakable loss. So we'll keep tabs on that for you, and we wanted to make sure that we are making everyone aware of that before we move into the Wheel of Bets. So we're going to bring out the Wheel of Bets. We'll try and kind of get things going here, but again, tough for the Columbus Blue Jackets and the entire sports world on this Friday morning. All right, Chelsea. So let's get going here. We'll try and get back in the swing of things here. We're going to spin the wheel, and what we'll do is, if you don't know how the Wheel of Bets works, we spin the wheel, and then we make some bets based on just kind of what's on the top of our head, as opposed to going deep into the numbers and kind of boring you with that. We'll do that later on in the show because we do get into the numbers. But certainly, right now, we're just going to spin the wheel and have some fun with it.
Spin the wheel. Make the deal.
All right, let's go.
All right, time to spin the Wheel of Bets. Jenks, this will be your turn. So here we go. Major League Baseball.
Man, Major League Baseball.
Oh. That
Okay.
seemed excessive. It's not that boring. But yeah.
Boring.
It's pretty boring.
I knew that was coming.
All right, what do we got?
Do you want the baseball or do you want me to overrule the wheel?
Overrule the wheel.
Oh, gosh.
Overrule it. It's the last week for the wheel. So
All right, let's overrule the wheel then. Jinx, going all the way back to one of the first times we ever tried this scenario. Back then, it was called blind betting. It was not the Wheel of Bets.
okay.
We did a
Oh,
darts.
yeah.
We did a darts bet, and you nailed the darts bet. I don't know if you
my
remember
darts.
this or not.
Oh, I remember.
So I have to go back to darts, the European Tour, leg number 9. You've got Richie Edhouse, who, of course, again, I'm not insulting you. This is for the listening audience. Of course, he's the 46th ranked dart player in the world. He's taking on Luke Woodhouse, who is the 34th ranked darts player in the world. Now, this will be a round of 32 matchup for this leg of the European tour. Ed House is minus 105. Woodhouse is minus 135. Who you got in this matchup that I believe goes down later this morning?
Ooh, who's the dog here?
The dog would be Richie Edhouse.
Oh.
The favorite, of course, is Luke Woodhouse. Two houses divided, Jinx.
You go with the dog here. And listen, I don't want to. Let's just state the obvious, okay? Ricky Edhouse, the dog here?
Richie.
I call him Ricky, but we'll go with Richie. We all remember when he lost an arm a few years ago.
Oh,
right? No. Yes.
I don't remember that.
Yeah. And this is one of the areas in which the press did a great job of sort of suppressing that story because it was awful, right? He was a left-handed dart thrower, and he said, just like the drummer for Def Leppard, he said, I'm going to learn how to do this with a different arm. I'm going to find a way. And he has. He's a great right-handed dart thrower. That's why he's the dog here. But I'll tell you something.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why he's the... And honestly, if you look at him, I think he's as good as he's ever been. As good, better, I think.
Okay.
Better, I think. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go with the dog here. I like my man, Ricky. You call him Richie if you want, okay? I saw the look. It's Rick. I know. I call him Ricky. His friends call him Ricky. And Ricky pulls the upset, the right-handed upset today in darts later on this morning.
Yeah, because rankings don't win games. People
right.
do. Ricky does. That's
go,
what
Ricky.
Ricky does. He wins games. Or what do you even call it? Matches? Dart matches?
Dart games, dart match. Yeah.
I believe it's match.
Yeah.
Match. Oh, well, we call it games. We call him Ricky and we call it games because that's what we do here on the Daily Tip. All right, it's time for me to spin the wheel of bets. Here we go. Ooh, that was a good spin.
Oh,
Dealer's
that wasn't
choice.
Ooh, another
with
dealer's
the smiley face.
choice. Excellent. You know what? Let's just, from where we are anyway, here in Washington, D.C., let's just head up I-95 about 4 hours. The U.S. Open is underway. And, of course, Carlos Alcaraz got beat last night, so he's no longer in the U.S. Open, lost in straight sets. But we've got American-on-American violence today, Chelsea, in the U.S. Open. Ben Shelton, Francis Tiafoe. Shelton the favorite at minus 160. Tiafoe plus 125. Which of these patriotic American tennis players are you picking to win today?
Okay, so I've actually heard of Tiafoe. I have not heard of the Shelton character. Any relation to the Pirates manager? Ben? Derek? I don't know. I don't know what his name is. He doesn't deserve to be a favorite in my eyes. So it's going to be Tiafoe for me. I don't know what else to put in the handicap here other than, if I haven't heard of this guy, clearly he's not doing big things. So minus money for that guy. Derek, Ben, whatever his name is. Let's go Francis Tiafoe.
Yeah.
I wonder if he's any relation to Blake Shelton.
Blake Shelton?
Isn't that a country music singer?
Yes.
Yeah, that's a good call. I thought you were saying to Chelsea's daughter.
No.
I was like,
I hope not.
Like, I don't know.
That would be
I don't think so.
Really weird.
He's turning into Maury.
No, isn't Blake Shelton a country singer?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Huge. Married to Gwen
Absolutely.
Stefani. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, huge.
I mean, Shelton's a pretty common last name, I would imagine, but
Yeah.
so maybe not. I mean, kind of enough that it wouldn't obviously be like, oh, he's got to be related
It's
because they
not
have the same last
Tiafoe.
name.
Like,
Well,
I don't know
that's
anybody
true.
else with Tiafoe as their last name. So we're going with Francis Tiafoe. That's
Fair
marketing,
point.
baby. That
There
is
you
a
go.
memorable name. A memorable name, I should say. All right. We have time for some more spins the wheel. So
All right.
that's exactly what we are going to do. All right,
Spin away.
Jenks, it's time for round 2. Let's go.
All right, let's go. Dealer's choice.
College football.
I'll do college football.
College
Let's go.
football. Here we go. All right. Big numbers all over college football this weekend. So, Jinx, I want to see if you have the cojones to actually do this. Akron at Ohio State.
Oh.
There is no money line either way for this game. The Buckeyes are laying 48, and the hook is the largest spread that I could find this weekend. The total 58.5. Are you man enough to lay 48.5 with the Buckeyes?
Let's go Zips.
Zips.
Let's go
Zip it up.
Zips.
Zip it up.
Zip it up. Zip it up. I'm tired of Ryan Day's beard, honestly. I don't know if is he coloring that thing? That's the darkest beard I've ever seen. What was the old school toy? Wooly Willy? Do you know what I'm talking about?
I have no idea.
Magnetic.
Yes,
I know what you're
magnetic.
talking about.
okay.
Where you take the face, you can just give Wooly Willy. You could give him like the beard, and that's who I think of. That's an old school reference. I went calligraphy this morning. Wooly. Good Lord. You know what? It's time that someone gave some props to the spirit of Akron. Am I right? Ohio State. You're not going to run it up on Akron. They got to give him like the Ohio discount here. Okay? Like, guys, thanks for coming to play us. Here's your payday. We beat you by 45. Okay? We didn't cover the number here. So that's what I think happens here. And isn't LeBron James from Akron?
Correct.
Doesn't that count
just
for
a
something?
Kid from Akron.
Means nothing. Means nothing. It's college football. I'm talking about basketball. Although LeBron would have been a great tight end. There's your tie-in right there. They always say body of a linebacker would have been a great tight end. Doesn't matter. The Zips cover, and Buckeye fans are angry because they put all their money on Ohio State. It doesn't come home. Let's go Zips.
Can we talk about the spread in total? The
Yes.
fact that the total's 58.5 and the spread's 48.5. Like, that's wild. So the implied total for Akron is like, what, 9.5? 10 points? I think when you talk about blowout games, can you make a case for the under? You know, if you think it's going to be 51-0 or something like that, I think 58.5, you go with the under in a blowout.
I say if you want to bet on Akron and Ohio State, knock yourself out. I mean, it's probably the way, like, this would probably be like, you know, watch it touch the under. Watch it be 45-3.
Look, I mean, 49-10 gets you to the over.
Yeah, that's true.
And would you, if you woke up Sunday morning and you went, gee, I wonder how, they won 49-10. All right, yeah, that sounds about right.
Sounds about right, yeah. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. And do you really want to be sweating this at the end? That's the bottom line for me. Don't be betting on these type of games where, you know, it's 48-0 and you're sitting there sweating in the final 2 minutes of the game watching backups. Do not do this.
Hard pass. Hard pass.
It is a full slate on Saturday. Do something else. All right, it's time for my turn to spin the wheel for round 2. Here we go. College football.
Another college football. All right. Well, you know what? We avoided it, Chelsea, with Jenks. So I'll go ahead and ask you. Colorado State, number 4 Texas. Again, no money line on this game. The Longhorns favored by 32.5. The total, 60.5. Chelsea, if you had to, forced to do something with this game, are you trusting the Longhorns to cover the 32.5? You going over the 60.5? What's the play this weekend?
Yeah, we're going with Colorado State and the 32.5. And David, I don't know if you know, but this is the Texas fight song. And I'm taking the other side because, damn it, Texas can have a great game here. This can be a blowout, but do they really want to put their best stuff on film for Michigan, who they're playing next week? Hell no. Why would they do this? So this is a massive spread. We've already seen this story before. In week 0 favorites covered, and we had some massive spreads in that one. So I will go with the points in Colorado State plus 32.5. Hook 'em horns. Just kidding. Horns down.
Oh, no.
You like the Pat McAfee heel turn there?
That was the little heel turn. That's fine. I'm used to it. Rent-free in everyone's head every single year. I swear to God.
Where are you watching the blowout this weekend?
Well, you know what? I'm very excited because this is the last weekend that I can go all out on a Saturday. So tomorrow, Penn Quarter Sports Tavern, D.C., official Texas Watch Bar. opening it. And you know what's kind of cool is that we've done this for a couple years now. So now we see the same people every year. And we kind of just all sit together like, hey, how's it going? I haven't seen you in a while. What have you been up to? And even Catherine was like, hey, we have our Texas gear. Are we going to go get the game tomorrow? I want to eat some wings and watch the football. I was like, yes, we'll be doing that. So that's the plan for
Some
tomorrow.
days you want to go where everybody knows your name.
That's exactly right. They're like, hey, Ricky. I'm like, close enough.
It's Richie.
It's Richie, guys. Richie Jenkins. Coming up next on the show. We got a long weekend coming up, so we're going to help you make some money before we get started. We're going to start with what you should watch, and then we'll go into our best bets in the Dogster. It is next on the Daily Tip from BetQL, presented by BetMGM.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM on the Sportsbook Born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. The Daily Tip from BetQL, presented by BetMGM. Great to have you with us. It's a Friday, the Friday Morning Good Time edition. Coming up on the show, we'll discuss what you should be watching this weekend and if Clemson can somehow pull out the upset against the Dogs. A lot going on. One thing I have not asked you about is the PGA Tour Championship, Chelsea, because right now, and it's kind of funky how they do this. Even this morning when I was putting in the numbers and the odds, I was like, what's going on here? I forget that they do this staggered scoring system, if you will, where Scottie Scheffler started the tournament with a 2-shot lead over Xander Schauffele, the way these staggered scores work. And now, because Scottie, of course, went low on day one at East Lake in Atlanta, he now has a 7-stroke lead when it comes to possibility of capturing the FedEx Cup, which it looks like he's going to do. He's minus 400 to win it all. Did you watch any of this? I always ask because I know Jake is such a huge golf fan. I know when he's not watching this, he's watching like the LPGA Championship from 1984.
Oh, yeah, this definitely was on in our household against my will once again, because here's the thing. I almost feel like, I'm not going to say it's boring, but when you give Scottie Scheffler a big lead, what are we doing? Like, he's already dominating when he doesn't have a handicap in his favor. So when you try to tip me and say, Chelsea, let's watch, this tournament at East Lake, and we're going to give Scottie Scheffler a big head start. This is like giving Usain Bolt like a head start in like the 100-meter dash. Like, what? It doesn't seem interesting to me. And for a split second, I thought to myself, okay, well, if somebody can catch him, maybe it's Xander Schauffele, because he's somebody who has had almost equally as great of a season. Like, you can look at the numbers, probably make a case for Xander as well. And the thing about Xander Schauffele is that he plays really well at East Lake. I think there was a stat on the broadcast that said something to the effect of his last 28 rounds at East Lake have all been under par. So I thought, okay, well, maybe we'll root for Xander Schauffele. But now we see the updated standings. And again, this is going to be a tough sell for me to want to watch when we are squarely in the mix of college football season. So boring.
It's tough. I just don't like the format. Am I alone here?
Yeah.
I mean, and Scottie himself says this is kind of silly. We're basing it on, we're essentially breaking it down to 3 tournaments. And yes, we're resetting the numbers, but it's a season-long cup, but we're really not necessarily tracking season-long results. I mean, they sort of are, and it's kind of confusing. I just feel like there's a better way to do this. Am I wrong?
Well, like I said, we don't need to give Scottie Scheffler a leg up on the competition. It just feels very unfair. The way that the PGA Tour is now, like when you give one of these dominant guys a head start, it's not something that I want to watch, especially now that we have football season looming. And here's the thing, Jenks. We're not only forced to watch this at our household, we were watching the Creator Cup, which isn't even professional golfers.
What is that?
The good boys. My goodness. Do I not care about the good boys? I don't know if you've heard about them, but they're golf influencers. So they do like YouTube videos. And I think they're pretty decent at golf. They're like the equivalent of like Paige Spiranac, which as hot as she is, she was actually on the LPGA Tour. So she's pretty good at golf. She's not as good as the ladies who are actually playing professionally now. But like she's decent enough to where like you can watch her play and like it's a good round of golf. So that's what they're doing with this Creator Cup, which is kind of a hybrid of these people who have some experience, but they're also, I guess, pull a big audience because they're influencers.
Yeah.
So we watch that too. And poor me and Blake, all we watch is golf all day. And I said to Jake, can we just put it on like College Football Live for like 5 minutes? It's like, no, he's going for birdie here. I'm like, who? one of the good boys. I'm like, oh my God. I have to hear about the good boys one more time. Get it off the TV.
I feel like if Jake's going to say no, he needs to at least have a name. Like, it's Jordan, whatever. Nah, it's one of the good
Grant
boys.
Horvat is one of them's name. It's so funny because they do these videos and they did like a house tour, which, again, I watched against my will. And it's like the most bachelor pad house you've ever seen. Like, there is not even a faint scent of like a woman's touch in this house. So they have all like the cool stuff. They have big TVs, they have video games. But as far as like the interior design, I don't think there's a single picture on the wall. Like, these guys are millionaires. Like, they make a lot of money, but this house is the ultimate bachelor pad. It is so funny to me.
That sounds about right. I would imagine that's a lifestyle you lead if you're a member of the good boys. Which one of these good games in college football we're going to watch this weekend? Clemson, Georgia. We got Penn State, West Virginia. I know Double D's going to be on that. Colorado State at number 4, Texas. Miami at Florida. Notre Dame at Texas A&M. And a late game on Sunday, USC taking on LSU in Vegas. So this is a pretty stacked week 1. Are you going to start with Clemson and Georgia? Is that the game that you want to watch in Atlanta?
Oh, of course. I think I already have my schedule planned out because what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the gym, and that's going to be 11 to 12. Then I think since we are on Central Time, we get this game while we're at the gym. So it's football watching time on the treadmill season. I did my research on the Stairmaster last night for our show. So I think this is going to be one of the games that will be on at the gym. Jenks, I don't know how regularly you work out, but do you ever watch games when you're either at the gym or doing something else? Because I feel like during football season, there's so much football on that you kind of have to multitask. Like, I remember we were watching the Ohio State and Michigan game last year as Jake was picking out a suit from Men's Warehouse. But luckily, most places in the South have TVs. Do you sit and watch all these games somewhere, like, you know, as a main activity? Or do you find yourself trying to multitask and, you know, catch a TV or watch somebody's phone?
I'll usually do it as the main activity. I really want to just be the guy locked in. And now I will, like, I'll work out a little bit at the house. I haven't been able to recently because this scar on my head. He's like, hey, you know, I worked out a little yesterday because, you know, I don't need to be like squeezing my forehead trying to lift something and all of a sudden like my scar pops open. So he's like, you can just be careful. So I'm trying to get back in the mix because even the lovely Catherine like hugged me last night. She's like, God, you need to gain some. I was like, I know, I've lost like all this weight. So I need to get back on the horse there. But the point is that I'll be eating a lot of wings and drinking some beer this weekend. So that's coming.
There you go.
I'll be ready. Yeah, it's coming. But I usually sit and watch.
Season.
Yeah, Hulk. And I'll be locked in. But every now and then I'll be like, all right, I'm going to lift a little bit or I'll do something and have it on in the background. Specifically if it's a game that isn't like a hardcore. If it's Texas, it's different. But if it's a game that maybe I have some money on or I'm betting on, like Penn State, West Virginia is a perfect one. I know Double D's going to be locked in because it's his Nittany Lions. But for me, like I like West Virginia in the points, so I might have that on the background. If I miss a play or two, it's okay if I'm doing something, but I can watch it kind of casually.
Yeah, I think that's what I'm going to be doing. I'm going to be that person that's locked in at the gym. I'm going to be lifting. I'm going to do my push presses or whatever. But they have plenty of TVs at the local YMCA. I think as far as power rankings go, Clemson, Georgia is probably the biggest game of the weekend, wouldn't you say? You could probably make a case for some of these other games, though. Like Texas A&M, Notre Dame, that's a top 25 matchup, as is USC and LSU. And I will say from a viewing perspective, if I'm not interested in either of the teams, I want to root for offenses. And it looks like USC and LSU, we're probably going to see a lot of points there. That's kind of been the narrative for both of these teams is defense has kind of been optional, especially for USC. So we will see if things change at all. But both of these teams also lost really good starting quarterbacks. Of course, Jaden Daniels for LSU and Caleb Williams for USC. So we will see how that offense rebounds after losing such big pieces. But that game's also in Las Vegas. So I think from an entertainment perspective and from, you know, the popcorn scale, USC and LSU should be a good one as well.
Yeah, I think that's going to be fun. And will USC, I mean, it's a constant question wherever Lincoln Riley goes. Seriously, are they ever going to fix that defense? I mean, they once again have a new defensive coordinator. and Danton Len, will he make a difference? I don't think so. I'd be on the over in that game. I think it opened at around 60, and now it's sitting at like 64.5. Like it just keeps going up. Until you see otherwise, I'd be the same way. Seriously. Also, I do have to say, going back just a touch, I really want to see Miami take on Florida, and I want to see how Cam Ward performs because he was such a wizard at Washington State, and now he has Damian Martinez in the backfield for the Canes. So Florida needs to step it up under Billy Napier. This is the most talented roster he's had since he joined the Gators down there in Gainesville. But I like the Canes, and I want to see Cam Ward on a bigger stage and how he performs. And this really could be just like we saw Travis Hunter go off last night, Shedeur Sanders. Those guys will be in the Heisman talk. I think Cam Ward will be in the Heisman talk after this weekend. I cannot wait to see him take on the Gators. Elsewhere, Chelsea, we do have some big series in baseball. I know you're a baseball gal. How about the Braves and Phillies? Not tonight, but on Saturday, we have Zach Wheeler taking on Max Fried. This series is in Philadelphia. And are the Braves not cooked, but don't you essentially have to, even though I respect the fact that they keep kind of hanging around despite all those injuries, it's just, this is really where the Phillies kind of need to take hold and move forward, and they look like they're going to be that team. The Braves they just don't have the star power because they're all banged up.
Yeah, I almost feel like whatever they do in the regular season, it's not a team that I want to believe in the postseason. So whatever they do, like, good for them. It shows resolve. And they're scrappy. I'll give them that. But again, I'm not going to be investing in the Braves in the postseason, so I really don't care. The Phillies need to get their act together. This is a team that was one of the favorites to win the World Series, still might be. And they've kind of had a meh stretch for this Phillies lineup that should be scoring a ton of runs each and every game. So I think the series is actually more important for them. I think as far as from a viewing perspective, Dodgers Diamondbacks, I have gone on and on about how much I believe in the NL West. I do think if you want to bet on a division to win the World Series, you can get the National League West for plus 210. This means you get the Dodgers, the Diamondbacks, and the Padres. And I think any one of those teams have a super good shot at winning the World Series because we see this every single year. There's a team that gets hot down the stretch and ends up in the World Series. Last year, well, it was the Diamondbacks, a team that is residing in the NL West, of course. So this is a big series. We'll see what the Dodgers can bring in this matchup, especially since the Diamondbacks, I believe it's tonight, are throwing their ace in Zach Gallen. But I will say this, Zach Gallen does not have great numbers against the Dodgers, so maybe this will be a big turning point for him if he can kind of escape those demons, even though I think he's been pretty good in the postseason. But regular season numbers, not as dominant as he normally is as the ace of the Snakes. Royals-Astros should be good as well. If the Royals can hang around, if they can extend their lead in the AL Central. Astros one of those teams that have been super hot down the stretch as well. So I know it's college football season, but you certainly can make a case for watching some of these big series over the weekend.
Yeah, what is your thought on the Royals? The Royals are, man, aren't they just kind of like bubbling under the surface where I think it's a year early for these guys? But Bobby Witt Jr., what he's doing is just remarkable. I mean, he has absolutely become that just supernova of a star that we've seen, leads Major League Baseball in average. He just does everything. He's as good as he was touted to be and finally becoming that guy. And their rotation has been so much better than I expected this season. It's not just Cole Reagans. Like other guys like Brady Singer has stepped up. Seth Lugo has stepped up. So the Royals are one of those teams that, as cliche as it sounds, like in the postseason, you don't want to face the Royals because they're just scrappy enough to mess up, to put their finger in the pie and mess things up, you know?
Yeah, I think they have a really good lineup, but the reason I don't necessarily want to back them in the postseason is that their rotation screams to me one of those that is good in the regular season, but I'm not sure if it has the aces and the high-end horses to contend for a World Series, because you look at it, Seth Lugo has been fantastic. The guy has made me a ton of money. But if you look at his games against a top 10 offense, that's when he falls apart. He has been padding his stats against some of these bottom feeder offenses, and he's had himself a nice season. But in the postseason, you're not going to be facing the Marlins. You're not going to be facing the White Sox. You're going to be facing top-end talent only. So I think that kind of goes across the board for some of these other starters as well. I don't know. I don't trust their rotation. I think they're good. But again, you need those big-name starting pitchers to shine bright when the light is the brightest.
Yeah. I agree with you there. So that's a really good point about that rotation. But, man, isn't it so great to finally have football? And then next week, oh, my God, then it's going to be nirvana because we're going to have baseball getting closer to the playoffs. And then golf will be done, but fine. It's okay. We're going to have college. We're going to have NFL. I mean, we're getting to that point in the season where everything's going on. It's going to be fantastic. I cannot wait. Coming up next here on the show, long weekend. Chance to make some cash and, oh, yeah, we got Double D's Degenerate Parlay and a little something special involving women's college volleyball. That and the Dongster next on the Daily Tip from BetQL is presented by BetMGM.
Coming up, Jenks and Chelsea give out their best bets here on the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
All right, here we go, Double D. Finishing strong on a Friday. The Daily Tip from BetQL, presented by BetMGM. Great to have you along with us. I'm Michael Jenkins, live in the nation's capital. She is Chelsea Messenger, live in Nashville, Tennessee. Coming up on the show, we will bring you our best bets and end of summer donkster, along with the very famous David Dykstra, Double D, Degenerate Parlay, where he puts together a parlay of his favorite college football picks and then tells us if he has a winner or not. Double D, I'll get to you in a second, but I need to know if you won any of these last year. I'm not putting you on the spot. I'm just curious. I don't know if you did or not. You were really close, right? Go ahead and come on in here. You were close.
I won one.
Oh, there you go.
One.
Hey, that's all that matters.
Year. Yeah.
That's all that matters. Yeah, absolutely. You get one, you pay for it right there. Okay. That's what I needed to know.
But you got to remember, a lot of the ones that David were doing were like 10-leggers. So, I mean, that's almost impossible. David said, and correct me if I'm wrong, David, he said he's going to be much more judicious in his picks this year, that he was not going to be throwing out 10 to 12-leg parlays.
Is that true, Double D?
Yeah, I think if I'm going to be honest with you, they're going to be more like 6-leg parlays this year, to be honest with you. Unless I really, really, truly like the slate, I think I'll probably stick to 6. But you never know. I might get I might pull a Jenks and get a little crazy with it,
Yeah, we're going to do that. Chelsea, what's going on in Nashville? Anything crazy besides, what are they called? Don't tell me. The good boys, the goof boys, the golf boys. You watching more of that?
The good boys.
That's
They're
what
not
it is.
in Nashville. They're simply on our TV all the time. But it's Labor Day weekend, Jenks.
Yeah.
You have any Labor Day plans? Because we have Labor Day off, and it's kind of our last gasp before the NFL season. So will you be doing anything fun on Monday?
I don't know on Monday. We'll probably chill. I need to make reservations. I got to do that after the show. I'm going to stick around in TCB before I go home. But I'm definitely taking the lovely Catherine to dinner somewhere. I don't know where, because she just got back from Germany. So we really haven't seen each other. That's the longest we've ever been apart. And so we were both very apprehensive about that. Like, I don't know, we don't really like this. But she's back, and we haven't really seen each other because as soon as she got back, she had to go to work. I've been working, so we're going to go out tonight. And then tomorrow we'll probably watch football. And then Sunday we'll stream all day, or most of the day after sleeping in. And then Monday it'll be us looking at each other like, oh, it's tomorrow Tuesday, that kind of thing. So that's the tentative plan for the week. That's a pretty good plan, though. It's early Friday. I'm not even going to think about that.
Yeah, don't give me the Tuesday scaries already.
Right, exactly.
I want to think about the weekend a little bit. But it's been so hot here, I have to find a pool. I don't know if it's like 100 degrees in DC, but fall weather is nowhere to be found here. So I think Labor Day, we are going to be going to the pool.
Oh, that sounds awesome. What is it like outside? It's gross today, right?
It's kind of soupy because we had all the rain yesterday. We don't have the heat anymore. It's not going to be above 90 this weekend at all.
Well, I'll take that.
Sunny and 70s next week.
That's what I'm talking about. Let's go. Oh, yeah. Coming up next on BetQL Daily, what do these guys have in store for us? Oh, this is exciting. Brett McMurphy, college football insider from the Action Network, will be by to talk about the weekend coming up, week 1 on the college gridiron. If you missed our chat about what to expect this weekend, our expectations in college football, or whatever it is you want to hear, maybe even some spicy plays coming up, and the PGA Tour, we talked about that a little bit. But whatever you want to hear, we've got it for you. Just download the Daily Tip wherever you get your podcast. Time now to make things official.
Time to place your bets.
Chelsea Messenger leading the way this week. What do you got for us?
All right, best bet of the day for me is going to be an outs play on Seth Lugo, starter for the Kansas City Royals tonight against the Houston Astros. So normally I am somebody who is a huge fan of Mr. Lugo, always betting on him, always betting on his under runs prop. But today is not that day because listen, the splits are very different for Seth Lugo when he's pitching against the bottom feeder offenses and when he's pitching against top 10 offenses. So let's start with the number here. The number for his outs tonight is 18.5, which means he needs to go more than 6 innings. I think when it comes to outs plays, if you get right around that full inning number, you take the under because, guys like to pitch those clean innings. So if he goes 6 full innings on the nose, you still go under this number. And here's the thing. He has only gone over this number just twice against a top 10 offense so far this season. So most of these long starts that this number is based off of have been the White Sox, the Angels, the A's, teams like that. And plus, you look at the Astros tonight, only one starter over the last 15 games has gone over this number. So the Astros have been good at working those counts, getting those hits. And so I will not be fading this Houston Astros offense, especially when Seth Lugo does his best work only against those bottom feeder offenses. So let's go Seth Lugo under 18.5 outs for -150.
All right. I got a couple bets for you. I'll start with this one. Colorado State plus 32.5 at Texas. Now, everyone knows I'm a Texas guy. We don't need to talk about that. But I just don't see the Longhorns running up the score here. Why would they? They have Michigan coming up next week, going to the Big House. That will be a monster game. Texas is an early 4-point favorite, I believe. Like Texas in that one. Michigan lost so much talent on both sides of the football. But we're talking about Colorado State here. Colorado State will be motivated. Head coach Jay Norvell used to be an assistant at Texas. But also, why would you, if you're Sark, if you're Steve Sarkisian, why would you show anything when you've got to go to Michigan the next week? Texas will run basic formations. They will keep it vanilla. Sark has already said, I just want to play my 2 deep, maybe the 3 deep in the fourth quarter. I think this number is way too big. We've seen money come in on Colorado State. A win for Texas, but they don't cover. I'm taking the Rams plus 32 and a hook.
Ooh, rooting for the other team. The first game of the season, but I can't argue against it. Because remember when you were like, Chelsea, you need to lay the big number with NC State. Look how that turned out. NC State almost lost that game. So hopefully it's not the same fate for your Longhorns, but I would be with you on the big spread. So it's only going to be one bet and one bet only for me. But Jenks, it looks like you have a parlay cooked up for us. So
I sure do. All right, here we go, guys. You ready for this? This is a classic. Georgia on the money line against Clemson. All right, they're going to win. Penn State on the money line against West Virginia. I don't like the Mountaineers. This is for Double D. I think the Mountaineers cover. Penn State wins in Morgantown. And, you ready for this? The Ball State women's volleyball team to beat Seton Hall. -400. You put it together, it's even money. I talked about Georgia. I talked about Penn State. And you're saying, Jinx, what do you know about Ball State women's volleyball? What don't I know? Picked to finish 3rd in the MAC this season. Oh, are you curious about preseason All-MAC players, Megan Wilonsky and Anaya Kennedy? Sound familiar? Yeah, 2 of the best. Seton Hall, give me a break. Losing record last year, padded that record against the New Jersey Institute of Technology. You're not fooling me. We're going down to Florida, the FAU Invitational, and also adding the Ball State women's volleyball team. Let's go Cardinals. Let's go Cardinals. Even money. And they play this morning, right?
Correct. It's a 10 a.m. start time.
Perfect. Perfect way to start your weekend. Even money. Let's go.
All right, dialed in.
Yeah.
Can't wait to watch that barn burner of a match, if you could even find it. Good luck.
Oh, no luck needed. This bad boy's hitting. Double D, it's time for the world famous, the most degenerate parlay on the planet. Bring in our guy.
It's time to get crazy with Double D's college football D-Gen parlay.
All right. Week 1, Jakes. It's week 1.
Let's go.
Let's go. All right. I got Virginia Tech -13.5 at Vanderbilt. I'm taking the Hokies because it's Vanderbilt. Colorado State to cover the 32.5 for all the reasons that Jenks said against Texas at Texas. I'm taking Miami on the money line at Florida. I'm taking Nebraska at -27.5 versus UTEP because Dylan Raiola is going to be that dude, and I may or may not have sprinkled a little on a Heisman future on him. I'm taking Texas A&M on the money line versus Notre Dame. They're going into the cult. and Notre Dame is not going to handle it very well. And then I took Wyoming +7 at Arizona State. I think Wyoming's better than anyone really realizes because they're in Wyoming. All that together is plus 36.40. $5 wins you $182. Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go. All right, Double D. That's what I'm talking about. College football officially here. Also here for a long time, the Donkster. End of summer Donkster. We've seen it all week. I don't know when it's going to end. Oh, my God, he's got shades on. Okay. Donkster, get on in here, buddy. We got to get to Joe O. What do you got?
Hey, good morning. Aren't you guys so glad summer's finally here?
Donkster, it's August 30th.
Labor Day weekend.
Yeah. I've been putting oil all over my body so I can be a nice golden brown.
Well, that's... ugh.
And my favorite drink is a summer smash. Sometimes I drink too much and I spill it on myself, but it just rolls off my chest because of all the oil on my body.
Oh, okay. We get it. Bet, please.
Okay, Dad. LSU versus USC. Over 60 on the hook in Las Vegas where the Rays are outright.
Okay. Good morning, Joe O. I'm sorry we're running tight on time here. How are you this morning?
That's okay. I'm doing just fine. That made my entire Labor Day weekend hearing about the Donkster's oil and getting all lubed up for the
lotioning, oiling. Gross.
We will preview the West divisions in the NFL. Brett McMurphy, college football, our new teammate Femi Abebefe will drop by the show as well. We'll go over the entire college football card.
Oh, that's going to be fantastic. Joe O, have a great show. Have a great Labor Day weekend. Always great to see you. That's it for us on the Daily Tip from BetQL, presented by BetMGM. For Chelsea Messenger, Bill Rowland, David Double D Dykstra, Dylan Mitchell, and End of Summer Donkster, I'm Michael Jenkins. Have a fantastic weekend. Stay fit and humble. We'll see you.
You've been listening to The Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
For me, is this.
Like, hey, there's no tomorrow.
And now,
come on, put Pickett in.
Are you ready, sir? Start your engines. Let's go.
Astros money line versus the Marlins. Johnny Cueto, no thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. How does this affect me personally?
Which is absolutely bonkers to me.
If you do the middle school math, is 117 yards per game that you gotta post each and every weekend.
I knew it.
Who has the upper hand? Do we think it's going to be the offenses, or do we think it's going to be the defenses?
How about Saturday's game? Let's just throw a random game out here.
Like, I don't want to put faith in NC State. There's a chance we'll lose outright. Who knows? Jinx is definitely not paying attention right now. He's just vibing to the music.
Are you ready for the most interactive sports gambling show? Introducing BetQL's Send It In with PJ Glasser. We want to hear from you. Send It In is about your picks, your trends, and your fades. Share your thoughts, predictions, and your best daily best bets with the Send It In community. Set your reminders, mark your calendars, and get ready to send it in on weekday afternoons at 1 Eastern on Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch. On your home for wagertainment, the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM.
Go for the betting cycle on BetQL with Cody Decker.
Cody Decker, former professional baseball player, turned professional smartass on the radio.
Sports handicapper Rob Brown.
When Penix Jr. plays USC, he's getting 400 yards.
Cycling all the top plays.
And Cody Decker, I think Florida can cover today.
And one outrageous show parlay.
1, 2, 3.
Oh! Let the chaos begin. It's Bet for the Cycle on the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM.
Some would say that maybe he'll be chasing Super Bowl MVP. Really makes me angry that, like, Knicks fans can't have anything. We've been bad for... I get it. Now it's, okay, 100% of attention on 9 million games tonight. It's a playoff game! We've seen this movie before, and we know how it ends. And it ends with absolute disaster.
But I'll tell you, that's fun. But the most fun thing about betting on sports for me is this.
Like, hey, there's no tomorrow. And now, come on, put Pickett in.
Are you ready, sir? Start your engines. Let's go.
Astros money line versus the Marlins. Johnny Cueto, no thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. How does this affect me personally?
Which is absolutely bonkers to me.
If you do the middle school math, is 117 yards per game that you gotta post each and every weekend.
I knew it.
Who has the upper hand? Do we think it's going to be the offenses, or do we think it's going to be the defenses?
How about Saturday's game? Let's just throw a random game out here.
Like, I don't want to put faith in NC State. There's a chance we'll lose outright. Who knows? Jinx is definitely not paying attention right now. He's just vibing to the music.
Are you ready for the most interactive sports gambling show? Introducing BetQL's Send It In with PJ Glasser. We want to hear from you. Send It In is about your picks, your trends, and your fades. Share your thoughts, predictions, and your best daily best bets with the Send It In community. Set your reminders, mark your calendars, and get ready to send it in on weekday afternoons at 1 Eastern on Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch. On your home for wagertainment, the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM.
Some would say that maybe he'll be chasing Super Bowl MVP. Really makes me angry that, like, Knicks fans can't have anything. We've been bad for... I get it. Now it's, okay, 100% of attention on 9 million games tonight. It's a playoff game! We've seen this movie before, and we know how it ends. And it ends with absolute disaster.
But I'll tell you,
QL Daily with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniatovich. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
Didn't take long to upset some of the masses. College football, a lot of fun last night. Came down to the very, very end. Sam, I was worried that we were going to end up losing both of those, but thank you to the kicker on the Minnesota side. Welcome on in. This is BetQL Daily. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Paniatovich with you. Almost done with our first week of the show. We will break down the NFC and AFC West. A lot of big news today. Some stuff that did happen, some stuff that did not in the NFC West division, which we will get to. We'll also break down the Big 12 preview. We saw some of those teams in action last night. A full college football card. Some games tonight, some Saturday, Sunday, and Monday that we'll be taking a look at. Brett McMurphy will be dropping by, who's terrific with some of the college football info that's going to matter to you heading into the weekend. And our brand new teammate here on the BetQL Network, co-host of You Better You Bet, Femi Abebefe. We also have a 2-minute drill and lightning bets setting you off into the weekend. Let's hold off on Lindenwood for a minute. Like, it was a lot yesterday in the first segment going all in. We'll hold off a little bit because you were all over the North Carolina-Minnesota game from early on in the week. And once the news actually came down, Sam, I think it closed to most spots, but I was surprised at the lack of movement that occurred once the news finally came out about what you were saying all week about the Minnesota rushing attack is going to be hampered a little bit.
Well, it goes to show you that most running backs in college, and even if you want to play it forward to the NFL, they're just not that valuable to the point spread. Really, most teams, it's about the offensive line play that sets up the running back. Now, some guys like Christian McCaffrey, the line's going to move 2.5, 3 points. but your average college football running back is maybe worth a point and a half. And we did see it touch 2.5, but then it bounced right back because remember last week, Minnesota was a 2.5 point favorite, got down to 2, then it swung through the 0 eventually. So this is all about the numbers. And there were some people I know that were very excited. No matter what happened with that kick, they had North Carolina +2. Other people I know came in and took Minnesota +2.5. So the number is always going to matter. I was very impressed with Minnesota's line play. I thought their quarterback kind of sucked, to be honest. At one point in the fourth quarter, Minnesota's leading that game, and they showed the bar on the screen. The quarterback was 9 of 16 for 82 yards or something like that. You're not going to win many games like that in the year 2024. But really, the story of the game was North Carolina's defense. They played really well. And, you know, if you get that type of push and you can negate other teams' running attacks, you're going to be in a lot of ball games. Now, how many games will North Carolina win? 5, 6? I don't come away from that game thinking, ooh, I want to bet on North Carolina a lot. Maybe in these divisional games, these conference games, when they're at home, catch them 3 or 6. But I don't know that I want to lay points with North Carolina the rest of the season. You know what I mean?
Both teams probably stuck somewhere in the middle, right? If they have a good season, they'll be upper middle, bad season, lower middle in their conferences. I think that's certainly fair to say. But, yeah, that was sweaty. Thank you for the 2 missed field goals over on the Minnesota side. What a great, very disappointed we didn't have it. Great final call by Jason Benetti. He was all over it. He brought us home the victory, which we needed on Thursday night. All right, Lindenwood, Kansas. It was what we were concerned about with the total. Sammy told you the number was going to move up, 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 act quickly, and it did move up. So we got the right number. We just got the wrong result. And Ryan Horvath of BetMGM tonight was texting me during the show. He was very upset because he was waiting for it to drop to 58 because he thought that was going to happen. And you were telling the people, no, it's going to be lower 60s. And that's what happened throughout the day. Here's Horvey last night here on the BetQL Network.
If Kansas and Lindenwood doesn't go over, I blame Joe Ostrowski and Sam for bringing this up today. The total is still 62.5. We might need Lindenwood to get on the board, though. It's 34-0 Kansas. Live total 62.5.
Look at our catamounts.
That was the question. Would Lindenwood score a touchdown? They did not. They got a field goal late in the game. Not close enough. I mean, there was that big second quarter, Sam, but the issue was Kansas just couldn't keep pace offensively. They didn't score more than 7 in 3 of the 4 quarters.
First quarter really set the tone. 7-0 Kansas after the first, but there was one play that really swung, I thought, the total. Kansas had a big catch. Receiver turned around, ran about 15 yards, and as he's going down to the Lindenwood 19 or something, they're eventually going to make it 14-0. Ball pops out. He was probably down. I'm not making excuses, but that play changed it. Ball comes out. Lindenwood falls on it and proceeds to do like one of those 7-play, 8-minute drives, punting Kansas back inside its own 20, and that took the life out of the balloon early. You thought maybe it had a chance later. There was a chance in the fourth quarter, and then I love this in college football. Why do these coaches, when they're down 48-0, why are you kicking field goals? What is the point? I know it affected my bet, but this coach thought, you know what I'm going to do here? I'm going to kick that field goal. I'm going to make this a 45-point game. That is the loser mentality that I can't stand. I don't care what team does it. When you're down by multiple touchdowns, and not even 2 or 3, when you're down 4, 5, 6 touchdowns, and you bring the field goal unit out on 4th down, you're a loser. As for the bet, got a lot of smack on Twitter, a lot of guys talking, smack in the DMs. That's going to happen. It is what it is. If you can beat a total by 5 points, I think you would take that. I know you would take it, Joe. On the show, we talked about over 58.5. It got to 64. If you're betting over 58.5 with games that close 64, you are doing it right. Result aside, I will make that bet 100 times out of 100. I don't care about the result. This show is going to move lines. this show is also going to lose games. And that's the reality.
Yep. Give me the closing number. I trust the closing number. Oh, I beat the closing number by 5. I'm going to take that bet 100 times out of 100. And I know it's week 1, and maybe it's going to take a little time to get to the right power rating on a lot of these teams, but they're really good at it. Like, you watch NC State, Western Carolina last night. Western Carolina's up in that game. The total got there to the under by the hook. Like, they're already on it with some of these. We've been around long enough. We know to trust them even in week number 1. So, yes, you take that bet every single time. Fluky things happen. This is oblong ball. Like, that's going to happen in this sport. So, yeah, not sweating that loss at all. We'll take that every single time. It was a matter of would Lindenwood get into the end zone. As far as your point about taking the field goal, yeah, it's frustrating. It's annoying. It doesn't matter as far as the result for our bet, but they think looking back at a 0 versus a 3 in the final score matters. Like, it gives some ego boost to the players. It doesn't. You still got your ass kicked. Okay, cool. You got your check too, but everybody remembers what it felt like to lose to Kansas by that much. Even though they didn't have their A+ game, and it could have been a whole lot worse. All right, we're the only show covering football in America today that's going to go to Colorado third, because that's what we care about. We care about the games that we have bets on and the ones that we talk about the most. But Colorado does win. They pull out the victory. They milk the clock, sort of, as Deion decides, let's pass it late in the game instead of running it.
He was trying to cover. He was trying to cover.
Yeah, he didn't. He didn't cover. Did not cover there. That's what we care about. Everything positive. Oh, look at Colorado. Look at Deion off to a 1-0 start. Man, did not cover. We knew it would get to double digits. It went past there, 2-11, past the 10, 2-11. Massive game for Sanders and Hunter, though. I mean, people, I'm sure, are going to overreact and bet on them for the Heisman, even though they don't have much of a chance to win.
They have 2 really, really, really good players. I don't know that their team's good. I don't. I still don't know. And I don't know if he's a good in-game coach. I wrote about this over the summer on Fox. We talked about it throughout this week. They have improved from a power rating standpoint by 25 to 30 points. But they were so bad. Didn't Deion take over a team that went 1-11? So it could only go up. I think they have talent. They clearly have skill. I don't know that Colorado is a team yet. And what I mean by that is I don't know that these guys are locked in. I don't know that they're focused. They make dumb penalties still. You know, they did that a lot early last year. A lot of, late hits, a lot of personal fouls, some holding calls on really dumb decisions. And last night, they're up less than a touchdown. North Dakota State has 2 timeouts. On first down, they call a 30-yard pass play down the sideline. And I'm thinking to myself, what are you doing? If you run the ball, timeout, run the ball, timeout, run the ball again, 40 seconds comes off the clock, and you're basically out of there with a win. They threw, I couldn't believe it. And I didn't have $1 on the game. I didn't bet Colorado. I didn't bet North Dakota State. Didn't have the over or the under. I was perplexed by why Deion is throwing bullets down the field on 1st and 10 when you can basically salt the game away with runs and knees. That to me made no sense. And then Bill Krackomberger, friend of the show, I know he's one of your guys, he tweeted, did Deion just run the cover play? Because the line closed 10.5, 11. And they were up, I think they were up 5 or 6. So if that pass is caught and touchdown, Colorado's going to cover. But the fallout from not catching it almost cost him the game.
Yeah, he was questioned about that decision afterwards, and I was waiting for him to just start yelling at the reporters because he's so damn sensitive right now. But what he was saying is he was backing his kid. He's like, it's like, we throw the ball well. We've got one of the best quarterbacks, so that's the strength of our team. Like, he wasn't really answering the question, but that's basically what he was saying. Is like, Shedeur is probably our best player along with Hunter. So that's our best chance, even though that was not necessary. Something else I was sort of notable. Really like Utah. I think most people like Utah. They whoop up 49-0. Cam Rising, 10 for 15, 5 touchdowns. 5 of his 10 completions were touchdowns. He goes 40 to 30 to 1 for the Heisman. So because they beat a team they were supposed to beat up, has 5 touchdowns at the age of, I think, 37 now. His Heisman number drops a ton from 40 down to 30. Are you big? We'll get to it later, I guess. But you like Utah this year?
I do. Defensively, they're awesome.
Okay.
And I'm not just saying that because I watched them pound, the little children of the poor yesterday. They are a very good, fundamentally sound defensive team. And that is a team that I believe, a lot of people are in that Kansas State bucket. I believe Utah has the most talent in the Big 12, which is weird to say because they used to be in the Mountain West, then they were in the Pac-12, and now they're in the Big 12. It's hard to keep all this stuff in order. That's a very good team, very well-coached team. And if Rising can stay on the field, it changes their entire season. This is year 6 or year 7 for Cam Rising. He's like the Chris Winkie of this generation. Shout out Chris Winkie, former Florida State quarterback.
He's balding when he's a Knoll. Like, it was just ridiculous. Yeah, you find it's the Evan Eschmeyer for us, like in the Chicago area for Northwestern a long time ago. Meow. In the NFL, Sammy, we did get some news with San Francisco. Ayuk finally signs his deal. This is the deal that has been on the table for a number of weeks. It makes you think the guy just didn't want to go to camp, but we're talking 4 years, $120 million. But the big deal was not signed. We're still waiting on Trent Williams.
Really interesting point yesterday by Charch, who we had on the show, and he brought up their line and basically asked us, is this San Francisco's offensive line or is this a band from San Francisco? And one of the names we recognized and said, that's an offensive lineman. If their line is an issue, this team could miss the playoffs. And then we went and looked at BetMGM, and I think BetMGM had plus 310 for San Francisco to miss. If their line goes south and Trent Williams holds out, it is not impossible that they really struggle this year. They've got the playmakers. They think they have the quarterback. But if their line is one of the worst in football, and the line he read off yesterday was pretty bad, could be a weird year in San Francisco, especially off that loss in the Super Bowl.
We'll break down that NFC West coming up in a few minutes. Major League Baseball, your White Sox, they do it again. They are losers. The Rangers win. But I guess the interesting note here, one of those lessons, don't do the run line. They had it. It was 2-0. No score all game for your White Sox, and Benintendi hits a meaningless home run in the 9th. So money line, you get home there, but not with the run line.
Did not lay the 260 with Texas, but our guy Jay Kassan told you to ladder Evaldi's strikeouts. He only punched out 10 yesterday.
Yep, absolutely. This is BetQL Daily. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich with you, brought to you by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Again, the NFC West. Are we fading San Francisco? Which team are we buying? That's next. Keep it here on the BetQL Network.
We'll be right back with BetQL Daily, presented by BetMGM on the BetQL Network. You're listening to BetQL Daily with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
First down and goal. Play action. Purdy looking end zone. Lets it rip, and he's got a touchdown to Brandon Ayuk.
Purdy throwing. It's caught. Touchdown.
Man, we get a bunch of games last night. Just hearing Al's voice makes you thinking about what's to come with week number 1 next week in the National Football League. Joe O, Sammy P with you, BetQL Daily, weekdays 9 a.m. to noon Eastern Time on the BetQL Network. Check us out on the Odyssey app. They've got that rewind feature. You can go back and check out any segment you may have missed. They're all described right there for you, so you know what is coming up in each and every segment. Follow the BetQL Network on the Odyssey app. All right, Sammy P, it's easy. NFC West, San Francisco, they're just going to repeat what they did a year ago. So let's make them a $2 favorite. That's what they are. Win total's 11.5. However, it is juiced to the under. Average price about -150 to the under. The Niners are the second favorite for the Super Bowl at 6-1. The second favorite for the division, the LA Rams. Win total toggling between 8.5, 9.5, 30-1 for the Super Bowl. Third favorite, Seahawks, 8-1 for the division. Win totals between 7.5 and 8.5, and a longer shot at 70-1 for the Super Bowl. And the last team listed, the Arizona Cardinals, 14-1 for the division, 6.5, 7.5, depending on your book for the win total, and triple digits when it comes to the Super Bowl. Let's start the conversation off with San Francisco. We just led off with the Ayuk news. He gets his deal. It's the deal that's been available for quite some time. He was the focus for quite some time, but that has completely flipped. Again, it's all about Trent Williams. Look at the numbers when he's on the field versus when he's off. You know, Brock Purdy under duress, that's a different quarterback than the one we see most of the time, the one that where people are debating whether he's actually good or not. He's really good when Trent Williams is on the field. I don't know about that when he isn't.
Big deal for them. You need to have him. He's the face of your offensive line. He's the meat on your bones. They need him out there to be a team that's going to win the division, win the conference, win the Super Bowl. I don't think San Francisco is winning a Super Bowl without Trent Williams. That's how important he is. And technically, he wasn't as great as he's been in years past, but he's still sizably better than the average left tackle. I mean, it's not even close. So they're going to need him to figure this out, and they're going to need to figure this out. You know, they need to come together on this. I really don't want to short San Francisco, but I'm also in no rush to bet over 11.5. There are so many teams that we've seen over the years that have made deep runs, made it to a Super Bowl, lost said Super Bowl, and just couldn't come back the next year. I mean, it's happened when we were in Chicago together. The Bears team that went to the Super Bowl, lost to the Colts, complete dud the next year. You know, like how many of these teams do we have to see? Carolina goes in one of Cam Newton's first 5 seasons. Next year, dud. It's a weird mental thing, I think, for a lot of these teams to get that far, to be in camp in late July and play all the way to February and then get embarrassed in the Super Bowl. Not that San Francisco got embarrassed. I mean, they probably should have won the game and then lost the game. But I am not betting them over. I am not betting them division. I am not betting them conference or Super Bowl. And that's just the way it's going to crumble this year.
Schedule isn't great, at least the setup of the schedule. Now, that was the same situation last year. The schedule did not look great. You know, Atlanta, it looked easy, and they go under on the win total. It's easy again. So I find that to be interesting that the Niners schedule has challenges for the second straight year. We'll see if they're as successful. Atlanta is easy for the second straight year. Maybe they end up turning things around, but a lot of change with that team. Warren Sharp pointed this out about the net rest differential, -21. It is the worst we've seen in the last decade in the league. And last year, situation where you're facing teams coming off a bye, they had 3 games where they were facing teams coming off a bye. They went 0-3 against the spread. Remember that stretch in the middle there where they lost 3 games in a row. So I know there's this perception like they're unbeatable and it's a softer NFC and all that. That may be the case about the conference. because there aren't a ton of teams, maybe a few teams that we view true contenders for the Super Bowl in the NFC. But look, man, this is a beatable team. And I still view Trent Williams as maybe the most valuable player on that entire roster. I know they've got a ton of depth everywhere. They don't have another Trent Williams.
They do not. They also have a couple concerns with the defense. And it's not going to be a bottom 10 defense because there's just too many good players on it. But I look at Sumer Sports every day during the NFL season, SUMER sports.com. Tremendous metrical site that rates teams by offense and by defense. In 2022, 2 years ago, San Francisco was number 1 in total defense. Number 1, the best in the NFL. Last year's Niners team, overall in defense, was 12th. Now, that's a substantial drop. My question to you, where does it go from there? Does it go back to being a top 10 defense, or are guys getting older? Are guys going to get hurt? Is the secondary going to be a concern? When you go from the number 1 defense to the number 12 defense in a year, that sort of causes concern for a guy like me. Can they get back to where they're supposed to be, or does it continue to run the wrong way? And that will really dictate their season. We talk all the time about San Francisco. And what are the first 4 conversations? Can Kyle Shanahan win the big one? Is Brock Purdy a good quarterback? Who's going to be able to stop Christian McCaffrey? And all these receivers, are they going to get enough touches? We don't talk enough about the defense. I'm guilty of it too, because it's an offensive team with an offensive coach. But if you look at the numbers, their defense got a lot worse from where they were 2 years ago to how they finished last year. And the truth will be, if they are not better defensively, they could easily miss the playoffs.
This is what happens when you start to pay people. And that's the biggest storyline with the Niners over the last couple of years. Paying their dues, paying Bosa, paying CMC. Now it's paying Ayuk. They pay Debo. Like, you go through all these guys, and in the end, where's the money? That's why the quarterback is so valuable, because they haven't had to pay the quarterback. Now, quietly, we don't make a big deal about it. You're right. They keep losing dudes on that defensive line. This year, it's Eric Armstead. Now, Eric Armstead's no longer there. It's one guy after another after another. After a few years, I don't care how deep your roster is, you lose that depth when you pay everybody and you're losing guys on that front. So that's going to be something to keep an eye on. Now, Leonard Floyd is there on that defensive line. So,
oh, yay, good for him.
Something to keep an eye on. Let me ask you this. Okay, so the sharp guys obviously bet under on San Francisco. They're betting over on a couple other teams in the division that we're going to talk about, and they bet under on San Francisco. So now it's at a point where, like, if you want a decent price, you've got to go under 10.5. Would you be willing to go under 10.5 on San Francisco, or do you walk away and go positive elsewhere?
I would bet them to miss the playoffs. I want to give Charge full credit, because I hadn't even thought about it, because nobody thinks about betting against one of the most talented teams in a conference. But if you oftentimes short the room, you are in a great spot from a value perspective. And it's so funny. We do a betting show. I see a lot of betting content on the internet. I think value is the dumbest word in the space, because nobody knows what value really is. People will say, oh, well, there's value there, or this has value. And value is just like a make-believe word. It's impossible to define betting value. I've always thought value was better return on your investment, or a better price than the market really should be. And if you want to go against San Francisco, man, you're getting 3-1 to make the playoffs, or to miss the playoffs for that matter. That number has value, because it probably should not be that high. They should probably be 2.25, 230, 240, not $3, $3.10 at BetMGM, $3.20 as I see the screen right now. So it actually went up.
Yep.
Look at that split. Holy cow. Imagine if you were booking minus 429 and plus 320. You could do a lot of things when you're booking dollar juice right there. That's what value is. Value is taking a team at plus 320 to miss the playoffs when everybody's talking about they're good enough to get back to a Super Bowl. That, to me, has numerical value.
Second best price. They are the second favorite for the Super Bowl. So to miss the playoffs, that's what we're talking about. The only longer shot there is the Chiefs. When I do hear the word value, what you hit on second, that's what I I think people are saying. A lot of times hashtag value is said by people that don't really know what they're talking about. So I don't know if that's what they mean, but what I'm hearing is they think the price should be something else. That's why something's value. Yeah, right. Like, okay, great. You got a good number. It's a losing bet. Like, it has no chance of hitting. So what's the point? One of those.
How many videos
things.
have we seen where somebody gets on camera and says,
where they're walking?
This has hit in 4 out of 6 games. There's value here. Actually, it's probably the opposite, because if something has hit in 4 out of 6 games, everybody knows about it, and the price discovery is that much easier for the books. If something has hit 7 times out of 10, those are the stupidest stories I read. The stupidest stories. I can't even talk. I'm flustered. Every year when we get to like the first 3 or 4 weeks, and it's the overs are hitting at 62%. And then what happens the next week? The books all make the totals higher. Everybody bets the hot trend, and 14 of the 17 games go under. That's how it happens. When you read these hot trends, that removes the value from the number. Period.
We just went through this with the NFL preseason. It was all unders weeks 1 and 2, and we were basically calling it. It's going to be overs, and that's exactly what happened. It was a lot more overs than unders in week number 3. And week number 3, when everybody was betting the under, because what they saw happen in week 1 and 2 with lower numbers, with third-string guys, those were going under. Big surprise. Can't fathom that. This is BetQL Daily. Joe O, Sammy P. All right, Sammy. We don't like San Francisco in the division. Each of us like a different team. 2 different teams. Which team do you like?
I like your team too. I like the math on my team a little bit more. I did last night. I did a bad thing. I bet a flyer on Arizona to win the NFC West at 14-1.
Yeah.
Probably doesn't happen. But I have heard several sharp people that I talk to every day. One of them is on the over 6.5, bet it earlier in the offseason. Another one is on Kyler Murray to win the MVP at 50-1.
Whoa.
So when you hear bets like that from respected cats, it starts to get you interested. I am much more interested in Arizona than I was maybe after the draft, when I didn't even think about Arizona. I was still crying about Kentucky losing in the first game to Oakland in March Madness. But when you get through camp and you start to see these bets pop through, you hear Arizona over 6.5 and Kyler MVP at 50-1. You start thinking, maybe this team is going to win 7 or 8. Maybe Marvin Harrison Jr. is unstoppable. Maybe James Conner will stay healthy. And maybe Kyler Murray can do what he needs to do to get this team over 6.5.
They had a really good run game last year. The problem is the defense. Are they going to be able to stop anyone? They don't have a strength on defense. They've got to turn that around a little bit. If you can get closer to the middle of the pack, what you talked about, it's real. If San Francisco is coming back down to earth like we believe, we'll get to it. The Rams coming back down. I mean, no Aaron Donald. You have 5 new defensive starters. A couple of them are going to be rookies. Really going to trust him? I know trusting McVay and all that, and at Stafford at this stage in his career, I'm not going to trust the Rams either. So it's between the Seahawks and the Cardinals. You're on the Cardinals. And, oh, by the way, you add Marvin Harrison Jr. to that offense for Kyler. So, yeah, it makes a lot of sense that they're going to exceed expectations at the very least. I do definitely like the win total, but I'm higher on Seattle. Love the hire of Mike McDonald. I think what's really interesting about this new situation is Ryan Grubb, the offensive coordinator. Is he going to run what he did in Washington, or is he going to tailor it a little bit different for Geno Smith? Geno Smith can sling it deep. I mean, he might do exactly what we saw with Penix last year. And on the defensive side, McDonald has some talent. Carroll definitely lost a lot off his fastball over the last few years, but McDonald has a whole lot of talent. They draft Byron Murphy. He falls to them in the first round of the draft. In the second year, you've got Woolen. You've got Witherspoon. I think Seattle could certainly make the playoffs. 8-1 for the division. That's worth a shot.
You want me to just agree with you? Because I do agree.
You in?
I actually agree.
Okay.
I think this division is going to be fascinating. Yeah. And let's also, we spent Go ahead.
They're flipping the division? Are the Rams last? Like, what do we think?
We went 12 minutes and didn't bring up the name Aaron Donald, one of the greatest defensive players to the point spread in the history of the league. Replacing that guy is not going to be easy.
Mm-hmm. I'm with you. And Father Time undefeated. So it's going to happen with Stafford. We know he's missed time throughout his career, but, one of these years is just going to be an avalanche.
He couldn't grip the ball last year. Remember, he had the elbow issue? He's like, I can't grab the football.
He has 5-6 injuries a year. So what we're talking about could be reality here. As you get older and older, those are tougher to recover from. All right, a lot of college football coming your way. Top of the hour, we'll break down the entire college football card for the weekend. And coming up next, a Big 12 preview. Joe Osami P, BetQL Daily.
You're listening to BetQL Daily with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. And Sam Paniotovich, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
This weekend's college football card in 20 minutes. Next hour on the show, Femi Abebefe of You Better You Bet will join us. Brett McMurphy, before we get out of here with all his information, injury-based, some of it, on some of these college games coming up, which is going to be value for you because you want to get the best of the number before some of the stuff officially comes out. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Paniotovich. Follow Sam on X at SPShoot. I'm at Joe Ostrowski. We're brought to you by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. And again, it's quite confusing. I think I'll have it all figured out by the end of the season, Sammy. But you look at these teams. Oh, yeah, Big 12. Of course, Arizona State. Yeah. Why wasn't I thinking about some of these other squads? And the favorite is a new team. A team that looked great last night. They were supposed to look great. The number moves on rising for the Heisman. But it's Utah. They are the favorite, but it's decent value. It's around a price of 3-1. It's funny when we were talking to Brad Powers about this team. He's like, look, yeah, I know the perception is that they're stepping up in class, but the schedule's probably going to be easier. The Big 12 schedule versus what Utah has dealt with in the past. It's not one of these scenarios where you have a team changing the conference and they're probably going to have to change their style of play. Like we know with some of those California teams coming over to the Big Ten. I don't really see it that way with Utah going to the Big 12.
No, and your point about the price is really solid because if we look across the market, Ohio State to win the Big Ten, plus 155. Georgia to win the SEC, plus 190. Liberty to win Conference USA, minus 200. Boise to win the Mountain West, minus 150. And then you get to the Big 12 market, and you see Utah on the top of the list at plus 320, plus 330. So usually a favorite doesn't have this big of a number next to it. I don't think that's the worst bet in the world. Obviously, we don't put a lot of eggs into the basket last night because they were playing a nobody. But in terms of power rating, I can just tell you what I have my numbers at right now. I've got Utah as the number one team in the conference. Kenny has helped me with these numbers over the last 5 years. So an average team to us is 100, like 100 points. I've got Utah at 117. So 17 points better than the average team. After Utah, I don't have Kansas State and I don't have Oklahoma State. I've got, Kansas. Now,
do you really
watch Kansas last night? Maybe you're like, maybe I should knock that number down. And I haven't gone through and done all these adjustments yet because the season just started and week 1 isn't even over yet. I will probably knock Kansas down a point. But to me, the two best teams in terms of power rating are Utah and Kansas. I've got Kansas State as the 4th best team. But every time you look up or read something, it's up. Can Kansas State go 12-0? Can they go 11-1? I don't think so.
After Utah, I know you said Kansas, but how close is everybody? Because it's interesting when you look at the futures market. So right now here at BetMGM, you see, okay, if we go to between plus 850 and plus 1100, we've got 5 teams. So the market is saying they're all really, really close. Oklahoma State, UCF, Iowa State, Kansas, and Arizona. So after Utah, when you get to Kansas, that next tier, like, are they right there with Kansas?
It's Utah, Kansas, Oklahoma State, and Iowa State are all within about 3 points. There's no large gap. And then I've actually got Central Florida a little bit lower. I've got Central Florida at a 111. So that is 6 points worse than Utah. So what that means is, what you do with these power ratings to get to the number is you take the bigger number and then you subtract the smaller number. So Utah 117, Central Florida 110. That's 7 points basically. So that's on a neutral. I would make the game Utah -7. That doesn't mean that it's the end all be all. Obviously, these numbers are fluid. You watch a team like Kansas last night. I've got them 116 right now. Maybe I knock them down a point or a point and a half. If they would have beaten Lindenwood 85-0, I might have moved it up a half a point. So it's all fluid. These numbers, what they are in week 1, doesn't necessarily mean that that's going to be the power rating in week 6 or week 10. but this is just the North Star. You want to make numbers on teams, and then you make adjustments up or down.
Trying to figure out. And what is Utah's toughest game of the year? They're not facing Kansas, a team that you have second best in the conference. I think it's a fair point about their schedule. Just it's not that challenging. They don't have to go out of their way and schedule a tough non-con games like they've had to in the past. Like that, those days are now over for them. Toughest road game: Utah State, Oklahoma State, Arizona State, Houston, Colorado, and then they close the season with UCF. I could see Utah winning this conference. That's my pick when we were initially looking at it. I expect them to be in the playoff. How about you?
They should. I mean, this might be, and Brad Powers wrote about this in his guide, so I want to give him credit. He said this might be the most improved offense in the country with Cam Rising healthy. That's a pretty tall statement, but it's hard to poke holes in that argument. And then you look at their projected schedule. I've got them favored in every game but one. The only game where they're going to be catching points is on September 21st at Oklahoma State. And even that number is going to be less than 3. It'll be, Pokes -2, Pokes -2.5 at home against Utah. So this is a team that brings back 13 starters. You have the quarterback healthy. You've got a coach who's been there almost 20 years now in Whittingham. That is a very, very good football team. And, I didn't come into the show thinking I'm going to bet Utah to win the Big 12, but all this conversation is getting me excited about Utah plus 330. If you're not in that Kansas State camp, and again, I'm not. I don't think they're as good as everybody thinks they are. It's a solid team, but it's not like Kansas has a bunch of 4- and 5-star recruits, Kansas State for that matter. They are good at taking the 2-star guys and developing them into 3-star guys, or taking the 3-star guys and making them 4-star guys. Like, their players generally get better at Kansas State, but they're not getting All-Americans and 5-star blue chippers for the most part. That's a developmental program where I think other teams, obviously you look around the country, the Georgias and the Oklahomas and teams like that, they get All-Americans. They get 4- and 5-star recruits, and then can they develop them? Kansas State might develop kids better than any team in the country.
There's a reason that Colorado is not in the top 10 in the odds for the Big 12 futures. Okay. I didn't see anybody that does numbers that has Colorado as the top 10 team in this conference. There wasn't anything that we saw on TV last night that would convince us like, hey, no, they could be a player, maybe just hang around. Maybe they're being underrated a little bit. There's no way. And if they weren't as popular as they were, 25-1 for the Big 12, if they weren't the biggest public darling, like what should the true number be? Should it be 50? Should it be
probably
higher?
Definitely not 25? I mean, that's all hype. And then we laugh every year because we see these tweets. We saw them last year. We see them this year. This guy bet $1,000 on Colorado at 100-1 to win the national championship, and it's like they should be 400-1. They're not winning the national championship. They're not even getting to the playoff. I mean, that's not exactly a hot take. This is a 5 or a 6 win team. Some books have around 30-1. I would not bet that with your money. If you wanted to lay it down, I will book it for you. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge, and just not place it and collect the money.
Nope.
You know what else is interesting too? Shedeur took a lot of hits yesterday, a lot, maybe more than he should have, and he did on that touchdown throw. He nailed that throw, but he took a huge hit right around the collarbone area, and he's taken hits against North Dakota State. That's a good defense, but it's an FCS defense. When they start playing some of these bigger cats, and they start playing, the UCFs and the Kansas States and the Arizonas and the Texas Techs and the Utahs, those defenses are going to be better, and they will get to the quarterback more. And the problem for Colorado last year was that the offensive line fell apart. Injuries, penalties, poor play, guys didn't get better. If Shedeur Sanders, as talented as he is, doesn't have time to get in the pocket and go through his reads, that team isn't doing anything. And the amount of times he got hit last night against an FCS school, was a little alarming for me.
Yep. That was their focus in the offseason. They removed the entire offensive line. Let's get a brand new offensive line. We've got to protect Shedeur. And that was a bad start. You're right. Oh, man. November 16th against Utah, I'll lay it. Whatever it is, I'll probably end up laying it with the Utes in that one. That's going to be a lot of fun. I don't know if there'll
Utah
be a lot of hype.
10. About 10 in that game.
10?
Utah minus 10.
Oh. Yeah, I will
give
lay
or take.
That. Yeah, I would certainly lay that price. All right. After, we talked about basically the top half. Is there anything else worth discussing? Is there a team that you've heard talked about, maybe win totals, whatever, possible surprise team in the Big 12?
I don't know that it's a surprise team, but it's a team that's going to be getting some bigger numbers, and that's Houston. I think Willie Fritz is awesome. He was the old coach at Tulane. They brought him into Houston. So it's a transitional year. They only bring back 6 starters. That's a problem. But if you look at their schedule, and I have this all mapped out, starting around the end of September through the early part of November, they're going to be catching double digits every game. 11, 15, 17, 18. That is a team, I'm not saying money line, but when they go and play Kansas and they're catching 17, I don't think it's going to be a bad idea to bet Houston later in the season when they're getting 14, 17 plus. That's going to be a team I think is going to cover a lot, but not have enough talent to win.
Okay, there you go. That's interesting information. Take a look there, because when they're getting those monster numbers, Sammy says you might want to take the Cougs as a dog there. We're going to continue the college football conversation because we've got a lot of big games. Some we've addressed throughout the week, but I know everybody hasn't heard every segment of the week here, but a lot of big games that we want to go over. Line movement that we've seen, especially Penn State, West Virginia. We find that to be interesting. A lot more people last couple of days. We heard it with Kelly in Vegas yesterday. They're willing to talk up Florida as a dog of less than a field goal, which I find interesting. We'll give you our takes next. Joe O, Sammy P, this is BetQL Daily, weekdays 9 a.m. to noon Eastern on the BetQL Network.
We'll be right back with BetQL Daily, presented by BetMGM on the BetQL Network.
Just to think that next Friday, we're going to be previewing week 2 in college football and week 1 in the NFL. Jam-pack all that into a 3-hour show here. BetQL Daily, Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayonovich, and let's go right to the college football card. Why waste any time? We'll check in with our new teammate, Fabio Bebefe, in about 20 minutes. I knew I was going to mess that up at some point. Frankly,
he's getting up early.
Done that yet.
What do you mean? He's going to be up at it's going to be 10:20 East Coast. He's going to be up at 7:20 with us in Vegas. That's good for him.
That's right. That's right. Staying in Vegas? Would you stay in Vegas if you didn't have to for a job?
Never.
Gone. Yes, I'd be gone. We can ask him. I would be moving. I'd be planning that right damn now because he could do this show from anywhere. But yeah, he's still in Vegas. That's a tough life, man. I don't know. Like, think of how you feel. I know you don't go as hard when you're living there. It's different, and you're not on the strip all the time. But still, like, if you branch out to 3-4 days, like I'm sure you have, by the end, you're like, I got to get out, man. I'm not going to make it.
I did 5 nights in early August, and I still lost my voice week 3 or day 3. Yeah, it was horrible. It's like 115 degrees out. The worst time to go is in August because it's so hot. It's so hot to do anything. Like you can't. You want to go outside and get some fresh air. You're like, well, that's a bad idea. Let me go back inside. You're drinking. You're in the sun. You're eating bad food. It's a bad idea to go in August, but I go every August because I'm stupid.
Because you want to sign up for everything before the football season starts. They know.
Correct.
They know how to get everybody. The numbers are ridiculous for the survivor pool. It's crazy. I did watch that docu-series they're doing on the Survivor last year, and Sean Perry, what a clown. That guy, Golden Boy, the guy is such a fool.
Yeah. I thought you were going to bring up Dave Sharapan, our friend, and how many outfit changes he had. How many outfits did he wear in one episode?
You would think he's the executive producer on the show because he's constantly in every episode. So what he does is he picks an NFL team, and he's got a hoodie and a fresh hat of whatever team. I saw Dolphins, Cowboys, Eagles, I want to say. Am I missing any?
I saw the Super Bowl hoodie with the Super Bowl hat.
He had the Super... Dude, how many hats does this guy have?
Did he just roll in there with like a portable hanger thing with all of his outfits on it? Or is Dave still the type of guy, does he lay his outfits on the ground every morning still? I don't know which one it is.
Oh, man. Yeah, I mean, we'll have to find out. Maybe we'll check in with him coming up next week. Friday, we got Friday games, man. It's every day through Monday. And I know there's one that you have circled, you've talked about throughout the week, and you're fading a certain Big Ten team. Which team is that and why?
The 14s are all gone. And, if you watch the show over the week, we talk about betting the number at the right time, whether it wins or not. Wink, wink, Lindenwood. This was 14, had a feeling it wasn't going to last, and now you're looking at some of the really sharp shops in Vegas down to 13. There's an offshore shop, Joe, at 12.5 right now. I promise you, that is not a little old lady going up to the window with blue hair and betting $25. That is a respected pop from a respected account. So you're seeing respect for Tom Herman. When he was a coordinator, when he was a coach, he usually got the most out of his teams in the underdog role. And he has lit up the transfer portal at Florida Atlantic. New quarterback, new receiver. Both of them went to Marshall. He got a running back from Michigan. He's got 2 other new receivers. He's got some defensive linemen. He's got a lot of talent. And what Florida Atlantic is going to do is play fast, and they're going to take shots down the field. They're going to throw the ball deep. When Michigan State was in its prime with Mark D'Antonio, and we got to go back some years now, what were they great at? Secondary. Remember? No fly zone. Darquise Dennard. Like, they had so many good corners and safeties. Their secondary's been a weakness in the last couple of years. And I do like Jonathan Smith a lot. He came from Oregon State. He's now the head coach at Michigan State. But this is year 1. And things don't exactly go as planned in year 1. Look, Michigan State could easily cover this game. I'm not saying like Florida Atlantic's going to win this game outright or cover it 70 times out of 100. But 14, I knew wasn't going to last. Bet some 14. I still obviously like it at 13.5, but if you could get a 14, maybe some of these books let you buy a half a point for 5 cents or something like that, 10 cents. I would love you to have 14, but even at 13.5, I think the Owls are live. And maybe I bet some money line too at almost 5-1, Joe.
All right. Good look there. Yeah, a lot of things changing over in the Michigan State side. You mentioned Jonathan Smith. He brings in the quarterback that he used to have, and 61 new players in total. So there are a lot of changes with both offenses, and it's something we talked about with all those unders hitting in week 0. You tend to do see this a little bit, like slower starts for teams. It's a low total, 45.5 and dropping. Many books already at 45. Would you consider the under?
Hadn't thought about it. I wouldn't bet the over. In fact, have you seen some of these metrics about the possessions? Like that Florida State Georgia Tech game only had 14 offensive possessions total. 14. Each team had 7 possessions. That was the lowest possession game we've seen in an FBS game since 2020. And that was a weird year for a lot of reasons. But these games are dragging on longer in terms of possessions. And you also, with the new rules, like the communication rules for the quarterback, you can talk to the quarterback longer now. So there's no need to rush into a lot of these sets and these formations. So the offenses have been, at least through, a week now, have been a little bit more deliberate. Guys have taken more time, and guys are listening to their coach or coordinator, which, kind of makes the patience a little bit easier. Because you had to usually cram in a direction or a play. You had minimal time. Now you can talk to the quarterback a lot longer. So we're seeing slower drives, and we're seeing less possessions so far.
Throw out a Saturday game. Which one is one of your favorites here?
Do you see my shirt? I busted this out for you. This is my Looney Tunes University of Miami.
Oh,
the U.
Miami, okay.
It's the U, baby. Come on. There's Bugs Bunny right there in a U jersey.
There you go.
Yeah.
One of the best 30 for 30s out there.
Oh my God. I feel like Dave Sharapan. I'm fitting the shirt for the show. I wore the White Sox shirt for AJ, the 05 White Sox World Series shirt. I love the U. We don't need to wax any more poetic. I've told you, we've been doing the show for 5 days. You probably think I am like a Miami booster at this point. I've got him on the money line, laid minus 130 against Florida, got him to make the playoff. We know how much I love this team. If they lose on Saturday, I will be crushed, because then I will not only have to deal with all the trolls, but I will lose a lot of money if Miami loses on Saturday, and we'll leave it at that.
Talent-wise, it's not close.
No, it's not. Not even close.
Gotten a 3. How's this not 3? I guess the pushback, right, that we've been hearing about over the last couple of days. People are like,
it's the SEC.
Napier,
SEC
job on the
team
line,
at home.
Rivalry, all that stuff. Like, that's what it seems to be, but we're back in the talent. You think he gets to 3? Like, if people wait, are they going to miss the 2.5?
It's hard to say. I mean, there's a really sharp group in the islands that's down to 2. That's an operation that books out of Panama. They're at minus 2 right now. So when you see that place go to 2, I don't know. It's hard to say. I think 2.5 is a good number, because I don't think they really want to write any more Florida plus 3. They're good on 2.5 for the most part. At least the guys that I talk to in Vegas, they're very happy with 2.5, because you're going to get a result. The game's not going to land 2.5. A game could land 3. So I think the money. Obviously, there's more public money on Miami. There's more sharp money on Florida, but that doesn't matter. How many sharp sides lose? A lot of them. Sharps only hit 57, 58% in a really good football season. So it's silly to think that the public never wins, because that's not true. I believe in the quarterback. I believe in Miami's line play on offense and defense. And this is not a popular sentiment. I don't think that Mario Cristobal deserves all the flack. He made one really big mistake last year. Did it change their season? Yes. Was it a problem? Yes. But last year's over, man. If you keep betting on things that we've seen last year, or the play against Stanford when they didn't take the knee and they handed it to the running back and he fumbled, that was in 2019. Like, he's made 2 really bad mistakes, egregious mistakes. But don't let that hinder your handicap of how good this football team is. Again, I said this yesterday. Look at Oregon right now. Oregon, to me, is the highest power-rated team in the country. Who built Oregon, Joe? Who built that program?
Yeah, I mean, built it Chip Kelly, you would say.
Who built the current version of the – who built this year's team at Oregon?
Yes.
Mario.
I mean, didn't they get rid of him for the same
Mario's
decisions?
guys.
They got rid of him for the same stuff. Bring great talent, but in-game coaching is lacking.
Well, Mario left for Miami. Mario got the bag from Miami. Oregon didn't get rid of Mario. Google Mario Cristobal's name and look at his contract. Miami gave Mario the money because he played at Miami. He was an offensive lineman there. He won a national championship there. But that team, if you look at Miami when Mario took over, in Miami now, the talent went from a C+ to an A. They are an A right now in talent.
Speaking of threes, potential threes, there's one hanging with Texas A&M Notre Dame. We talked to Fleeka the other day. He was talking about the total playing under that number. It's an interesting matchup. A lot of the movement because Joe Alt's replacement is now hurt. He's got a torn pec. So offensive line issues for Notre Dame. They typically do have a lot of depth at that position. But Riley Leonard's their quarterback, guy that's been dealing with a lot of injuries over the last couple of years. Everything's positive in the offseason. It sounds like he's moving well. It sounds like he looks pretty good. Talented quarterback. Is he going to bring the same level of success as Sam Hartman did a year ago, as comes in as the transfer? I think it's possible. Notre Dame, strong defense last year. 9 of their starters are back. So I'm sure that's one of the reasons that Felica was on that under. New head coach, new era with Elko at Texas A&M. Interesting. He knows Leonard well. So you have that angle. Numbers 3, totals 46. Are we on the dog?
Total has gotten destroyed. Total was 49 on the open. And now there are some 45.5s in the market. So again, sharp resistance against offense. They are betting on a game like 23-20, 20-17, and that's very possible. These defensive lines are probably the best units on both teams. I want to take the 3, but then you look at the insights from a lot of these books, and Paul just put up the insights from BetMGM. Notre Dame, the third highest ticket count. Notre Dame, the third highest handle. Does that get me off a bet? Not anymore. It used to. I used to look at those and go, "Oh, I can't take the number 1 team in terms of tickets," and then that team wins, 4 out of 10 times. It doesn't.
Isn't that always?
Really,
isn't it? Notre Dame's always up there with that.
Yeah, that's a popular brand for sure. People bet Notre Dame because it's Notre Dame. But I think that line move clearly tells a story. You're going to see a game that is not going to be. You're not going to see a lot of offensive outbursts in this game. So if you're betting Notre Dame A&M, you should bet the team you believe has a better defense.
Yeah, other possible under there. In college, do the key totals change that much? Obviously, 47 is always one of those popular ones. You talk NFL, 44. Is 46 a number that you worry about, or getting shorter than that?
Yeah, I mean, 46.5, 47, those are, I think, the most important. And then some guys will tell you, if you get a little bit higher, 51 is a big one for the wise guys in college football. I don't know that you're betting under 45.5, especially when it opened, 49. How about the Colorado game last night? That total was 61, got bet down to 55, and landed 57. If you don't think numbers matter, you need to find a new hobby.
For those not with us earlier in the week, you're big on Penn State. There's been buyback on the West Virginia side that's actually been dipping throughout. But, shop around. There are 7.5s, 8s, 8.5s when I was checking earlier this morning. So that is certainly an interesting look. We've talked a lot about how Franklin likes to run it up if given the opportunity.
I just don't think West Virginia is any good. Could be wrong.
Yeah.
I'm wrong quite a bit. But this is a game I think Penn State is going to pull away in the second half, and they are going to step on a throat in the fourth quarter and cover.
We can see Deshaun Foster with Eric Bieniemy, UCLA going against Hawaii. Hawaii's second game of the season. Now that's a little bit more than 2 touchdowns at a lot of spots. And finding the movement in that one to be quite interesting as well. Coming up next, You Better You Bets. Femi Abebefe will drop by. This is BetQL Daily. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich here on the BetQL Network.
You're listening to BetQL Daily with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Panayotovich, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Are you ready for the most interactive sports gambling show? Introducing BetQL's Send It In with PJ Glasser.
Class is in session. All these books readjusted their prices. Bo Bichette yesterday went 0 for 4. He is dead to me.
We want to hear from you. Send It In is about your picks, your trends, and your fades. Share your thoughts, predictions, and your best daily best bets with the Send It In community.
The chat was awesome yesterday. A lot of good interaction and conversations.
Set your reminders, mark your calendars, and get ready to send it in on weekday afternoons at 1:30 Eastern on Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch. On your home for wagertainment, the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM. Welcome back to BetQL Daily with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
I think you've heard by now the BetQL Network made 3 huge additions in free agency, one being my co-host Sam Paniotovich, another one Brad Evans. He's going to be the co-host with Ryan Horvath starting next week on BetMGM tonight, and the other, Femi Abebefe, You Better You Bet. He'll be with Nick Costas. He already is. 3 to 7 Eastern time. Yesterday we had the call with the whole team, and you guys probably had that uncomfortable moment. Hey, guys, introduce yourself to 50 people that you've never seen before on a big Zoom. I was just happy it wasn't me being forced to do that at that moment. But Femi, welcome on in. Welcome to the team. It's difficult. People don't realize that when you're in different cities doing a show, maybe with someone you haven't done a show with in the past, that it does have its challenges, like with a slight delay and you end up stepping over each other. But overall, how's the first week been?
The first week has been great, and shout out to Mitch Rosen for giving me the text an hour before Zoom call saying, hey, I'm going to have you introduce yourself, so I at least wasn't completely thrown off guard on that one. But we made it the best we could with that introduction and all that stuff. But it was good meeting everybody up on the summit. Congratulations to Sammy. I know you guys have been rocking and rolling this week, reuniting the Chicken Dinner podcast and doing this here on BetQL Daily. But yeah, it's been really good. You know, Nick and I mean, we go way back. We never really worked together. We've always just kind of been distant friends. And then when I was at my last employer, we've just been kind of friends and just from afar, supporting from afar. But it's really great to be with Nick. I mean, you guys know him really well. He's just unbelievable. And that show, it just has so much energy. It's so much fun. We're obviously talking about bets. We're living and dying with our bets. We had some baseball stuff doing our show yesterday. Obviously, have the home run parlay that we do every night. But I can't wait for football season because Nick is a big National Football League fan. I'm a big NFL fan. We obviously dabble with the college as well. But I think next week is when we're going to really start rocking and rolling. This was kind of more so the appetizer of what You Better You Bet's going to be in this new era. But I think we're going to get really rocking and rolling when they come out to Vegas next week. And they'll be joining me. We'll be hanging out over at Mandalay Bay at the BetMGM Sportsbook out there. So I cannot wait for it to kick off this NFL season. But football's back. We saw a little bit last night and ready to rock and roll on this Football Friday.
I do want to ask you about Colorado, but I also want to point out that it's probably the greatest part of the network is that we don't have Costos on during games because I don't think he could handle it. Can you imagine that guy hosting a show when he's got money on the line? Like it wouldn't happen. He could never – he's talented, but he could not sweat a bet and host a show. He would be a nervous wreck. So it's good that he's on right before most of the games start, and we'll leave it at that. You watched Colorado last night against North Dakota State. You talked about the total, how it went from 61 to 55. Naturally, it lands 57. But if you were going to grade Colorado A through F, what do you give them last night?
Oh, man, I'd probably give them a D, to be quite honest. And it's not an F because they won the game. I don't think you can give a team an F since they won the game. But I mean, a lot of the same problems that we saw last year still exist at Colorado. We know they talked about how they were going to beef up the trenches in the portal, and it sounds like they got a couple of guys. But, boy, on both sides of the trenches, they looked rather weak. I mean, nothing bigger than that 4th and 1 in the first half where they tried to run the football. They tried to run it on 3rd and 1. They got stuffed. Then they went back and 1 and got stuffed. And yeah, North Dakota State is a really great FCS program, but they've taken a little bit of a step back from where they were when they had Carson Wentz and Easton Stick and Trey Lance and those guys at quarterback. They're still really good, but they're not like the dominant, like Alabama type figure when they had it rolling about 3-4 years ago. And North Dakota State was just as physical, if not more physical than Colorado in the trenches. And then where do we begin with the defense for Colorado? I was talking with some friends last night watching the game. I was like, man, Colorado better pray that they have the ball last in this game. Otherwise, they might lose because that defense doesn't get much pass rush. I don't know what's going on the back end. Shiloh Sanders is just begging to get an unnecessary roughness penalty on any given big play. It just seems so disorganized and just not strong where you need to be strong, especially when they get into conference play in the Big 12. I have massive concerns about Colorado, and that's just what's happening on the field. What about what's going on the sidelines with Deion Sanders? I mean, can you imagine this guy trying to throw the football on that first down when North Dakota State had 1 timeout left and there was like 1:20 left in the game? It's like the game is over, buddy. Just kneel the ball down, victory formation. Or if you don't want to kneel the ball down, run the football, do something. Just keep the clock rolling. I don't know if he was trying to cover the number. I don't know what they were trying to accomplish there. But the fact that he decided to throw the ball and then after the game doubled down on it, saying that, hey, yeah, like we throw the ball really well. That's what we want to do. It's all about getting first downs. No, it's all about moving the clock and keeping the clock rolling at that point in the game. It just was an unnecessary sweat for Colorado that ended up having to get that last stop, which, of course, instead of batting the ball down on the Hail Mary, two guys are trying to go for an interception. The North Dakota State guy catches it, but luckily for Colorado, it landed on the 5-yard line. But yeah, it's just not really impressive. The only impressive thing is that, hey, Shedeur Sanders is a really good quarterback, and Travis Hunter might be one of the 3 best players in college football. Outside of that, I want nothing to do with this team.
Femi, let's jump to the NFL and your favorite NFL team, the Dallas Cowboys. We see the blanket in the background. You love this team, but it doesn't mean you got to bet on this team. Yeah. So plus 170 to miss the playoffs. Is that a good bet? Is the NFC East going to be all fly, Eagles, fly?
I think it will be fly, Eagles, fly by default. I'm not even really that much in love with the Philadelphia Eagles this year. I still think that they're going to need to go ahead and overhaul the defense. Vic Fangio is a really respected defensive mind. I trust him, but they had such weaknesses on the back end, which they addressed in the draft. But I think that it's going to take a little bit of time for that defense to kind of get going. Offensively, how does this marriage with Kellen Moore and Jalen Hurts kind of figure itself out? But for the Dallas Cowboys part of the equation, it just feels like if they don't get off to a really good start, all of the noise and all of just kind of the pressure that is on Mike McCarthy, that is on Dak Prescott going into the season with lame duck contracts. Like, I think Dak will be fine. He's going to get paid by the Cowboys or by somebody in March. But Mike McCarthy, I think this might be his last go as a head coach if he doesn't figure this thing out with the Cowboys. And anytime they lose, everyone's going to point right back to that. And they're going to say, oh, Bill Belichick's out there on the open market. Mike Vrabel's out there on the open market. Why doesn't Jerry just go ahead and fire McCarthy and hire one of those guys? There's going to be so much pressure. And I think when you have a lame duck head coach and the players realize it's a lame duck head coach, if there's any sort of adversity, guys start to check out. They start to say, well, why do we listen to this dude? I mean, he's pretty much a substitute teacher. He's going to be gone by the end of the season anyway. I don't think you're going to have as much buy-in as you would if there was actually a little bit of security around Mike McCarthy. So this team, I don't think there's a disaster scenario that's going to be at play for them. They're still really good in the regular season. McCarthy and Dak have won 12 games the last 3 straight years. So they're going to win some games, but I see them more as like a 6 or a 7 seed in the NFC. But that number at plus 170 might be a little bit juicy if you grab that now. I think based on the way that they start their schedule, it could age well for you to the midway point. And then maybe if you want to do, you can come back on the other side and bet them at a plus money price to make the playoffs, because it gets a little bit easier once they get to mid-November and December for the Cowboys. So you might go ahead and get plus money on both sides if you're into that sort of arb life, and be able to head and carve yourself out a nice little profit on the Cowboys, miss the playoffs. But I just don't think the ceiling is very high for this team. And I think McCarthy, his days are numbered as the head coach in Dallas.
Must be nice to be Mike McCarthy, Dan Quinn, go to the playoffs, get your ass whooped. Team comes in, scores 50 points on you. Quinn gets a head coaching job, and McCarthy keeps his job. It must be nice. I don't know that feeling. If I'm bad at my job, I lose my job. But that's neither here or there, I guess. Let's look at a game that's starting to move here offshore. This is week 1, Arizona-Buffalo. We are seeing some 5.5s now on Buffalo. This number opened 7. It is still painted 6 at a lot of books in Vegas, but we're seeing the money come in on Arizona, 5.5. 2-part question. What do you think of Arizona, big picture? And number 2, what do you think of this line move against Buffalo?
I think Arizona is one of the more interesting teams in the league, and I've kind of likened them a little bit to the Detroit Lions from a couple years ago. I think there was that year where everybody was kind of in on Detroit, and people wanted to be bullish on that team, and they started the season really poorly. I think they were like 2-7 or 2-6, something in that regard. But then they really came on in the second half. That's when it really started to click for them. They had those big victories against Minnesota, against Jacksonville. Like, they really started to show that there was something on the rise for the Detroit Lions, but they just missed out on the playoffs due to some of the tiebreakers, but they did knock out Green Bay in that season finale. And I think that's what this Arizona team is sort of like, where I think the struggles will happen early on in the season, but in the second half of the season, you'll start to see Jonathan Gannon, which they won for, but I thought he actually did a really impressive job, given the roster was really bad a season ago. Offensively, though, this year with Kyler Murray, another year removed from the torn ACL, I think that he's going to be better. Of course, they got the stud wide receiver and Marvin Harrison Jr. on the outside in contention for Offensive Rookie of the Year. They're going to run the football. They built their team to be able to run the ball. Kyler can be dynamic at times, but defensively is where this team is just so bad. And I think teams are going to put up a lot of points on them, especially early in the season, which is why in this game against the Bills, if this keeps dropping, at some point, I'm going to have to step in and lay it with Buffalo. Like, I get that Buffalo has their concerns with no more Stephon Diggs. Everyone is curious to see how the wide receiver room is going to shake out. But Buffalo is a team that's built on 2 tight ends, Dalton Kincaid and Dawson Knox. Those guys are still there. And Kincaid, if you read any of the reports coming out of Bill's training camp, it sounds like he might have a monster season this year. And I think Josh Allen is a good enough quarterback to where I trust him to be able to make this a productive offense. They will put up points on the Arizona Cardinals defense. Now, defensively for the Bills, McDermott, he's another one of those coaches that's kind of on borrowed time a little bit based on the postseason failures, but I do think they still have enough defensively to be able to cover this number. Now, you're going to be worried about backdoor Kyler Murray because that's his specialty whenever he's a big underdog. But at some point, like this was 7 earlier this offseason, I understood that. But people taking 6 and maybe even taking 5.5, that's where I think it's a little bit too much on the Cardinal side. At this point, with the current prices, it's Buffalo or pass. I'm going to wait to see how low we go, and maybe I'll lay the Bills between now and kickoff.
You better your bets, Femi Abebefe, here on BetQL Daily. And Femi, we were previewing the NFC West. As Sam asked you about the Arizona Cardinals there, one of the teams that he likes in that division. Basically talking about the idea of the division flipping a little bit. Not saying San Francisco is going to be worse, just coming back down to earth a little bit. And I know you've spent some time covering the Seattle Seahawks, so you're keeping a close eye on what's happening there. What are your expectations going into the season?
I do think that this division is going to flip up a little bit, and I'll go ahead and say that I don't think the Niners are going to win the division. I know that they signed Brandon Ayuk yesterday. Finally, we don't have to hear any of those reports anymore after the last month has been consuming us as football fans. They got that deal done, but there's still Trent Williams out there, which I think they're smart enough to realize that Trent Williams is the best player on the team, and they'll make sure he gets done between now and when they play the New York Jets on Monday Night Football here in a handful of days. But I just think that Super Bowl loser kind of hangover, I don't know what it is, but all I know is that it matters. And the only team that's been able to kind of break through that is the New England Patriots with the greatest quarterback of all time in Tom Brady. As good as Kyle Shanahan is, and as good as that Niners roster is on paper, they don't have the greatest quarterback of all time. So I think that it's going to hurt them just a little bit, and it's going to hurt them enough to where some of these teams in the NFC West that, in my opinion, have all improved this offseason are going to really give them a run for their money. I'm high on the Rams. That's the team that I would take a look at if you wanted kind of a dark horse to maybe represent the NFC in the Super Bowl, a really potent offense. And I think defensively, despite the loss of Aaron Donald, they have some young defensive linemen that if they take another step forward, this team can really do some damage. I think Seattle, with Mike McDonald being able to fix this defense, like the Seahawks defense, what got Pete Carroll fired last year was the defense was atrocious. It was antiquated. Everybody has figured out the Seattle 3 defense that kind of kickstarted that Legion of Boom back in the early 2010s. People figured it out. They really needed a fresh voice defensively. And who better than kind of the wonderkin of defense than Mike McDonald, who might be the McVay of defense coming to that division to slow those teams down. And offensively, they already had it figured out. They were really good offensively last year. That I was a team. They're expecting big things from Jackson Smith and Jigba in year 2. So now you add him to DK Metcalf and Tyler Lockett. If they can get him healthy, I think they'll be really good offensively, especially with Ryan Grubb now as the offensive coordinator. He was the OC at the University of Washington last year. All they did was put up a boatload of points and go to the national title game. So I think that the Seahawks are going to be at least average on defense. And if they can do that, that's an 8-9 win team right there. So I think this division is compressing. I think a team like the Rams can potentially win it. And I think for the Niners, with all the chaos that's happened this offseason, you're starting to see kind of the cracks in the armor a little bit to where they're not going to be that team that's contending for a number 1 seed in the NFC. They're probably going to be in that wild card mix, at least by my estimation.
Got about a minute here, Femi. Survivor week 1, right around the corner. I'm hearing you're going to get, 3 entries? Pretty nice.
We're doing Survivor.
Pretty nice to be in that spot. What are you going to do week 1? What's your best look?
I can tell you that I'm not going to take the biggest favorite on the board. That is Cincinnati. I think that's where the most people are going to go. I like to zig when others zag. One that I'm looking at, and maybe this is more of an emotional hedge with my fandom, but I'm kind of keeping my eye on the Cleveland Browns. I might roll the dice a little bit, at least with one of the entries, and take Cleveland in week one because I think they have the best. I think they have the best unit on the field with that defense, and we've seen Dak and the Cowboys on the road in their history. It hasn't been that good. So I like these non-divisional games. I like home teams. So maybe Cleveland is where I'll go with at least one of the entries. We're still trying to narrow it down, but that's one that has kind of caught my eye at this point.
Damn, no Nick Chubb, O-line injuries. Femi doesn't care. He's fading his Cowboys coming up in week one. Femi, appreciate your time. People, they can check you out. You bet 3 to 7 p.m. Eastern time. Also, tell the people quickly what's going on in the first hour of the show every day.
Yeah, we got the Femi and Friends Hour. It's myself, it's the crew, Tyler Morales, Jake Hassan, Alex Fasano, breaking down some of the biggest stories of the day and applying them to the betting markets. Also, Femi's Focus, which is a segment of mine where I kind of deep dive, whether it's a side, a total, maybe a futures bet. We try to go ahead and peel back the layers and try to find some value.
Cody Decker, I think Florida can cover today.
And one outrageous show parlay.
1, 2, 3.
Let the chaos begin. It's Bet for the Cycle on the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM.
Some would say that maybe he'll be chasing Super Bowl MVP. Really makes me angry that like Knicks fans can't have anything. We've been bad for. I get it. Now it's okay. 100% of attention on 9 million games tonight. It's a playoff game. We've seen this movie before, and we know how it ends, and it ends with absolute disaster.
But I'll tell you, that's fun. But the most fun thing about betting on sports for me is this.
Like, hey, there's no tomorrow. And now, come on, put Pickett in.
to BetQL Daily with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
First and goal. Mahomes flings it. It's there! Hardman! Jackpot! Kansas City!
Man, Sam, I thought you were living dangerously considering the Tennessee Titans week 1 in Survivor. Sammy said, and Febby says, forget that. I'm going against my Cowboys. He's going to fade the Cowboys in week number 1. That would be hilarious. Good to catch up with Femi. Check him out. You Better You Bet weekdays, 3 to 7 p.m. Eastern, right here on the BetQL Network. We previewed the NFC West earlier on in the show, so let's flip it over to the other conference. How about the AFC West? Of course, the Chiefs are the heavy favorite. We're talking about a $3 favorite. The win total 11.5. However, juice to the under. 5-1 to win the Super Bowl. Second favorite. No, the favorite. We've got favorites 1 and 2 here today on the show. The second favorite for the division is the Chargers, plus 390 with Jim Harbaugh there. Win total between 8.5 and 9.5. Raiders 12-1 for the division. Win total 6.5 or 7.5. And then the Broncos are the long shot, 22-1 to win the division. Probably a waste of time. 5.5, 6.5. That's interesting that the win total there has been on the way up. We got to start with the Chiefs. Minus 300. The big change there, losing their top cornerback, L'Jarius Sneed. There are a lot of people that believe it's more about the system, that it really doesn't matter. The Chiefs are so good defensively. They're going to find a way to cover that up. But all the chatter this offseason has been about the offense, Sam, and just how, look, they didn't play up to par in the regular season. Yeah, they went on to win the Super Bowl, but they weren't the same Chiefs that we know. Not as explosive, and they make a bunch of changes in that receivers room. Get the guys out that were bust outs. You bring in Hollywood Brown. We'll see if another change for him ends up working out, and they draft Xavier Worthy. That's going to be their speed demon.
Not laying 300, though, to win the division.
No.
Ain't happening.
No.
Ain't happening. Not in my life. I think they have the best, I'm going to call them offensive and defensive coaches in the NFL, because we know Andy Reid is the offensive coordinator. It's like, remember when the Bears hired Matt Nagy? Oh, he directs the offense in Kansas City. No, he doesn't. Andy Reid calls all the plays. Andy Reid runs the offense. Steve Spagnuolo runs the defense. I think those are the two best de facto coordinators in the NFL. So that helps. And their special teams is very good too. Very good kicker, very good punter. That team is extremely well coached, and that goes a long way, and that's why they've been to 6 straight AFC championships. Now, they need 2 more to touch that Brady, Belichick, and Gronk run from 11 to 18. I think they're going to go this year, and I think they're probably going to go again next year. How do we bet Kansas City? This is going to sound super square. I don't care. I bet them 5 straight years to win the Super Bowl at 6-1. They've won 3 of them. They lost another one, and they're a 7-point favorite against Burrow in the AFC title game. I've made that bet again this year at 6-1. 3 of the wins is 18 units. I mean, 6, 6, 6. Then I lost one. Then I lost another one. So I'm up 16 units on Kansas City Super Bowl futures. Doing it again. It's boring. People don't want to hear that. But this is the best combination of coaching, of quarterback, of tight end, of defensive line. They are the best team in football, and they are almost impossible to kill in the playoffs. They know how to win in the playoffs.
They didn't hit 11.5 wins last year, but you go before that, they've had at least 12 wins 5 straight years before this past season. The number's not juiced, and it feels like maybe you're getting a little bit of value because people remember the 6 losses that they had last year. They were hitting 12 wins before we went to the 17-game schedule. Is that another way to bet Kansas City? Should we consider over 11.5 since they've got hitting that 12 mark so often?
I think because of how good their defense is, this was a top 10 defense last year in so many different categories, and top 5 in a lot of the advanced metrics. Sumer Sports had them as the number 6 overall defense last year. Their defense was better than their offense. which we've never been able to say with Mahomes under center. And that's not a slight on their offense, just their defense was a lot better and a lot improved from the year before. They covered a lot too last year, man. They were the second best cover team in the NFL. Detroit covered 14 of 20. Kansas City was 13-7-1. So they made you money not only if you bet the futures, but they made you money week to week. I mean, 65% for a team that wins the Super Bowl doesn't happen every year. Usually the Super Bowl team is, kind of around 500 ATS. Lean over 11.5, but this is a tough division to talk about, right? You're basically figuring out how do we bet the Chiefs, and then are there some flyers in other markets for other teams? Like I'll give you a bet for Offensive Rookie of the Year later in the segment. But when we, line up AFC West on the rundown, it's like, okay, we're going to talk mostly about the Chiefs and then maybe give you some sprinkles on the other teams. This is Kansas City's division. Everybody knows it.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. My first thought, as you're going over that, I'm thinking it's probably just one team that makes the playoffs from this division, right? You look at some of the other deeper divisions, AFC North, AFC East, even now I'd argue AFC South. There's that depth there. There's when you look at the second best team, okay, there's probably going to be a playoff team. And then some of them, who knows, maybe you end up getting 3 in. But that's the debate here. Okay, how do these teams slot? We got you on Chiefs. Now the rest of it, 2 through 4, what kind of order are we talking about? I do not have a strong opinion on the Chargers. All offseason, I've heard a lot of strong opinions about the Chargers on both sides, that they're going to stink, that Harbaugh knows he's got all the time in the world, he's building this thing from the ground up, or, hey, it's Harbaugh, what an incredible upgrade, they're buying into his plan, and we're going to see a big bump immediately. I don't have that strong opinion. It wouldn't surprise me if they were not the second best team, but I'm not sitting here saying I think that's definitely going to happen. It's all baked into the market. Harbaugh's getting a ton of respect. We know he has a quarterback. They're changing everything. So how long is that going to take? He brings in his guy, Greg Roman. They're going to be a run-heavy team. At least that's what it seems like. When you go out in the first pick and you take Joe Alt, you kind of know what they're about. Harbaugh's going to try and make this team tougher. They bring in the Gus Bus. They bring in Dobbins. I mentioned Roman. I'm not as concerned about losing all those receivers they did, which is just all of their offensive weapons, not named Herbert, because what? Those guys were barely on the field. Eckler, Mike Williams, constantly hurt. And Keenan Allen, let's be honest, at the tail end of his career. Still pretty productive. He'll be fine for the Bears. But if you're starting over, what's the point in keeping Keenan Allen? This Chargers win total, 8.5, 9.5. I'm not interested in anything Chargers. How about you?
How about 50-1 worst record?
What about Super Bowl?
Okay, we could play that game too.
I'm kidding. No, that's a throwback to Matthew Friedman earlier in the week. He threw out the Chargers.
Oh, right.
Shot.
Well, it's funny you bring that up because they are so BetMGM. I'm looking at the prop shop right now, which is a great tool. It allows you to type in a team or a player, and you can look at the price at all these different books. The Chargers at BetMGM are 40-1 to win the Super Bowl, and they are 50-1 to have the worst record.
What's more likely?
I don't know.
I'd say worst record is more likely.
Yeah,
yes,
it's got to be.
Yeah. And that's a better number.
And Herbert's already hurt.
Okay, so I think this is interesting. Probably not the same numbers. What is more likely? Chargers' worst record? Friend of the show. I know your buddy's with him as well. Will Hill. He threw out the Steelers' worst record. Which one's more likely? Win total's about the same.
I like Pittsburgh's defense a lot. And I think Pittsburgh could easily. I saw Andrew Filipponi, who hosts out in Pittsburgh. He was basically like, football's back when the local radio guys start making cases for teams to start 2-0, 3-0. He laid out a case for Pittsburgh to start 2-0. Okay. And I'm like, well, football's back because the pony is pumping up the Steelers already. They are so good defensively, and they still play, first to 20. Sometimes first to 17. It's ugly football. It's tough to run on Pittsburgh. It's tough to throw on Pittsburgh. I think if we can get past the averageness or the mediocrity at quarterback, that is a team that has a pretty decent offensive line. I think their offense is going to obviously struggle. I think there's a world where they're one of the lowest scoring teams in the league, but they could still win 7 or 8 games. So to answer your question, I would rather bet the Chargers to be the worst team than the Steelers because I don't think that Harbaugh has everything in order yet. And we've already seen Herbert banged up. I mean, remember the game against the Raiders? Wasn't that the game that basically decided who went to the playoffs? And Herbert had a broken ring finger or something. He's been hurt multiple times now, and it's not a good sign to see your star quarterback, the face of your franchise, already banged up in August. Joe, they got to play through January.
Yep. Brings us to the Raiders. Do have an opinion there. So they spent big money on Christian Wilkins. It's going to be a fierce defensive line with Max Crosby there. I think Crosby's the 4th favorite at 10-1 for Defensive Player of the Year. But I look at the head coach, Antonio Pierce. You give the interim the contract. So he's the dude because he finishes 5-4. Okay. He was good to better, 7-1-1 against the spread. But your starting quarterback is Minshew. Minshew doesn't have Shane Steichen anymore. Now his offensive coordinator is one Luke Getsy. And if it doesn't work for Minshew, now you've got to go back to Aiden O'Connell. I don't like the Raiders at all. I'm playing under them. And then also Bo Nix announced the starter. He's in there for day 1 for the Broncos. That's a much lower win total, 5.5, 6.5.
I saw a bet on Bo Nix the other day, 12-1, offensive rookie of the year. Not my bet, but I did see it come across. And if Sean Payton can get the best out of Bo Nix, why can't a quarterback win that award in Denver?
I don't hate the Broncos. I understand why some books move this to 6.5. And what I'm saying is, no, they're not going to contend for the playoffs or the division. But I'm saying over on the win total, maybe not the worst team like they are lined right here in the AFC West. Maybe that ends up being the Vegas Raiders and that whole thing blows up with their bad quarterback play. College football next. Brett McMurphy from the Action Network. He's got news on all these matchups coming up. BetQL Daily, Joe O. Sammy P.
We'll be right back with BetQL Daily, presented by BetMGM on the BetQL Network.
presented by BetMGM, the sports book born in Vegas.
You got BetQL Daily. We're here weekdays 9 a.m. to noon on the BetQL Network. Make sure you're checking us out on the Odyssey app. Follow BetQL Network. You can watch us on Twitch, twitch.tv/BetQL. Make sure you're subscribed to the podcast. Never miss an episode. Also on that Odyssey app, got that on-demand feature where you can go rewind and check out any segment that you may have missed. College football heavy with it being week number 1. Bunch of games last night, some exciting finishes coming down to the very end. So let's continue that week 1 conversation. We bring in Brett McMurphy from the Action Network. Follow him on X. Find him there at Brett_McMurphy. Brett, any takeaways from what you saw last night, whether it's from the numbers or something you did not like with coaching?
Something has not changed from last year, and that is you can't trust Colorado's defense. If they had issues stopping North Dakota State, what happens when they get into Big 12 play? They did pull out the win. I was a little surprised the number was that high, and it kept going up. But when you don't have a defense, it's going to burn you, and certainly they have two of the elite skilled players in the country, but again, the kind of the same issues we saw last year. No defense, questionable offensive line play is pretty much why I had Colorado pegged to finish at 5-7 and just missed getting to a bowl game.
I think we also learned that maybe these big dogs aren't a good idea. Western Carolina, Murray State, Southern Utah. It's so funny, Brett, and I know you and I do a lot of this stuff together. We do these pools and all that, and Joe, Brett and I are in this pool where you have to pick every top 25 game, which kind of sucks because you don't like all the games. And what's harder, Brett, than deciding whether you want to lay or take 47.5?
Trying to figure out whether you want to lay or take 48. I mean, yeah, it's like, you're right, Sammy. It's like, let's flip a coin and get it over with. It will be less painful that way. It's one thing to sit there and break down a game, when you have top 25 matchups and you have information on both teams and think you have a good handle on the game. But yeah, when you get these crazy numbers, I mean, who knows, our buddy Greg Schiano, scores on the last play of the game may have impacted some folks. So that, at least that's only the first week. And then of course it's that second or third week in November for the SEC, but the rest of the way, we won't have to worry about that too much, I hope, anyway.
Yeah, or Kansas and Lindenwood. You're like, is Lindenwood going to get into the end zone? I win my bet if Lindenwood probably gets into the end zone. Exactly. Brett, what about today? People looking for some action. There's a handful of Friday night games. What has your attention?
We're talking about laying a giant number. I would lay a giant number with Oklahoma. Temple, I know you guys had the Bear on, earlier this week, and he is recommended taking under 2.5. Now, I wasn't clear. Was that 2.5 wins or 2.5 points against Oklahoma? But either one I would take under as well. This is it's a big game for Oklahoma. They're honoring it's the 50th anniversary of their teams from the 70s, 74, 75 national champs. Dewey Selman, named to the College Football Hall of Fame. He's going to be honored there. Switzer's going to be there. Of course, they're not playing the game, but I think it's going to mean a little bit more than just your usual season opener against a tomato can. And Oklahoma can name the score here. They want to get a lot of work for the quarterback. He did not do well. Jackson Arnold did not do well in the bowl game against Arizona. Too many turnovers that killed him. So certainly he needs a lot of game experience. So I think he could play potentially into the second half, at least the third quarter. And, I think it's certainly not a look ahead. They've basically got 3 warm-ups before they jump into SEC play. And technically this is the first SEC game for them. First game as an SEC member. And all you have to do is look at Venables, last two home openers, covering 31 against UTEP and covering 36 against Arkansas State. By the way, that was 73-0. So, I would like the Sooners to cover I guess it's over 42, but I would still, I don't want to sit there with Temple getting 42 and it's 21-0 and we're not even in the second quarter yet.
Not living that nightmare. That ain't happening for me either, buddy. No way I'm taking Temple. Let's look at this game on Saturday, which is getting a lot of action today. And I don't know if you've seen the move on Clemson, but this line was, right around 13.5 for the last few weeks. Georgia was hanging 13.5, just under that 14, that big key number. Well, I'm looking at a couple books in Vegas, 11.5. 11.5 offshore. A lot of 12 in the market. So we are seeing an appetite for some of the sharper guys to come in and bet Clemson. Does that surprise you, Brett?
Sam, it doesn't, because I'm sure what it is, it's, Georgia is going to have some suspensions. We don't know who those are going to be. Is it going to be ETN, the transfer running back from Florida? Most likely. So it's almost like funny because some of these, on these big profile games like this, if you've been following college football at all, you've known for several weeks, months, that Georgia is going to have is not going to have a full roster. Also, they kick off Ra Thomas, their second leading receiver. That was, a few weeks ago for off the field issues. And so the number has been out there, 14, 13.5, whatever, and it just kind of sat there. And now I guess everybody's looking at their schedules like, oh, wait, Georgia and Clemson play tomorrow. And wait, oh, wow, Georgia's going to have some suspensions. We need to get on get on Clemson. And then the number just takes a huge dive. I don't think it's like any new information is coming out. I just think maybe people just have started to realize, wait, Georgia's not going to be at full strength. And also, this is a huge game for Clemson. Obviously, it's not a must-win, but, last year Clemson won 9 games. Not bad. It was the worst season they've had in 13 years. And there's a lot of people that are upset about that. You got to feed the monster. And also, Clemson lost 4 games last year. They outgained their opponents in 3 of those 4 games. You guys know most times you outgain your opponent, you're going to win most of those games. They did. They had a lot of stupid turnovers, a lot of short missed field goals. Sorry to bring that up, Minnesota. And, so they could have, would have, should have been 11, 12-win team. They're not. They only won 9. So I think the perception of Clemson is that they're coming into this undermanned. I think Georgia's certainly the better team. But, yeah, Sammy, I'm not surprised it's going down. I'm surprised maybe it didn't go down earlier than this, but I guess maybe it's just got on people's radar that, hey, this is the marquee game on Saturday. There's really nothing they like on Friday, so everybody's looking into it like, well, wait, Georgia's not going to be at full strength, so I got to take a big number on Clemson. Also, with Dabo, either 4-1 or 5-1 as an underdog, getting more than a field goal. So if you like the Clemson side, that's something that could sway you also.
With Brett McMurphy of the Action Network here on BetQL Daily, Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayonovich. Brett, this Miami against Florida matchup is fascinating. On one side, you've got the team that has much more talent. They're getting all the hype. And then on the other side, it's like, yeah, how much longer is Napier going to be here? Are they going to pull the plug in the middle of the season, or what are they going to end up doing? But this number won't get to 3. What are your thoughts on Miami, Florida?
Yeah, I'm going to sit back and watch it. I don't have a strong feeling on it. I mean, in the preseason, I drank the Miami Kool-Aid. They're my pick to win the ACC. Certainly they can lose this game and win the ACC, but I think they've got to win this game if they want to win the ACC, because this is a telling game for Miami. You're right. They have more talent than Florida. They brought in the top quarterback running back duo from the transfer portal, and Cam Ward and Damian Martinez from the 2-pack conference. But you've got the skeptical folks out there about, Cristobal's late game management with Georgia Tech last year, previously when he was at Oregon against Stanford. And the funny thing is, and I'm sure you guys are very aware of this, but if the schedule Florida's playing is stupid, insane. And yeah, their projected win totals of 4.5, 5.5. Yeah, 90% of the teams in the country that would play that schedule would have a win total of 4.5 or 5.5. Florida, power rating wise, I believe talent wise, is a top 25 program. It's just their schedule is so stupid hard. So this is a desperate Florida team. Billy Napier, for what it's worth, loves Graham Mertz, thinks he's the key to that offense. If you're a Graham Mertz fan, take the Gators. If you're not a Graham Mertz fan, then pile on the Hurricanes. I think it's not going to get to 3 because I think people realize how desperate and how talented this Florida team is. And yeah, the narrative of Napier is not going to make it to midseason. There's some validity to that, but it's not because Florida is this bad team. They're actually, I think they're a decent team. I just think the schedule's impossible. But this is a huge game. All I know, guys, the losing fan base from this game is going to want to jump off a cliff because you're right. The drum beats get louder for Napier, and if Miami can't win this game with their most talented roster they've had in a number of years, this is Cristobal's 3rd year. He's told me how impressed he is with the best offensive line they've had since he's been there. He's an offensive line guy. Their defensive line, one of the best in the country. And if they can't beat a team that's seemingly going to go 5-7 and fire their coach, then, what can they expect the rest of the year? So for my futures, I'd prefer a Miami victory, but I don't feel that great about it. I think it comes down to the fourth quarter and who doesn't screw it up.
I am nervous as hell, but I need Miami too. I am going to lead this train for this show. I have tried to convert Joe. We are big U fans, at least in this household, Brett, and I need them to make the playoffs. So I hope that certainly happens. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Can you tell our audience how many hours you spent studying college football survivor pool?
25 a day. You can never be underprepared, right? I don't have any I don't have any Connor Stallions illegal scouting tips or Belichick Spygate information, but just like to kind of look at all the different possibilities, and you never want to be surprised at the last minute. So we'll see if that keeps me from getting eliminated in week 1.
Joe, he told me he studied the entire season. He's lying. He literally mapped out the entire season because we're doing a survivor
we know what
pool
Brett's
together.
doing. We know what Brett's doing, and
I know
understand
what he's doing.
He doesn't want to give it all away. We don't want to give it all away. This is new. A lot of people jump into the college football survivors. They've become so popular, especially with the NFL the last couple of years doing it for the first time. They don't know what the hell they're doing. They're going to take the biggest point spreads on the board, right? But yeah,
I would recommend. Okay, I'll give you one tip. Anybody that's in the specific survivor pool that I am, I would highly recommend taking Georgia and Ohio State in week 1. They are
going to
locked.
be somebody. Oh man,
you want to secure that first win, and then you're off. Then you're off.
Mm-hmm.
You want to get eliminated in week 1. That's my tip. If you are in my survivor pool.
Only
if you're not in my survivor pool, send me an email and I'll tell you, see what I can share.
All right. Very good. Brett, last minute with you. Any other games this weekend we have not touched on that you have a strong opinion on?
A little bit of an opinion. A&M and Notre Dame. I really like A&M. I don't like it as much now that they're playing. I don't know if it's up to field, if it's touch 3 yet. I like them, obviously, why wouldn't I? When they were pick 'em, or I think maybe they were a short dog at one point. I just think this sets up really well for them. Notre Dame's going to be starting a true freshman at left tackle, a redshirt freshman at left guard. So basically the blind side is going to be, manned by 2 freshmen against, very imposing defensive line for the Aggies. And then you've got all the tie-ins between Mike Elko in Notre Dame. You know, he coached Riley Leonard last year. He knows everything about Riley's game. He's also a former coordinator with the Irish, so he's obviously familiar with them. But ultimately, the key for A&M is, and you know, I talked to Elko about this over the summer, is keeping their quarterback healthy. And first game out of the gate, I don't think that's going to be an issue. They're talking long term for the entire season. So, and ultimately, I just think there's a different attitude in College Station with Elko there, you know, replacing Jimbo Fisher. And this is a monster game. College game day is going to be there. I think this sets up really well for A&M. Good news if you're an A&M fan. Bad news if you've got futures on Notre Dame to get to the playoff. Because if you lose this game and you look at the rest of Notre Dame's schedule, guys, I think they may have to run the table. Because I don't know if a 10-2 Notre Dame with that schedule will get chosen over a 9-3 SEC or 9-3 Big Ten team, because they don't have enough quality opponents remaining.
Yep.
So this is huge for Notre Dame's playoff hopes. But I don't love A&M here, Joe. I like A&M, but I think A&M, Notre Dame, and Florida Miami are going to be the two most intriguing games of the weekend.
Really looking forward to great stuff. Brett McMurphy, the Action Network. Looking forward to having you on this college football season. Coming up next, 2-minute drill. Joe O, Sammy P here on the BetQL Network.
time to go no huddle with the BetQL Daily 2-minute drill.
Oh, been too long. Here on the Odyssey app, twitch.tv/BetQL, we bring in our executive producer, Paul Aspen, to run point on the 2-minute drill. What's up, Paul? How'd night one college football treat you?
So I went to Pearl Jam last night at Wrigley Field, so that was pretty great. And then walked in.
Was it a good
it was
show
good.
at this
It
point?
was really good. Yeah, it was awesome.
Okay.
I didn't realize, I figured he'd probably played there, half dozen times. I think that was only the third or fourth time he's played at Wrigley, but obviously Eddie is a Cubs fan. The night was perfect. Like 2 days ago, it's 90 and everyone's dying and sweating. It was perfect last night. It was amazing. Yeah. So it was awesome. And then walked into Murphy's just in time to see Wide Right from Minnesota. So it all worked out. It was great.
Nice. There you go. I was shocked because a buddy of mine covers music in Chicago, and he was posting that a few hours before the concert, there were seats available for $30.
$30. We were looking at StubHub. Like, we all had tickets. Like, I had a friend who had tickets, but insane. And I don't know if people just overestimate the secondary market. I don't know if it's because it's going into a holiday weekend, but I was shocked to see those prices.
Right.
So,
any special appearances? I'm interested in this because was it last time Ernie Banks was out years ago when they were playing Into the Night on a rain delay?
Yeah, so Ernie wasn't available. But
I understand that.
He did. My personal favorite, speaking of people who are not available, who I also saw at Wrigley Field for his last show, Tom Petty, but he did cover Tom Petty, which was pretty awesome. So.
That was the music yesterday with the neighbor. It was Tom Petty for 3 hours.
Oh, don't ruin Tom Petty, neighbor. Come on. Don't ruin Tom Petty.
I don't think they're going to, but
I think that's the line of the show so far by Paul, by the way. Ernie Banks was not available.
He was.
I almost fell out of my chair.
Gotta keep it light on a Friday. So yeah, good starts to the weekend. Good Thursday night starts to the weekend. A long weekend, a Labor Day weekend. We'll get.
Sorry, you know what I'm going to a show tonight. You're not gonna believe it. Pitbull.
Stop.
Yeah, that's
Tonight's
happening.
the night.
Tonight's the night. Pitbull.
That's amazing.
Friend got a suite, so like 15 of us are going to Pitbull tonight.
Fancy.
It's
So you better bet Miami then tomorrow if you're going to see Pitbull tonight.
Got to.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be sweating FAU Michigan State at the Pitbull concert. That's living. It's a 305.
I mean, yeah, FAU's in the 305, right? I mean, that's in the neighborhood. I believe it is.
That's not the stadium. Which stadium did he buy? Is it
FIU? FAU? I don't know. But I know that Florida Atlantic's, I think FAU's in Boca, which is basically Miami. So a lot of Florida geography here. Yeah. All right, so let's we'll get to Survivor in a second, put some final notes on that because I've jumped in as well to Kelly's pool. Kelly in Vegas was on with us yesterday. But let's start with Heisman bets. Final thoughts on Heisman bets as we go into week 1 of college football season. Sam, we'll start with you.
My first bet was Jackson Dart, quarterback at Ole Miss. This is a guy who threw for over 3,000 yards last year, over 30 total touchdowns. Now, a lot of those are through the air, but he could also run. And Lane Kiffin has slowly but surely built Ole Miss's offense, not only the line, but the receiving room through the portal. This guy has loaded up on talent. And if Jackson Dart had 3,000-plus yards and 30-plus touchdowns last year, what's he going to do this year? When he's a year older, a year wiser, he's going to have better talent, a better line. Everything is shaping up for Ole Miss this year. I don't know that I like them as a team, but I like their offense. So Jackson Dart at 14-1 was my first bet. Then I bet a little Jalen Daniels. I think I actually lost that bet last night against Lindenwood because he was not great. But Jackson Dart has a game, Joe. Jackson Dart plays Georgia on November 9th. Georgia comes into Oxford. If he goes off in that game, he will be a Heisman finalist.
I know you were frustrated by the performance and not hitting the total, but Jalen Daniels did not lose that last night. People are going to look at it and say, oh, they won 48-3, like they probably should have done. and they're not even going to consider that. You were just paying extra close attention because of everything that you had on the line.
He sucked last night.
Yeah, I know, but if he gets it back on track, they'll be fine. I bet Shedeur Sanders and Travis Hunter. I mean, those are the two guys that you got to bet for this award at 2025. No, don't bet those guys. People are betting them right now. Colorado is not going to be 500, so you got to be in the playoff this year. With the expansion to 12, we're back to that. That's where you got to be. Paul can tell you, I also talked about Dart. I bet him 14-1. And the reason I mentioned Rising is because I was taking a look to see if his number dropped, because I bet it at 40. It's now at 30. Don't love it as much. But still, I believe in Utah. I think they're going to win that conference. So he's going to be in this conversation, assuming Cam Rising makes it through the entire season. So nothing on Ward, huh? As high as you are on the U, you don't think they'll give it to an ACC guy, or the number's wrong, or what?
I just don't think he's going to have the numbers that Dart will have.
Okay. All
right. Let's move on to Survivor. So what are the final thoughts, processes, etc., as we go into college football Survivor, Sam?
I have two entries rather, in this same pool. And disclaimer, McMurphy and I are on the same team in these entries. He went through the whole schedule and mapped it out like a weirdo, which I love. I love that. He basically told me we are not burning any of the good teams early. So Georgia, Ohio State, Oregon, Texas, Ole Miss, you need to have as many bullets in the chamber for conference championship weekend, because we do have to make a pick at the end of the season in conference weekend. So if you get to a conference weekend and you've burned all those teams, you're going to end up having to have Iowa or something like that. So you don't want that. We keyed Oklahoma in the first week, and then we went Oklahoma, Maryland, Oklahoma, Nebraska in week 1.
So I'm not going to lie. I am signing up as we speak for Kelly's Survivor contest. I think it's fascinating how this is different, and it makes sense what you say about saving the good teams for later on. You don't want to be put in a corner where you are forced to pick this one specific conference game, and then you've got to take this one side because it's the only thing that you have available at the very end. And for these first few weeks, picking in the middle where you have a sizable favorite, it's not a team that you're going to use in conference play. That's where I would go through weeks 3, weeks 4, non-conference matchups, pick a team that you're not going to use once you get to conference play. I don't have those pegged yet, but yeah, it's all the main conferences. I'm fascinated to see how many are left at the very end, because you would think using the big conferences and all the teams available, even though there are some double pick weeks, that you're going to have a bunch of people left, even though you do get some surprises throughout the college season. That's interesting. So mapping out, I don't mind it as much in college football as opposed to the NFL, because in the NFL, like last year, I mentioned all the quarterback injuries. The point spreads are only going to get so far. I think there is a better chance of mapping out the entire season with college than the NFL.
Who'd you do, Paul? Who'd you pick week 1?
I just signed up, so I'm still looking at it. So I'll throw a name out there. Is something like Pitt? Like, is that a crazy idea? Like, they're 27-point favorites?
We had Pitt. We had Pitt on the list. We just decided to not use Pitt. But Pitt was highly considered week 1 for sure.
All right. So they're very much in the mix for me. All right, let's move on to NFL week 1. Any other, we're a week away. Ayuk's now signed, but still got the Trent Williams issues. But any other, I'd say, the 2-minute drill, 2 minutes or less. Any final week 1 thoughts before we reconvene on Tuesday for a full dive into the card?
Aside from how rich we're going to be betting on the Titans plus 4.5, I think the Jets are a solid bet Monday night. You can get ahead of San Francisco's shortcomings early because you're still paying a premium on San Francisco. I thought we had a really good conversation yesterday with Charch about their offensive line. Let's just say their line is a problem and Trent Williams doesn't play on Monday night, September 9th. The Jets are winning that game. But we now get the Jets at plus 4. I think the true line is probably closer to 2.5, 3. So if you could get a 4 with the Jets right now, I don't think that's the worst idea either.
That was 5 all summer and 3.5 in the market at this moment. A lot of that's probably going to depend on some Trent Williams news. That could move things in one direction or the other. What if he's not playing? Are we at 3? Some of it's out there. Oh, Northwestern. We're not betting the Wildcats. I'm
Survivor?
not doing it. Was that a sign? Is that a sign to bet on Northwestern? Maybe. I'm with you on the Jets getting more than a field goal. That makes sense to me. We talked a lot about the Titans this week. Another sizable dog on a team that we talked a good amount about today. Very tempted by the Cardinals getting 6 at Buffalo. Maybe they're mispriced right now. They're viewed as one of the worst teams in the NFL when you look at the win total. Worst in the NFC West. Maybe that's a team that you're not going to be getting +6, +7 range coming up in a few weeks if they impress like we think they can. So that's something that I've certainly taken a look at, the +6 at Buffalo.
Panthers. I think I might have to roll with the Panthers more than a field goal. All right. Do not take the Saints in Survivor. I'll just say it. Well, no, please actually take the Saints in Survivor. All right, Labor Day. Yeah. Labor Day. Sam, you talked about on our company call, your big intro, like to bet, like to cook, like to knock a couple back. What is the weekend plan for Labor Day weekend? And then we'll get to the hot dog eating contest.
So my buddy Big Dan, the guy who bets on the longest punt in the Super Bowl over every year. He is landing in about an hour, and he is claiming that he is stopping at the liquor store to get 48 Coors Lights. We are going to go out all day tomorrow and just watch the games. The first game, I think Georgia Clemson's at 12. And then you got a pretty nice window of games from 12 until 10 o'clock. So we are just going full throttle bars tomorrow. And then I think the plan is when I get home Saturday night to throw a pork shoulder on the smoker and then pull that off on Sunday so we can have it for lunch.
That's the easiest food to put on the smoker, right?
Yes.
Yeah. It was like, I know nothing about smoking, and that's the first thing I did. That's what everybody says. That's the easiest thing. You season it, you throw it on. It's good. It's hard to overcook it. It just falls apart.
You got to let it rest, though. The big key for the brisket and the pork, because I've learned this over the last 2 years. I mean, the smoker is basically a cheat code. But if you let the pork and the brisket sit and rest for at least 3 hours, it just falls apart. It's awesome.
Do you have one with the pellets?
Yep. Traeger.
Okay. Shane Reardon says that's totally cheating, that it doesn't count.
I don't care. I don't care.
I'm just letting you know.
Brandon chiming in with marinated in root beer. I heard that from a guy in Houston that I worked with. He was big on that too.
Really?
Marinated in root beer, yeah. Yep.
Yeah, is anybody viewing it as like the last weekend to really go? I mean,
yeah,
you enjoy football season, but just because of the 3-day weekend, it's another level. Listen, we're starting things off with Pitbull tonight. Have a party on Sunday. So yeah, we're going hard this weekend before the official football start.
2 for 1 as we close this out. Hot dog eating contest. Final thoughts on Kobayashi and Chestnut. I will not be watching. And then Caitlin Clark getting some MVP love from Rebecca Lobo, saying she should be in the mix. She is 60-1 for MVP. Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese. And the Fire, the Sky, and the Fever go head to head tonight. So, any thoughts on any of all that?
The NBA play, Sam?
Oh, you want me to go first? Who's Caitlin Clark? No, I'm kidding. Asia Wilson is minus 4,000 to win the award. So I get it. I understand. Caitlin Clark clicks, and when I have to do something for Fox, they go, "Hey, do you want to write about Caitlin Clark?" Because it brings traffic and eyeballs and views. She's not winning the MVP. Asia Wilson is minus 4,000. It's basically a wrap. I'm not saying it's a done deal, but there's like a 98% chance she's going to win the award. As for the hot dog contest, I was on a show yesterday from the 108 with the boys from Bridgeport, and they had Patrick Bertoletti on the show, the guy who won the contest this year. They had him on yesterday. I was on, so Bertoletti came off, I came on. Bertoletti likes Kobayashi's over which I was surprised. We were talking about him falling flat. Bertoletti says he's going to roll 49.5.
Oh, you got to believe he's got some information there, right? It's a tight community, I would think. They all talk. I'm hearing this or that.
I don't know. But he was banging on the table for Kobayashi over 49.5.
That's good enough for me. Hasn't Lobo been wrong about Caitlin Clark's stuff before? But that's interesting that she's come around to that.
What was
side.
the city she ripped? Toledo or something? She caught a lot of flack for that.
Yes, that sounds right. Now I'm going to have a hot dog eating contest play? All right. We'll find out next officially. Lightning bets coming up here on BetQL Daily.
We'll be right back with BetQL Daily, presented by BetMGM on the BetQL Network. I'm Penny Otovich, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
Introducing our MLB Grand Slam Jackpot, a weekly bet and get promotion. Place a $10 or more wager on any player to hit a home run every weekend, Friday, Saturday, or Sunday. If the player hits a Grand Slam on that day, they can win. You guys can win the $50,000 daily prize or a share of the prize with every other winning bettor. Welcome back, BetQL Daily. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich, wrapping up the first week of the show. Only getting things rolling here. It's going to be a lot of fun all football season. We're brought to you by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. And it's these numbers keep on moving, Sam. I think I'd say for the most part, a lot of the games that we've talked about this week, they are moving in the direction that if you didn't get the bet and that's not the direction you want them to go, outside of maybe the Penn State game, but there really doesn't seem to be a consensus on what that number should be as we sit here the day before.
I am very, very pleased. This has been an awesome first week for our show. I am very pleased with the line movement we've had. On Monday, we talked about Carolina money line at -15, -120. That closed -135, -140. We talked about Florida Atlantic +14. That is coming down. That's 12.5 at a couple books. Brett McMurphy talked about, maybe you want to bet Clemson. That has moved. We talked about Clemson earlier this week at 13.5. That's down to 11.5. And I would be remiss if I didn't bring up Lindenwood, Kansas. We gave out over 48.5, closes 63.5. That one lost. It's going to happen. We're going to lose games a lot. But if you followed the show this week, we have taken you to some pretty nice sides and totals, and we've been on the right moves. And that's really the most important thing because the results come and go. Blocked field goals, pick sixes, fumbles, all of that happens. Bad bets win, good bets lose. It's part of this racket. But even that Florida Atlantic game, you just said, you're like, wow, it's 12.5 now at some books. We talked about it at 14.
That's right. That's the side you want to bet on. Again, another lesson, and we will preach this every damn day until we're sick of talking about it. Betting early in the week. Like if you truly believe in a position, if you have a strong opinion on a game, if you think a line's going to end up somewhere else, how important is it? I mean, we're already seeing it. I mentioned it earlier with, I think, the NC State total last night. Just things hitting by the hook. Colorado last night, right? That's the game that might be the most bet college game of week number one. The Colorado game last night, because of the direction that the total end up going, according to closing number, it goes over, right? But a lot of people did win with their underplays.
Under 61 was the ceiling. That hit. Over 55 was the floor. That landed 57.
Yep. Good stuff. All right, Sammy P., for this Friday, what are your plays going into the long weekend?
So I've got to give you 13.5 on Florida Atlantic. I can't give you 14 because there's not any 14s in the market. If you bet 14 earlier in the week, good for you. If you missed it, I still think 13.5 is fine. I don't think the game's going to land 14. So the sharp money is coming in on the dog. They're going to drive that down a little bit lower. So I do like Florida Atlantic. Paul, count me in for 13.5 on Florida Atlantic. Miami money line, it's already in the kitty. The price hasn't really changed over the course of the week. Miami, you can find -135 against Florida. I am not laying 2.5. I absolutely despise laying 2.5. We saw a game last night land 2. I could see Miami winning this game 21-20. So I just win the game. To me, in this situation, I will lay the extra 25 cents rather than lay 2.5. So Miami money line at -135. And the last one for me, this will be sort of me against the world. I am taking Notre Dame +3. Not too scared about their offensive line issues, if you want to call it that. Their offensive line is always a strength of the team. If they're going to miss a guy, there's going to be a guy right behind him that probably is going to be a very good player over time. I mean, they just churn out guys that go to the NFL every single year. The SEC bias is real, which has driven this line to A&M 3. I think this game should be a pick 'em. My numbers have Notre Dame -1. So that'll be my third. The Irish plus the 3.
Offensive lineman, tight end, every single year. They're going to develop them. They've got guy after guy after guy, and they end up being first-round picks. You did not mention Penn State. Are you still there? It's interesting. A lot of disagreement on that matchup. You still like Nittany Lions?
I haven't bet it. I think I'm going to wait and see where that goes. We're seeing some 7.5s offshore right now. I don't think it's going to get to 7. That would immediately get bought back because I promise you there's somebody waiting somewhere for Penn State -7. If you get a 7, I would lay Penn State. But at this point, I haven't gotten involved yet.
That's where I'm at with Georgia. How low is this number going to go against Clemson? That's, if it dips much more, I'm thinking about coming in on the other side. I mean, their defense did take a bit of a step back last year. I expect them to be back, but I got to believe in Carson Beck. But they are the ACC favorite. Clemson is at the moment. We're talking about two different worlds, though, SEC and the ACC. So that's something that I'll be taking a look at. I'll roll with you on a lot of those games that you mentioned. On the Notre Dame game, Notre Dame, Texas A&M, I'm going to go to the under. I'm going to play the total. I'll go under 46. I'm not as worried, just like you aren't. I'm not that worried about the Notre Dame offensive line issues, but where I hesitate with backing the Irish is Elko knowing Riley Leonard so much over his last couple stops. But, +3 certainly makes sense after that was a pick 'em all offseason. So I'm going to go under Notre Dame, Texas A&M. We talked about Hawaii earlier this week. We expect them to look a lot better. It is a fade of UCLA with Eric Bieniemy and Deshaun Foster. There's 14.5 out there. So that's gone back up a little bit. I like that. I'll take the 14.5 with Hawaii. We previewed the Big 12. I will take Utah at 3-1 to win the Big 12. That was reposted after their win last night. And Seahawks 8-1 for the division. I'll go over on the win total as well. Whether you're talking about 7.5 or 8.5, big on the Seahawks. So those are my lightning bets. Paul, what do you have?
So I did have FAU written down a couple weeks ago at like 11.5. So I'm good with the 13. Definitely getting. Is it 13 or 13.5? Just 13 now.
You can get 13.5. You still can.
All right, 13.5. Count me in there. And then one, I missed the move on. North Texas was catching 7.5 at South Alabama. That's down to 5.5. So I don't know. Maybe it moves back north of 6, or I don't know. Maybe there's another way to look at it. But it's one I missed. But South Alabama interior offensive line is problematic. They have just 3 starters back on defense, 4 on offense, and Major Applewhite is just a total fade for me. Maybe that's some Syracuse bias because he was a mess of an offensive coordinator when he was there. But so that's one to circle there. And, we love directional schools on this show, or at least fading them one way or another. So that's kind of it. We mentioned Wyoming earlier in the week. Have to see the latest number on them. It may have ticked back up to 7. So if it's 7, that's definitely a play there as well.
All right. Very good. Last weekend without the NFL, I'll probably spend some time betting way too many futures. By the time we get to Thursday, Friday, Saturday next week, I don't know how many NFL futures. I mean, was it earlier in the week we got a 200-1 from Tommy?
234.
Right. So the Jalen parlay, the Hurts and the Milroe MVP and Heisman parlay, 208-1.
Yeah, once you start messing around with stuff like that, Paul, you don't have a theme parlay with anything yet, right?
No, I guess I've got a week. So I don't know. It won't be a crab cake parlay because the Orioles are sucking wind and the Ravens were kind of down on.
Oh my God! Don't follow Jason
something out.
LaCour's Twitter feed. Like he's just like they suck.
Losing it.
This team blows. Yes, the Orioles.
Jason will be on with us all season, by the way. So he'll be on with us Mondays during the season. So it'll be a brutal September for him, but as they fall apart.
I do love a good theme bet, and you remember my fish, Paul, the artist formerly known as Paulie. Paulie the Fish got us home on Braves World Series. I mean, he didn't make it. He wasn't available for the World Series party, but Paulie the Fish got us home on the Braves in 2021. So I love a good theme. And if you actually search X right now, you search the hashtag Do It For Paulie, you can still go back and read all the old tweets.
What a gem that guy was.
Is it named after you?
I don't think so.
Just coincidence.
A little bit of both.
Paulie Walnuts?
No, it was named after Paul. It was because we had the ticket together. So I just said this is Paulie.
There you go. Sunday night. Is anybody? We haven't talked about this game a whole lot. I think it's interesting. Anybody have anything on LSU, USC? You know, a lot of the public bettors are like, oh yeah, over. Look at these quarterback U now with LSU, and you got Lincoln Riley. Neither team plays much defense. Anybody doing anything with that one? It's like one of those games where maybe you don't plan on betting it, but once it gets to Sunday night, it's that island game. We're probably going to have something on it.
I have LSU to win the whole thing at 20-1. When I was at the South Point in Vegas a couple of weeks ago, Chris Andrews was in the back of the book. He's the director there, and he said, my sharpest guy bet me LSU at 22-1. Obviously, a very good offense. Ideally, the quarterback is going to be just fine. He's hearing that these guys were hearing that their defense is going to be better than people think. So I don't have a bet on that game on Sunday, but I'm invested in LSU to make the playoff. If they can get into the playoff and I have 20-1, I can kind of move around with that, if you know what I mean. So I hope they win.
Yeah.
If they lose, it's going to be hard to get to the playoff, but they are a 4.5-point favorite, so they should win, but we'll see.
Yeah. When you mentioned Chris Andrews, I think back of us betting on TCU, and they gave us the wrong ticket. We bet on basketball, and they gave us a TCU to win the championship. Football.
Yeah.
Both really wrong, but because there was a player that we loved on the TCU basketball.
Yeah,
team.
we
That's
like
another
he was what was his name? Jalen Fisher. Google him.
Yes,
another Jalen.
You should Google him.
Good-looking guy.
A sign. See, now I feel like I've got to get this in. All right, that's a wrap for us this week. Don't go anywhere. Thank you for watching the brand new BetQL Daily presented by BetMGM. We're back on Tuesday. It's going to be awesome with week 1 of the NFL here. Send it in with PJ Glasser coming up 1 o'clock Eastern. Bet slips and bat flips 2 o'clock Eastern. Check it all out on the Odyssey app. We'll be back Tuesday morning, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern, right here on the BetQL Network.
You've been listening to BetQL Daily, presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
Saturday's game. Let's just throw a random game out here.
Like, I don't want to put faith in NC State. There's a chance we'll lose outright. Who knows? Jinx is definitely not paying attention right now. He's just vibing to the music.
Are you ready for the most interactive sports gambling show? Introducing BetQL's Send It In with PJ Glasser. We want to hear from you. Send It In is about your picks, your trends, and your fades. Share your thoughts, predictions, and your best daily best bets with the Send It In community. Set your reminders, mark your calendars, and get ready to send it in on weekday afternoons at 1 Eastern on Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch. On your home for wagertainment, the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM.
Go for the betting cycle on BetQL with Cody Decker.
Cody Decker, former professional baseball player, turned professional smartass on the radio.
Sports handicapper Rob Brown.
When Penix Jr. plays USC, he's getting 400 yards.
Cycling all the top plays.
And Cody Decker, I think Florida can cover today.
And one outrageous show parlay.
1, 2, 3.
Let the chaos begin. It's Bet for the Cycle on the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM.
Some would say that maybe he'll be chasing Super Bowl MVP. Really makes me angry that, like, Knicks fans can't have anything. We've been bad for... I get it. Now it's, okay, 100% of attention on 9 million games tonight. It's a playoff game! We've seen this movie before, and we know how it ends. And it ends with absolute disaster.
But I'll tell you, that's fun. But the most fun thing about betting on sports for me is this.
Like, hey, there's no tomorrow. And now, come on, pick it in.
Are you ready, sir? Start your engines. Let's go.
Astros money line versus the Marlins. Johnny Cueto, no thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. How does this affect me personally?
Which is absolutely bonkers to me.
If you do the middle school math, is 117 yards per game that you gotta post each and every weekend.
I knew it.
Who has the upper hand? Do we think it's going to be the offenses, or do we think it's going to be the defenses?
How about Saturday's game? Let's just throw a random game out here.
Like, I don't want to put faith in NC State. There's a chance we'll lose outright. Who knows? Jinx is definitely not paying attention right now. He's just vibing to the music.
Are you ready for the most interactive sports gambling show? Introducing BetQL's Send It In with PJ Glasser. We want to hear from you. Send It In is about your picks, your trends, and your fades. Share your thoughts, predictions, and your best daily best bets with the Send It In community. Set your reminders, mark your calendars, and get ready to send it in on weekday afternoons at 1 Eastern on Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch. On your home for wagertainment, the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM.
Some would say that maybe he'll be chasing Super Bowl MVP. Really makes me angry that, like, Knicks fans can't have anything. We've been bad for... I get it. Now it's, okay, 100% of attention on 9 million games tonight. It's a playoff game!
Your college football game day has come early.
Goes down the field for Sicky, goes up high. He's got get away from the cop speed, and the ball is free. Woo! What a hit! You got barbecue back there?
From underdog triumphs to powerhouse showdowns, we've got your winning playbook covered. It's BetQLU with Chris Mack, RJ Choppy, and John Martin, presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Oh, I don't even know if they know what they done did, but the three of us are back together again. Welcome in to BetQLU. We will get you set for college football every single weekend right here on the BetQL Network. We being myself, Chris Mack, alongside my friends RJ Choppy and John Martin. Boys, it's good to be back together again.
Dude.
It's good to waft it in, breathe it in. That is football. It's in the air. That slight hint of mildew from the pads that didn't all the way dry out from yesterday afternoon's practice, and you got to put them back on the next morning for 2 days. Breathe it in. It's football. It's here. And week 1 is ready to go. Yeah, week 0. That's fun. It's so great we didn't even count it. SMU would probably like to not count it. Just barely getting by. A couple other teams, maybe not as pretty as they wanted it to be, but now we got a full week 1. We've got new teams and new spots. We've got new coaches in new spots. We got a brand new playoff alignment. So let's start there. As don't forget, you can watch the show every single week on the Odyssey Sports Channel on YouTube. And, of course, all weekend long, we are live right there inside your Odyssey app, AUDACY, as well as live coast to coast on the BetQL Network. Let's start there. RJ Choppy, conference realignment. Pac-12 is now The Pac-2, not really a thing anymore. Texas and Oklahoma join the SEC. Oregon, USC, Washington, UCLA to the Big Ten. The Big 12 adds 4 more teams. It is a brave new world where basically winning a conference championship game, if you're one of those Power Four, is going to get you a bye directly into the round of 8 in this new 12-team playoff.
I love conference realignment. I know I'm probably the minority on this. I love it because I love chaos. I like other people's chaos. I don't like my chaos. I like other people's chaos. I love to drive by a non-fatal car accident. Just love it. 6 to 12 cars, nobody really hurt. A couple of blown out tires, fender bender,
just enough for
maybe
people to have to
axle.
pull over to the shoulder, right? Yeah,
just enough for me to maybe pull the phone out and say, "Whoa, look at what's going on over here." Right? So I can get on the group chats and do that stuff. So that's what I like. I like other people's chaos. That's what conference realignment is. It's other people's chaos. Because, look, I mean, I know the school I went to, we're not going anywhere. It's other people's chaos. Now, our conference, the SEC, is getting bigger. It's got its pluses, it's got its minuses to it. Big Ten, the same thing. The maps don't make any sense. None at all. There is no map again. I mean, just that's enough of that. But
geography isn't a thing anymore.
Geography is not a thing. Hey, state lines are arbitrary. You can't even see them when you're flying over them. So I'm here. I'm loving it.
Ask Jerry Lee Lewis about that, maybe, but that's a long time ago. Dated reference. John Martin, you are our biggest Group of 5 proponent. You are the champion of the Group of 5. And now a Group of 5 team is guaranteed a spot in this playoff, John. In fact, It very well may be the boys in your backyard, those Memphis Tigers in the AAC.
That's right. Listen, I fought for this. I went to Congress for this to make sure that you bozos, weren't going to leave us out. We were using the A word,
I know,
antitrust, and we got exactly what we wanted. So, and look, here's the thing: people are like, well, will they ever? Will they ever get away with it? Will they ever do away with the Group of 5 spot? And the answer is absolutely not, because the team that gets to play that Group of 5 team, they almost look at that as a bye. I mean, it's better than playing a Power 5 team. I'll say that. It's better than playing a fellow Power 5 team in that spot to move forward. So the Group of 5 will always have a slot, and you're right. It could be Memphis this year, but I think it's a coin flip, between them, Boise State. Liberty will have a say. So I think those are probably the 3 that you're working with. But we'll get into that as the show goes on. It's good to be back. It's good to see your beautiful face again, man.
Man, look at you buttering me up, trying to get me to join, trying to get me to leave the Big Ten. We got SEC man over here in Choppy. You got me in Big Ten land. The big powerful bruisers. You're trying to get us to join the Group of 5 side. I'm not going to do it. I'm going to stay loyal, John. I'm going to stay loyal to the Big Ten because You make a great point here. In all seriousness, like whoever ends up the 5th seed in the 12-team playoff is going to be the best Oh, stop it, please. Sam Hartman's not there anymore.
Every year.
You can end the love
affair.
Whoever ends up being the 5th seed is going to be the best non-conference champion in the country. I mean, that could be a Georgia. That could be an Oregon or Ohio State. And they get a first-round game on campus against Liberty or Boise or all due respect, John, Memphis. I mean, you're right. It is. Yeah. It's almost like a glorified bye or a walkthrough. But this is also why I love the playoff, guys, because we say that, yet at the same time, it gives us the sense of possibilities that we get in the NCAA tournament every spring, which is, well, yeah, it should be a simple walkover, but there's always that chance. That Cinderella always has a chance, to little Mac can catch Glass Joe, Mike Tyson's punch-out analogy there, with one good punch, and he's down and out. And that possibility will exist. Maybe not in a year like this, where the Group of 5 representative may not really be able to stand up to a very powerful 5 seed. I laid some of the options out there: Georgia, Oregon, Ohio State, who knows? But some years, at a certain point, it's going to happen. And I think that's why we wanted an expanded playoff, is increased opportunities for all teams.
Yeah, well, think about this. I mean, Tulane beat USC 2 years ago in the Cotton Bowl. I mean, and that was a game that, I mean, Caleb Williams was in that game, right? Make no mistake about it. I mean, USC went for that. That wasn't one where they were like, we just don't care. We didn't make the playoff. Right. We don't care. No, they cared. They played their guys, and one of them went on to be, the number one pick in the 2024 NFL draft. So among many others, right? Among many other draft picks on that team. So, you get the right combination of a generational coach and a generational quarterback, anything absolutely can happen. And that's why this 12-team playoff is going to be absolutely electrifying.
We're going to get to Notre Dame's Week 1 matchup specifically against A&M in just a little bit. They got to go to College Station, Choppy. But what gives you belief that the Irish, despite not having the ability to play in a conference championship game, which would give them that bye to the top 4 in the second week of the playoff, what gives you – is it just the soft schedule? Is it the fact that if they get by A&M, they're kind of in the driver's seat until they get to the last 4 weeks of the season, and even then, there's really only 2 competitive opponents?
It's mainly that. It's mainly the schedule. Like, they're going to be in a position to where, I mean, they're going to be, if they get by A&M, they're a dog in what? I mean, 2 games the rest of the year, maybe.
That,
yeah. So that to me is it. And look, I mean, these are humans, and the entire situation that's going on with the Big 12 and UConn, where ESPN has a say, they're pressuring, hey, do this. Hey, and Fox like, hey, don't do this, do this. It's like, wait a second, now the TV networks are in on this? Well, I don't like the sounds of that, which tells me that the TV networks are in on the college football playoff, if you want to go hold that down, that whole conspiracy theory route. So, Notre Dame is probably going to get some, advantages. They might get a little boost. And if you're the 5 seed, like you said, you're going to play the 12, which is probably going to be the group of 5. And then you're going to play the 4 seed, which is probably going to be Oklahoma State, Utah.
Right.
Like, you couldn't ask for a better matchup. If you're if you're not going to be the 1, you want to be the 5.
Well, and I would say, by the way, the group of 5 champion won't always be the 12. I mean, there will be a year potentially where, I mean, they could be, a 6, right? Yeah. I think there was a year where, if you just sort of go back and do the math recently, I think Cincinnati, when that year where they had a great year, I think they would have been 6th. So, again, it doesn't even have to, you can be the 5, you could be a different seed, the 11, whatever. Like, there are going to be multiple spots here to play a group of 5 team that Power 5 teams should not complain about.
Notre Dame, for what it's worth, -175 to make the college football playoff. That puts them 5th on the board at BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. And the highest on the board, the smallest dog, I guess, if we want to put it that way, from the Power 5 to make the playoff, Liberty at +375. John mentioned them earlier, mentioned Boise as well. They are 4-1 at BetMGM. Memphis, again, the aforementioned Tigers, at 6-1 to make the college football playoff if we're talking group of 5 representatives. Let's talk coaching changes, because some big names are out, right? Saban goes to College Game Day. Jim Harbaugh runs off to L.A. He gets paid, which really is the key part there, not just avoiding the sanctions or suspensions or whatever would have come at Michigan, here nor there. But you've also got 11 other coaching changes, I want to say, if you count Trent Bray, who was the interim at Oregon State at the end of last year, gets the permanent gig. So 10 or 11 other new head coaches in place at Power 4 programs. You've also got an immense amount of stability in spots where teams could be in contention for playoff spots or conference championships. Choppy in particular mentioned a couple of Big 12 teams in Oklahoma State and Utah earlier. Gundy and Whittingham, both been around forever in the ACC. Dabo, still allergic to the portal, but still around and still kicking at Clemson. Mac Brown at UNC, obviously still there as well. Kirk Ferentz going to miss the first game this weekend, but still at Iowa. Brian Kelly, obviously tenured, even if it's been in multiple spots at LSU. He could certainly be in the playoff as well. John, when you look at the coaching changes, where do you think the biggest impact takes place? Is it Saban to DeBoer? Is it, I don't know. What spot do you look at and think the biggest impact could come from coaching change?
Yeah, don't lead the witness, right? Let the witness have their own testimony. I'm trying to lead the witness. I actually am going to say Mike Elko at Texas A&M.
Okay.
That program needed some rejuvenation. There's no doubt about it. And I think Mike Elko is exactly the right guy for that place. I'm a believer that when you get it done at places where it historically has not been done, I know David Cutcliffe had some years, right? But the way that Mike Elko had Duke winning games last season, and how innovative he is offensively, and the job he did with Riley Leonard overall, I'm a believer when you do it at places where you don't have the resources, then you go to a place and you get those resources, right? You're like a train, man. You're a train going down the tracks. And I think Mike Elko was the hire of the cycle. I know Texas A&M fans didn't necessarily believe that, but they will. In about 3 to 4 weeks, they will.
Well, look, I mean, Elko is I think a really solid coach. I think it's a good pick. It's probably what I would have picked. But you stole it from me, so I won't say Mike Elko. Although right. I think he's perfect for the job. I honestly think Bill O'Brien is the guy. It's never been a great job, but I do believe he is a fantastic coach. What he did at Penn State right after Joe Pa was nothing short of amazing. He dragged like 4 different quarterbacks to the playoffs in the NFL. He was a bad GM, and that was a bad situation. But I think he's a really good offensive mind. And I think Boston College is kind of one of those sneaky teams, not necessarily this year, but in the next couple of years that, all right, if they're fighting for the back end of the playoff in 4 years, it's not going to stun me. It's a rich alumni. They want to get in on the NIL. It doesn't sound like it, but he's a pretty decent coach. So I think O'Brien is one of those guys.
Yeah, in a conference that's probably maxing out, depending on any given year, what the competition and schedule is like, is maxing out at 2 teams probably in the playoff. You're gonna have to jump up and surprise some people to be playoff worthy, I think. But I think you make a great point about Bill O'Brien. Anyway, watching what he did firsthand at Penn State was, like you said, Choppy, just ridiculous what he was able to do to keep things together there and keep it from all falling apart. And yeah, quality coach, if not the best NFL GM in the world as well. That's one to keep an eye on, certainly. We're going to talk about Mike Elko a little bit more because we are going to talk, like I mentioned, that Notre Dame A&M game a little bit later. We'll talk about what we think the complexion of the playoffs may look like. How many teams from each conference? Who's going to win each conference? Who is our official pick for the Group of 5 representative? We'll even make national championship picks a little bit later as well. But plenty of big games to preview in just a moment. LSU, USC out in Vegas. LSU keeps finding themselves in these big Week 1 games against big-time opponents. Miami in the swamp for the first time in nearly 2 decades. And we'll start with one that we've seen before, but not quite with the same exact faces and maybe not at the same exact time of year, although a few years ago they did it. We'll start with Clemson, number 14 Tigers, and the number 1 Georgia Bulldogs, almost 2 touchdowns, and we'll lead off with that one next, right here on BetQLU, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
You've been listening to BetQLU, presented by BetMGM. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
Are you ready, sir? Start your engines. Let's go.
Astros money line versus the Marlins. Johnny Cueto, no thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. How does this affect me personally?
Which is absolutely bonkers to me.
If you do the middle school math, is 117 yards per game that you gotta post each and every weekend.
I knew it.
Who has the upper hand? Do we think it's going to be the offenses or do we think it's going to be the defenses?
How about Saturday's game? Let's just throw a random game out here.
Like, I don't want to put faith in NC State. There's a chance we'll lose
team.
outright. Who knows? Jinx is definitely not paying attention right now. He's just vibing to the music.
Are you ready for the most interactive sports gambling show? Introducing BetQL's Send It In with PJ Glasser. We want to hear from you. Send It In is about your picks, your trends, and your fades. Share your thoughts, predictions, and your best daily best bets with the Send It In community. Set your reminders, mark your calendars, and get ready to send it in on weekday afternoons at 1 Eastern on Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch. On your home for wagertainment, the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM.
Go for the betting cycle on BetQL with Cody Decker.
Cody Decker, former professional baseball player, turned professional smartass on the radio.
Sports handicapper Rob Brown.
When Penix Jr. plays USC, he's getting 400 yards.
Cycling all the top plays.
And Cody Decker, I think Florida can cover today.
And one outrageous show parlay.
1, 2, 3.
Let the chaos begin. It's Bet for the Cycle on the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM.
Some would say that maybe he'll be chasing Super Bowl MVP. Really makes me angry that, like, Knicks fans can't have anything. We've been bad for... I get it. Now it's, okay, 100% of attention on 9 million games tonight. It's a playoff game! We've seen this movie before, and we know how it ends. And it ends with absolute disaster.
But I'll tell you, that's fun. But the most fun thing about betting on sports for me is this.
Like, hey, there's no tomorrow. And now, come on, put Pickett in.
Are you ready, sir? Start your engines. Let's go.
Astros money line versus the Marlins. Johnny Cueto, no thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. How does this affect me personally?
Which is absolutely bonkers to me.
If you do the middle school math, is 117 yards per game that you gotta post each and every weekend.
I knew it.
Who has the upper hand? Do we think it's going to be the offenses, or do we think it's going to be the defenses?
How about Saturday's game? Let's just throw a random game out here.
Like, I don't want to put faith in NC State. There's a chance we'll lose
team.
outright. Who knows? Jinx is definitely not paying attention right now. He's just vibing to the music.
Are you ready for the most interactive sports gambling show? Introducing BetQL's Send It In with PJ Glasser. We want to hear from you. Send It In is about your picks, your trends, and your fades. Share your thoughts, predictions, and your best daily best bets with the Send It In community. Set your reminders, mark your calendars, and get ready to send it in on weekday afternoons at 1 Eastern on Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch. On your home for wagertainment, the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM.
Some would say that maybe he'll be chasing Super Bowl MVP. Really makes me angry that, like, Knicks fans can't have anything. We've been bad for... I get it. Now it's, okay, 100% of attention on 9 million games tonight. It's a playoff game! We've seen this movie before, and we know how it ends. And it ends with absolute disaster.
But I'll tell you, that's fun. But the most fun thing about betting on sports for me is this.
Like, hey, there's no tomorrow. And now, come on, put Pickett in.
Let's get back to BetQLU, presented by BetMGM.
And welcome back in. It is BetQLU for week 1 of the college football season. Yeah, the first official week, second official weekend, but first full official weekend of the college football season. And we are going to have you covered absolutely every single weekend, all season long here on BetQLU. We'll be with you Friday nights, Saturday mornings, getting you ready for things right here on the Odyssey Sports YouTube channel, and of course live coast to coast on the BetQL Network. You can also download it on demand. We get it ready for you on Fridays right there inside your Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. Just search BetQLU. Alongside RJ Choppy and John Martin, who's going to jump back into the conversation momentarily. We got plenty of games to preview, and in just a couple minutes, we'll take a look at who we think our favorite conference winners may be, especially when we look at some of the numbers that are out there, some of the prices, who we like to win the national championship, and just how many playoff teams may filter into this 12-team field from each conference. But let's start. Before we get to LSU, Southern Cal, before we get to Notre Dame, A&M, before we get to Miami in the Swamp against the Gators, Choppy, let's start with number 14 Clemson Tigers visiting the number 1 Georgia Bulldogs Saturday, noon Eastern, a 13.5-point spread on this one. These two, an instant defensive classic a couple years ago when they met in the opener. Not a single offensive touchdown in that game. A lot's changed since then, but both teams very stout up front on the defensive line. This will be the second year together for Cade Klubnik and Garrett Riley, the offensive coordinator at Clemson. Last year, maybe a little bit of an adjustment period for each of them. Phil Maffa takes over as the lead dog in the backfield. In my opinion, even better than Will Shipley. No major losses in the portal, no major additions either because, it's Dabo. Georgia, on the other hand, brutal schedule, and this is the way they kick it off. Just 3 true home games. This one, de facto home game, right? At the Mercedes-Benz Dome in Atlanta. They are 10-1, though, straight up in their last 10 season openers, including 2 wins over Clemson. Only 6-3 against the spread for what it's worth, but they got Carson Beck, a Heisman candidate. Trevor Etienne in the backfield ahead of the Robinson twins, so a 3-headed monster there running the ball. Receiving core, I think, is the issue that I worry about. Bowers and McConkey gone. Ra Thomas dismissed from the team a couple months ago. That may be the one spot I look and say, do they have all the weapons they need on the offensive side of the ball?
That's the big question. There's some turnover there. I mean, obviously the quarterback is stabilized, but you lose a major threat in Bowers, and then like you said, McConkey as well. But look, this is about what Clemson has become, and what are they? Like, are they more name at this point? Like, does the program still carry the same weight it did 5 years ago? And I don't think anybody would say yes. It's not the same program that it was. Portal, the NIL has killed that program, and until Dabo wants to get on board with it, I think they're in for a rude awakening. I think this could get ugly. I mean, I'm not like going to be out here saying, "Oh, dude, I am betting the house on Georgia minus 13.5." But I'm looking at it like, okay, if Georgia struggles in this game, it's going to make a lot of folks in the SEC very, very happy because they got Texas, they got Alabama, they got Tennessee on their schedule ahead of them. So I honestly think that this is one of those things. I would lay the Georgia in the 13.5. I'm not, like I said, not betting the house on it, but this thing I do think has a chance to get ugly.
This is interesting, though, because as we mentioned, it opened at 13.5 and throughout the week has continued to come down to the point where, late Thursday night, early Friday morning, it was all the way down to 11.5 at a couple spots, including at BetMGM. So with that being said, as this number continues to tighten up, is that Clemson's team? Is that the public that maybe you're not leaning all in on with in week 1? It'll be interesting to see if the line moves any more before kickoff. But again, as of Thursday night, Friday morning, this thing was down a full 2 points from where it opened, 13.5 to 11.5. So if you're looking to roll with Georgia like you are, Choppy, then you're definitely getting a better number at this point. I don't know. It feels like in a game that should be a little bit more of a defensive battle between these two teams, I'm not sure if I'm willing to go 2 touchdowns. The 13.5 is too much. You start to tighten it up, though. You get it closer to 11, and I think I'm probably getting closer to the point where I wouldn't be in on Clemson. If we were still close to 2 touchdowns, I might roll the dice with Clemson, but this one, the number is making this one a tougher one to get in on. 3:30 kick Eastern time Saturday in the Swamp, Gainesville. Number 19, Miami Hurricanes, visiting Florida, Choppy. For the first time since 2008, they've been to the Swamp. They've lost 3 of their last 5 road openers, but they have completely remade their offense. Both sides of the ball, really.
Mm-hmm.
They went on a portal frenzy. Yes. And look, you can't blame them. They needed to do something, right? Because Mario Cristobal, this is a get off the pot kind of season. Like his 3rd year in Miami, he's got to get it together. And it's not just game day coaching. It's go out and get the talent maybe to insulate yourself from the game day coaching mistakes. Cam Ward comes in from Washington State. Damian Martinez from Oregon State. So they raid the 2 remaining members of the not so many pack anymore. Sam Brown from Houston. Zach Carpenter, the offensive lineman from Indiana. 3 transfer starters on defense. Florida on the other side, talk about schedules. Most difficult schedule in the country, according to the man Phil Steele. 11 games against Power 4 schools, including this one. They get Central Florida in October. They're at Florida State. They got to go to Tallahassee the final weekend of the season. And look, we like to bag on Graham Mertz. He did lead the SEC in completion percentage last year for what it's worth. Only 3 picks, but he's still Graham Mertz. This is going to be the 2nd consecutive year of losing at least 5 starters on defense for Florida. I think it's going to be a tough year for them. This lines up with Miami only having to lay 2.5. I like the Canes to go in and take care of business in the Swamp.
I like the Canes as well. I like Cam Ward. I love also that they are going full troll here because Florida's doing a whiteout and Miami's like, oh, okay, we'll just wear all white uniforms. And I love that. So, no, I think Miami's a better team. Napier's got a tough road ahead, man. Like, he was done no favors with this schedule and basically a must. I mean, it's not even a bowl year. They got to win 8 games, I think, for him to even have a prayer at keeping that job. So this is a tough proposition for him ahead, and it gets off on the wrong foot. And if they don't win this game, I don't know that he makes it to November. I really don't. It's that tough for them.
Yeah, I mean, the schedule, again, for Florida is just absolutely and look, this is part of what happens when you get into these mega power conferences. There are some years you're going to get a nice soft schedule, right? There are some years you're going to get absolute brutality like this. Miami and A&M both visit in the first 3 weeks of the season. You got to go to Knoxville. You mentioned that's what is it, week 5, week 6, I think it is. He may not make it past that one. They go to Athens, one of those 3 home games, SEC home games for Georgia. They got to host LSU.
Party, right? That's probably
You're right. It is the cocktail party. You're right. Yeah. I take that back. It is. It's in Jacksonville. But still, they got to go to Texas. They got to host LSU. They got to host Ole Miss. And then they go to Tallahassee the final week of the season. They could use a nice big upset win early in the year as a home dog. I'm not counting on it being this one. Interesting note, Cam McCormick, the backup to the number 2 tight end for Miami. He's in his 9th year of eligibility, Choppy. He's a year older than each of us. Just turned 26 in April, and he's still playing. He's had like 4 years wiped out by injury and COVID. So good for Cam McCormick that he's still in there and getting it done. All right, Saturday night game. This is the one we mentioned or alluded to a couple times earlier. Number 7 Notre Dame Fighting Irish go to College Station to face the number 20 Aggies. A&M favored by 3. They've won 11 straight home openers, 7 of them against the spread. If Connor Wigman can stay healthy, they've got an experienced offensive line, John, experienced wide receiver room, NFL pedigree, right? Moose Muhammad. They've got same thing in the running back room, right? Multiple names that can lead the pack if they need him to. But Emmitt Smith's kid, EJ, is in there. They could have the best running back room in the SEC in College Station. And they've got a defense-first head coach now in Elko. So you bookend a somewhat soft schedule. No Georgia, no Bama, no Ole Miss, with at least one win against, I don't know, Notre Dame or Texas late. This could be a 9-3 team, John. This could be a playoff team. A 9-3 in the SEC might get you in.
Yeah, for sure. I think in terms of this week, I think the number is pretty right. I don't necessarily. I mean, if it ever got to 2.5 for whatever reason, obviously I would be on Texas A&M. But look, we know what Mike Elko can do with quarterbacks. I think we've seen his track record, and again, you're talking about a guy that's got real resources now at A&M, and that's a program that's underachieved relative to their war chest. And you go out and you hire somebody that's innovative and creative. And so I certainly expect that to be on display in week one. I do think there's a coaching mismatch. I do think there's a big edge to Texas A&M in that regard. I mean, we've seen Marcus Freeman in big games. I still am trying to figure out how he lost to Ohio State a year ago. I don't think I've quite figured that out yet. So I'm Texas A&M here, but I do think the price is right at 3.
It's come down to 2.5 in a few spots, actually. Back down to 2.5. If you find that, maybe that's a jump-in spot for you. A lot of turnover at the offensive skill positions, too, Choppy, for the Irish. Riley Leonard is sort of the cherry on top of that for them. Mm-hmm. Is he 100% following what was a pretty catastrophic injury last year? It's been a long time coming back. He should be. We'll see. 9 returning starters on defense. That's Notre Dame's strength, right? Especially that secondary. One of the best in the country. If they can slow down the opposition, if they can make games ugly, I think there's a chance for Marcus Freeman to survive another year there in Notre Dame. But you mentioned it earlier. The expectations are super high in South Bend this year.
Well, they're high every year. They're Notre Dame. And the way the portal is now where you could get yourself an upperclassman quarterback. And did the same thing last year with Sam Hartman. And now they get Leonard, and it's just they get themselves an upperclassman quarterback who's been around the block. There's no growing pains. There's no speed of the game issues coming from high school, starting a true freshman or anything. I mean, that's a major advantage. You tack on a relatively manageable schedule to the point where if you beat A&M on the road and then A&M beats LSU, A&M beats Florida State or whoever they play, or whoever they play at the end of the year, right? They win those games. Now you're like, okay, now that school, that win that you had 4 months ago that we all forgot, all of a sudden looks better. So this is a huge game for Notre Dame. And while I do think A&M absolutely should be the favorite, this is one of those, like, if Notre Dame wins this game, they absolutely, I believe, are going to go to the playoff. And they're going to, unless they have a complete collapse down the stretch.
Yeah. Bet $50, get 1,000 BetMGM rewards points. No sports book with a more exciting rewards club than BetMGM. All you got to do is opt in inside your BetMGM Sportsbook app and earn your BetMGM rewards points. Then check out all the ways you can take advantage of those points. Your BetMGM rewards points can be used at the rewards store inside the app, or you can even redeem them for hotel stays, concert tickets, resort benefits, so much more. Opt in, bet $50 on any sport, then instantly get 1,000 BetMGM rewards points. Visit the BetMGM rewards store to redeem them. And again, use them for all kinds of bonuses and BetMGM app, as well as at MGM Resorts. You get perks there, Marriott Bonvoy credits, and so much more. We've got one more game specifically that we want to dive into. LSU USC on Sunday night in Vegas. We'll do that. We'll give you our picks for who we think will win each of the Power 4 conferences, as well as who the Group of 5 representative will be, and some national championship picks as well. As we roll on here, week 1 is up and underway, and we are moving. Alongside John Martin and RJ Choppy, I'm Chris Mack. This is BetQLU.
You've been listening to BetQL U, presented by BetMGM. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
Are you ready, sir? Start your engines. Let's go.
Astros money line versus the Marlins. Johnny Cueto, no thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. How does this affect me personally?
Which is absolutely bonkers to me.
If you do the middle school math, is 117 yards per game that you gotta post each and every weekend.
I knew it.
Who has the upper hand? Do we think it's going to be the offenses, or do we think it's going to be the defenses?
How about Saturday's game? Let's just throw a random game out here.
Like, I don't want to put faith in NC State. There's a chance we'll lose outright. Who knows? Jinx is definitely not paying attention right now. He's just vibing to the music.
Are you ready for the most interactive sports gambling show? Introducing BetQL Send It In with PJ Glasser. We want to hear from you. Send It In is about your picks, your trends, and your fades. Share your thoughts, predictions, and your best daily best bets with the Send It In community. Set your reminders, mark your calendars, and get ready to send it in on weekday afternoons at 1 Eastern on Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch. On your home for wagertainment, the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM.
Go for the betting cycle on BetQL with Cody Decker.
Cody Decker, former professional baseball player, turned professional smartass on the radio.
Sports handicapper Rob Brown.
When Penix Jr. plays USC, he's getting 400 yards.
Cycling all the top plays.
And Cody Decker, I think Florida can cover today.
And one outrageous show parlay.
1, 2, 3.
Let the chaos begin. It's Bet for the Cycle on the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM.
Some would say that maybe he'll be chasing Super Bowl MVP. Really makes me angry that, like, Knicks fans can't have anything. We've been bad for... I get it. Now it's, okay, 100% of attention on 9 million games tonight. It's a playoff game! We've seen this movie before, and we know how it ends. And it ends with absolute disaster.
But I'll tell you, that's fun. But the most fun thing about betting on sports for me is this.
Like, hey, there's no tomorrow. And now, come on, put Pickett in.
Are you ready, sir? Start your engines. Let's go.
Astros money line versus the Marlins. Johnny Cueto, no thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. How does this affect me personally?
Which is absolutely bonkers to me.
If you do the middle school math, is 117 yards per game that you gotta post each and every weekend.
I knew it.
Who has the upper hand? Do we think it's going to be the offenses, or do we think it's going to be the defenses?
How about Saturday's game? Let's just throw a random game out here.
Like, I don't want to put faith in NC State. There's a chance we'll lose outright. Who knows? Jinx is definitely not paying attention right now. He's just vibing to the music.
Are you ready for the most interactive sports gambling show? Introducing BetQL Send It In with PJ Glasser. We want to hear from you. Send It In is about your picks, your trends, and your fades. Share your thoughts, predictions, and your best daily best bets with the Send It In community. Set your reminders, mark your calendars, and get ready to send it in on weekday afternoons at 1 Eastern on Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch. On your home for wagertainment, the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM.
Some would say that maybe he'll be chasing Super Bowl MVP. Really makes me angry that, like, Knicks fans can't have anything. We've been bad for... I get it. Now it's, okay, 100% of attention on 9 million games tonight. It's a playoff game! We've seen this movie before, and we know how it ends. And it ends with absolute disaster.
But I'll tell you, that's fun. But the most fun thing about betting on sports for me is this.
Like, hey, there's no tomorrow. And now, come on, put
pick it in.
Let's get back to BetQLU, presented by BetMGM.
How good it is to be back together. The three of us, again, getting you ready for college football every single weekend right here on the BetQL Network, live coast to coast, wherever you may be in your Odyssey app, always on demand, AUDACY. Wherever you get your podcast, just search BetQLU, and we will get you through the biggest games every single week. And in just a minute, we tell you who we think will win each of those Power Four conferences and who we like for the national championship as well. We'll even throw a group of 5 pick in there for you as well. Alongside John Martin and RJ Choppy, I'm Chris Mack. Thank you for watching if you're doing it there on the Odyssey Sports channel on YouTube as well, or on Twitch, twitch.tv/BetQL. One final big game we wanted to preview, boys, and it's Sunday night, 7:30 Eastern kickoff in Vegas. Number 13 LSU Tigers against the number 23 Southern California Trojans. LSU, the shortest dog in the country at BetMGM, at least, plus 125 to make the playoff. 8 teams are favored. They are the first dog on the board to make the playoff. They haven't won an opener since 2019, though, against Georgia Southern. They've got to replace Jaden Daniels, although, okay, I get it. Nussmeier's on the periphery of that second tier of Heisman guys in the 16 to 22 to 1 range. And 9 other starters have to be replaced. A softer SEC schedule, though, right? No Georgia and no Texas. They get Bama, Ole Miss, Oklahoma all at home. That plays into Brian Kelly's advantage. They returned 6 of their 12 starters on defense, more improved in the secondary, Choppy, more experienced up front, definitely, than last year. And their new kind of old defensive coordinator, Blake Baker, who's the highest paid assistant in college football. LSU this year, playoff team at plus 125 or in a dogfight in a really stacked SEC?
Oh, they're in a dogfight. I mean, they're not a great team. They're going to be lumped in with the, those 10 to 20 ranked teams basically all season long. And they're breaking in a new quarterback, and that's a big issue. Now, look, so is USC. And Lincoln Riley's had his he's had his quarterbacks that have basically all become number 1 picks, and the next one is just going to be the next in line. But LSU has struggled in these season openers. Look, are they a good quality football team? Yeah, they're LSU. They have talent everywhere. They're going to dominate the defensive line. They're going to dominate at certain positions. They're going to have great wide receivers, but there's going to be some hiccups at the quarterback position like there should be. And if you look at it, there's a reason why the pros aren't figuring out this game. It's basically a net zero pro betting advantage. Like, they're not really going hard on this one the way they might be on, say, the Georgia-Clemson game where there's a 20% pro betting advantage. So, boy, it's a hard pass for me right now.
John, Southern Cal, third toughest schedule in the country. Welcome to the Big Ten, by the way. They get to replace the first overall draft pick at quarterback. Defense should be improved, although it can't be any worse than last year or the year before that, for that matter. They poached DeAnthony Lynn from UCLA across town. This is the first of at least half a dozen landmines as I see it on their schedule. The number opened near a touchdown, 6.5. It's down, and it's settled right around 4.5 in most spots. Still a random 4 out there in places. Still a random 5 out there in places. But I think to Choppy's point here, John, this is a tough one to get your arms around, and it's settled right at a number that's very difficult to get your arms around, 4.5.
Yeah, I think the play for me would probably be on the total. And I would definitely be on the over here. I mean, I get that, USC is going to sell this new defensive coordinator, and you're right. I mean, what was it, Alex Grinch, one of the worst defenses in the country he presided over. And I realized that, LSU lost a lot, but they still have the best offensive line in America, and great offensive lines can make mediocre players look a lot better than they are. And on the USC side, like, we know they're capable of putting up points under Lincoln Riley. So I think the what we won't know necessarily is, like, with the helmet communications, like which teams are going to take longer, which teams are not. But it feels like to me that the fast teams are going to play faster. And I think this is, a total that probably would have been in the, mid 70s last season. I think you're kind of getting a discount. Granted, worse players for sure, but I still think this is an over all day long. I don't see many stops in this game whatsoever.
It's going to be a hell of a week 1 slate, boys. Can't wait to bet it. It got a little crazy on Thursday night, continued into Friday, and certainly Saturday and Sunday will be fun. I mean, come on, 4 or 5 straight days of college football. Who doesn't like that? And this just week 1 with another 3 months to go before we even settle what the playoff field is going to look like. So let's do it. Let's predict it. Let's predict. I'm going to ask you guys to predict each of your Power 4 conference champions and your group of 5 representative. And I'll give you time to think. And then we'll do national championship picks on the way out the door, too. I'm going to go, and John already brought them up. They've got literally the softest schedule in the country. Liberty as the group of 5 representative. They're plus 375 at BetMGM to make the playoff. I think they edge out Memphis, Boise State, some of the other group of 5 teams that we mentioned. Big Ten, I'm going to go with a newcomer, Oregon, at 2-1 to outlast Ohio State. I think it's going to be those two back and forth all year. But, yeah, give me – and at BetMGM, it's plus 195 right now, almost 2-1 to take any of the newcomers versus the field to win the Big Ten. So Oregon, UCLA, Washington, okay, yeah, USC – to win the 2024 Big Ten Championship, almost 2-1 at BetMGM. You can also get really good odds on newcomers Oklahoma, Texas to win the SEC, or Arizona, Arizona State, Colorado, Utah, the 4 corner schools to win the Big 12, with some special newcomer versus the field markets there at BetMGM. In the ACC, give me one of the teams we already talked about. I think Mario Cristobal breaks through this year at Miami, plus 425 to win the ACC. And some longer shots in the SEC and the Big 12. The Big 12, I mentioned it earlier. Actually, Choppy brought them up first. Oklahoma State, almost 9-1. You can find them at that number in some spots, plus 850 at BetMGM to win the Big 12. I think it's them or Utah. Certainly, they're going to play a massive game on September 21st, early in the season. I think they meet again later in Arlington in early December. And I think Mike Gundy has so many returning starters, so much talent on this team, and he is experienced enough to know what it takes to get it done. It's going to be Oklahoma State in the Big 12. In SEC, Lane Kiffin. Yup, Ole Miss. Jackson Dart. Give it to me, baby. Plus 850. A breakthrough year there as well.
Yeah.
So, Choppy, what do you got?
Are you unwell? I like it, though. I like it, man. I like it. All right, so for the group of 5, I'm with you. I like Liberty. Shout out Caden Salter from Cedar Hill, Texas. Big fan. So give me Liberty there. I do like Oklahoma State in the Big 12. I think the Big 12 is a 2-horse race for the most part, and I like the fact that the conference championship game is going to be a home game for Oklahoma State. I'll take Georgia in the SEC. I think they're just – I just think they're the best team in the country right now. And they got they probably the best quarterback in the country as well. Give me Ohio State and all that NIL money in the Big Ten. I think it's that's another situation where I probably am boiling that down to a 2-horse race. I am with you on Miami. I think Miami is a sneaky good value to get out of the ACC. We've already seen Florida State fall. I expect Clemson to not be the greatest team this year. So those are my 4 Power 5 and the group of 5 teams.
All right, John, what do you got? Is this the obligatory Memphis mention time?
Man, I like Memphis, but their defense was so bad last season. And they did bring in some quality Power 5 transfers that I do like, and they have a new defensive coordinator. But there hasn't been that much change. So I'm supposed to sort of believe all of a sudden that, it's going to be, night and day different. I mean, the offense is going to be one of the best in America, but the defense just spooks me. And they do play a tough schedule. They go to Florida State. They go to UTSA. They go to Tulane. Those are 3 really difficult road games. Even if you go 2-1, which is a big stretch, that means you can't afford any slip-ups anywhere else. So I think Liberty is going to be the pick for me. In this one, just because of, they play such a whack schedule and they're going to have a path to 12-0. So, they're a favorite to go 12-0. So I will say Liberty for the group of 5. SEC is going to be Georgia until further notice. I'm just not picking against Kirby Smart and that group. I mean, I don't see any holes in that defense. They just rebuild and retool and replenish. So until someone actually dethrones them in the regular season, I will have Georgia in the playoff from the SEC as the conference champ. Big Ten, I'm going to agree with RJ, and I'm going to go Ohio State because that defense, Will Howard's going to be an upgrade over McCord. RJ might actually be an upgrade over Kyle McCord. So if you address that position, you're obviously already stout defensively, one of the best teams in America defensively. ACC, I am going to say Clemson because if not now, if not this team, when is it ever going to happen again for Dabo? It's got to be now. It's really now or never for me with Clemson. And then the Big 12, I'm going to go Utah. I'm kind of surprised that neither one of you guys went with Utah and Cam Rising and the coaching staff there. I mean, I feel like they're as equipped as anybody to come in and win that league. So those would be my picks for the playoff.
Yeah, I don't hate Utah in the Big 12 either. I think we're all in the same pair of teams there. I just think the price is so much better on Oklahoma State, almost 9-1. Utah right around 2-1.
We're trying to be right, though. You're trying to nice little looking ticket. I'm trying to be correct, bro.
I'm trying to get some ROI here, John. Real quick, out the door. We got like 60 seconds. National championship picks. I'm taking the Ducks. Oregon at plus 750, and they do it over Ole Miss in the national championship game. Choppy.
Let me have it right here. Nope, wrong. Give me Georgia. I'll give you Georgia. I'm not taking Texas. Absolutely not. I just wanted to do that. I'll take Georgia, like John said, until further notice.
John,
I'm going to go Georgia. Georgia over Ohio State, though. It'll be a rematch from a couple of years ago in the college football playoff, and it'll be Georgia once again prevailing, probably in a close one in the title game.
All right, until further notice, I guess this is still a Bulldogs show. I'll stand strong with my boy Lane Kiffin and Jackson Dart, and we will talk about everything that goes down in Week 1 next weekend and preview Week 2 for you as well. Don't forget, you can take us with you wherever you're going inside your Odyssey app. That's also where you download us on demand in podcast form by searching for BetQLU.
You've been listening to BetQLU, presented by BetMGM. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
Are you ready, sir? Start your engines. Let's go.
Astros money line versus the Marlins. Johnny Cueto, no thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. How does this affect me personally?
Which is absolutely bonkers to me.
If you do the middle school math, is 117 yards per game that you gotta post each and every weekend.
I knew it.
Who has the upper hand? Do we think it's going to be the offenses, or do we think it's going to be the defenses?
How about Saturday's game? Let's just throw a random game out here.
I don't want to put faith in NC State. There's a chance we'll lose outright. Who knows? Jinx is definitely not paying attention right now. He's just vibing to the music.
Are you ready for the most interactive sports gambling show? Introducing BetQL's Send It In with PJ Glasser. We want to hear from you. Send It In is about your picks, your trends, and your fades. Share your thoughts, predictions, and your best daily best bets with the Send It In community. Set your reminders, mark your calendars, and get ready to send it in on weekday afternoons at 1 Eastern on Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch. On your home for wagertainment, the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM.
Go for the betting cycle on BetQL with Cody Decker.
Cody Decker, former professional baseball player, turned professional smartass on the radio.
Sports handicapper Rob Brown.
When Penix Jr. plays USC, he's getting 400 yards.
Cycling all the top plays.
And Cody Decker, I think Florida can cover today.
And one outrageous show parlay.
Fuck
Let the chaos begin. It's Bet for the Cycle on the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM.
Some would say that maybe he'll be chasing Super Bowl MVP. Really makes me angry that, like, Knicks fans can't have anything. We've been bad for... I get it. Now it's, okay, 100% of attention on 9 million games tonight. It's a playoff game! We've seen this movie before, and we know how it ends. And it ends with absolute disaster.
But I'll tell you, that's fun. But the most fun thing about betting on sports for me is this.
Like, hey, there's no tomorrow. And now, come on, put Pickett in.
Are you ready, sir? Start your engines. Let's go.
Astros money line versus the Marlins. Johnny Cueto, no thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. How does this affect me personally?
Which is absolutely bonkers to me.
If you do the middle school math, is 117 yards per game that you gotta post each and every weekend.
I knew it.
Who has the upper hand? Do we think it's going to be the offenses, or do we think it's going to be the defenses?
How about Saturday's game? Let's just throw a random game out here.
Like, I don't want to put faith in NC State. There's a chance we'll lose
13.
outright. Who knows? Jinx is definitely not paying attention right now. He's just vibing to the music.
Are you ready for the most interactive sports gambling show? Introducing BetQL's Send It In with PJ Glasser. We want to hear from you. Send It In is about your picks, your trends, and your fades. Share your thoughts, predictions, and your best daily best bets with the Send It In community. Set your reminders, mark your calendars, and get ready to send it in on weekday afternoons at 1 Eastern on Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch. On your home for wagertainment, the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM.
Some would say that maybe he'll be chasing Super Bowl MVP. Really makes me angry that, like, Knicks fans can't have anything. We've been bad for... I get it. Now it's, okay, 100% of attention on 9 million games tonight. It's a playoff game! We've seen this movie before, and we know how it ends. And it ends with absolute disaster.
But I'll tell you, that's fun. But the most fun thing about betting on sports for me is this.
Like, hey, there's no tomorrow. And now, come on, put Pickett in.
Happy Friday and welcome into Send It In, presented by BetMGM here on the BetQL Network. I'm your host, PJ Glasser. Man, is it good to have a Football Friday back. We got week 1 of college football slate to preview all throughout the show today. Over the next 30 minutes, our guy Cole Thompson is standing by. Get his thoughts on the weekend slate. PJ Pick 5 returns. We'll give out our 5 favorite plays for the weekend. We also will preview the college football bracket. Our guy Shawnee Sharp was in the lab, made a beautiful graphic, so we will run through that. Also got to give out some more bets today. We got a couple of games on the slate tonight, college football, some baseball games as well. Went 3-0 yesterday in college football. We'll try and do it once more. We'll have Lucy Birds join us later on in the show, and then we'll wrap everything up with our favorite plays for today. As always, any questions, comments, best bets, thoughts that you guys have for us, anything college football related, if you want to talk some NFL, Tour Championship, whatever it may be, get in the chat, let us know what's on your mind, twitch.tv/BetQL or YouTube/Odyssey Sports. And with all the picks and insight and analysis that we're giving out today, if you missed any part of the show, we got you covered. The Send It In podcast available wherever you get your podcast. Let's get this thing rolling, folks. Glasses in session. We go to the Glasser guest line. Cole Thompson joins us. Give him a follow on X at Mr. Cole Thompson, managing editor for the Texans Wire and host of SEC Unfiltered. Man, is it good to see that beautiful face again, because that means that college football is back, Cole. The wait is over, my friend. We got a great Week 1 slate. We got a great games tomorrow. Which one are you most excited for?
There's a ton that I think you got to look into. A lot of sleeper games. How about we start off with UNLV traveling down to TDECU Stadium to take on the Houston Cougars. The Willie Fritz era officially underway. They got the quarterback, Donovan Smith. He knows how to make plays in open space. He's a great, accurate thrower. Last season was part of the reason why the Cougars stayed in games, but he did lose both of his star receivers in Matthew Golden and Samuel Brown this offseason. And when you look at the Rebels, this is a team that might be the dark horse to come out and actually punch their ticket into the college football playoff. They didn't lose Barry Odom. They didn't lose Brennan Marion, the offensive coordinator. They did lose Jaden Maeva, the quarterback, but they found a competent replacement in Holy Cross's Matt Sluka. I like their defense. This is one of those games where if the game was being played in Sin City, absolutely, I would be taking the Rebels. Keep a close eye. I don't think that you will see this be pulled away late, but I am also looking at the Rebels to make a major statement on the road. How about we talk about the game going on in Morgantown, West Virginia? Last season, the Mountaineers marched into Happy Valley, kept this thing close with the Nittany Lions before they pulled away into the fourth quarter. This feels like the season where everything has to come together if you are James Franklin and company. This is the recruiting class that you've been building around with Abdul Carter, with Nick Singleton, Katron Allen, Drew Aller. You go out and you add in the right offensive coordinator, Andy Kotlanicki. But at the same time, there is always that learning curve. We saw last week what it was like for a young quarterback to step on into a new system in DJ Uiagalelei out in Dublin, Ireland, which ultimately led to the upset that kickstarted the season. What if we see the same thing happen in Morgantown, West Virginia? The Mountaineers are not getting enough respect going into this season. They return Garrett Green. They return CJ Donaldson. They return Raheem Green. I'm not even looking at what the line is. I'm just immediately saying that you will watch the Mountaineers roll on in. Take me home, country road. Take me to victory. Neil Brown and the fighting Mountaineers, they're going to pull off the upset win.
Man, I love it. That line's continue to drop, Cole. We were talking about it before you came on air. Earlier this month, it was all the way out to Penn State -10. Now on BetMGM, it's down to 7.5. That should be a good one tomorrow. The game that I think a lot of people are most excited for, Cole, throughout the network, I've been doing a bunch of shows. I've asked people, which game are you most looking forward to? A lot of people can't wait for this Miami and Florida game because of the two brands, because of what it means for both coaches, both programs. It's a tight spread. The Canes are favored by 2.5. A lot of people feel like this is the year for Miami finally to win the ACC. Cole, we know what a tough place the Swamp is to play. Who do you like tomorrow between the Canes and the Gators?
PJ, let's just start off and say, how awesome is it that we get a rivalry game to kick off week 1 of college football? This is one of the more slept-on rivalries in the southeastern region. Miami and Florida don't play each other enough. They should, because of the animosity between these two fan bases is second to none. And it is year 3 for both of these squads, but it's a fork road year in different paths for Billy Napier and Mario Cristobal. Cristobal's gone out and he's added in all the pieces on the offensive and defensive line. I've talked to somebody in the building. They truly believe that if you put them pound to pound with Georgia, with LSU, with Alabama, their offensive and defensive line would be stoic in the SEC. Take off that ACC branding and take off the Miami logo. You're looking at SEC trench play. But on the flip side, Billy Napier feels confident in the quarterback position with Graham Mertz. Eugene Wilson, I think, is the most slept-on player in the SEC going into 2024. Montrell Johnson is back for this game. He had dealt with the knee injury leading up to the performance. He will be playing tomorrow in the Swamp. And now that you have, I think, a more established leader in Ron Roberts on the defensive side of the football, Austin Armstrong can focus in on that linebacking room, which has been revamped overnight. My key line that I'm going to be looking at is third down conversions for Miami, headlined by Cam Ward. Because Cam Ward may end up being the best player in the ACC. There's a reason why he started off as the preseason ACC favorite. And also, they added in a ton of new weapons with Damian Martinez and Sam Brown, the Houston wide receiver. But if they can't convert on third down, if they give opportunities for Florida to stay in this game, that atmosphere with "I won't back down" by Tom Petty playing in the fourth quarter is going to be the rally cry that I think is needed. Miami is going to be the better team by the season's end, but just because you are the better team doesn't mean you always are the best one to come out on top. Give me the Gators in this matchup to not only beat the spread at plus 2.5, but they're going to win outright by a touchdown.
I love it. You mentioned Cam Ward, Cole, and this week he has gained a ton of steam. He was 20-1 to win the Heisman Trophy. Now he's all the way down to 14-1. Who do you think holds up the Heisman at the end of the season?
I'm going to go with the wild card here. I've been preaching his name since last season. The fact that you're going to be playing in prime time locations to be able to establish your dominance, and also you return most of your supporting cast. How do you not like the last dance going on in Oxford, Mississippi with Jackson Dart? I love what you have with Trey Harris, Caden Prieskorn. They brought in Micah Davis, the wide receiver from Utah State. He adds tremendous value on the outside as a vertical threat. Last season averaged over 14.2 yards per play, is a great return man. Juice Wells is also back there. And I do love what they have at Ulysses Bentley, the running back, and Henry Perez, the transfer that comes on in for Miami. But sometimes you lose quality and you have to replace it with quantity. That also shifts the way that your offensive ideologies are. And so with Jackson Dart, that's been in a very balanced offense, I think that they're going to ask him to throw a lot more. I don't mean to get nerdy on you, PJ, but this is like in the scene in the Revenge of the Sith where Anakin Skywalker is being told by Obi-Wan Kenobi, I have nothing else to teach you as you're about ready to become the Jedi Master. There's nothing else for Jackson Dart to learn. It's just now mastering it. And to be able to play on the big stage against opponents like LSU on the road, in Death Valley, against Georgia, and against Oklahoma, I think the Rebels are going to be the best team in the SEC at 11-1. I think that Jackson Dart runs his way all the way to New York City. The Big Apple is a big-time ticket for him to win the Heisman Trophy.
I mean, college football, Star Wars, we are so back. This is awesome. Cole, what about conference futures? All right, if I gave you every conference in the country, SEC, Big 12, you can go to the Sun Belt, Mountain West, whatever you want. The team that you feel the best about in college football this season winning their conference is who?
I'm going to go with the dark horse on this one, PJ. This is why we have college football back. Give me the Texas State Bobcats. I love what G.J. Kinney was able to do this past offseason, losing not just his starting quarterback in T.J. Finley, but also Jaden DeLora due to off-the-field incidents. And you kind of feel like you upgraded because you landed Jordan McLeod, the Sun Belt Player of the Year from James Madison. He comes on in. It's a great style of offense. They have a very potent rushing attack headlined by Ishmael Johnson. So when you look at the wide receiver room, the passing presence, the Sun Belt Conference as a whole, and the way that they still have divisions, this is a trajectory to where you look at a team like Texas State to be able to march their way through the conference, get to 10 wins, and eventually maybe meet up with Appalachian State. Joey Aguilar and the Mountaineers are not going to go away quietly, but I do think that the Bobcats come out on top, and G.J. Kinney is pivoting his way to being one of the most sought-after coaches heading into the 2025 coaching cycle.
No question about it. As you can see right there, App State is favored to win the Sun Belt, but Cole making a good case for Texas State. Cole, before we let you go, who wins it all this season? Who do you like?
Listen, this is going to be a monumental year, one that we talk about for decades in the future of college football. But there's one team that did enough to build their roster going to a brand new conference. There's one team that we have seen reach the pinnacle, but are they able to close out in the big game? We watched it last year. And you're probably all saying to yourself, well, Cole, why are you going down to the Lone Star State? I'm not going to the Lone Star State. I'm going up to Eugene, Oregon, where Dan Lanning and the Ducks now have everything at their disposal. PJ, they have a Frankenstein monster of a roster. Big Ten offensive linemen, SEC-style defensive linemen, physical running backs that would find success in the ACC, a quarterback that's getting his MD in college football, Tez Johnson, Evan Stewart, great tight end play, linebackers know how to catapult their way into the backfield, force dominance. I think that you will see at Autzen Stadium, them get the win over Ohio State. Ohio State gets the upset in Indianapolis, but ultimately, That salty feeling in their mouth will lead the Ducks all the way down to Atlanta to face off against the protege and the master Kirby Smart. And Dan Lanning gets the last laugh. Finally wins the big one. Give me the Ducks to hoist up the 2024 college football national title.
Absolutely love it. He's Cole Thompson. Give him a follow on X at Mr. Cole Thompson, managing editor for the Texans Wire. Also catch him as the host of SEC Unfiltered as well. Cole, great to have you back, my friend. Can't wait for the season. Enjoy tomorrow. We'll talk again soon.
We're back, baby. Thanks, JPJ.
We sure are. Great stuff there from Cole Thompson. All right, let's continue to talk college football. Cole likes the Oregon Ducks to win it all this year. And look at that. Look at that bracket. I mean, if that doesn't make you feel something, I can't help you. I mean, that is a beautiful thing right there. Obviously, first year of the 12-team college football playoff. Most of you all know that by now. Automatic top 4 teams are into the second round of the college football playoff. So the winner of the SEC, the ACC, the Big 12, and the Big 10 are going to make up your top 4 seeds. Notre Dame is not in a conference, so the highest possible seed that they can get is the number 5 seed. As you can see on your screen, I like Georgia to win the SEC this season. I'm taking Ohio State out of the Big 10. I think it's going to be between Ohio State or it's going to be between Oregon. At the end of the day, I think Ohio State's going to be 2. I think Oregon is going to be the number 5 team. Oklahoma State is going to be the only team that makes it out of the Big 12 this year to the college football playoff. Talked about them yesterday. I think they win that conference. And then I think this is finally the year that Miami, who hasn't been relevant really for the last 20 years, they win the ACC. I'll put Miami in as the number 4 team. Oregon, as I mentioned, they're going to be the number 5 team. They're going to play Boise State, who's going to be the group of 5 champion in the first round in the 5-12 matchup. Then I like Tennessee. I think Tennessee is going to play Georgia this year in the SEC title game. That Vols offense is going to be lethal. Nico is the real deal. Defensively, they got some NFL superstars. If the back end holds up enough, Tennessee is going to be a really good team this year. I have them going up against Iowa. You know, when everybody's making these predictions, they're going to have all of like the same 12 teams. But there's going to be 1 or 2 teams that nobody sees coming that makes the playoff this year. Iowa, we've talked about them a bunch on this show throughout the summer. Go look at their schedule. They don't play anybody outside of Ohio State. This is a team that very easily could win 11 games this season. If Iowa's 11-1 in the regular season, they're going to the college football playoff. I'll put them in there at number 11. Texas and Ole Miss, 2 more SEC teams. I'll put them in at 7 and at number 10. And then Clemson will face off against Notre Dame. I'll have them matching up in the first round. Irish, huge game as we know tomorrow against Texas A&M. I think if Notre Dame wins that game, they're already in the college football playoff. The way that the rest of their schedule sets up, the only other games that concern you are the home game against Florida State and then the road game at USC. But their schedule is extremely favorable. And then Clemson, I think, gets back into the college football playoff this season. I have Clemson defeating Notre Dame in the first round in the 9-8 matchup. Give me Oregon over Boise State in the 5-12. I like Ole Miss to upset Texas. Cole was just talking about Ole Miss and Jackson Dart to win the Heisman Trophy. Think the Rebels have a good season this year. And then I'm big on Tennessee. Those 2 teams, Tennessee and Iowa, if they meet up again in the playoff, actually played in a bowl game last year. So Nico saw that Iowa defense last year. They won that game 35-0. Absolutely killed Iowa. I like Tennessee in that matchup. So then in the second round, I would have Georgia against Clemson in the 1-9 matchup, which oddly enough would be a rematch, of course, of the game that we get tomorrow. And Clemson's starting to get a little bit of money, so people maybe think that game could be close. I'll take Georgia to win that game. Give me Oregon against Miami in the second round. What a great matchup that would be if Mario Cristobal goes up against his former team that he coached against in Oregon. But I would take the Ducks in that one. I have Tennessee in a 6-3 upset over Oklahoma State, even though the Vols would be favored in that game. Obviously, Oklahoma State, the higher-ranked team because they won their conference, but I'd take Tennessee. And then Ohio State and Ole Miss in a really good game as well. Ohio State's roster is so good, though. I would take them to beat Ole Miss. So then in the semifinals, I have Georgia versus Oregon and Ohio State versus Tennessee. Georgia and Oregon might be the de facto national championship game. I mean, both of those teams are really, really good. I know Ohio State is an awesome team as well, but that Georgia-Oregon game is going to be awesome. You get Dan Lanning going up against his former boss in Kirby Smart. I'll take Georgia to win that game, and then I'll take Ohio State to beat Tennessee. My national championship is the number 1 versus number 2 team in the country. They're the number 1 and the number 2 preseason teams in the country. There's a reason they're number 1 and number 2. There's a reason why they have the 2 best rosters in the country, and they have the 2 best They're two shortest odds to win the national title. Give me Georgia to defeat Ohio State in the national championship this season. All right, it's time for the PJ Pick 5. We went 3-0 yesterday in college football. Got 3 more plays coming up in tonight's games. But as for the games coming up this weekend, we will start with my favorite bet on the board this week. We talked about it yesterday. Give me Syracuse minus 17.5 against Ohio. First couple weeks of the season, if you guys kind of want help handicapping games, just look at what happened to teams in the offseason throughout the transfer portal, right? Syracuse is one of these teams that really got a big boost in the portal in the offseason. They hired a new head coach in Fran Brown, who comes over from Georgia. He was the Georgia secondary coach, and he brings some Georgia guys with him, which is never going to hurt. He also brings Kyle McCord from Ohio State with him to be his new quarterback. Syracuse is going to be a much improved team this season. They're going up against Ohio, who lost a ton this season in the transfer portal. I think it's going to be a tough year for Ohio. Their win total sitting at like 6.5. I don't think they're going to make a bowl game this season. I like Syracuse to roll tomorrow. That would be my best bet, the Cuse minus 17.5. Also love Miami of Ohio +3 against Northwestern tomorrow. Miami of Ohio, first week of the season, usually does a really good job of playing Power 5, now Power 4 teams. They're not going to be intimidated by Northwestern. The talent gap is not going to be that big as well. You guys might remember former NFL quarterback Blaine Gabbert, who was a top 10 pick. His younger brother, Brett Gabbert, who's entering his 7th year of college football, has had a number of injuries, but he's healthy. He's back. He's a good college player when he's available as well. He's back for Miami of Ohio. Chuck Martin, their head coach, has been there a long time. They got a good team. Northwestern did an incredible job last season. You got to give a ton of credit to David Braun and their coaching staff for what happened with Pat Fitzgerald in the offseason. They were able to make a bowl game, surprise a ton of people. But I think Northwestern, this is a good year to fade them. I think it starts tomorrow. We'll take Miami of Ohio +3 against the Purple Cats. I also like USC +4.5 against LSU. Now, usually when the line was 6.5 or 6 and it's down to 4.5, wouldn't advise many people to take the 4.5, but this is one of those cases where I just think USC wins the game outright, and you're still getting a pretty key number in 4.5, so I would take USC. This is one of those reverse line movement games where all the money's coming in on LSU, yet the line is going the other way. We saw that happen in Florida State and Georgia Tech. With Georgia Tech, the line was moving towards them. Florida State was taking all the money, and we saw how that worked out for the Seminoles. USC is a very interesting team this season because Lincoln Riley teams usually always have national championship aspirations, expectations. He's usually always picked to win his conference. He's usually always got a Heisman frontrunner. He doesn't have any of that this season. They're kind of middle of the pack in the Big Ten. I think they're going to surprise people this season. I think it starts on Sunday night. Give me USC +4.5. Take them on the money line as well. My next best bet that I like for this weekend is going to be UMass -2.5 against Eastern Michigan. We are diving deep into the weeds for this game. UMass has been one of the worst programs in college football for the last 13 years. 6 of those 13 years, they've either won one game or no games. But they finally have a good head coach in Don Brown. He's with Jim Harbaugh for a couple of years in Ann Arbor and Michigan. He's a really good defensive mind. And UMass won 3 games last season. They bring back their quarterback. The defense should be improved. And Eastern Michigan, much like Ohio, this is a team out of the MAC that was just absolutely just depleted by the portal. They lost a ton of guys. I think a lot of people are going to look at UMass as a favorite, and it's going to shock them a little bit. They were actually -1.5, and now it's up to 2.5. I think UMass is the right side. Anything under 3, I like the Minutemen. Give me UMass -2.5. And then finally, my 5th bet that I like this weekend is going to be the Clemson team total under at 16.5 against Georgia. Kirby Smart in these big matchups has a knack for kind of mucking it up and keeping it ugly. I know there's some concerns about the Georgia defense. They're not as strong in the interior as they have been in years past. They got to replace a boatload of players. They have to replace a boatload of players every single year. Like at the end of the day, it's Georgia. They're a factory. They're a machine. They're the new Alabama. 2 of the last 3 years, we've seen Georgia in some pretty high-profile early season matchups against Oregon 2 years ago and Clemson 3 years ago. You know how many points they gave up in each of those games? Just 3. Speaking of Alabama, Nick Saban, right? He kind of went through a stretch where he played a bunch of Power 5 teams to open up the season, and his defenses would always start the year strong. In 2021, Bama played against Miami. They gave up 13 points in that game. They gave up 3 to Duke in 2019. They gave up 7 to Florida State in 2017, 6 to USC in 2016. You get the point. Nick Saban, Kirby Smart, 2 elite defensive minds are going to have their team ready. Clemson's offense, still a little skeptical about them. We'll go under the team total for Clemson at 16.5. There it is, folks. Week 1, 5 favorite bets. Cuse, Miami of Ohio, USC, UMass, and Clemson. The 5 that we're rolling with this weekend. As for tonight, the bets that we like, we will go with Michigan State minus 13.5 against Florida Atlantic is the first pick that I like this today. Michigan State is a team that I actually think could be better than people think. Jonathan Smith comes over from Oregon State, and I really like the way that his teams played. They were always good on the ground game. They were always good up front. He brings a lot of his coaching staff with him from Corvallis as well. Aiden Childs is a name that a lot of people might not know of now, but they will over the next couple of years in college football. So I think Michigan State's going to be a little more improved. Florida Atlantic, Tom Herman is their head coach. You might remember that name from Houston, and he was the head coach of Texas as well. They lost a bunch in the transfer portal. I think you guys can sense a theme here in week 1. I like fading some of these teams that lost a lot in the transfer portal. FAU's another one of those teams. I'll lay the 13.5 tonight with Michigan State. Give me Western Michigan plus 23.5 tonight against Wisconsin. Western Michigan returns a lot of production at a bunch of their key positions. Their quarterback's back, running back, top receiver. But Wisconsin, I don't know if I'm ready to lay 23.5 points yet with Tyler Van Dyke, right? Guy's not very good. A lot of potential, and Miami had a lot of expectations with him the last couple of years. He could just never fulfill it. Year 2 under Luke Fickell. They do have Bama coming up in week 3. So again, Western Carolina, we had them yesterday. We thought NC State might be saving a little for Tennessee. Maybe Wisconsin is saving a little bit as well. I think the Badgers win, but I'll take Western Michigan to cover. And then give me Stanford plus 9 tonight against TCU. I think the Cardinal win this game outright. I'd take them at plus 260. I really like their head coach, Troy Taylor, who's in his second year. They run a very sophisticated, very fun, up-tempo offense. And their quarterback, Ashton Daniels, is really good. And he's really tough to defend. TCU's bringing in a new defensive coordinator in Andy Avalos, who's in his first season. And I think having a new defensive coordinator with a new scheme going up against that offense and that quarterback in a week 1 game on the road is a tough ask. So I like Stanford plus the points. I take them with the money line as well. So Michigan State, Western Michigan, Stanford, all with the spread, like those teams this weekend. All right, let's get to our friend now, Lucy Burge here from Model Making Money. Get Lucy's thoughts on today's MLB slate. Get a college football pick from Lucy as well. Lucy, before we get your thoughts, what does the BetQL model like for today?
Yes, hello, PJ. Might get 2 college football picks, but first, the 5-star play for today, Orioles-Rockies over 11 runs. The Rockies have gone over this in 3 of their last 5, and they just scored 8 runs against the Marlins, who scored 12 of their own, and Austin Gomber has allowed 4 or more runs in 3 of his last 4 home outings. The ball does fly at Coors Field, so the BetQL model loves the over here of 11 runs as a 5-star play.
All right, very nice. Lucy, what about yourself tonight in baseball? What are you on?
Yes, I have a Lucy long ball. Actually, I have 2 Lucy long balls for this evening. Jazz Chisholm to hit a home run. He hit a home run yesterday. He's got 2 home runs in his last 3 games, 4 in his last 10, 13 this season. Against Eric Fetty, he has 2 home runs and also 2 singles. So he's been hot against Eric Fetty. I think he can be hot at the plate tonight. Then Yordan Alvarez also to hit a home run. He has 3 home runs in his last 2 games, and he has hit 3 against the Phillies 2 days ago. He had 3 in 1 game to make it 28 home runs this season, and he has 10 hits in his last 7 games also. And against Seth Lugo, he is batting .600 with a home run and 3 hits. Seth Lugo also has allowed 14 hits over his last 3 starts. So I think Yordan Alvarez will have a big night this evening. And then Corbin Carroll over 1.5 total bases. He has hit this in 2 of his last 3 games and 3 of his last 5. And he has 3 home runs in his last 3 games. And against Clayton Kershaw, he's batting .625 5 with 2 home runs and 3 singles. And Kershaw did give up 5 runs in his last start. So I think Corbin Carroll can take advantage of that and just go over 1.5 bases.
Love it, Lucy. Great stuff there. How about in college football? We got our first full slate of the season tomorrow. Any bets that you like?
Yes. Well, first of all, Miami of Florida, -2.5 against Florida. Florida is kind of weak against the run, and last season, Miami's offense averaged the second most yards in the ACC. So they have a great baseline coming into the season. I think they will get off to a hot start and win this game. And I'm taking -2.5 for Miami against Florida, and then UConn, the University of Connecticut, +19.5. This has moved to 19.5 now. Was 20.5 this morning, and then moved to 19.5. Still taking it. I do not think they can win potentially, but I think they'll cover. I think they have what it takes to cover here and at least slow down Maryland enough to cover this spread.
Kind of like that, Lucy. I agree with you. I think UConn keeps it close in that Miami game. That's the way I would lean as well, thinking they get the win against Florida. Make sure you guys catch Bet Slips and Bat Flips coming up 2 p.m. Eastern Time with Lucy Burge and Jake Hassan. Great stuff on today's baseball slate. Lucy, always great having you on. Have a great show. Enjoy the weekend. We'll catch up again soon.
Thank you, PJ. I will talk to you next week. Have a wonderful weekend.
You as well. For those people who want to continue to bet but don't have the time to research each individual game, you need to download the BetQL app. It ranks each game on a 1 to 5 star scale based on its unbeatable analysis of spreads and over-unders to player props. Stay up to date and bet confidently with BetQL's help. All right, guys, time to wrap the show with PJ's play. Our guy B Mills is in the chat. UNC under B Mills. That was a great call yesterday. We were on that. Absolutely love it. Nebraska didn't do anything with that game. Florida getting them at the 3.5. I like that. I don't mind buying that up and betting the Gators. I also think if you want to buy Notre Dame up at 3.5 too, I think that is a good play. And then PJ, what is this betrayal? No Utah in the playoff. B Mills. I know. I'm sorry. I do like Utah, but I was just going through it and I was looking at some of the other teams, and after making all the final edits, it was between Ole Miss and Utah, but I think there's only going to be one team in the Big 12 that gets in this year. I think it's going to be Oklahoma State. Too many good teams in the SEC and the Big 10. I think Clemson and Miami both get in the ACC. So there is good value on Utah. If you like the Utes, certainly wouldn't blame you if you like them, but I'm going to be off on Utah this year. I think Ole Miss gets in instead of Utah. As for tonight, Lucy likes Yordan Alvarez to hit a home run. I just like Yordan to get a base hit. He's our guy in going streaking, hoping to make it 7 in a row. Coming off a 3-homer game the other day against the Phillies. He's 3 for 5 in his career against Seth Lugo. I'll take Yordan in going streaking. Prop lock's going to be Zach Gallen over 17.5 outs tonight against the Dodgers. Going through the Dodgers lineup and looking it up against their splits against Zach Gallen, a lot of these guys have struggled. Ohtani's 0 for 5 in his career. Freeman, Betts, Muncy, Gavin Lux. Like, a lot of these guys don't really have good history against Zach Gallen. So we'll go over 17.5 outs recorded for Zach at home. Dog of the day is going to be Stanford tonight, +9 against TCU. Again, I just think Stanford's offense against TCU's defense, who has a new defensive coordinator, a new scheme. I also think Sonny Dykes is very overrated. TCU was a one-hit wonder making it to the national championship game 2 years ago. They're kind of a 500 team. Stanford's up and coming with an excellent offense. You're going to enjoy that game late tonight. I think they got a chance to win it. I'll take Stanford +9 on the money line as well. And then my best bet is going to be Michigan State tonight, -13.5 against Florida Atlantic. Guys, I love fading these teams in week 1 that have a lot of change, that lost a lot in the transfer portal. FAU is one of those teams. Michigan State's well coached under Jonathan Smith. They're a running football team, and they got an exciting young quarterback in Aiden Childs. I like them under the 2 touchdowns. Michigan State is my best bet tonight. Once again, our plays for today: Yordan Alvarez and going streaking, Zach Gallen over 17.5 outs recorded, Stanford +9 against TCU, and Michigan State -13.5 is going to be my best bet. Thanks again to Cole Thompson, Lucy Burge. College football is back, you guys. Enjoy your weekend. Hopefully we have a lot of winners, and we'll see you on Monday. Happy Friday and welcome into Sending In, presented by BetMGM here on the BetQL Network. I'm your host, PJ Glasser. Man, is it good to have a football Friday back. We got week 1 of college football slate to preview all throughout the show today. Over the next 30 minutes, our guy Cole Thompson is standing by. Get his thoughts on the weekend slate. PJ pick 5 returns. We'll give out our 5 favorite plays for the weekend. We also will preview the college football bracket. Our guy Shawnee Sharp was in the lab, made a beautiful graphic, so we will run through that. Also got to give out some more bets today. We got a couple of games on the slate tonight, college football, some baseball games as well. Went 3-0 yesterday in college football. We'll try and do it once more. We'll have Lucy Birds join us later on in the show, and then we'll wrap everything up with our favorite plays for today. As always, any questions, comments, best bets, thoughts that you guys have for us, anything college football related, if you want to talk some NFL, Tour Championship, whatever it may be, get in the chat, let us know what's on your mind, twitch.tv/BetQL or YouTube/Odyssey Sports. And with all the picks and insight and analysis that we're giving out today, if you missed any part of the show, we got you covered. The Send It In podcast available wherever you get your podcast. Let's get this thing rolling, folks. Glasses in session. We go to the Glasser guest line. Cole Thompson joins us. Give him a follow on X at Mr. Cole Thompson, managing editor for the Texans Wire and host of SEC Unfiltered. Man, is it good to see that beautiful face again, because that means that college football is back, Cole. The wait is over, my friend. We got a great week 1 slate. We got a great games tomorrow. Which one are you most excited for?
There's a ton that I think you got to look into. A lot of sleeper games. How about we start off with UNLV traveling down to TDECU Stadium to take on the Houston Cougars. The Willie Fritz era officially underway. They got the quarterback, Donovan Smith. He knows how to make plays in open space. He's a great, accurate thrower. Last season was part of the reason why the Cougars stayed in games, but he did lose both of his star receivers, in Matthew Golden and Samuel Brown, this offseason. And when you look at the Rebels, this is a team that might be the dark horse to come out and actually punch their ticket into the college football playoff. They didn't lose Barry Odom. They didn't lose Brennan Marion, the offensive coordinator. They did lose Jaden Maeva, the quarterback, but they found a competent replacement in Holy Cross's Matt Sluka. I like their defense. This is one of those games where if the game was being played in Sin City, absolutely, I would be taking the Rebels. Keep a close eye. I don't think that you will see this be pulled away late, but I am also looking at the Rebels to make a major statement on the road. How about we talk about the game going on in Morgantown, West Virginia? Last season, the Mountaineers marched into Happy Valley, kept this thing close with the Nittany Lions before they pulled away into the fourth quarter. This feels like the season where everything has to come together if you are James Franklin and company. This is the recruiting class that you've been building around with Abdul Carter, with Nick Singleton, Katron Allen, Drew Aller. You go out and you add in the right offensive coordinator, Andy Kotlanicki. But at the same time, there is always that learning curve. We saw last week what it was like for a young quarterback to step on into a new system in DJ Uiagalelei out in Dublin, Ireland, which ultimately led to the upset that kickstarted the season. What if we see the same thing happen in Morgantown, West Virginia? The Mountaineers are not getting enough respect going into this season. They return Garrett Green. They return C.J. Donaldson. They return Raheem Green. I'm not even looking at what the line is. I'm just immediately saying that you will watch the Mountaineers roll on in. Take me home, country road. Take me to victory. Neil Brown and the fighting Mountaineers, they're going to pull off the upset win.
Man, I love it. That line's continue to drop, Cole. We were talking about it before you came on air. Earlier this month, it was all the way out to Penn State -10. Now on BetMGM, it's down to 7.5. That should be a good one tomorrow. The game that I think a lot of people are most excited for, Cole, throughout the network, I've been doing a bunch of shows. I've asked people, which game are you most looking forward to? A lot of people can't wait for this Miami and Florida game because of the two brands, because of what it means for both coaches, both programs. It's a tight spread. The Canes are favored by 2.5. A lot of people feel like this is the year for Miami finally to win the ACC. Cole, we know what a tough place the Swamp is to play. Who do you like tomorrow between the Canes and the Gators?
PJ, let's just start off and say, how awesome is it that we get a rivalry game to kick off week 1 of college football? This is one of the more slept-on rivalries in the southeastern region. Miami and Florida don't play each other enough. They should, because of the animosity between these two fan bases is second to none. And it is year 3 for both of these squads, but it's a fork road year in different paths for Billy Napier and Mario Cristobal. Cristobal's gone out and he's added in all the pieces on the offensive and defensive line. I've talked to somebody in the building. They truly believe that if you put them pound to pound with Georgia, with LSU, with Alabama, their offensive and defensive line would be stoic in the SEC. Take off that ACC branding and take off the Miami logo, you're looking at SEC trench play. But on the flip side, Billy Napier feels confident in the quarterback position with Graham Mertz. Eugene Wilson, I think, is the most slept-on player in the SEC going into 2024. Montrell Johnson is back for this game. He had dealt with the knee injury leading up to the performance. He will be playing tomorrow in the Swamp. And now that you have, I think, a more established leader in Ron Roberts on the defensive side of the football, Austin Armstrong can focus in on that linebacking room, which has been revamped overnight. My key line that I'm going to be looking at is third down conversions for Miami, headlined by Cam Ward. Because Cam Ward may end up being the best player in the ACC. There's a reason why he started off as the preseason ACC favorite. And also, they added in a ton of new weapons with Damian Martinez and Sam Brown, the Houston wide receiver. But if they can't convert on third down, if they give opportunities for Florida to stay in this game, that atmosphere with I Won't Back Down by Tom Petty playing in the fourth quarter is going to be the rally cry that I think is needed. Miami is going to be the better team by the season's end, but just because you are the better team doesn't mean you always are the best one to come out on top. Give me the Gators in this matchup to not only beat the spread at plus 2.5, but they're going to win outright by a touchdown.
I love it. You mentioned Cam Ward, Cole, and this week he has gained a ton of steam. He was 20-1 to win the Heisman Trophy. Now he's all the way down to 14-1. Who do you think holds up the Heisman at the end of the season?
I'm going to go with the wild card here. I've been preaching his name since last season. The fact that you're going to be playing in prime time locations to be able to establish your dominance, and also you return most of your supporting cast. How do you not like the last dance going on in Oxford, Mississippi with Jackson Dart? I love what you have with Trey Harris, Caden Priestcorn. They brought in Micah Davis, the wide receiver from Utah State. He adds tremendous value on the outside as a vertical threat. Last season averaged over 14.2 yards per play, is a great return man. Juice Wells is also back there. And I do love what they have at Ulysses Bentley, the running back, and Henry Perez, the transfer that comes on in for Miami. But sometimes you lose quality and you have to replace it with quantity. That also shifts the way that your offensive ideologies are. And so with Jackson Dart, that's been in a very balanced offense, I think that they're going to ask him to throw a lot more. I don't mean to get nerdy on you, PJ, but this is like in the scene in the Revenge of the Sith where Anakin Skywalker is being told by Obi-Wan Kenobi, I have nothing else to teach you as you're about ready to become the Jedi Master. There's nothing else for Jackson Dart to learn. It's just now mastering it. And to be able to play on the big stage against opponents like LSU on the road, in Death Valley, against Georgia, and against Oklahoma, I think the Rebels are going to be the best team in the SEC at 11-1. I think that Jackson Dart runs his way all the way to New York City. The Big Apple is a big-time ticket for him to win the Heisman Trophy.
I mean, college football, Star Wars, we are so back. This is awesome. Cole, what about conference futures? All right, if I gave you every conference in the country, SEC, Big 12, you can go to the Sun Belt, Mountain West, whatever you want. The team that you feel the best about in college football this season winning their conference is who?
I'm going to go with the dark horse on this one, PJ. This is why we have college football back. Give me the Texas State Bobcats. I love what G.J. Kinney was able to do this past offseason, losing not just his starting quarterback in T.J. Finley, but also Jaden DeLora due to off-the-field incidents. And you kind of feel like you upgraded because you landed Jordan McLeod, the Sun Belt Player of the Year from James Madison. He comes on in. It's a great style of offense. They have a very potent rushing attack headlined by Ishmael Johnson. So when you look at the wide receiver room, the passing presence, the Sun Belt Conference as a whole, and the way that they still have divisions, this is a trajectory to where you look at a team like Texas State to be able to march their way through the conference, get to 10 wins, and eventually maybe meet up with Appalachian State. Joey Aguilar and the Mountaineers are not going to go away quietly, but I do think that the Bobcats come out on top, and G.J. Kinney is pivoting his way to being one of the most sought-after coaches heading into the 2025 coaching cycle.
No question about it. As you can see right there, App State is favored to win the Sun Belt, but Cole making a good case for Texas State. Cole, before we let you go, who wins it all this season? Who do you like?
Listen, this is going to be a monumental year, one that we talk about for decades in the future of college football. But there's one team that did enough to build their roster going to a brand new conference. There's one team that we have seen reach the pinnacle, but are they able to close out in the big game? We watched it last year. And you're probably all saying to yourself, well, Cole, why are you going down to the Lone Star State? I'm not going to the Lone Star State. I'm going up to Eugene, Oregon, where Dan Lanning and the Ducks now have everything at their disposal. PJ, they have a Frankenstein monster of a roster. Big Ten offensive linemen, SEC-style defensive linemen, physical running backs that would find success in the ACC, a quarterback that's getting his MD in college football, Tez Johnson, Evan Stewart, great tight end play, linebackers know how to catapult their way into the backfield, force dominance. I think that you will see at Autzen Stadium, them get the win over Ohio State. Ohio State gets the upset in Indianapolis, but ultimately that salty feeling in their mouth will lead the Ducks all the way down to Atlanta to face off against the protege and the master Kirby Smart. And Dan Lanning gets the last laugh. Finally wins the big one. Give me the Ducks to hoist up the 2024 college football national title.
Absolutely love it. He's Cole Thompson. Give him a follow on X at Mr. Cole Thompson, managing editor for the Texans Wire. Also catch him as the host of SEC Unfiltered as well. Cole, great to have you back, my friend. Can't wait for the season. Enjoy tomorrow. We'll talk again soon.
We're back, baby. Thanks, JPJ.
We sure are. Great stuff there from Cole Thompson. All right, let's continue to talk college football. Cole likes the Oregon Ducks to win it all this year. And look at that. Look at that bracket. I mean, if that doesn't make you feel something, I can't help you. I mean, that is a beautiful thing right there. Obviously, first year of the 12-team college football playoff. Most of you all know that by now. Automatic top 4 teams are into the second round of the college football playoff. So the winner of the SEC, the ACC, the Big 12, and the Big 10 are going to make up your top 4 seeds. Notre Dame is not in a conference, so the highest possible seed that they can get is the number 5 seed. As you can see on your screen, I like Georgia to win the SEC this season. I'm taking Ohio State out of the Big 10. I think it's going to be between Ohio State or it's going to be between Oregon. At the end of the day, I think Ohio State's going to be 2. I think Oregon is going to be the number 5 team. Oklahoma State is going to be the only team that makes it out of the Big 12 this year to the college football playoff. Talked about them yesterday. I think they win that conference. And then I think this is finally the year that Miami, who hasn't been relevant really for the last 20 years, they win the ACC. I'll put Miami in as the number 4 team. Oregon, as I mentioned, they're going to be the number 5 team. They're going to play Boise State, who's going to be the group of 5 champion in the first round in the 5-12 matchup. Then I like Tennessee. I think Tennessee is going to play Georgia this year in the SEC title game. That Vols offense is going to be lethal. Nico is the real deal. Defensively, they got some NFL superstars. If the back end holds up enough, Tennessee is going to be a really good team this year. I have them going up against Iowa. You know, when everybody's making these predictions, they're going to have all of like the same 12 teams. But there's going to be 1 or 2 teams that nobody sees coming that makes the playoff this year. Iowa, we've talked about them a bunch on this show throughout the summer. Go look at their schedule. They don't play anybody outside of Ohio State. This is a team that very easily could win 11 games this season. If Iowa's 11-1 in the regular season, they're going to the college football playoff. I'll put them in there at number 11. Texas and Ole Miss, 2 more SEC teams. I'll put them in at 7 and at number 10. And then Clemson will face off against Notre Dame. I'll have them matching up in the first round. Irish, huge game as we know tomorrow against Texas A&M. I think if Notre Dame wins that game, they're already in the college football playoff. The way that the rest of their schedule sets up, the only other games that concern you are the home game against Florida State and then the road game at USC. But their schedule is extremely favorable. And then Clemson, I think, gets back into the college football playoff this season. I have Clemson defeating Notre Dame in the first round in the 9-8 matchup. Give me Oregon over Boise State in the 5-12. I like Ole Miss to upset Texas. Cole was just talking about Ole Miss and Jackson Dart to win the Heisman Trophy. Think the Rebels have a good season this year. And then I'm big on Tennessee. Those 2 teams, Tennessee and Iowa, if they meet up again in the playoff, actually played in a bowl game last year. So Nico saw that Iowa defense last year. They won that game 35-0, absolutely killed Iowa. I like Tennessee in that matchup. So then in the second round, I would have Georgia against Clemson in the 1-9 matchup, which oddly enough would be a rematch, of course, of the game that we get tomorrow. And Clemson's starting to get a little bit of money, so people maybe think that game could be close. I'll take Georgia to win that game. Give me Oregon against Miami in the second round. What a great matchup that would be if Mario Cristobal goes up against his former team that he coached against in Oregon. But I would take the Ducks in that one. I have Tennessee in a 6-3 upset over Oklahoma State, even though the Vols would be favored in that game. Obviously, Oklahoma State, the higher-ranked team because they won their conference, but I'd take Tennessee. And then Ohio State and Ole Miss in a really good game as well. Ohio State's roster is so good, though. I would take them to beat Ole Miss. So then in the semifinals, I have Georgia versus Oregon and Ohio State versus Tennessee. Georgia and Oregon might be the de facto national championship game. I mean, both of those teams are really, really good. I know Ohio State is an awesome team as well, but that Georgia-Oregon game is going to be awesome. You get Dan Lanning going up against his former boss and Kirby Smart. I'll take Georgia to win that game, and then I'll take Ohio State to beat Tennessee. My national championship is the number 1 versus number 2 team in the country. They're the number 1 and the number 2 preseason teams in the country. There's a reason they're number 1 and number 2. There's a reason why they have the 2 best rosters in the country, and they have the 2 best, their 2 shortest odds to win the national title. Give me Georgia to defeat Ohio State in the national championship this season. All right, it's time for the PJ Pick 5. We went 3-0 yesterday in college football. Got 3 more plays coming up in tonight's games. But as for the games coming up this weekend, we will start with my favorite bet on the board this week. We talked about it yesterday. Give me Syracuse minus 17.5 against Ohio. First couple weeks of the season, if you guys kind of want help handicapping games, just look at what happened to teams in the offseason throughout the transfer portal, right? Syracuse is one of these teams that really got a big boost in the portal in the offseason. They hired a new head coach in Fran Brown, who comes over from Georgia. He was the Georgia secondary coach, and he brings some Georgia guys with him, which is never going to hurt. He also brings Kyle McCord from Ohio State with him to be his new quarterback. Syracuse is going to be a much improved team this season. They're going up against Ohio, who lost a ton this season in the transfer portal. I think it's going to be a tough year for Ohio. Their win total sitting at like 6.5. I don't think they're going to make a bowl game this season. I like Syracuse to roll tomorrow. That would be my best bet, the Cuse minus 17.5. Also love Miami of Ohio +3 against Northwestern tomorrow. Miami of Ohio, first week of the season, usually does a really good job of playing Power 5, now Power 4 teams. They're not going to be intimidated by Northwestern. The talent gap is not going to be that big as well. You guys might remember former NFL quarterback Blaine Gabbert, who was a top 10 pick. His younger brother, Brett Gabbert, who's entering his 7th year of college football, has had a number of injuries, but he's healthy. He's back. He's a good college player when he's available as well. He's back for Miami of Ohio. Chuck Martin, their head coach, has been there a long time. They got a good team. Northwestern did an incredible job last season. You got to give a ton of credit to David Braun and their coaching staff for what happened with Pat Fitzgerald in the offseason. They were able to make a bowl game, surprise a ton of people. But I think Northwestern, this is a good year to fade them. I think it starts tomorrow. We'll take Miami of Ohio +3 against the Purple Cats. I also like USC +4.5 against LSU. Now, usually when the line was 6.5 or 6 and it's down to 4.5, wouldn't advise many people to take the 4.5, but this is one of those cases where I just think USC wins the game outright, and you're still getting a pretty key number in 4.5, so I would take USC. This is one of those reverse line movement games where all the money's coming in on LSU, yet the line is going the other way. We saw that happen in Florida State and Georgia Tech. With Georgia Tech, the line was moving towards them. Florida State was taking all the money, and we saw how that worked out for the Seminoles. USC is a very interesting team this season because Lincoln Riley teams usually always have national championship aspirations, expectations. He's usually always picked to win his conference. He's usually always got a Heisman frontrunner. He doesn't have any of that this season. They're kind of middle of the pack in the Big Ten. I think they're going to surprise people this season. I think it starts on Sunday night. Give me USC +4.5. Take them on the money line as well. My next best bet that I like for this weekend is going to be UMass -2.5 against Eastern Michigan. We are diving deep into the weeds for this game. UMass has been one of the worst programs in college football for the last 13 years. 6 of those 13 years, they've either won one game or no games. But they finally have a good head coach in Don Brown. He's with Jim Harbaugh for a couple of years in Ann Arbor and Michigan. He's a really good defensive mind. And UMass won 3 games last season. They bring back their quarterback. The defense should be improved. And Eastern Michigan, much like Ohio, this is a team out of the MAC that was just absolutely just depleted by the portal. They lost a ton of guys. I think a lot of people are going to look at UMass as a favorite, and it's going to shock them a little bit. They were actually -1.5, and now it's up to 2.5. I think UMass is the right side. Anything under 3, I like the Minutemen. Give me UMass -2.5. And then finally, my 5th bet that I like this weekend is going to be the Clemson team total under at 16.5 against Georgia. Kirby Smart in these big matchups has a knack for kind of mucking it up and keeping it ugly. I know there's some concerns to defense. They're not as strong in the interior as they have been in years past. They got to replace a boatload of players. They have to replace a boatload of players every single year. Like, at the end of the day, it's Georgia. They're a factory. They're a machine. They're the new Alabama. 2 of the last 3 years, we've seen Georgia in some pretty high-profile early season matchups against Oregon 2 years ago and Clemson 3 years ago. You know how many points they gave up in each of those games? Just 3. Speaking of Alabama, Nick Saban, right? He kind of went through a stretch where he played a bunch of Power 5 teams to open up the season, and his defenses would always start the year strong. In 2021, Bama played against Miami. They gave up 13 points in that game. They gave up 3 to Duke in 2019. They gave up 7 to Florida State in 2017, 6 to USC in 2016. You get the point. Nick Saban, Kirby Smart, 2 elite defensive minds are going to have their team ready. Clemson's offense, still a little skeptical about them. We'll go under the team total for Clemson at 16.5. There it is, folks. Week 1, 5 favorite bets. Cuse, Miami of Ohio, USC, UMass, and Clemson. The 5 that we're rolling with this weekend. As for tonight, the bets that we like, we will go with Michigan State minus 13.5 against Florida Atlantic is the first pick that I like this today. Michigan State is a team that I actually think could be better than people think. Jonathan Smith comes over from Oregon State, and I really like the way that his teams played. They were always good on the ground game. They were always good up front. He brings a lot of his coaching staff with him from Corvallis as well. Aiden Childs is a name that a lot of people might not know of now, but they will over the next couple of years in college football. So I think Michigan State's going to be a little more improved. Florida Atlantic, Tom Herman is their head coach. You might remember that name from Houston, and he was the head coach of Texas as well. They lost a bunch in the transfer portal. I think you guys can sense a theme here in week 1. I like fading some of these teams that lost a lot in the transfer portal. FAU's another one of those teams. I'll lay the 13.5 tonight with Michigan State. Give me Western Michigan plus 23.5 tonight against Wisconsin. Western Michigan returns a lot of production at a bunch of their key positions. Their quarterback's back, running back, top receiver. But Wisconsin, I don't know if I'm ready to lay 23.5 points yet with Tyler Van Dyke, right? Guy's not very good. A lot of potential, and Miami had a lot of expectations with him the last couple of years. He could just never fulfill it. Year 2 under Luke Fickell. They do have Bama coming up in week 3. So again, Western Carolina, we had them yesterday. We thought NC State might be saving a little for Tennessee. Maybe Wisconsin is saving a little bit as well. I think the Badgers win, but I'll take Western Michigan to cover. And then give me Stanford plus 9 tonight against TCU. I think the Cardinal win this game outright. I'd take them at plus 260. I really like their head coach, Troy Taylor, who's in his second year. They run a very sophisticated, very fun, up-tempo offense. And their quarterback, Ashton Daniels, is really good. And he's really tough to defend. TCU's bringing in a new defensive coordinator in Andy Avalos, who's in his first season. And I think having a new defensive coordinator with a new scheme going up against that offense and that quarterback in a week 1 game on the road is a tough ask. So I like Stanford plus the points. I take them with the money line as well. So Michigan State, Western Michigan, Stanford, all with the spread, like those teams this weekend. All right, let's get to our friend now, Lucy Burge here from Model Making Money. Get Lucy's thoughts on today's MLB slate. Get a college football pick from Lucy as well. Lucy, before we get your thoughts, what does the BetQL model like for today?
Yes, hello, PJ. Might get 2 college football picks, but first, the 5-star play for today, Orioles-Rockies over 11 runs. The Rockies have gone over this in 3 of their last 5, and they just scored 8 runs against the Marlins, who scored 12 of their own, and Austin Gomber has allowed 4 or more runs in 3 of his last 4 home outings. The ball does fly at Coors Field, so the BetQL model loves the over here of 11 runs as a 5-star play.
All right, very nice. Lucy, what about yourself tonight in baseball? What are you on?
Yes, I have a Lucy long ball. Actually, I have 2 Lucy long balls for this evening. Jazz Chisholm to hit a home run. He hit a home run yesterday. He's got 2 home runs in his last 3 games, 4 in his last 10, 13 this season. Against Eric Fetty, he has 2 home runs and also 2 singles. So he's been hot against Eric Fetty. I think he can be hot at the plate tonight. Then Yordan Alvarez also to hit a home run. He has 3 home runs in his last 2 games, and he has hit 3 against the Phillies 2 days ago. He had 3 in 1 game to make make it 28 home runs this season, and he has 10 hits in his last 7 games also. And against Seth Lugo, he is batting .600 with a home run and 3 hits. Seth Lugo also has allowed 14 hits over his last 3 starts. So I think Yordan Alvarez will have a big night this evening. And then Corbin Carroll over 1.5 total bases. He has hit this in 2 of his last 3 games and 3 of his last 5. And he has 3 home runs in his last 3 games. And against Clayton Kershaw, he's batting .625 with 2 home runs and 3 singles. And Kershaw did give up 5 runs in his last start. So I think Corbin Carroll can take advantage of that and just go over 1.5 bases.
Love it, Lucy. Great stuff there. How about in college football? We got our first full slate of the season tomorrow. Any bets that you like?
Yes. Well, first of all, Miami of Florida, -2.5 against Florida. Florida is kind of weak against the run, and last season, Miami's offense averaged the 2nd most yards in the ACC. So they have a great baseline coming into the season. I think they will get off to a hot start and win this game. And I'm taking -2.5 for Miami against Florida. And then UConn, the University of Connecticut, +19.5. This has moved to 19.5 now, was 20.5 this morning, and then moved to 19.5. Still taking it. I do not think they can win potentially, but I think they'll cover. I think they have what it takes to cover here and at least slow down Maryland enough to cover the spread.
Kind of like that, Lucy. I agree with you. I think UConn keeps it close in that Miami game. That's the way I would lean as well, thinking they get the win against Florida. Make sure you guys catch Bet Slips and Bat Flips coming up 2 p.m. Eastern Time with Lucy Burge and Jake Hassan. Great stuff on today's baseball slate. Lucy, always great having you on. Have a great show. Enjoy the weekend. We'll catch up again soon.
Thank you, PJ. I will talk to you next week. Have a wonderful weekend.
You as well. For those people who want to continue to bet but don't have the time to research each individual game, you need to download the BetQL app. It ranks each game on a 1 to 5 star scale based on its unbeatable analysis of spreads and over-unders to player props. Stay up to date and bet confidently with BetQL's help. All right, guys, time to wrap the show with PJ's play. Our guy B Mills is in the chat. UNC under B Mills. That was a great call yesterday. We were on that. Absolutely love it. Nebraska didn't do anything with that game. Florida getting them at the 3.5. I like that. I don't mind buying that up and betting the Gators. I also think if you want to buy Notre Dame up at 3.5 too, I think that is a good play. And then PJ, what is this betrayal? No Utah in the playoff. B Mills. I know. I'm sorry. I do like Utah, but I was just going through it and I was looking at some of the other teams, and after making all the final edits, it was between Ole Miss and Utah, but I think there's only going to be one team in the Big 12 that gets in this year. I think it's going to be Oklahoma State. Too many good teams in the SEC and the Big 10. I think Clemson and Miami both get in the ACC. So there is good value on Utah. If you like the Utes, certainly wouldn't blame you if you like them, but I'm going to be off on Utah this year. I think Ole Miss gets in instead of Utah. As for tonight, Lucy likes Yordan Alvarez to hit a home run. I just like Yordan to get a base hit. He's our guy in going streaking, hoping to make it 7 in a row. Coming off a 3-homer game the other day against the Phillies. He's 3 for 5 in his career against Seth Lugo. I'll take Yordan in going streaking. Prop lock's going to be Zach Gallen over 17.5 outs tonight against the Dodgers. Going through the Dodgers lineup and looking it up against their splits against Zach Gallen, a lot of these guys have struggled. Ohtani's 0 for 5 in his career. Freeman, Betts, Muncy, Gavin Lux. Like, a lot of these guys don't really have good history against Zach Gallen. So we'll go over 17.5 outs recorded for Zach at home. Dog of the day is going to be Stanford tonight, +9 against TCU. Again, I just think Stanford's offense against TCU's defense, who has a new defensive coordinator, a new scheme. I also think Sonny Dykes is very overrated. TCU was a one-hit wonder making it to the national championship game 2 years ago. They're kind of a 500 team. Stanford's up and coming with the excellent offense. You're going to enjoy that game late tonight. I think they got a chance to win it. I'll take Stanford +9 on the money line as well. And then my best bet is going to be Michigan State tonight, -13.5 against Florida Atlantic. Guys, I love fading these teams in week 1 that have a lot of change, that lost a lot in the transfer portal. FAU is one of those teams. Michigan State's well coached under Jonathan Smith. They're a running football team, and they got an exciting young quarterback in Aiden Childs. I like them under the 2 touchdowns. Michigan State is my best bet tonight. Once again, our plays for today: Yordan Alvarez and going streaking, Zach Gallen over 17.5 outs recorded, Stanford +9 against TCU, and Michigan State -13.5 is going to be my best bet. Thanks again to Cole Thompson, Lucy Burge. College football is back, you guys. Enjoy your weekend. Hopefully we have a lot of winners.
amazing because you wake up, you get your coffee, you get your breakfast, boom, baseball is on.
It's time for Bet Slips and Bat Flips.
This is going to be unbelievable.
With Lucy Burge.
I don't know if we are eventually going to have Aaron Judge conspiracy theories a la Kate Middleton.
And Jake Hassan.
This is just going to be the biggest bloodbath, and I mean that in a great way.
Betting K's and debating your plays.
This is a great spot for the kid. He gets the opening day start, baby Pedro. He's like 15 years old.
Play ball.
No sweat. Have a fun time. Good luck out there. Do your best.
Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome in to Bet Slips and Bat Flips presented by BetMGM. I am Lucy Burge, along with my very chivalrous co-host, Jake Hassan. We are here with you to talk some baseball because baseball is, of course, the best. Jake, how are you doing today? I know that kickball was not the best yesterday, but you did see your gym crush, and you know what? My opinion, you didn't brick it. You thought of a very nice thing to say to your gym crush, and I thought that was very chivalrous of you.
Thank you. Yeah, it's a solemn day. I'm not mad about the result of the kickball game, to be completely honest, just because, I mean, anytime you get walked off in extra innings and you lose 1-0, it's not a great feeling. Like, I'm sad, but we played a really good game. Like, it's just unlucky, honestly. Like, I no excuses. Like, it's hard to win a game when you score 0 runs, but it was a really good game, and it was fun. I had a lot of fun. Not the result we wanted, but it was a really good game. There was this one girl on the other team who was getting under my skin, and now I have a new enemy for next season. But it do be like that. It's just new rival. We will be back in the spring, early summer next year. I now have all fall and winter to stew on this, which is really great. But not the result we wanted. Really gut-wrenching way to lose. But overall, we got one. We got one this summer, so I'll take it.
Exactly. You do have one. Winter is famously the best time to stew on things because there's a lot of time indoors. It's already very sad times outside. What was this girl doing on the other team?
She's just I don't mind a good chirp. Like, if you're going to dish it, be ready to take it. Don't get all mad. Like, she was dishing it out, but then she couldn't take it back. And as the captain, I step up for my teammates, obviously. But the thing is, if you're going to chirp me, I'm going to chirp you back. Like, the one girl goes, hit it to third. And we have a Gold Glove third baseman. Like, he's amazing. So I chirp, go, yeah, please keep kicking it to third. Let's do it. And she's like, oh, that guy's such a jerk. He always has something to say. I'm like, you started it. What are we doing here? Like, she could dish. And that's just the thing. Like, I'm all for having fun. I like to give chirps back and forth. It's what makes it fun. But don't get upset if we chirp you back. That's all I'm saying.
Of course, she could also remember, perhaps, that it's kickball. Like, it's supposed to be fun.
Yes, exactly.
This is not a very consequential situation. In the grand scheme of things, I understand it's very important. Winning a championship is very important. But in the grand scheme of just the world, relax. Maybe
it doesn't matter. In the grand scheme of things, it doesn't matter.
I don't want to say it doesn't matter because it is very important to you.
It matters,
to
but
all of us.
Overall,
it's very cute for you. No, it's very.
I have
important.
no personality now for the next 3 months, 5 months ish, give or take.
Winter meetings. Winter meetings is now our personality.
Right. Yes. Once
we
get to
Dallas,
Dallas,
we
this
will
show
go to
is
Dallas.
now my personality exclusively.
We are going to go full. I'm going to get a cowboy hat. I'm going to get cowboy boots. That's going to be my personality because I want to go to winter.
Oh, should we shell out for cowboy hats and boots?
Absolutely. 100%.
We should.
100%.
Yeah.
We will. We should and we will.
I need to see Sean Ha in a cowboy hat so immediately.
And boots.
Which I'm sure there's a picture of that out there already, but.
This is true. And Spurs. And the pants, the riding pants. Yes. The whole get up. We're going to do it. We're all going to do it when we go to Dallas too. But in preparation for that, I think every day we wear that. So that's, new personality for you. If you need to replace kickball is just Dallas theme and just like Western.
Just become a cowboy.
Become a cowboy. That's, I think, what you have
Start
to do.
Smoking unfiltered cigarettes.
The kickball cowboy. You could throw some kickball in there.
That's not bad.
Cowboy of Chicago. So there's your personality right there. We have solved the problem.
I will say there is rumors of me joining a different fall league. Not with my team. I would not be a captain. I would be joining somebody else's team. Rumors. It's been floated out there. I did receive a text about a week ago about somebody asking me if I would want to join a team. So it's possibly on the table.
You just can't quit it. And I respect that very much. So we actually might not need to find a new personality for you because kickball will just remain the personality.
Yes.
Just a winter kickball, ice ball situation. The fall league begins. I'm very excited for that. And just thoughts are with you with this because it is tough. It's a tough thing to do and then have to get up and be like, you know what, that happened yesterday. It's very sad. But there's always next year. 2025 will be your year, and also in the fall. So it's honestly going forward, it's all coming up, Jake. So we're going to get the cowboy hats and it's all going to be okay. It's all going to be okay because we are here for you and for all of you out there who are listening and watching. We are here to flip some bets and make some cash, and you can follow us wherever you get your podcast and live every day from 2 to 2:30 on twitch.tv/BetQL and also on the Odyssey Sports YouTube page. Send in your questions, comments, bets, your well wishes for Jake and also what his new personality could be besides cowboy and all of your bets for today, for this weekend, into the BetQL Twitter page or drop them in the chat. With all of that being said, it is time to play ball! It is time to play ball, and we love when you join us here on the BetQL Network, and you can catch us all season long, starting at 2 p.m. Eastern. So get in here, get your bets ready, and send them to us, and together we will all find some winners. So we'll start off by recapping how we did on our bets yesterday. Jake, how did they go for you?
I mean, thank God for Nathan Eovaldi, because otherwise it would have been an ultra brutal day. The ladders come through, though. Nathan Eovaldi gets 10 Ks. That was better than 4-1. So hit some ladders there. That was really great. That was the only win we had yesterday, but it made up for all the losers because we hit some big prices. So Nathan Eovaldi, the man that you are, thank you very much. That game was over by like 2 p.m. Central, though. So then everything else after that was just a disaster.
He is very great. Nathan Eovaldi is a great man. I also would like to thank one person for saving my day, Pete Alonso. He hit a home run right after this show, and that was it for me. That was the whole day for me. Everything else was a loss, including 2 college football bets. So it was a rough one. It was brutal. But Pete Alonso saved the day with his home run. So I finally hit a home run. Queen of Dongs is back and hoping to continue it today with also some more wins, because one is what it is, but it's not good enough. So we're going to pick it up today with more wins, just wins across the board. I feel a sweep coming. What we need from all of you is 5,000 5-star reviews. As we have asked, as you probably know, we need 5,000 5-star reviews, because if we get that many, we can take this show on the road and go to every ballpark in America in the time span that we have left of this season. We would love to be able to do this. Not just Dallas. We will go to the ballparks in Texas, but also across the country. Of every state where there is a major league ballpark or at any level, we'll go to any level ballpark. Every ballpark in America where there's a ball field, we'll go to it and we'll do a show from there. And we want to get to every single one. So we're running out of time, and we just need by today, by EOD, for the long weekends, Labor Day weekend, we need 5,000 5-star views. If we get 500, we can go to winter meetings. However, if we've already planned our outfits, that means we're going. So we already planned our outfits, automatically going to winter meeting. So 500 5-star views, we still need to just kind of seal the deal on that. And then what was the other one? Like 100 or whatever, but that one's out the window. We're going to Miami 2026 World Baseball Classic. So we're going to do that as well. And I'm very excited for that one as well. We have already packed and planned our outfits for this. So for both of those things, which means cowboy hats, and in Miami, we're already packed for that as well. So just neon fluorescent colors is what I'm going more motif for Miami. So we are ready for that, which means we're going. So we're packed, we're planned. All we need is just 5,000 to go to every ballpark in America. That's just a small ask that we do ask of all of you, and we thank you in advance for your help with this. Jake, what is the first game that caught your eye today as we dive into the games today?
Really excited about this one. I was talking about it a little bit with our guy, Johnny Venezia. It's Rhett Lauder Day. He's debuting today for the Reds. They have some spots open in the rotation, and they're playing the second game of a doubleheader, which is what Rhett Lauder will be starting. He was awesome in college. He's been dominating the minors, and I think his last start in the minors, he had a 10K start. So we're going to the Ks for Rhett Lauder, over 4.5, and we're going to ladder it up too, because the Brewers, generally a team that doesn't strike out a ton, but in the second game of a doubleheader, I think that they'll be a little tired, a little exhausted, and Lauder, he is nasty, man. I mean, I love everything that he has. His pitch mix, his arsenal is really, really good. He's been carving it up in the minors. So I think the number 3.5 is the number. I took the alt over 4.5 to get the plus money, and we're going to ladder it a little bit too, just because I think that the Brewers aren't going to be prepared for what he's about to throw at them. And I'm really excited for this start. I will be dialed in on this. It's going to be a lot of fun. I love when pitchers, big name pitchers, make their debut. Also, he's got the hair. He's just so cool.
It's very cool. He's very cool. So I hope he does well, and it's very exciting. I am looking at Cardinals Yankees. Cardinals plus 155. Yankees minus 190 is what they are on the money line. Totals at 8.5. Eric Fetty Wap against Marcus Stroman. And I'm looking at this game because I do have a home run pick in this game. It is Jazz Chisholm to hit a home run. He hit one yesterday. He has 2 home runs in his last 3 games, so he's been very hot lately with 4 home runs in his last 10, only 13 this season. And against Eric Fetty, he has 2 home runs and 2 singles. So just success all around lately and against Eric Fetty. So against the Cardinals and him, I think he can hit a home run tonight. We also have one game that is currently in action, Brewers Reds. Brewers are up 4-3 over the Reds. Totals at 11.5. Colin Ray versus Nick Martinez. This game is in the top of the 5th. I have a bet in this one. It is Ellie De La Cruz to hit a home run. So hopefully that happens at some point in this game. We'll keep an eye on it. Did you have any bets in this one?
I didn't have any bets in this game. I just waited for the second game for the Rhett Lauder start. So I just stayed away from this one. There was nothing I liked.
Yeah, if Ellie De La Cruz does not hit a home run in this game, I might roll that over and then just say, you know what?
True, you should
do it in the second game. He's got to do it in
Makes
one of
sense to
them.
me.
I mean, chances are he's a very good player. You would think maybe he will. So now it is time to touch them all. We're going to get to injury news and lineup updates. Vinny Pasquantino is out for 6 to 8 weeks with a broken thumb. That's pretty brutal. He suffered the injury on the same play that reliever Lucas Erceg got injured. He got hurt fielding Yanier Diaz's chopper, and Pasquantino got injured when the throw took him into the runner's lane. That is rough to break your thumb on that, or in general.
Yeah, in general, especially. But as far as the Royals go, nobody cares about my fantasy team. I had both of these guys on my fantasy team, so that's really great. Hate that for me, especially now playoffs are about to start for fantasy next week. Not that anybody cares, but anyway, it's fine.
I care, Jake.
Anyway.
Yeah, there you go.
See,
I care.
I appreciate you.
Gosh.
But playoffs, you'll like my fantasy team name. It's Mojo Dojo Casas House.
Love it.
Tristan Casas. Yeah, thank you. I was very proud of that one. I'm not gonna lie.
Standing ovation. You know what? At the film festival at Cannes or wherever they're doing now, they get like 8-minute standing ovations. That one deserves a 12-minute standing ovation. So for the next 12 till 224, I will give you. That is a name that will go down in history as probably the best.
Thank you. Last year when Jazz Chisholm was on my team, it was You Like Jazz with a picture of him on Barry Benson the Bee. So I'm all about the bit. You guys know this. But as far as the Royals go, my Royals, this is tough. Vinny Pasquantino is a guy that I really like. I think he's a future all-star. He was playing really well too. And now this is a huge blow for the Royals, and that lineup too. He hits behind Bobby Witt Jr. and is a big guy for drawing in runs, and he's very much on base, high OBP. And they lose Erceg too, who was awesome since they acquired him, closing out games. This stinks. It doesn't make me feel good about my Royals futures. Makes me a little bit nervous. This is a tough pill to swallow for them because Pasquantino's going to be out until at least the playoffs, you would think. I mean, 6 to 8 weeks, that probably takes him through the regular season, the end of it. So maybe the Royals can pull something off. Maybe they call somebody up and that guy fills in really well. But I think this is a really tough blow for the Royals. If you're a Royals backer like me, this is really tough news because this is 2 key players that the Royals are going to be without.
Yeah, or maybe his thumb heals miraculously fast and there's a miracle.
Got that Wolverine blood?
Yeah, he has that thing in Harry Potter, the thing you drink and all your bones grow back, but it's very painful apparently. Is what it says. Yes. If they had Skelegro, can you imagine? Seasons would be saved. somebody invent that, please. And that would be a really nice real life thing to have, because they do say, and what we saw in the movie, in the film, it does work. So hopefully
I can't believe I pulled that. I mean, Matt put in the chat, good poll. I don't know anything. I can't even remember what I had for breakfast yesterday, but I have Skelegro at the top of the brain, like immediately. My brain is so scrambled eggs. Like,
well, also if you need a fantasy team name,
my brain needs to be studied in a lab.
that would be really sad, because I don't know if they could do that while you're still alive. But
yeah, maybe
it's okay.
For science.
Yeah, exactly. Tommy Pham has also been placed on waivers. Speaking of fantasy teams, batting .206 with 2 home runs and 12 RBI in 23 games with the Cardinals. Placed on waivers, Tommy Pham.
Somebody will pick him up. I mean, he'll be good for a contender. Maybe the Diamondbacks bring him back. Maybe somebody brings him in as a 4th outfielder for defensive purposes. The reunion tour in St. Louis for Tommy Pham, not exactly how I think either party wanted it to go.
Yes, very true. Angels are also calling up Sam Aldegheri. He will be the first pitcher born and raised in Italy to play in the majors. This is very cool. He is 6-9, very nice, with a 3.59 ERA, 1.15 WHIP, 134 strikeouts, and 94.1 innings pitched in the minors this season. So this is a very cool moment for the beautiful country of Italy.
Very cool for the beautiful country of Italy. Good for them. It's always fun. I mean, baseball is 1,000,000 years old, and we still get weird stuff like this where it's always a first, which is always fun and very funny. And also 6-9, nice. Always, we'll take that too.
Always nice. How could it not be? I think it's always something beautiful is happening in baseball. You got to be romantic about it. The beautiful game. That's what they call it. America's pastime is what we're talking about here. Babe Ruth jersey also. The most valuable piece of memorabilia now is the called shot jersey, which was sold at auction for, I mean, you've probably already seen it, but can you guess? It's also on the screen. Never mind. 24.12 million. It's a whole guessing game. I was going to do, one of those tricks. No. And then we'd be like, nope, you're close. You're getting closer. You're a little higher than that. No, 24.12 million. Can't read numbers famously. A little over $24 million is what someone paid for this. Officially the most valuable piece of sports memorabilia, more than the Honus Wagner card, I would assume, because that's also sports memorabilia. And that's not memorabilia. Anyway, this is very valuable. Would you buy this? If you had,
let me just get ahead of it.
Yeah.
Let me just get ahead of it. Contrary to popular belief and contrary to the rumors that I've seen, I was not the purchaser of this jersey. I was just barely outbid. I would not go over 24 million. That was my threshold. So credit to who outbid me, but contrary to popular belief, I was not the purchaser of this jersey.
That is why I asked, because I was wondering I thought you were going to show up wearing it today. And I was like, oh, well, that kind of confirms you didn't buy it, because obviously you would be wearing it today if you were just walking around wearing Babe Ruth's game worn jersey.
Would be a cool backdrop. I'm not going to lie. Would be a good backdrop.
It would be a great backdrop and conversation starter. You show up to the bar wearing,
True.
This was Babe Ruth's jersey and he wore it when he called his shot, and people would be like, ooh. But here's the thing with this, buying a piece of memorabilia like this, it would be like too much, like, because you have this in your home and it's for people to come to your home and say, ooh, look what you have. And then you like go through it would just be like, I would rather buy like a big house than buy one piece of memorabilia to put in it. Or it's an investment. You know what? Because it does increase in value.
True.
It's an investment. Maybe next year it'll be 32 million and you can then sell it at auction, because I believe it's been bought and sold multiple times and the price does increase each time. So the value increases.
True.
I guess if you're looking at it as an investment, it's worth it. But if you're just the biggest Babe Ruth fan in the world and it's too much. It would be too overwhelming to think he wore that in a game.
Yeah.
I don't know.
That would be too much pressure. I would put that thing behind glass forever. You're never touching it, obviously. It's like when your mom would collect Beanie Babies because she thought it would increase in value over the next 10 years, and they were worth like 5 cents. But this is much different, obviously. But
Jake.
you're never touching this thing. You would be afraid to take it out of the casing because you were afraid it would disintegrate.
Oh, exactly. Also, the Princess Diana Beanie Baby is now worth millions of dollars. So if you have that one, it is worth it. This is the Princess Diana Beanie Baby of sports memorabilia now. So if you bought this, kudos to you. Babe Ruth now has something to add to his legacy, is a most valuable piece of sports memorabilia. One day, we could be seeing a Shohei Ohtani jersey be sold for like $100 million because inflation and things go up in value and price. And like I want the jersey he wore, Decoy's jersey when he threw out the first pitch. That's a first pitch worn jersey. I would love to see how much that is worth at auction. So just something to keep an eye on the auction blocks for new memorabilia all the time, as one does. We ask all of you to step right up to the bettors box because we want to hear from you. What's the most expensive sports memorabilia item you've ever purchased or would purchase? Let us know in the comments. Sound off in the chat. Jogo215 said, "Hi, Lucy and Jake. What do you think of Cubs first 5 and Padres money line?" I like Padres money line very much of those two.
Yeah, not gonna lie, I am on some Nationals props today against Shota Imanaga, but I mean, it doesn't mean that it can't come through. Obviously, Jake Irvin hasn't been great lately. He's got an ERA over 4. So, I mean, if you think Shota's gonna shove, I see the path. Obviously.
This is true. B Mills said, "Sorry for the loss, Jake, but we have football and playoff baseball on the horizon and possibly kickball in the fall. So it's all coming together. Got to remind that girl that if she can't take the heat, stay out of the kitchen." This is true. If you can't take the heat of kickball, then go away. That's really the rule. Get out of here.
I'm going to write that on a banner. If you can't take the heat of kickball, then go away. Is a banger of a line.
It hits every time. Just say go away.
Yeah.
Like it's simple.
That's true.
And it's not. It's not
we
vulgar.
don't tell people to go away enough anymore. That hurts when you hear that. So we got to bring that back.
You add a bozo in there. Go away, bozo.
Yeah.
It doesn't hit as get lost bozo, which is probably my favorite.
True, it's a good one.
People get mad when you call them a bozo. I will call people that on Twitter once in a while, and they'll be like, "How dare you say that to me?" And I'm like, "What? That's not even you clown.
Protect the children."
Yeah, seriously.
Oh, Sean brings up a good point. We need to start telling people to take a lap again. That's a good one too.
That's a great one. Take a lap, you dummy.
I've been using hit the bricks every now and then too. Hit the bricks is fun.
Hit the bricks is a great one. So those are just a running list of things to say to people who can't take the heat of kickball. So keep those in your back pocket as well with Skelegro, and you'll be fine. B Mills also said today we have the return of humidity plays. Best thing in baseball: Red Sox Tigers over, Braves Phillies over, Cubs Nationals over, and even Jake's White Sox Mets over. This is a really good point because I think the ball flies farther in humidity.
Sure does.
Okay, there you go. Also, as I realize, side note, as I get older, I don't mind humidity as much. Like, I don't hate it. I kind of love the warmth of it now. It's weird. I don't know. Now I'm like, Jake, I will take the warmth of humidity.
The warmth of humidity? What the hell is wrong with you? What are we talking about here? Humidity? What, you like breathing in water? Like, what are we talking about?
Your lungs feel warm.
Lucy,
like a warm
that's
hug.
disgusting.
It's humidity. Jake, over 40 degrees, I would take a humid day. It's just
that's an insane take.
Better. I just better. I just like it better.
That is an insane thing to say.
Kind of love it. You get a nice glow about you in humidity. 40 degrees, no glow. I'll stand by that. I will die on that hill. As long as it's humid at the top of the hill, I will die on it. B Mills said also, I love Aaron Judge over 1.5 total bases and a round tripper. Have a great weekend, Jake and Lucy. You have a great weekend as well, B Mills. I don't hate that at all. I actually might add that something Aaron Judge to my bets for today later on, probably.
Yeah, I also will have an Aaron Judge play later. So tease.
Yeah, it's pretty much, it always kind of hits, Aaron Judge hit, though literally, but sometimes total bases. Total bases is always good. Thank you all for your questions and comments and your thoughts and your bets. And we appreciate all of you and all of your comments. It is time now for the 7-minute stretch. We're going to go around the league and look at a couple of games before we get to our national holiday on the show, the second one of the week. Each week, we begin with Orioles, Rockies. Orioles are minus 145 on the money line. Rockies plus 120, total at 11. Albert Suarez versus Austin Gomber. Any bets for you in this game?
I did bet this morning when it was Orioles minus 125. That's obviously moved pretty aggressively, so nothing to do now, I think. Obviously, at Coors Field, overs are always a look. I think the Orioles could get back on track today with their offense.
Very nice. Then we have Red Sox Tigers. Red Sox -120, Tigers +100. Totals at 9. Tanner Houck versus Casey Mize. I have a bet in this game. It is very much like the Aaron Judge over bases bet that kind of hits all the time. Jarren Duran over 1.5 total bases. Sometimes he doesn't hit it, but it's always kind of a good idea to take him to go just over 1.5 bases because he has been pretty hot lately. So that is my bet in this game. Do you have any?
Yeah, I think you're getting some value on the Red Sox money line here, only paying -120 with Houck on the mound against a Tigers team that still isn't very good. I know they've been playing better, but it's been against crappy teams like the Angels and White Sox. So getting the Red Sox here, I think you get some value at -120. So I laid Red Sox money line.
A great point. We'll finish this up with Mets and White Sox. Mets -225, White Sox +180. White Sox money line, maybe. Totals at 9. Tyler McGill versus Jonathan Cannon. Did you have any bets in this one?
I didn't have any bets here, but I do think that if it keeps moving the Mets way and you can get White Sox at like 2-1 at the last second, I think that'll be a play because Jonathan Cannon's actually been pretty good for the White Sox and McGill's just whatever to me. So I think if it keeps getting out more to the White Sox closer to 2-1, like you get +190, 2-1, then I think that would be a bet and I think there would be value there.
Very nice.
Insane to say, but whatever.
It is. This is very true. I like that a lot. It is time now.
Sox.
For you know what, Jake, it's okay. The White Sox are what they are, and it's all going to be okay because it's Foodie Friday. It is the second national holiday of the show. It is the tastiest day of the week. So we head to the U.S. Open. It's not baseball, but it's the Grand Slam tennis tournament, so it counts. And
good morning, team.
Sports
Heard we were doing
food.
walking videos now. I don't know.
Are we? Jake, what is your outfit for today? That's what I need that played randomly all the time. That video
actually Good Morning Team should be a drop. That's not bad.
Yeah, that's amazing. I really now have to go watch that video after this. So everyone go after this, watch Jake's walking video from earlier this week, which just took the world by storm. I believe that was also in the New York Post. Like that was an amazing video. So yeah,
I was, I'm not gonna lie. I was a little mad that I wasn't mentioned. Honestly, like I was a little miffed. I was a little mad.
I'll call them. I'll tell them. You know what?
That was really funny, Matt.
That was amazing. And that video is one that we always have to remember and randomly have to play because we can never forget. So I don't know how to top that, but we do head to Arthur Ashe Stadium where there is a drink that is almost as viral as Jake's video that has been going around. It is the Honey Deuce. Now, I personally cannot stop watching this video of the man who goes to sit down with 2 honey deuces, one to give to the woman who's sitting next to him to like start a conversation with her. And as he goes to give it to her, she reaches back and takes one from a man who was giving her one. So he's just sitting there with 2 of them. I can't stop watching this. I don't know what the dynamics are. There's been no follow-up to this, Jake. Who is the guy? What is the story? What's the dynamic? Did he know her? This is all to say that the Honey Deuce is Grey Goose lemonade, raspberry liqueur, garnished with 3 scoops of honeydew melon, the worst fruit, in my opinion, meant to resemble tennis balls. So that's the drink. This guy now has 2 of them for himself.
So, yeah, I mean, kind of a win for this guy. Now gets 2 drinks, but this video is so funny. We broke it down yesterday on You Better You Bet with me, Tyler Morales, Nick Costos, and Femi Abebefe. And we were talking about this. Like, if you notice in this video, though, the guy has a wedding ring on. The guy in the blue, the guy with the 2 drinks. He has a wedding ring on. So my question is that theoretically means he wasn't trying to spit game at this young lady next to him. So is this his daughter and the guy in the back is somebody trying to spit game? And he's just so like flabbergasted that somebody's so egregiously hitting on his daughter in public like this. I think there's a lot of factors that we need to unravel here because I need more information. I need an investigation into this.
I need a Big J journalist, maybe us. We invite this man. If you were watching, come on the show. Or the woman or anybody involved in this situation. If you were sitting around them, what's the dynamic? I need any form of further information on this situation. We need details. So we will hopefully further that before next week because we really, really hope to find out more about the story. Also, the Reuben sandwich at Citi Field is topped with Swiss cheese, Thousand Island dressing served with rye bread. This is a wood from me. There's the fit as well. Like, it's just that video. That's all I hear in my head. Good morning, Tim. Here's the fit. I can't get enough of that playing over what they called in the newspaper. They called this man a bespectacled man. bespectacled man.
Bespectacled.
with
Bespectacled?
Bespectacled man. Bespectacled
Yes.
man with his honey deuces. Good morning, team. Here's the fit. Jake, what's your fit and your walk-off bets for today?
The walk-off bets are Braves on the money line. Christopher Sanchez gets the Braves for the third time in a row, which is wild. Braves money line, Loud over 4.5 Ks, and the ladders. Red Sox money line, Dylan Cruz over 1.5 total bases. Cruz to homer, that's 6-1. I'm also going to run back the parlay of Judge and Soto to homer, that's 9-1.
Very nice. Thank you all so much for a lot
of winners.
This is amazing because you wake up, you get your coffee, you get your breakfast, boom, baseball is on.
It's time for Bet Slips and Bat Flips.
This is going to be unbelievable.
With Lucy Burge.
I don't know if we are eventually going to have Aaron Judge conspiracy theories a la Kate Middleton.
And Jake Hassan.
This is just going to be the biggest bloodbath, and I mean that in a great way.
Betting K's and debating your plays.
This is a great spot for the kid. He gets the opening day start, baby Pedro. He's like 15 years old.
Play ball.
No sweat. Have a fun time. Good luck out there. Do your best.
Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome in to Bet Slips and Bat Flips presented by BetMGM. I am Lucy Burge, along with my very chivalrous co-host, Jake Hassan. We are here with you to talk some baseball because baseball is, of course, the best. Jake, how are you doing today? I know that kickball was not the best yesterday, but you did see your gym crush, and you know what? In my opinion, you didn't brick it. You thought of a very nice thing to say to your gym crush, and I thought that was very chivalrous of you.
Thank you. Yeah, it's a solemn day. I'm not mad about the result of the kickball game, to be completely honest, just because, I mean, anytime you get walked off in extra innings and you lose 1-0, it's not a great feeling. Like, I'm sad, but we played a really good game. Like, it's just unlucky, honestly. Like, I no excuses. Like, it's hard to win a game when you score 0 runs, but it was a really good game, and it was fun. I had a lot of fun. Not the result we wanted, but it was a really good game. There was this one girl on the other team who was getting under my skin, and now I have a new enemy for next season. But it do be like that. It's just new rival. We will be back in the spring, early summer next year. I now have all fall and winter to stew on this, which is really great. But not the result we wanted. Really gut-wrenching way to lose. But overall, we got one. We got one this summer, so I'll take it.
Exactly. You do have one. Winter is famously the best time to stew on things because there's a lot of time indoors. It's already very sad times outside. What was this girl doing on the other team?
She's just like, I don't mind a good chirp. Like, if you're going to dish it, be ready to take it. Don't get all mad. Like, she was dishing it out, but then she couldn't take it back. And as the captain, I step up for my teammates, obviously, but the thing is, if you're going to chirp me, I'm going to chirp you back. Like, the one girl goes, hit it to third. And we have a Gold Glove third baseman. Like, he's amazing. So I chirp, go, yeah, please keep kicking it to third. Let's do it. And she was like, oh, that guy's such a jerk. He always has something to say. I'm like, you started it. What are we doing here? Like, she could dish. And that's just the thing. Like, I'm all for having fun. I like to give chirps back and forth. It's what makes it fun. But don't get upset if we chirp you back. That's all I'm saying.
Of course, she could also remember, perhaps, that it's kickball. Like, it's supposed to be fun.
Yes, exactly.
This is not a very consequential situation. In the grand scheme of things, I understand it's very important. Winning a championship is very important. But in the grand scheme of just the world, relax. Maybe
it doesn't matter. In the grand scheme of things, it doesn't matter.
I don't want to say it doesn't matter because it is very important to you.
It matters, but
all of us.
Overall,
it's very cute for you. No, it's very.
I have
important.
no personality now for the next 3 months, 5 months ish, give or take.
Winter meetings. Winter meetings is now our personality.
Right. Yes. Once we
want
get
to
Dallas,
go,
yeah.
we
this
will
show
go to
is
Dallas.
now my personality exclusively.
We are going to go full. I'm going to get a cowboy hat. I'm going to get cowboy boots. We are going to, that's going to be my personality because I want to go to winter.
Oh, should we shell out for cowboy hats and boots?
Absolutely, 100%.
We should.
100%.
Yeah.
We will. We should, and we will.
I need to see Sean Ha in a cowboy hat so immediately,
And
which
boots.
I'm sure there's a picture of that out there already. But
This is true. And Spurs. And the pants, with the riding
yes.
pants. Yes, the whole get up. We are going to do it. We're all going to do it when we go to Dallas too. But in preparation for that, I think every day we wear that. So that's, new personality for you. If you need to replace kickball, is just Dallas theme and just like Western.
Just become
motif.
a cowboy.
Become a cowboy. That's, I think, what you have to
Start
do.
smoking unfiltered cigarettes.
The kickball cowboy. You could throw some kickball in there.
That's not bad.
Cowboy of Chicago. So there's your personality right there. We have solved the problem.
I will say there is rumors of me joining a different fall league. Not with my team. I would not be a captain. I would be joining somebody else's team. Rumors. It's been floated out there. I did receive a text about a week ago about somebody asking me if I would want to join a team. So it's possibly on the table.
You just can't quit it. And I respect that very much. So we actually might not need to find a new personality for you because kickball will just remain the personality.
Yes.
Just a winter kickball, ice ball situation. The fall league begins. I'm very excited for that. And just thoughts are with you with this because it is tough. It's it's a tough thing to do and then have to get up and be like, you know what, that happened yesterday. It's very sad. But there's always next year. 2025 will be your year, and also in the fall. So it's just it's honestly going forward, it's all coming up, Jake. So we're going to get the cowboy hats and it's all going to be okay. It's all going to be okay because we are here for you and for all of you out there who are listening and watching. We are here to flip some bets and make some cash, and you can follow us wherever you get your podcast and live every day from 2 to 2:30 on twitch.tv/BetQL and also on the Odyssey Sports YouTube page. Send in your questions, comments, bets, your well wishes for Jake, and also what his new personality could be besides cowboy, and all of your bets for today, for this weekend, into the BetQL Twitter page, or drop them in the chat. With all of that being said, it is time to It is time to play ball, and we love when you join us here on the BetQL Network, and you can catch us all season long, starting at 2 p.m. Eastern. So get in here, get your bets ready, and send them to us, and together we will all find some winners. So we'll start off by recapping how we did on our bets yesterday. Jake, how did they go for you?
I mean, thank God for Nathan Eovaldi, because otherwise it would have been an ultra brutal day. The ladders come through, though. Nathan Eovaldi gets 10 Ks. That was better than 4-1. So hit some ladders there. That was really great. That was the only win we had yesterday, but it made up for all the losers because we hit some big prices. So Nathan Eovaldi, the man that you are, thank you very much. That game was over by like 2 p.m. Central, though. So then everything else after that was just a disaster.
He is very great. Nathan Eovaldi is a great man. I also would like to thank one person for saving my day, Pete Alonso. He hit a home run right after this show, and that was it for me. That was the whole day for me. Everything else was a loss, including 2 college football bets. So it was a rough one. It was brutal. But Pete Alonso saved the day with his home run. So I finally hit a home run. Queen of Dongs is back and hoping to continue it today with also some more wins, because one win is what it is, but it's not good enough. So we're going to pick it up today with more wins, just wins across the board. I feel a sweep coming. What we need from all of you is 5,000 5-star reviews. As we have asked, as you probably know, we need 5,000 5-star reviews, because if we get that many, we can take this show on the road and go to every ballpark in America in the time span that we have left of this season. We would love to be able to do this. Not just Dallas. We will go to the ballparks in Texas, but also across the country. Of every state where there is a major league ballpark, or at any level, we'll go to any level ballpark. Every ballpark in America where there's a ball field, we'll go to it and we'll do a show from there. And we want to get to every single one. So we're running out of time, and we just need by today, by EOD, for the long weekend, Labor Day weekend, we need 5,000 5-star reviews. If we get 500, we can go to winter meetings. However, if we've already planned our outfits, that means we're going. So we already planned our outfits, automatically go into winter meeting. So 500 5-star reviews, we still need to just kind of seal the deal on that. And then what was the other one? Like 100 or whatever, but that one's out the window. We're going to Miami 2026 World Baseball Classic. So we're going to do that as well. And I'm very excited for that one as well. We have already packed and planned our outfits for this. So for both of those things,
Cowboy
which
hats.
means cowboy hats, and in Miami, we're already packed for that as well. So just neon fluorescent colors is what I'm going, more motif for Miami. So we are ready for that, which means we're going. So we're packed, we're planned. All we need is just 5,000 to go to every ballpark in America. That's just a small ask that we do ask of all of you, and we thank you in advance for your help with this. Jake, what is the first game that caught your eye today as we dive into the games today?
Really excited about this one. Was talking about it a little bit with our guy, Johnny Venezia. It's Rhett Lauder Day. He's debuting today for the Reds. They have some spots open in the rotation, and they're playing the second game of a doubleheader, which is what Rhett Lauder will be starting. He was awesome in college. He's been dominating the minors, and I think in his last start in the minors, he had a 10K start. So we're going to the Ks for Rhett Lauder, over 4.5, and we're going to ladder it up, too, because the Brewers, generally a team that doesn't strike out a ton, but in the second game of a doubleheader, I think that they'll be a little tired, a little exhausted, and Lauder, he is nasty, man. I mean, I love everything that he has. His pitch mix, his arsenal is really, really good. He's been carving it up in the minors, so I think the number 3.5 is the number. I took the alt over 4.5 to get the plus money, and we're going to ladder it a little bit too, just because I think that the Brewers aren't going to be prepared for what he's about to throw at them. And I'm really excited for this start. I will be dialed in on this. It's going to be a lot of fun. I love when pitchers, big name pitchers, make their debut. Also, he's got the hair. He's just so cool.
It's very cool. It's very cool. So I hope he does well, and it's very exciting. I am looking at Cardinals Yankees. Cardinals plus 155. Yankees minus 190 is what they are on the money line. Totals at 8.5. Eric Fetty Wap against Marcus Stroman. And I'm looking at this game because I do have a home run pick in this game. It is Jazz Chisholm to hit a home run. He hit one yesterday. He has 2 home runs in his last 3 games. So he's been very hot lately with 4 home runs in his last 10, only 13 this season. And against Eric Fetty, he has 2 home runs and 2 singles. So just success all around lately and against Eric Fetty. So against the Cardinals and him, I think he can hit a home run tonight. We also have one game that is currently in action, Brewers-Reds. Brewers are up 4-3 over the Reds. Totals at 11.5. Colin Ray versus Nick Martinez. This game is in the top of the 5th. I have a bet in this one. It is Ellie De La Cruz to hit a home run. So hopefully that happens at some point in this game. We'll keep an eye on it. Did you have any bets in this one?
I didn't have any bets in this game. I just waited for the second game for the Rhett Lauder start. So I just stayed away from this one. There was nothing I liked.
Yeah, if Ellie De La Cruz does not hit a home run in this game, I might roll that over and then just say, you know what?
True. You should.
Do it in the second game. He's got to do it in one of them. I mean, chances are he's a very good player. You would think maybe he will. So now it is time to touch them all. We're going to get to injury news and lineup updates. Vinny Pasquantino is out for 6 to 8 weeks with a broken thumb. That's pretty brutal. He suffered the injury on the same play that reliever Lucas Erceg got injured. He got hurt fielding Yanier Diaz's chopper, and Pasquantino got injured when the throw took him into the runner's lane. That is rough to break your thumb on that, or in general.
Yeah, in general, especially. But as far as the Royals go, nobody cares about my fantasy team. I had both of these guys on my fantasy team, so that's really great. Hate that for me, especially now playoffs are about to start for fantasy next week. Not that anybody cares, but anyway, it's fine.
I care, Jake.
Anyway.
Yeah, there you go.
See,
I care.
I appreciate you.
Gosh.
But playoffs, you'll like my fantasy team name. It's Mojo Dojo Casas House.
Love it.
Tristan Casas. Yeah, thank you. I was very proud of that one. I'm not going to lie.
Standing ovation. You know what? At the film festival at Cannes or wherever they're doing now, they get like 8-minute standing ovations. That one deserves a 12-minute standing ovation. So for the next 12 till 2:24, I will give you. That is a name that will go down in history as probably the best.
Thank you. Last year when Jazz Chisholm was on my team, it was "You Like Jazz" with a picture of him on Barry Benson the Bee. So I'm all about the bit. You guys know this. But as far as the Royals go, my Royals, this is tough. Vinny Pasquantino is a guy that I really like. I think he's a future all-star. He was playing really well too. And now this is a huge blow for the Royals, and that lineup too. He hits behind Bobby Witt Jr. and is a big guy for drawing in runs, and he's very much on base a lot, high OBP. And they lose Erceg too, who was awesome since they acquired him, closing out games. This stinks. It doesn't make me feel good about my Royals' futures. Makes me a little bit nervous. This is a tough pill to swallow for them because Pasquantino's going to be out until at least the playoffs, you would think. I mean, 6 to 8 weeks, that probably takes him through the regular season, the end of it. So Maybe the Royals can pull something off. Maybe they call somebody up and that guy fills in really well. But I think this is a really tough blow for the Royals. If you're a Royals backer like me, this is really tough news because this is 2 key players that the Royals are going to be without.
Yeah, or maybe his thumb heals miraculously fast and there's a miracle.
Got that Wolverine blood.
Yeah, he has that thing in Harry Potter, the thing you drink and all your bones grow back, but it's very painful apparently. Is what
Skelegro?
Yes. If they had Skelegro, can you imagine? Seasons would be saved.
Oh, yeah.
So somebody invent that, please, and that would be a really nice real life thing to have, because they do say, and what we saw in the movie, in the film, it does work. So hopefully,
I can't believe I pulled that. I mean, Matt put in the chat, good poll. I don't know anything. I can't even remember what I had for breakfast yesterday, but I have Skelegro at the top of the brain, like immediately. My brain
amazing.
is so scrambled eggs. Like,
Well, also if you need a fantasy team name,
my brain
this
needs
is
to
your
be
guy.
studied in a lab.
That would be really sad, because I don't know if they could do that while you're still alive. But
yeah, maybe
it's okay.
For
They can
science.
test yeah, exactly. Tommy Pham has also been placed on waivers. Speaking of fantasy teams, batting .206 with 2 home runs and 12 RBI in 23 games with the Cardinals. Placed on waivers, Tommy Pham.
Somebody will pick him up. I mean, he'll be good for a contender. Maybe the Diamondbacks bring him back. Maybe somebody brings him as a 4th outfielder for defensive purposes. The reunion tour in St. Louis for Tommy Pham, not exactly how I think either party wanted it to go.
Yes, very true. Angels are also calling up Sam Aldegheri. He will be the first pitcher born and raised in Italy to play in the majors. This is very cool. He is 6-9, very nice, with a 3.59 ERA, 1.15 WHIP, 134 strikeouts, and 94.1 innings pitched in the minors this season. So this is a very cool moment for the beautiful country of Italy.
Very cool for the beautiful country of Italy. Good for them. It's always fun. I mean, baseball is 1,000,000 years old, and we still get weird stuff like this where it's always a first, which is always fun and very funny. And also 6-9, nice. Always, we'll take that too.
Always nice. How could it not be? I think it's always something beautiful is happening in baseball. You got to be romantic about it. The beautiful game. That's what they call it. America's pastime is what we're talking about here. Babe Ruth jersey also. The most valuable piece of memorabilia now is the called shot jersey, which was sold at auction for, I mean, you've probably already seen it, but can you guess? It's also on the screen. Never mind. 24.12 million. It's a whole guessing game. I was gonna do, one of those tricks. No, and then we'd be like, nope, you're close. You're getting closer. You're a little higher than that. No, 24.12 million. Can't read numbers famously. A little over $24 million is what someone paid for this. Officially the most valuable piece of sports memorabilia, more than the Honus Wagner card, I would assume, because that's also sports memorabilia. And that's not memorabilia. Anyway, this is very valuable. Would you buy this? If you had,
let me just get ahead of it.
Yeah.
Let me just get ahead of it. Contrary to popular belief and contrary to the rumors that I've seen, I was not the purchaser of this jersey. I was just barely outbid. I would not go over 24 million. That was my threshold. So credit to who outbid me, but contrary to popular belief, I was not the purchaser of this jersey.
That is why I asked, because I was wondering I thought you were going to show up wearing it today. And I was like, oh, well, that kind of confirms you didn't buy it, because obviously you would be wearing it today if you were just walking around wearing Babe Ruth's game worn jersey.
Would be a cool backdrop. I'm not going to lie. Would be a good backdrop.
It would be a great backdrop and conversation starter. You show up to the bar wearing,
True.
I mean, this was Babe Ruth's jersey and he wore it when he called his shot and people would be like, ooh. But here's the thing with this, buying a piece of memorabilia like this, it would be like too much, like, because you have this in your home and it's for people to come to your home and say, ooh, look what you have. And then you like go through it would just be like, I would rather buy like a big house than buy one piece of memorabilia to put in it. Or it's an investment. You know what? Because it does increase in value.
True.
It's an investment. Maybe next year it'll be 32 million and you can then sell it at auction, because I believe it's been bought and sold multiple times and the price does increase each time. So the value increases.
True.
I guess if you're looking at it as an investment, it's worth it. But if you're just the biggest Babe Ruth fan in the world and it's too much. It would be too overwhelming to think he wore that in a game.
Yeah.
I don't know.
That would be too much pressure. I would put that thing behind glass forever. You're never touching it, obviously. It's like when your mom would collect Beanie Babies because she thought it would increase in value over the next 10 years, and they're worth like 5 cents. But this is much different, obviously. But
Jake.
You're never touching this thing. You would be afraid to take it out of the casing because you were afraid it would disintegrate.
Oh, exactly. Also, the Princess Diana Beanie Baby is now worth millions of dollars. So if you have that one, it is worth it. This is the Princess Diana Beanie Baby of sports memorabilia now. So if you bought this, kudos to you. Babe Ruth now has something to add to his legacy, is a most valuable piece of sports memorabilia. One day, we could be seeing a Shohei Ohtani jersey be sold for like $100 million. Because inflation and things go up in value and price. And I want the jersey he wore, Decoy's jersey when he threw out the first pitch. That's a first pitch worn jersey. I would love to see how much that is worth at auction. So just something to keep an eye on the auction blocks for new memorabilia all the time, as one does. We ask all of you to step right up to the Bettors box because we want to hear from you. What's the most expensive sports memorabilia item you've ever purchased or would purchase? Let us know in the comments. Sound off in the chat. Jogo215 said, "Hi, Lucy and Jake. What do you think of Cubs first 5 and Padres money line?" I like Padres money line very much of those two.
Yeah, not gonna lie, I am on some Nationals props today against Shota Imanaga, but it doesn't mean that it can't come through. Obviously, Jake Irvin hasn't been great lately. He's got an ERA over 4. So if you think Shota's gonna shove, I see the path. Obviously.
This is true. B. Mills said, "Sorry for the loss, Jake, but we have football and playoff baseball on the horizon and possibly kickball in the fall. So it's all coming together. Got to remind that girl that if she can't take the heat, stay out of the kitchen." This is true. If you can't take the heat of kickball, then go away. That's really the rule. Get out of here.
I'm going to write that on a banner. If you can't take the heat of kickball, then go away is a banger of a line.
It hits every time. Just say go away.
Yeah.
It's simple and it's not.
We don't tell people to go away enough anymore. That hurts when you hear that. So we got to bring that back.
You add a bozo in there. Go away, bozo.
Yeah.
It doesn't hit as get lost bozo, which is probably my favorite.
True, it's a good one.
People get mad when you call them a bozo. I will call people that on Twitter once in a while, and they'll be like, "How dare you say that to me?" And I'm like, "What? That's not even you clown.
Protect the children."
Yeah, seriously.
Oh, Sean brings up a good point. We need to start telling people to take a lap again. That's a good one too.
That's a great one. Take a lap, you dummy.
I've been using hit the bricks every now and then too. Hit the bricks is fun.
Hit the bricks is a great one. So those are just a running list of things to say to people who can't take the heat of kickball. So keep those in your back pocket as well with Scaligro, and you'll be fine. B Mills also said today we have the return of humidity plays. Best thing in baseball: Red Sox Tigers over, Braves Phillies over, Cubs Nationals over, and even Jake's White Sox Mets over. This is a really good point because I think the ball flies farther in humidity.
Sure does.
Okay, there you go. Also, as I realize, side note, as I get older, I don't mind humidity as much. I don't hate it. I kind of love the warmth of it now. It's weird. I don't know. Now I'm like, Jake, I will take the warmth of humidity.
The warmth of humidity? What the hell is wrong with you? What are we talking about here? Humidity? What, you like breathing in water? What are we talking about?
Your lungs feel warm.
Lucy,
it's like a warm
that's
hug.
disgusting.
It's humidity Jake, over 40 degrees, I would take a humid day. It's just
that's an insane take.
Better. I just like it better.
That is an insane thing to say.
Kind of love it. You get a nice glow about you in humidity. 40 degrees, no glow. I'll stand by that. I will die on that hill. As long as it's humid at the top of the hill, I will die on it. B Mills said also, I love Aaron Judge over 1.5 total bases and a round tripper. Have a great weekend, Jake and Lucy. You have a great weekend as well, B Mills. I don't hate that at all. I actually might add that something Aaron Judge to my bets for today later on, probably.
Yeah, I also will have an Aaron Judge play later. So tease.
Yeah, it's pretty much, it always kind of hits, Aaron Judge hit, though, literally, but sometimes total bases. Total bases is always good. Thank you all for your questions and comments and your thoughts and your bets. And we appreciate all of you and all of your comments. It is time now for the 7-minute stretch. We're going to go around the league and look at a couple of games before we get to our national holiday on the show, the second one of the week. Each week, we begin with Orioles, Rockies. Orioles are minus 145 on the money line. Rockies plus 120, total at 11. Albert Suarez versus Austin Gomber. Any bets for you in this game?
I did bet this morning when it was Orioles minus 125. That's obviously moved pretty aggressively, so nothing to do now, I think. Obviously, at Coors Field, overs are always a look. I think the Orioles could get back on track today with their offense.
Very nice. Then we have Red Sox, Tigers. Red Sox minus 120, Tigers plus 100, totals at 9. Tanner Houck versus Casey Mize. I have a bet in this game. It is very much like the Aaron Judge over bases bet that kind of hits all the time. Jarren Duran over 1.5 total bases. Sometimes he doesn't hit it, but it's always kind of a good idea to take him to go just over 1.5 bases because he has been pretty hot lately. So that is my bet in this game. Do you have any?
Yeah, I think you're getting some value on the Red Sox money line here, only paying minus 120 with Houck on the mound against the Tigers team. That still isn't very good. I know they've been playing better, but it's been against crappy teams like the Angels and White Sox. So getting the Red Sox here, I think you get some value at minus 120. So I laid Red Sox money line.
A great point. We'll finish this up with Mets and White Sox. Mets minus 225, White Sox plus 180. White Sox money line maybe. Totals at 9. Tyler McGill versus Jonathan Cannon. Did you have any bets in this one?
I didn't have any bets here, but I do think that if it keeps moving the Mets way and you can get White Sox at like 2-1 at the last second, I think that'll be a play because Jonathan Cannon's actually been pretty good for the White Sox and McGill's just whatever to me. So I think if it keeps getting out more to the White Sox closer to 2-1, like you get plus 190, 2-1, then I think that would be a bet and I think there would be value there.
Very nice.
Insane to say, but whatever.
It is. This is very true. I like that a lot. It is time now.
Sox.
For you know what, Jake, it's okay. The White Sox are what they are, and it's all going to be okay because it's Foodie Friday. It is the second national holiday of the show. It is the tastiest day of the week. So we head to the U.S. Open. It's not baseball, but it's the Grand Slam tennis tournament, so it counts. And
good morning, team. Heard we were doing walking videos. Now I don't know.
Are we? Jake, what is your outfit for today? That's what I need that played randomly all the time. That video
actually Good Morning Team should be a drop. That's not bad.
Yeah, that's amazing. I really now have to go watch that video after this. So everyone go after this, watch Jake's walking video from earlier this week, which just took the world by storm. I believe that was also in the New York Post. Like that was an amazing video. So yeah,
I was, I'm not gonna lie. I was a little mad that I wasn't mentioned. Honestly, like I was a little miffed. I was a little mad.
I'll call them. I'll tell them. You know what?
That was really funny, Matt.
That was amazing. And that video is one that we always have to remember and randomly have to play because we can never forget. So I don't know how to top that, but we do head to Arthur Ashe Stadium where there is a drink that is almost as viral as Jake's video that has been going around. It is the Honey Deuce. Now, I personally cannot stop watching this video of the man who goes to sit down with 2 honey deuces, one to give to the woman who's sitting next to him to like start a conversation with her. And as he goes to give it to her, she reaches back and takes one from a man who was giving her one. So he's just sitting there with 2 of them. I can't stop watching this. I don't know what the dynamics are. There's been no follow-up to this, Jake. Who is the guy? What is the story? What's the dynamic? Did he know her? This is all to say that the Honey Deuce is Grey Goose lemonade, raspberry liqueur, garnished with 3 scoops of honeydew melon, the worst fruit, in my opinion, meant to resemble tennis balls. So that's the drink. This guy now has 2 of them for himself.
So, yeah, I mean, kind of a win for this guy. Now gets 2 drinks, but this video is so funny. We broke it down yesterday on You Better You Bet with me, Tyler Morales, Nick Costos, and Femi Abebefe, and we were talking about this. Like, if you notice in this video, though, the guy has a wedding ring on. The guy in the blue, the guy with the 2 drinks. He has a wedding ring on. So my question is theoretically means he wasn't trying to spit game at this
Right.
young lady next to him. So
Right.
is this his daughter and the guy in the back is somebody trying to spit game? And he's just so like flabbergasted that somebody's so egregiously hitting on his daughter in public like this? I think there's a lot of factors that we need to unravel here because I need more information. I need an investigation into this.
I need a Big J journalist, maybe us. We invite this man. If you were watching, come on the show. Or the woman or anybody involved in this situation. If you were sitting around them, what's the dynamic? I need any form of further information on this situation. We need details. So we will hopefully further that before next week because we really, really hope to find out more about the story. Also, the Reuben sandwich at Citi Field is topped with Swiss cheese, Thousand Island dressing served with rye bread. This is a wood from me.
Fit.
There's the fit as well. Like, it's just that video. That's all I hear in my head. Good morning, Kim. Here's the fit. I can't get enough of that playing over what they called in the newspaper. They called this man a bespectacled man. Bespectacled man.
Bespectacled?
Bespectacled man. Bespectacled
Yes.
man with his honey deuces. Good morning, team. Here's the fit. Jake, what's your fit and your walk-off bets for today?
The walk-off bets are Braves on the money line. Christopher Sanchez gets the Braves for the third time in a row, which is wild. Braves money line, Loud over 4.5 Ks, and the ladders. Red Sox money line, Dylan Cruz over 1.5 total bases. Cruz to homer, that's 6-1. I'm also going to run back.
Are you ready, sir? Start your engines. Let's go.
Astros money line versus the Marlins. Johnny Cueto, no thank you.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. How does this affect me personally?
Which is absolutely bonkers to me.
If you do the middle school math, is 117 yards per game that you gotta post each and every weekend.
I knew it.
Who has the upper hand? Do we think it's going to be the offenses or do we think it's going to be the defenses?
How about Saturday's game? Let's just throw a random game out here.
Like, I don't want to put faith in NC State. There's a chance we'll lose
team.
outright. Who knows? Jinx is definitely not paying attention right now. He's just vibing to the music.
Are you ready for the most interactive sports gambling show? Introducing BetQL Send It In with PJ Glasser. We want to hear from you. Send It In is about your picks, your trends, and your fades. Share your thoughts, predictions, and your best daily best bets with the Send It In community. Set your reminders, mark your calendars, and get ready to send it in on weekday afternoons at 1 Eastern on Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch. On your home for wagertainment, the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM.
Go for the betting cycle on BetQL with Cody Decker.
Cody Decker, former professional baseball player, turned professional smartass on the radio.
Sports handicapper Rob Brown.
When Penix Jr. plays USC, he's getting 400 yards.
Cycling all the top plays.
And Cody Decker, I think Florida can cover today.
And one outrageous show parlay.
1, 2, 3.
Let the chaos begin. It's Bet for the Cycle on the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM.
Some would say that maybe he'll be chasing Super Bowl MVP. Really makes me angry that, like, Knicks fans can't have anything. We've been bad for... I get it. Now it's, okay, 100% of attention on 9 million games tonight. It's a playoff game! We've seen this movie before, and we know how it ends. And it ends with absolute disaster.
But I'll tell you, that's fun. But the most fun thing about betting on sports for me is this.
Like, hey, there's no tomorrow. And now, come on, put Pickett in.
Are you ready, sir? Start your engines. Let's go.
Astros money line versus the Marlins. Johnny Cueto, no thank you.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. How does this affect me personally?
Which is absolutely bonkers to me.
If you do the middle school math, is 117 yards per game that you gotta post each and every weekend.
I knew it. I knew it.
Who has the upper hand? Do we think it's going to be the offenses or do we think it's going to be the defenses?
How about Saturday's game? Let's just throw a random game out here.
Like, I don't want to put faith in NC State. There's a chance we'll lose
team.
outright. Who knows? Jinx is definitely not paying attention right now. He's just vibing to the music.
Are you ready for the most interactive sports gambling show? Introducing BetQL Send It In with PJ Glasser. We want to hear from you. Send It In is about your picks, your trends, and your fades. Share your thoughts, predictions, and your best daily best bets with the Send It In community. Set your reminders, mark your calendars, and get ready to send it in on weekday afternoons at 1 Eastern on Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch. On your home for wagertainment, the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM.
Some would say that maybe he'll be chasing Super Bowl MVP. Really makes me angry that, like, Knicks fans can't have anything. We've been bad for... I get it. Now it's, okay, 100% of attention on 9 million games tonight. It's a playoff game! We've seen this movie before, and we know how it ends. And it ends with absolute disaster.
But I'll tell you, that's fun. But the most fun thing about betting on sports for me is this.
Like, hey, there's no tomorrow. And now, come on, put Pickett in.
Are you ready, sir? Start your engines. Let's go.
Astros money line versus the Marlins. Johnny Cueto, no thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. How does this affect me personally?
Which is absolutely bonkers to me.
If you do the middle school math, is 117 yards per game that you gotta post each and every weekend.
I knew it. I knew it.
Who has the upper hand? Do we think it's going to be the offenses or do we think it's going to be the defenses?
How about Saturday's game? Let's just throw a random game out here.
Like, I don't want to put faith in NC State. There's a chance we'll lose
team.
outright. Who knows? Jinx is definitely not paying attention right now. He's just vibing to the music.
Are you ready for the most interactive sports gambling show? Introducing BetQL Send It In with PJ Glasser. We want to hear from you. Send It In is about your picks, your trends, and your fades. Share your thoughts, predictions, and your best daily best bets with the Send It In community. Set your reminders, mark your calendars, and get ready to send it in on weekday afternoons at 1 Eastern on Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch. On your home for wagertainment, the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM.
Go for the betting cycle on BetQL with Cody Decker.
Cody Decker, former professional baseball player, turned professional smartass on the radio.
Sports handicapper Rob Brown.
When Penix Jr. plays USC, he's getting 400 yards.
Cycling all the top plays.
And Cody Decker, I think Florida can cover today.
And one outrageous show parlay.
1, 2, 3.
Let the chaos begin. It's Bet for the Cycle on the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM.
Some would say that maybe he'll be chasing Super Bowl MVP. Really makes me angry that, like, Knicks fans can't have anything. We've been bad for... I get it. Now it's, okay, 100% of attention on 9 million games tonight. It's a playoff game! We've seen this movie before, and we know how it ends. And it ends with absolute disaster.
But I'll tell you, that's fun. But the most fun thing about betting on sports for me is this.
Like, hey, there's no tomorrow. And now, come on, put Pickett in.
Are you ready, sir? Start your engines. Let's go.
Astros money line versus the Marlins. Johnny Cueto, no thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. How does this affect me personally?
Which is absolutely bonkers to me.
If you do the middle school math, is 117 yards per game that you gotta post each and every weekend.
I knew it.
Who has the upper hand? Do we think it's going to be the offenses or do we think it's going to be the defenses?
How about Saturday's game? Let's just throw a random game out here.
Like, I don't want to put faith in NC State. There's a chance we'll lose
13.
outright. Who knows? Jinx is definitely not paying attention right now. He's just vibing to the music.
Are you ready for the most interactive sports gambling show? Introducing BetQL Send It In with PJ Glasser. We want to hear from you. Send It In is about your picks, your trends, and your fades. Share your thoughts, predictions, and your best daily best bets with the Send It In community. Set your reminders, mark your calendars, and get ready to send it in on weekday afternoons at 1 Eastern on Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch. On your home for wagertainment, the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM.
Some would say that maybe he'll be chasing Super Bowl MVP. Really makes me angry that, like, Knicks fans can't have anything. We've been bad for... I get it. Now it's, okay, 100% of attention on 9 million games tonight. It's a playoff game! We've seen this movie before, and we know how it ends. And it ends with absolute disaster.
But I'll tell you, that's fun. But the most fun thing about betting on sports for me is this.
Like, hey, there's no tomorrow. And now, come on, put Pickett in.
Are you ready, sir? Start your engines. Let's go.
Astros money line versus the Marlins. Johnny Cueto, no thank you.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. How does this affect me personally?
Which is absolutely bonkers to me.
If you do the middle school math, is 117 yards per game that you gotta post each and every weekend.
I knew it.
Who has the upper hand? Do we think it's going to be the offenses or do we think it's going to be the defenses?
How about Saturday's game? Let's just throw a random game out here.
Like, I don't want to put faith in NC State. There's a chance we'll lose
13.
outright. Who knows? Jinx is definitely not paying attention right now. He's just vibing to the music.
Are you ready for the most interactive sports gambling show? Introducing BetQL Send It In with PJ Glasser. We want to hear from you. Send It In is about your picks, your trends, and your fades. Share your thoughts, predictions, and your best daily best bets with the Send It In community. Set your reminders, mark your calendars, and get ready to send it in on weekday afternoons at 1 Eastern on Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch. On your home for wagertainment, the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM.
Go for the betting cycle on BetQL with Cody Decker.
Cody Decker, former professional baseball player, turned professional smartass on the radio.
Sports handicapper Rob Brown.
When Penix Jr. plays USC, he's getting 400 yards.
Cycling all the top plays.
And Cody Decker, I think Florida can cover today.
And one outrageous show parlay.
1, 2, 3.
Let the chaos begin. It's Bet for the Cycle on the
football. That's why when I had a chance yesterday to fade them at a big number with Tennessee on deck for the Wolfpack, I was all in on Western Carolina yesterday. Like, there's a reason that Nick Saban and Bama would always blow out good teams week one. There's a reason that Georgia always rolls week one, and they have two of the last 3 years against good teams. You know, like, because there is no preseason, you got to rely on a lot of these coaches to have their teams ready and be aware in certain situations and make sure that they're good to go to start the season. And Colorado, they looked really undisciplined at times last night.
Yeah, undisciplined. We saw Shiloh Sanders with the unnecessary roughness penalty that was just inexplicably bad as well in the first half that helped extend a North Dakota State drive. It just doesn't look organized, and I don't think Dion has a full grasp on what's going on as well, which when you start spinning it forward to Big 12 play, I don't like this team. Like, I just look at Colorado and I say, how are they going to survive when they're going up against teams that have similar athletes, similar recruiting levels? Because North Dakota State, while it's a fine FCS program and they've been dominant in the past in the FCS, they're not what they were in the Easton Stick, Trey Lance, Carson Wentz days. They're not that good. Craig Bowles now at Kansas State, Craig Bowles at Wyoming, and of course Kleiman's at Kansas State. Like, they're not that team that they once were. They're still good, but not like how they used to be. And the fact that they struggled with them, couldn't run the football. We haven't mentioned that. Colorado couldn't run the football on an FCS team. What's going to happen when they actually play in the Big 12? I think that's going to be problematic for Colorado, despite what we see at quarterback with Shedeur Sanders, because Shedeur was awesome last night, 400-plus yards. Travis Hunter, PJ, we haven't even talked much about him. Travis Hunter, he might be one of the 3 best players in college football. He played all but 2 snaps last night, playing both sides, cornerback and wide receiver. The guy is just multiple touchdowns. He's unreal, and it's a shame that he's on a team that's this bad, because he would be in those Heisman-type conversations if he was on a big-time program.
No doubt, and I can't wait to watch him at the next level as a wide receiver. He's going to be ridiculous. He was awesome last night. How about that catch he had in the end zone where he's like falling down, the DB's like draped all over him? Ridiculous catch. So he's going to be great all year. You just hope that he stays healthy, because that was a big issue last season in the middle of the year, obviously playing both sides of the ball. He got hurt, and then he was out like 4 or 5 weeks, and Colorado's season kind of got away from him. This schedule, though, Femi, for the Buffs, man, like looking at it as it currently stands, they have 5 games right now against opponents that are currently ranked. Kansas State, at Arizona, home against Utah, at Kansas, home against Oklahoma State. They got a road trip to Nebraska next week. They have to go on the road at UCF as well. So they have a tough schedule. I mean, North Dakota State on paper was like one of their easier games. So for them to struggle like they did, very easily a game that they potentially could have lost, it's going to be interesting to see how Colorado's season goes the rest of the way, because a lot of these Big 12 schedules, maybe you're playing like 2 or 3 teams that are ranked. I haven't seen many where they're playing like 5 ranked teams on it. So they got a tough schedule this year. Offense is going to be great, but if they want to win some of those games, man, that defense got to get better in a hurry.
Yeah, the offensive line needs to get better in a hurry as well. Shedeur under quite a bit of pressure against that North Dakota State defensive line. We got a fun show on deck for you guys over the next 4 hours. 3 great guests will be joining us starting 20 minutes from now. Olin Buchanan covers Texas A&M football for TexAgs.com. We'll ask him about their big game in College Station on Saturday against the Notre Dame Fighting Irish. But on the other side, we'll talk more about this Colorado-North Dakota State game, spin it forward to week 2, as well as what else we saw in college football last night. Just getting started here on You Better You Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. This is You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM.
Welcome back. This is You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM here on the BetQL Network. Femi Abebefe, PJ Glasser in for Nick Costos, hanging out here on the Friday. Hope everybody has a fun and safe Labor Day weekend, watching a ton of college football. I know that's what I'm going to be doing. I'm sure that's what PJ is going to be doing. You who's listening, you're probably going to be doing that as well. But make sure you have fun as well as you're watching all these games. Like I mentioned in the last segment, we have 3 great guests that are going to be joining us over the course of this 4 hours, starting 20 minutes from now. Olin Buchanan covers Texas A&M football for TexAgs.com. Then in the second hour, Chris Doering of ESPN and SEC Network. Chris, of course, played for the University of Florida, played in the National Football League, and is the co-host of SEC This Morning on Sirius XM. We'll get his thoughts on that Florida-Miami game, which I've dubbed the Hot Seat Bowl, with Mario Cristobal and Billy Napier. That's a really fascinating game between in-state rivals. We'll also, of course, ask him about some other SEC matchups that we'll see this weekend. And then in the final hour, which is the Power Hour, Ryan Horvat will join us at 6:20 Eastern Time. Ryan is doing a college football show with our guy, PJ Glasser. BetQL Tailgate Kickoff, which you can watch every Saturday, 9 to 10 a.m. Eastern Time. He also is the co-host of BetMGM Tonight, which he's going to kickstart that off with our guy, Brad Evans, and he'll make his debut Monday night, next Monday being Labor Day. So we'll talk about that with Ryan Horvat as he joins us in the final hour, which is the Power Hour. But PJ, in the last segment, we were talking about this North Dakota State and Colorado game, and I want to bring on Tyler Morales to get some of his thoughts on this, because I know he laid the points with the Buffs. He had the Coach Prime attire yesterday. He was doing it up, but unfortunately that defense did not get him to the window. Tyler, how are we doing today, man?
I mean, I'd be doing better if the Shedeur Sanders didn't throw an interception off of a guy's foot, and we didn't cover the spread because of that. But I mean, shout out PJ at North Dakota State. I kind of hate him today because I feel like Colorado should have covered. But it was kind of like the same. I mean, it was the same old Colorado. The offense was explosive. I mean, they got 4 NFL guys. They're probably their second best receiver, LaJohntay Wester, didn't do a thing. So the offense is going to be great. I actually thought the defense was a little better. At least they got 2 sacks. In the last year, they weren't doing that. They weren't getting any pressure. It's going to be the same old Colorado probably. They're going to play pretty well in the non-conference, go to conference play. The depth's going to catch up to them. And they're going to win 5-6 games. I really don't think it's much more than that. I play into the Coach Prime thing because I just love him as a character, and I think they're just hilarious for college football. But let's be real, this is a 5-6 win team. Shedeur and Travis Hunter are probably going to be top 10 picks, and that's all this season really is. So the Nebraska game's going to be challenging. I think they might get blown out in that game, unfortunately. But yeah, it was basically what I expected. A lot of scoring, a lot of bad defenses, and the offense just looked explosive as ever.
Yeah, I mean, Femi, if you thought Colorado was a popular play last night, wait until people see that they're +7 in Nebraska next week. You know what I mean?
Gosh.
I mean, everybody. It's one thing to bet Colorado when they're favorites, but getting to bet them as underdogs, especially against Nebraska, right? And unless you really follow college football, you don't know that Nebraska is expected to be pretty decent this year. I mean, people are expecting them to win 8 or 9 games. Dylan Raiola takes over as quarterback. He was recruited to go to Georgia, and then he transfers over, so he's really good. Say what you want about Matt Rule as a head coach in the NFL with Carolina. Dude is an incredible college coach. Go look back at what he did at Temple. Look at what he did with Baylor. I think he's going to turn Nebraska into a really good program. So Matt Rule is a really good college coach, and they know that they should have won that game last year in Boulder if it wasn't for Jeff Sims as their quarterback. Now they have a good quarterback in Raiola. The defense is still going to be really good. So that game last year, Femi, was one of the best games to break down from a betting perspective, if you remember, because Colorado was a 3-touchdown dog to TCU, right? And then the look-ahead line against Nebraska, they were a big underdog, and then they closed as a favorite, as a 3.5-point favorite. It was a 10-point swing, and it was one of the craziest games to preview and talk about. So I'm really excited to talk about that game again as we preview it throughout next week because, again, Nebraska's probably going to be favored by 6.5, 7, and, I mean, everybody's going to be on Colorado next week.
I mean, Colorado money line, what is that, -1,000 to be the BetMGM most heavily bet side of the week next week? I mean, I think you're going to get a lot of people that are just I can get +250, +230 with the Buffs to win this game. I'm sure folks that want to believe in this Colorado Coach Prime thing is going to be really popular. But would you go ahead and try to get ahead of anything right now, PJ, in this Colorado and Nebraska game? Because right now that line is sitting at 6.5, 7, depending on where you do your shopping. BetMGM has a 6.5 right now, and Nebraska minus 225 on the money line, Colorado plus 180. Is there anything that you would bet in this game with Nebraska being sight unseen at least this season?
Yeah, I would lay that 6.5 now, Femi, with Nebraska. If you're able to get them under a touchdown, I would take that, because watching Colorado last night, right? They're going to score, but if they go up against a good defense, like that defense is going to get stops. And then on the flip side, if you have a good quarterback going up against Colorado, they're not going to be able to get many stops against you. So if Raiola's as solid as most of us think he will be, Nebraska's going to be able to score points in that game, and their defense is going to be able to get stops on Colorado. You combine that with the fact that, man, Memorial Stadium, even all these years that Nebraska's been really bad, that place is an awesome environment. And this early on in the season, with how much hype's going to be around that game, it's going to be a great environment. So I think you take into account the environment, the fact that Colorado's on the road, the fact that Nebraska wants revenge from last season, they have a capable quarterback now, and that their defense is going to get stops in that game. Femi, I would definitely bet that now at 6.5, because by the time we're talking about this game next week, next Friday, I think it's going to be 7s at least posted across the board.
Yeah, we're joking about it during the break that Dylan Raiola is kind of trying to be like this Patrick Mahomes of college football. But hey, if you want to emulate somebody, you want to mimic somebody, and you play quarterback, probably a good person to mimic being Patrick Mahomes. He has the armbands, he's got the number, the whole nine. He is doing it to emulate Patrick Mahomes as Dylan Raiola, who's a big-time recruit that I feel like we've been hearing about him for a few seasons now. Now he's going to be the starting quarterback for the Nebraska Cornhuskers. PJ, what else stood out to you last night in college football? I know we saw a lower-scoring game in the Twin Cities between North Carolina and Minnesota. The Tar Heels being able to hang on to that one, but unfortunately losing their quarterback, Max Johnson, which what looks like a pretty serious injury. It was came out as a hip injury earlier this morning.
Yeah, I mean, UNC, obviously, we all wanted to see what their offense would look like the last couple of years, having Drake May, one of the best players in college football. Mac Brown always has a good receiver, whether it's Tez Walker, whether it's Dynami Brown. So they had to kind of replace a number one receiver. They had to replace a top 3 pick. He always has a good running back, too. He's got that again to Marion Hampton. He's going to be an awesome player all season. But North Carolina is kind of what I thought they would be, you know, that struggle at the quarterback position, not as explosive in the passing game because of the lack of talent at QB and also receiver, really good running back. Their defense, I still think, is not going to be very good. You know, they were fortunate going up against Minnesota, but these two teams are kind of what I expected them to be. Honestly, Femi, I thought there were no takeaways. I said yesterday when I was handicapping the game, I said, if you like North Carolina, don't lay -1.5 or -2. Like, bet them on the money line, because Minnesota is one of those teams where it's going to be ugly scores. Whenever you're betting Minnesota, Iowa, Northwestern, if it's a small spread, don't lay the points. Just take the favorite on the money line if that's the direction you want to go in, because as you saw last night, UNC won with a bunch of field goals. So that's kind of my takeaway with both teams, Femi, is UNC's kind of what I expected them to be, and now we'll see how they fare throughout the season without Max Johnson. And, you know, Minnesota was out there without their star running back last night, Darius Taylor. And it's kind of the same old team. They want to run the football. They want to play good defense. They want to force turnovers. So both of these teams probably going to be competing to try and get into a bowl game. I see both of these teams as anywhere from kind of like 5-7 to 7-5 football teams.
Yeah, and that's kind of what was my takeaway when I watched it. I was like, this looks like a mid-off, as the kids would say. Like, these are just two teams that are not very good. Minnesota missing the field goal as time expired at home to lose that game. But it was just kind of one of those games that it's going to be played in a phone booth. Minnesota, they kind of bring you down to the mud a little bit and try to play that style. And PJ Fleck, he had that really good season a few years ago when they won 11 games. They won the Outback Bowl. But ever since then, it hasn't been that great. It's left a lot to be desired in Minneapolis. And they start to wonder, is the clock going to start ticking here on PJ Fleck and his time as the head coach of the Golden Gophers? Because that team feels like they're going in the wrong direction. I know they had some guys that were missing from injuries. I know their star running back, he wasn't playing in the game, but you feel like you would have wanted more in a home opener, and they go ahead and lose there as a small dog, North Carolina being able to get to the window. Anything else that stood out to you, PJ, in college football last night?
I mean, that NC State Western Carolina game, Femi, was something, man. We were watching that game live. We were monitoring the live lines throughout the game. NC State was anywhere from a 31.5 to a 33.5 point favorite, depending on where you got them yesterday. And that game was tied 14-14 at halftime. And the Wolfpack, again, who were north of being a 30-point favorite, were 7.5 point favorites at halftime. So that's what the odds makers thought of NC State when they were watching that team for the first 30 minutes. I was expecting like a 14.5, 13.5, something like that. I saw the 7.5, and then immediately I'm like, Western Carolina's going to win this game. Like, they are daring you to take NC State if they're making it that low. Western Carolina had a 21-17 lead like late in the third quarter, and then NC State finally started to wake up. But I'm so fascinated with next week. Femi, some of my favorite things, like breaking down football, whether it's college football or NFL, is the overreaction or the underreaction from week 1 to week 2, right? And NC State next week plays Tennessee. A lot of people, myself included, are high on Tennessee. Look ahead line in that game was Tennessee minus 5.5 in Charlotte next week against NC State. So after the performance that NC State just put out there last night and everybody getting a chance to watch them, it's going to be interesting to see how much that line kind of balloons up against Tennessee. Obviously, they play tomorrow. They're like 40-point favorites in that game. But Grayson McCall was one of my favorite college quarterbacks the last couple of years at Coastal Carolina. I was really high on him coming into the season. Didn't have a good first game. So I'm interested to see how he bounces back. But my takeaway was, again, the handicap was I thought NC State would be a little bit sleepy because they'd be looking ahead to Tennessee. That's exactly what happened. Still a good defensive team. McCall's played plenty of great games in college. But next week against Tennessee that'll be a really good test for NC State.
Yeah, they looked flat. They honestly looked flat. They needed to outscore them 21-0 to ultimately come back and win that game against Western Carolina, which is not a good sign of what's to come. Tyler Morales, our guy, betting a lot of college football props last night, and there was one that was so close, Tyler, that we felt that could get there. It paid a big price, but unfortunately, that's how it goes in that North Carolina-Minnesota game.
Yeah, PJ, so you were on the show. You wouldn't know this, obviously. We knew there was word that Darius Taylor might not play. We took Marcus Major, the backup on Minnesota, 20-1 to score 2 touchdowns. He scored scored one in the second quarter, got tackled twice at the 1-yard line for a second touchdown. So a 20-1 was like that close from coming. Oh yeah, it was a brutal beat up, and they QB sneaked it too, which makes it even worse. They were at the 1 and they did like a tush
vultures,
push, and we lost. Yeah, it was. I mean, it was so depressing. Some people that listened to the show were sending me messages that they had 30-1, and they were it was not fun. But Omarion Hampton went over 90. Yeah, it was really, really close, and we probably should have gotten there. Also had Omarion Hampton's over in rushing yards. That went over. He had like 40 touches. It was incredible. But yeah, that Minnesota-North Carolina game might be blindly just betting against Minnesota, whoever they play their next game. They have that D2 quarterback. I don't even know his name. He was so bad, I probably don't even need to know it. But he was horrendous. Like that offense looks terrible. Same with North Carolina. I don't know, with Max Johnson gone now. Harold, the backup, didn't look great either. He's athletic, but they have really good receivers. I don't know if they're going to ever be able to get the ball to the receivers now that they have this backup in. So yeah, North Carolina, Minnesota was hideous. Both those teams looked terrible. That was really the only other game that stood out to me, just because I had a lot of money on both those games. But I'm going to see who Minnesota's playing next game. This seems like a brutal season. Like Femi said, maybe PJ Fleck's last one, because like there was nothing there that you could take away as a positive for Minnesota.
No, I guess maybe you could say the defense, but I don't even know if it was good defense, PJ. I feel like it was just bad offense on both sides.
Exactly. And look, PJ Fleck, I mean, kind of what made him a rising star in the coaching ranks was he got him a first-round wide receiver, right? He had Corey Davis at Western Michigan. Then he had Rashad Bateman at Minnesota. And it's like the last couple of years, he really hasn't been able to get anybody at receiver. So he wants to run the ball. His quarterback play has not been good at all, and it kind of looks like it's going to be the same season. Femi, I'll also say big takeaway from yesterday and also week 0 too. Dude, it might be a long year for the ACC, right? I mean, Florida State, NC State, UNC, like some of these performances that these teams are putting out there, I don't know if that would affect the way that I would maybe bet Clemson tomorrow against Georgia or maybe Miami against Florida, because certainly like most of the conference can be bad. You can have a couple of really good teams, but even SMU, you can throw them in there against Nevada in week 0, has not been a good start for the ACC. So it's been a big takeaway for me so far here through the games that we've seen up to this point.
Yeah, the ACC might be one of those conferences that maybe just gets one team into the 12-team playoff, which sounds crazy because it's so many teams that get in. But, I mean, you figure the SEC is going to get 4, the Big Ten might get 3. You start to run out of spots, and if your teams look this bad this early, I think it starts to get a little bit dicey for you as we look ahead to the 12-team playoff. I think that everybody is absolutely fired up about. On the other side, let's talk about one of the marquee games tomorrow night. Texas A&M Notre Dame. Olin Buchanan of Tex Ags joins You Better You Bet next here on the BetQL Network.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. This is You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM.
Welcome back. This is You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM here on the BetQL Network. Femi Abebefe alongside PJ Glasser, the whole crew's kicking it with us here as we talk some college football. One of the marquee games that we have coming up on Saturday here, PJ, is Notre Dame and A&M. And I'm curious to get your thoughts on this game because I find myself, and I know sounds like this could end up being a public dog because Notre Dame gets a lot of money. There's a lot of national brand with the Fighting Irish. But if we ever got the hook and got 3.5, I feel like I might end up on that Notre Dame side because this to me feels like a 24-21 kind of game. And we've seen the under start to get bet heavily all throughout the week. Where are you at with the Aggies and the Irish tomorrow night?
Femi, I'm totally with you. This is one of those games for me, it's all number dependent, right? Like if you got A&M at a pick 'em throughout the summer, obviously that's a great bet because now they're -3 at almost every shop. If you got them at -2.5, you got them under that 3, I think that's a good bet. But now that we're at 3, and if we start to see 3.5s pop up, Femi, I kind of agree with you. That's when I'm going to start kind of going towards the Irish. Right now, the narrative that's kind of shaping this bet and why we've seen so much steam towards Texas A&M is because obviously Riley Leonard, the quarterback of Notre Dame, played the last couple years under Mike Elko, who's now the coach at A&M at Duke. So there's all that familiarity, and you would think watching him every day in practice, Mike Elko would know how to exploit Riley Leonard, would know where to attack him, all his deficiencies, all that kind of things. And then the line of scrimmage, we just all kind of think is going to be a huge mismatch in this game. A&M's got a great front seven. Mike Elko's a defensive guy. Go watch his Duke teams. Go watch back when he was the defensive coordinator at Notre Dame. His defenses are always well coached. They always play hard. And Notre Dame throughout the years, Femi, say what you want about them. Maybe the quarterback plays a little suspect, receivers, all that. They're normally really good on the offensive line. But this year, they have a ton of youth. And I think those players eventually are going to be really good. But, man, making your first start on the road at Kyle Field week 1 when College Game Day is going to be there, top 25 matchup, that is a tough ask. So, again, in the summer, most of the summer, this game was a pick'em. It was -110 each way. And then, again, as we start getting closer to kick, you start hearing everybody talk, and it's Mike Elko versus Riley Leonard. And I think just that mismatch up front is what's driving this price. But, again, we kind of saw how Florida State and Georgia Tech played out. We all thought Florida State was going to have one of the best defensive lines in the country, and we all watched Georgia Tech just dominate them up front. So I don't think Notre Dame's going to dominate A&M like Georgia Tech did to Florida State, but I think this is a game, Femi, where I agree with you. I think it's about the number. Now that we're at 3, I would probably take Notre Dame before I take A&M, and I think if we get to that 3.5, I would take Notre Dame.
Yeah, that's completely. I'm glad that we're in lockstep with this game because, I just think that it's going to be one of those closely contested games. Maybe not last team with the ball wins, but it's going to be sort of a rock fight. I just picture 24-21 being in my head, so maybe I should just bet the under instead of worrying about the side with this thing. I think both of these defenses are really good, but Notre Dame, you mentioned it, it's being baked in heavily that they lost their left tackle in the training camp in the summer, and that they have a young offensive line against this highly touted and high-priced, given the NIL money that's been dished out to that defensive line for Texas A&M. The cupboards were not bare when Jimbo left. Jimbo, the coach, was not very good. Jimbo, the recruiter, elite, as good as it gets. And those cupboards are very, very stocked in College Station. But Notre Dame also did really well in the transfer portal. They have veteran guys that are going to be able to handle some of this, Kyle Field, home field advantage that will be there, the 12th man down there in Aggie land. And it's a real thing. A&M has a great home field advantage, but I trust Riley Leonard enough. He's mobile. I think he can make plays with his legs to where I would lean towards Notre Dame right now. I haven't placed any bets with this, but I said it earlier in the week. I'm going to say it again. If we get that hook and we get 3.5, I will have a bet on Notre Dame. And maybe I'll even take the +3 if it never shows up between now and kickoff, because I think that Notre Dame is set up pretty well in this game, given the veteran QB and also how they did in the portal and just how historically they've done up front on the offensive line. Even though they're going to play some young guys, those young guys, it could be the next Zach Martin. It could be the next Joe Alt. It could be the next whoever that you're going to see be a perennial All-Pro in the National Football League. I trust them on the O-line. So as it stands for me, I kind of like Notre Dame a little bit here in this spot, but I know a lot of very smart people like Texas A&M. There's definitely a case for them, but for me, it's the Fighting Irish.
Yeah, a lot of people are on A&M. Femi, I've been making this case too. Of all the teams in week 1, I think the team that has the biggest opportunity, a lot of people are going to look at that Miami-Florida game, right? You said it. I mean, you think that's like the hot seat coaches game, and I agree with you.
Yeah, hot seat bowl.
Hot seat bowl, exactly. I think Notre Dame's got a golden opportunity, pun intended, obviously being the Golden Domers, on Saturday against Texas A&M. Femi, after this A&M game, the only other games that stick out to you on their schedule are home against Florida State, who they play the second week in November, and at the rate that they're going, might not even be ranked by the time that they play. And then they're at USC the final week of the season. Their schedule is home against Northern Illinois, at Purdue, home against Miami of Ohio, Louisville, Stanford, Georgia Tech, Navy, Virginia. Like, they play bad team after bad team. They're playing all the teams that were projected like last in the ACC. We all know that in the new era of the college football playoff, because Notre Dame doesn't play in a conference, they can't get an auto bid. They can't get one of the top 4 seeds. So they can either get 5 through 11. That's their only path. And this game, Femi, I think if they win this game, they're in the playoff. Like, already. After week 1, if Notre Dame goes on the road and beats an SEC team, and I think most of us think A&M is going to be pretty good, like, their schedule, I just don't see them dropping enough games because of the quality opponent that they're going to play against, where I think Notre Dame's going to make the playoffs. So that's another thing that I look at too, right? I get A&M's probably got the advantage on the line. I get Elko's going up against his former quarterback, but man, I mean, there's motivation for both teams, no question about it. But Notre Dame, I think they understand, like, the opportunity in front of them. And with there not being a lot of spots on their schedule where they can get quality wins, if they lose this game, I mean, they're pretty much going to have to run the table. I don't know if you can go 10-2 with just winning one of those games against Florida State and USC with all the opportunities that all the other teams in the Power 4 are going to get for Notre Dame to jump them. So massive, massive game for the Irish. And like we were talking about earlier, that's why I think if you get a 3.5, I think this game's coming down to the end. But it's a huge game for Notre Dame. Huge game.
Yeah, if they were to drop this game, at that point, then it's like you're just hoping that the other conferences just beat up on each other, and then somehow you can sneak into the playoff with it being a 12-team format. But I agree with you completely. This game is massive for the Fighting Irish. If they win it, they might as well just start getting ready for that 12-team playoff coming up later on in December. Femi Abebefe, PJ Glasser, this is You Better You Bet. You're listening to it here on the BetQL Network. PJ, I know we haven't talked a ton about college football futures, but with people listening here, I figured the final hour we can wrap things up with some of the futures that you maybe have placed in college football this year. I'm not a big college football futures person outside of like the Heisman Trophy Award, which we're going to talk about to start the next hour. But for you, any win totals or college football futures that are a little bit, I guess, contrarian and kind of opposed to what most people think leading up to this season?
Yeah, so the team that I'm really high on this year in the Big 12, which is a league, Femi, that I feel like you talk to 7 different people, you get like 7 different answers. Like a bunch of people like Utah, Kansas State. Yeah. You can make a case for Kansas, West Virginia, Iowa State. I know our guy Steven likes Iowa State. Team I'm rocking with this year is Oklahoma State. I would pick them to win the league at 7-1. I would go over their win total at 8.5 as well. Steven, Femi, Oklahoma State's offense is one of the most experienced offenses I think I've ever seen. Their quarterback, Alan Bowman, is in his 7th season. Ollie Gordon's the top 3 running back in college football. Their offensive line has like 6 redshirt super seniors. They're one of the most experienced O-lines in the history of college football. They returned 20 of 21 starters. It's like as experienced as a college team as you could possibly get, yet they're plus 700 behind Kansas State and Utah, and they made it to the Big 12 title game last year. They lost to Texas in the Big 12 championship. So they have a really interesting game against South Dakota State coming up tomorrow where they're only 9.5-point favorites. And oddly enough, the Jackrabbits are also one of the most experienced teams in the FCS, and that's going to be a really interesting game. Oklahoma State dropped a game 2 years ago to South Alabama, who's like a good comp to like a South Dakota State in terms of a team that's not going to be afraid, good experience, good coaching staff can go in there and beat the Cowboys. But if they're able to survive that game, they're home against Utah, they're at Kansas State, a couple other tricky spots in the Big 12, but I just think the value that we're getting with the Cowboys, all that experience that they have, this team made the Big 12 title game last year, just think they're getting overlooked a little bit. So when we're talking about futures, Oklahoma State definitely one of the teams that I like the best.
There you go. Out there in Stillwater, the folks are happy to hear PJ Glasser's analysis on the Oklahoma State Cowboys. And yeah, the Big 12, your guess is as good as mine as to who's going to win that conference. It's easy to gravitate towards Utah, and that was one of the teams that I gravitated towards to win this conference when we first saw the realignment. But I mean, this is a wild, wild conference every single season. And we always get surprise winners. Yeah, last year it was a little conventional with Texas, but it feels like we get surprises more often than not in the Big 12. Real quick before we wrap up this hour, we got a couple minutes left here, PJ. How do you sort of handle these new teams with the conference realignment? Obviously, Oregon going to the Big 10 with Washington, USC, and UCLA. We see the Big 12 with Utah now with conference realignment. Stanford and Cal are in the ACC. SMU is now in the ACC. Some people like them as a dark horse. How do you sort of, I guess, handicap these new teams in these new conferences with all the realignment that we saw over this past offseason?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think it's kind of all just dependent on the coaching staff and the team, right? Like, I think you have to take each team kind of individually. Like, Oregon moving into the Big Ten, I think they're going to be fine because they're built like a Big Ten team on the offensive line, and they're built like a SEC team on the defensive line. And Dan Lanning, obviously, with his background in the SEC, like, he's going to be fine. Same thing with Sark at Texas. All the years under Nick Saban and his experience in the SEC, he knows the kind of team that he has to build. And then same thing also with Kyle Whittingham at Utah, right? Like, that was never a Pac-12 team. I think going to the Big 12, the Utes are going to be fine.
It's going to make for a fascinating college football season. If you're betting those games this weekend, make sure Friday and Saturday every week in the college football season, take advantage of the No Sweat Parlay Token. Go ahead and stack those parlays. It has to be minimum 3 legs and minimum of plus 400 odds. And make sure you use the token when you go out and check out with your bet. That does it for hour number 1. Hour number 2, we begin with the Heisman Trophy here on You Better You Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
ready. It's time to laugh, to win, and to live the thrill of the action.
Hey, baby, let's go out there like a bunch of crazy dogs. What the hell's going on out here? No idea what's going on, but I am excited.
Every pick, every play, every game-changing moment. This is You Better You Bet, brought to you by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas on the BetQL Network.
Welcome back. This is hour number 2 of You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM here on the BetQL Network. And we welcome in our audience on Stadium that's hanging out with us from 4 to 6 Eastern time. Femi Abebefe alongside PJ Glasser filling in for the Prop King, Nick Costos, enjoying some time off as he gets set to go for the upcoming NFL season. 20 minutes from now, Chris Doering, ESPN and SEC Network analyst, also co-host of SEC This Morning on Sirius XM, will join us to break down the SEC. Of course, we're going to talk about his Florida Gators. Chris, of course, played wide receiver at the University of Florida. They're in an interesting game against Miami, but we'll get his thoughts on Georgia Clemson as well. We have some strong thoughts about that one that we'll get to in the Power Hour when we give out our weekend college football best bets. But that Georgia Clemson game, interesting line movement with that one. The Clemson Tigers continue to get bet in that game. We're all the way down to 12 as the consensus number, I believe it is, but there's even some 11.5s that are out there in the market. Now, pretty much 11.5 is the consensus now. Who knows? Might hit 11, might hit 10.5 before the end of this show, but an interesting game tomorrow afternoon at the Mercedes-Benz Stadium in Atlanta. But PJ, I figured that we'd start off this second hour with the Heisman Trophy, because last night we saw Travis Hunter and the Colorado Buffaloes improved to 1-0, beating North Dakota State. It was not a super impressive performance for the team, but Travis Hunter was spectacular for the Colorado Buffaloes. I mean, he was just making plays all over the place. His stat line was 7 catches, 132 yards, 3 touchdowns. And we've seen a lot of movement on his price in the Heisman Trophy market. Was around 40 to 1, 50 to 1, now down to 15 to 1 at our show sponsor, BetMGM. PJ, what are your thoughts on Travis Hunter's chances to win the Heisman and also the Heisman Trophy market as a whole as we get to set this to go on this weekend here for Labor Day with college football week 1?
I mean, are we really doing this again with Travis Hunter? Like, it's the same dance, man. It just same thing. Week 1 last year, incredible game against TCU. He has that interception in the end zone. He scores touchdowns as a receiver. His odds just absolutely plummet. He's like 30 to 1, I think, after that game. And then again, last night, as another great performance, 15 to 1. We were talking about this a little bit off air. You brought it up, and I think it's spot on. If Travis Hunter was on a playoff contender, absolutely worth a bet at 15 to 1. But on Colorado, they're not going to win enough games, right? Like, look at how their season went last year. They were the talk of college football the first month of the season, and then they start losing games. They go 1-8 in conference play, and then just everybody forgets about them. Like, at some point, you got to win games to stay relevant. And we talked about Colorado's schedule, the second segment of the show, and how brutal it is. They have 5 ranked opponents on their schedule. They got to go on the road to Nebraska next week, where they're going to be a touchdown underdog. So they're going to win like 5 or 6 games this year, Femi. As great as Travis Hunter is, his team's just not going to stack enough wins for him to win the Heisman Trophy. So please, please, please do not bet Travis Hunter to win the Heisman Trophy. An elite college football player, a great talent, but don't bet him to win the Heisman.
100% agreement here because, Travis Hunter's team is just not good enough. And I think that's one of the, I guess, forgotten parts of the equation. And it's a really big part of the equation because it's tried and true over the last decade plus, is that this is an individual award, but it's also a team award. And you kind of want to take it from the team perspective first and then narrow it down into which individuals that you're going to go ahead and bet on to win this Heisman Trophy. So right now at BetMGM, the favorite is Oregon quarterback Dylan Gabriel. He's at plus 600. That makes a lot of sense. He's on a really good team, and he's expected to put up a lot of really good numbers this upcoming season. After him, Carson Beck, plus 750, the quarterback of Georgia. Quinn Ewers is at 10 to 1, the quarterback of Texas. Alabama's Jalen Milroe at the same price. Then you have Jackson Dart of Ole Miss at 12 to 1. But I guess what I'm saying here is that I think you want to try to handicap this, PJ, and please correct me if I'm wrong here, but I think now with the expanded playoff, I find it hard to believe that you're going to get a Heisman Trophy winner who doesn't make that 12-team playoff. Like, you need to be in there. Last year, it was okay. 2 years ago, it was okay because it was only a 4-team playoff with Caleb Williams and Jaden Daniels. But now that it's a 12-team playoff and all the attention's going to be put towards that playoff, if you're not in that mix, I don't see how you come home with this trophy.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. I mean, it's a good point, right? Just because of how many teams are getting in this year. I mean, we've never had really anything to base it off of, so we don't know. I guess unless a guy has a crazy year, and his team doesn't make the playoff, then maybe he gets it. Oddly enough, Femi, my pick to win the Heisman this year is Jalen Milroe, quarterback of Bama, 10-1. And I don't think Bama's roll tide, and I don't think Bama's going to make the playoff this season. I think they're going to be like one of the last couple teams out, but their schedule is just so tough. I think they probably end up like 9-3, and I don't know if that's going to be good enough. So right off the bat, our theory is going to be tested. If a guy can win the Heisman Trophy and miss out on the college football playoff, the reason that I like Milroe so much, Femi, is because I look at when Jalen Hurts was in Nick Saban's system, right? And Jalen was a great college player, went to the national championship with Bama, won a championship with them when him and Tua split that game against Georgia, and then he goes to Oklahoma, right? So he goes from a defensive head coach to an offensive head coach in an offensive system, and Jalen Hurts put up an incredible year. He was one of 7 players since 2000 that threw for 20 or more passing touchdowns and ran for 20 or more passing touchdowns in that Lincoln Riley system. And I look at a guy like Jalen Milroe now going from Nick Saban to Kellen DeBoer with great receivers and an excellent offensive coach in a great system that really favors all the things he does well in terms of throwing the deep ball. And I just think Milroe, the transition to DeBoer, is going to be a lot like what it was for Jalen Hurts when he went to Lincoln Riley. The only reason Hurts didn't win the Heisman that year was because Joe Burrow had one of the greatest college seasons we've ever had. So if Milroe has a really good season, unless somebody goes absolutely insane like Burrow did that season, I think Milroe's a great bet this year. Femi, I went to Bama, so I watch every single one of their games very closely. I know the team really well. Milroe was awesome the final 8 weeks of the season. I actually took a flyer on him at 100-1 when they had some big games upcoming. And, Jaden Daniels was just insane, so he was never going to catch him.
The stats were ridiculous.
The stats were crazy. But Milroe played some awesome football down the stretch. So if he can carry that over full off season, knowing that you are absolutely the guy at quarterback, DeBoer is a top 3 coach in the country, great offensive mind, I think it's going to be a great match. So love Milroe, 10-1.
I think you're selling your Tide short here, PJ. I think they're going to make the playoff because DeBoer is such a really good coach. But we can't call you Roll Tide PJ since you said they're not going to make the playoff, but you do like Milroe to win the Heisman Trophy. I know our guy Tyler Morales also interested in betting the Heisman Trophy market. Tyler, it sounds like you might be in lockstep with PJ here. We talked about this earlier this week. Milroe could be a juicy price as it stands before the start of the season.
Yeah, everyone that's come on this show all offseason is pumped. The one constant has been Jalen Milroe, Heisman. I mean, I'm with PJ. I'm 100% with PJ. I'm with all the people that that have been on the show. I said the same thing last time we had this conversation. DeBoer has had 2 quarterbacks and has transformed them from nothing to NFL players. He did it with Jake Haener at Fresno State. Jake Haener was a nobody. And then he went with DeBoer, when all-conference player, got drafted in the 4th round by the Saints, I believe. Same thing with Michael Penix. He was a guy with 2 bad knees that was at Indiana at a really bad team. DeBoer turned him into a first-round pick in a national championship quarterback that didn't win, but he played in it. I like Milroe a ton. One offseason with DeBoer, I think that could pay huge dividends for Milroe. And the schedule to start the year is Western Kentucky, South Florida, Wisconsin. Then they get Georgia in the 4th game. And if we can get some good numbers from Milroe, and let's say maybe they lose to Georgia, but they compete and Milroe still puts up great numbers, I think this guy's going to be one of the betting favorites by week 4. So yeah, I love Jalen Milroe. BetMGM has 10-1s. You can get better prices if you shop around. Listen, we love BetMGM, born in Vegas. We love them to death. They're our sponsors. But you can find maybe a couple of better prices out there if you want. If you're interested in Jalen Milroe. So I completely agree with PJ. I don't think this is a good odds board, to be honest. If you just want to jump in right now, I think Milroe's the one guy that's good. I don't trust Beck. I don't know if a Georgia guy can ever win a Heisman. Like Stetson Bennett put up monster numbers, got like 0 love. Brock Bowers was the guy that got love. Quinn Ewers, maybe he gets benched for Arch Manning. Jackson Dart, too much of an unknown. I don't think Will Howard's going to put up the passing stats that's going to get him a look here. So yeah, I think Milroe's kind of the only guy. You kind of have to take some shots on some long shots. I'm good on Shador and Travis Hunter. Love them both. Don't think they ever can win. It feels like just Jalen Milroe could be like the best bet at the top of the odds board. Maybe take some shots down the board. But like right now at the top, I think Milroe is a slam dunk bet that'll only improve as we go on for the college football season.
Yeah, Milroe makes a ton of sense when you take a look at it. And one thing I like to do is I like to look at some of the historical trends and try to figure out what typically wins this award, which can be tricky from a team success standpoint since we've never had the 12-team playoff before. It's always been the 14 playoff for the last decade, and then that was the BCS era before then. But usually you want to be on a team that has a win total entering the season of 9 or higher. And Alabama checks that box. Like Milroe checks that box. And you think that with Kalen DeBoer, he would have a really, really good season. But I also give a hat tip to Bill Connolly. I know, PJ, you have to know who Bill Connolly is, of course, because being a college football fan, looking at the ratings, looking at the numbers, he has his SP plus rating system. And I saw that over the last 10 years, PJ, that a team that was in the top 10 of his final preseason SP plus actually gave us a Heisman Trophy winner. 8 of the last 10 gave us Heisman winners. The only 2 were Caleb Williams. USC was 46th entering that one, but he also acknowledged that he didn't really know how to quantify that SC team since they had so many transfers, and that was kind of when we were all new to the transfer portal. So he kind of acknowledged that. And then the other one was Lamar Jackson, where Louisville was ranked 18th heading into that season with SP plus, and Lamar just put up video game numbers to where you just had to give him the Heisman Trophy, even though that by the end of the season, Louisville was out of like sort of the national title picture. So it's usually one of those top 10 caliber teams that you want to look at. And I went ahead and took a long shot. Now, I don't feel as good about this long shot as I did maybe 4 or 5 days ago because I thought that he was going to be in line to win the starting quarterback job. But that's Michigan's Alex Orji, which I know people might laugh when I say that, but he was 100-1, and I think that he has the athletic upside, and also a lot of Michigan's tough games are at home to where maybe there could be a case for Alex Orji to win the Heisman Trophy. Because I do think that Michigan's being a little bit underrated by the market because J.J. McCarthy is now in the NFL. Jim Harbaugh is now in the NFL. The Wolverines still have a lot of good players, and that defense is going to be really, really good to where they're going to be in these games. And with the game against Texas, against USC, against Oregon, all 3 of those games are at home, and they have the finale in Columbus against Ohio State, which we all expect Ohio State to win that game. But let's say Michigan goes 10-2, and if Orji exceeds our expectations and ends up being like one of those dual threat quarterbacks, maybe he could build himself a case. Now, the problem is, PJ, is that Davis Warren, another Michigan quarterback, is going to be splitting time with Alex Orji tomorrow when they take on Fresno State. So I'll have my eyes peeled to that game. If Orji can outplay him, maybe he gets the starting nod against Texas next week. But I think as of right now, Alex Orji at 100-1, just a little bit of a sprinkle. Don't go too crazy with it, but maybe something to keep in mind if he can get that starting job and be the quarterback for the Michigan Wolverines.
I like that look, Femi. I kind of went a similar direction with my long shot as a guy with good running ability and also some upside, and that's Kyron Drones, the quarterback of Virginia Tech. We were talking about it earlier. Like, the ACC kind of looks like it's going to be wide open with what NC State, Florida State, SMU have looked like. We'll see, obviously, what Clemson and Miami do tomorrow. But Virginia Tech returns a ton of starters. Their win total's at 8.5, so kind of right at that number that you said. You were looking for your quarterback's win total to be about 9. And Kyron Drones, when he took over in week 3 last year for the Hokies, they asked him to do everything. He had 4 games where he carried the ball 20 or more times. He was efficient through the air, obviously ran the ball a ton. So they're going to lean on him. He's going to do everything for Virginia Tech. And if he has some big games in some of those showcase games in the ACC, and certainly if they win the ACC this year, which Virginia Tech definitely could, I like Drones as my long shot this year at 80-1. So Milroe's my guy. If you gave me like a free $100 bet and I had to place it on anybody, I'd take him. Drones would be my long shot, though, at 80-1. And then Femi, the guy that I wouldn't touch towards the top of the board. Obviously, the Colorado guys. I would not touch Will Howard from Ohio State. Will Howard is to college football what Brock Purdy is to the NFL. I like Brock Purdy a lot, and I like Will Howard a lot. But the amount of talent that San Francisco gets Purdy around him is exactly what Ohio State is doing this year around Will Howard, right? Like, the Niners don't need Purdy to be a top 5 quarterback in the NFL. They need him just to be solid. Ohio State's the same way. Solid's not going to win you the Heisman Trophy in college football. So he's towards the top of the board. He's like 14, 15 to 1. Would not touch Will Howard.
Yeah, I mean, Ohio State's the best team that money can buy with what they were giving out dollar bills in the NIL era. Now Chip Kelly's there. They're going to run the football quite a bit, I think. So Will Howard probably not going to put up the numbers. It's going to be more so Henderson and Judkins that are probably getting a lot of the headlines for the Buckeyes offense. All right, on the other side, we'll talk some SEC with Chris Doering of ESPN and SEC Network here on You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM on the BetQL Network.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. This is You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM.
Welcome back. This is You Better You Bet. Femi FFA, PJ Glasser hanging out here. We are presented by BetMGM and on the BetQL Network. We've talked a lot of college football, so guess what? We're going to talk some more college football because we have a lot of big games coming up this weekend. Labor Day weekend is here, and the slate is looking tasty tomorrow afternoon. And to help us break down the SEC games, we're bringing on ESPN analyst for SEC Network, also co-host of SEC This Morning on Sirius XM, played for the University of Florida and in the National Football League as a wide receiver, none other than Chris Doering, joining us here on You Better You Bet. Chris, thanks for hanging out with us this afternoon. How we doing, buddy? This is a great time to be a bettor, man. This is what we all look forward to over the course of the summer.
I tell you what, it's funny because I've been looking on social media and seeing people talking about their Labor Day plans, going to the beach or going to the lake. For me, as you mentioned Labor Day holiday, I'm thinking football, man. We got a little bit of appetizer last night. This thing will carry us all the way through to Monday, and no better place to be than in front of a television set.
No doubt about that, Chris. Let's start with your Gators, man. Big one tomorrow in the Swamp against Miami. Can you remember a season opener like this, in all the time that whether you were playing at Florida or just covering the team or with SEC Network, can you remember a season opener kind of with this much anticipation with the Gators against the Canes coming up tomorrow?
Man, you mentioned that because I was born and raised in Gainesville. Both of my parents were Florida graduates. Both of them were born and raised in Miami. So this rivalry has meant a lot to my family over the years. We always went to the games in the Swamp, but we'd go down to the Orange Bowl back in the day when Florida and Miami would hook up down there. And even if we're not considering just Miami, this is the most anticipated opener that I can remember in my entire life. Most anticipated home opener, that is. And Florida hadn't necessarily scheduled with the most aggressive nature when it comes to home openers. But this one, it means a lot for a number of different reasons. One, the rekindling of a rivalry that was hot and heavy all the way up until the end of the 80s. Unfortunately, one of my big regrets as a Florida player was never getting to play against Miami. But Florida has the ultimate state championship opportunity this year, playing Miami, playing UCF, playing Florida State as they always do at the end of the year. So this is a big one. And for those that are maybe a little younger, they don't understand what this rivalry means to both fan bases. It's nasty. There's disdain. There's history and certainly bad blood. So this one means a lot for a lot of reasons and maybe no bigger reason than the fact that I think both of these coaches are under a little bit of scrutiny from their fan bases, and the loser of this one is going to be right in the crosshairs of some big-time heat.
Yeah, I mean, I've kind of dubbed this as the hot seat bowl here, Chris, because, you have Billy Napier on one side, Mario Cristobal on the other side. But what do you make of the Gators' outlook this season? Because over at BetMGM, their win total is 4.5, and everybody all summer long has talked about the difficulty of this schedule. Is that how you see this season playing out for Florida? What's up next year for Billy Napier and this team in 2024?
Well, when you introduced me, you went through my credentials, and you talked about me working for the ESPN, the SEC Network, Sirius XM, and you mentioned my playing days at Florida. All of those things are true, and while I am a lifelong Gator fan and will be forever, I do have the ability to be objective. Last year, the win total was 5.5, and I told everybody, take the under. I thought Florida was a 5-win team, and that's exactly what they turned out to be. This year, I'm singing a much different story. To me, over 4.5 is an absolute gift. I think Florida has a chance to be the real dark horse, not necessarily to win a championship or get into the college football playoff, but to exceed expectations. And I think Florida kind of relishes, this team, the coaching staff kind of relishes being under the radar a little bit. Everybody talks about the schedule, and I think the schedule is difficult, but when I've talked to Billy Napier back in the spring and since, he said, yeah, the schedule's tough. It's pretty much who we play every single year. I mean, in fact, it's easier in some ways. You go back and look at last year, the opener was at Utah, a top 15 Utah team. You had to play against an LSU team that had Jaden Daniels and 2 first-round wide receivers on it. Those guys are all gone now. You had to go to Lexington. This year you get Kentucky coming to your backyard. You have Jordan Travis-less Florida State, who certainly did not look very good in their opener as opposed to having to play that Florida State undefeated team of last year's regular season. So I think a lot of people base difficulty of schedules by preseason rankings, which means absolutely nothing. And while, it is challenging, I think Florida's kind of embraced the challenge and actually looked forward to the competition.
Yeah, and one of those teams that they play, Chris, obviously is going to be Georgia later on in the season. The Bulldogs take on Clemson tomorrow in Atlanta. Looking at this game from a betting perspective, we've been talking about it throughout the show. Georgia was 2-touchdown favorites. The line is starting to move down a little bit. So there are some people that think that Clemson can hang around and keep this game close. Are you one of those people? Do you think that Clemson can make this game tight, or do you see Georgia rolling tomorrow?
I don't think they make it tight. I mean, I think, we've seen similar versions of this movie before where Georgia goes to the Georgia Dome in one of these openers. Most recently, the one that comes to my mind is Bo Nix in Oregon, where Georgia just dismantles them. And I respect the Clemson program. I respect the defense that Dabo's put together, that side of the ball. But I have real questions about the offense in general. Cade Klubnik has not been the savior that everybody thought he would be as they, kind of drove DJ Uiagalelei out of town. We're hearing stories about better players around him at the receiver positions, but I think we've heard that story before as well. The team total is 16.5. I just have a hard time visualizing Clemson getting to 17 or more points in this one. And I believe I believe that Carson Beck is the best quarterback in this conference. I know we have some questions about the running back, but one thing about Georgia, they're always going to have a great offensive line, and they're going to be able to run the football. So I don't think that this is a competitive game, and I actually think that it turns into a bit of a blowout.
Yeah, I think we're going to go ahead and give people a little bit of a nice little teaser in our final hour, the Power Hour. We tend to be in lockstep with Chris's sentiments with this Clemson and Georgia game later on tomorrow afternoon in Atlanta. Well, let's transition to the game in College Station with A&M and Notre Dame. This has been one where there's been some back and forth in the betting market here, Chris, where the Fighting Irish, they have been getting bet against, which is usually what doesn't happen in the betting market for their games. A&M now out to a field goal favorite. How do you see this playing out between A&M and the Fighting Irish and all the storylines of Mike Elko now going up against his former quarterback, Riley Leonard?
Yeah, honestly, I'm surprised that line's not bigger with Texas A&M being a more heavy favorite. You talk about, first and foremost, Notre Dame having to go to College Station, 103,000 people that'll be there, the sweltering heat and humidity of Texas in late August. I mean, those are some big-time factors in and of themselves. But you mentioned the relationship between Mike Elko and Riley Leonard. Like, it's been a debate on our show. A lot of people have thrown it out there who kind of has the advantage. Mike Elko said it was Riley Leonard because he went up against his defense every day in practice. He knows the checks. He knows some of the disguises. He knows their rotations as it relates to coverages. I have a hard time believing that's true. I think Mike Elko's doing a nice job of saying the right things. But Mike Elko knows the strengths and, more importantly, the weaknesses of Riley Leonard, and I think they're going to be able to take advantage of that. And let's not forget, this is an offensive line that lost Joe Alt to the NFL last year in the first round. They lose their left tackle in the preseason due to an injury. You got 5 starters that are kind of being put together for the first time, and collectively only have 6 starts amongst them. That is a recipe for disaster when you go into a place like Kyle Field. I'm excited to see what this Texas A&M defense can look like. They've got a lot of talent on that side, and Mike Elko certainly was the one to construct this defense a few years back as the defensive coordinator under Jimbo Fisher before leaving for Duke. But I'm excited about what this defense can be this year. I'm really excited about Connor Wegman. His return, I think it's a much different season for the Aggies last year if he doesn't get hurt against Auburn. So I think him coming back, being able to protect him and distribute the football. Noah Thomas is a big-time wide receiver. So I don't see this one being close, and I'm sure I sound like an SEC homer to everybody out there listening outside of the conference, but I honestly believe the nightcap goes the Aggies' way again, double digits.
Chris, Sunday night, LSU and USC out in Vegas. This is going to be a really interesting game. And both of these teams, obviously, last two Heisman Trophy winners, Caleb Williams and Jaden Daniels, came from these two schools. Both offenses expected to be really good, but the defenses around these teams, two huge question marks heading in to the season. Again, the line is coming down a little bit. People think USC could keep this game close, maybe even win it outright. LSU has lost 4 straight season openers, so they really need this game just to kind of feel good about themselves to start the season. What do you make of Tigers and Trojans out in Vegas on Sunday?
It is like that Spider-Man meme with both pointing to each other, near mirror images, all the way down to the storylines of the quarterbacks. You mentioned the two Heisman Trophy winners. Well, their backups were both recruited to their respective schools in 2021. Both of them by other coaching staffs that had since been fired. Both guys decided to stay at their respective schools and wait for their opportunities. Both of them had a chance to start the bowl games last year and now take over the reins as the regular season starting quarterback. It's kind of the exception to the rule at the quarterback position in this era of NIL and transfer portal opportunities. I'm excited to see how these offenses do without the guys we've come to expect to take the snaps under their respective centers. But I do think that the big question is which defense is going to be able to improve. Both of them were putrid last year. One of the things that LSU has done, I think one of the best offseason moves in the conference and probably the country as well, is going to get Blake Baker. It's his second tenure in Baton Rouge, was formerly there as a linebacker coach, most recently at Missouri, where he turned that defense into a top 15 defense in the country. Look for them to be aggressive. Look for them to bring more pressure, to try to heat Moss up. I think this is a game plan where you test him early on, try to see how ready he is for identifying pressures and sliding protections, and how willing he is to throw the ball away rather than trying to force a play that's not there. I also have a hard time, you go back and look at it felt like a really disappointing year for LSU last year, and I've said this on my show and it quickly got corrected. It felt like a 7-5 year when in actuality ended up being a 10-3 season with their bowl win. USC, I think, 8-5 last year. Very different competitive landscapes between the Pac-12 that they were in and the SEC. I know that Southern Cal now moves to the Big Ten, but I believe in Brian Kelly. I believe in him making the right moves, as I mentioned with Blake Baker, and I think LSU wins this one in a rather high-scoring affair. But I think they do enough to cover the number as well.
Hey, Chris, we got about 90 seconds left here. I want to ask you about the Alabama Crimson Tide. Obviously, their game against Western Kentucky tomorrow, not a headliner, but what do you make of Kalen DeBoer and the transition for the Tide, having the legend Nick Saban doing TV and doing media stuff like we do, and now Kalen DeBoer, who comes over from Washington?
Yeah, you said it. I mean, it's the impossible task of replacing the greatest to ever do it. So there's nobody that's going to be able to stand in those shoes and fill them out completely. But I think Greg Byrne, the athletic director at Alabama, did the best he could possibly do by going to get Kalen DeBoer. And I know he's not from the SEC, and he's most recently at the other end of the country, but he's acclimated quickly. The recruiting class is ranked amongst the top nationally for the 2025 class, has done a nice job of hiring assistants around him. The players that were on the roster that he inherited have all kind of bought into the kinder, gentler nature of the new program. I do think it's going to be interesting, guys, to see what the Kalen DeBoer impact is on the development of Jalen Milroe. He's got all the skill set, but he needs to refine some of his short to intermediate throws. They need to be a little more creative with giving him some stuff off of his ability to run, to throw in some play action situations. So I'm really intrigued by it. I think they probably go closer to 9-3 than they do, 11-1. But I do think this is a team that's going to be really competitive down the road.
Hey, Chris, this is excellent analysis. This has been an awesome interview. We really do appreciate it. Make sure you check out all of Chris's work. Once again, ESPN and SEC Network analyst, co-host of SEC This Morning on Sirius XM, former University of Florida and National Football League wide receiver. Chris, we really appreciate the time this afternoon. Enjoy the weekend. I know we will, but be well, buddy. We'll talk to you soon.
That sounds good, guys. Thanks for having me.
Awesome stuff. That is Chris
awesome.
Doering of the SEC Network and ESPN. Great stuff there from Chris, PJ. I mean, he sounds like he likes this USC LSU over. I know I like that over, but also feels like A&M being maybe a little bit underrated in the market. Maybe thinks that this is going to be a little bit more of a wide open game, and the Aggies are going to pull away from the Fighting Irish.
Yeah, it's gonna be an interesting game. I mean, we were talking about that game last segment, obviously, and for us, it just kind of depends on the number. If Notre Dame gets up to 3.5, we both really like the Irish, but I can't wait for all of these games, Femi. I'm most excited for A&M Notre Dame just to see like those two schools out there at night, Kyle Field. Can't wait for it. Is there a game tomorrow that like you are most excited for on the slate?
I mean, I'm a loser, but it's Fresno State, Michigan, just for the potential of Alex Orji. That's the one for me. I'm going to be locked in while everyone's watching A&M and Notre Dame. 4:30. It's me. It's the Michigan Wolverines. It's Alex Orji. And we're going to be locked in to see, hopefully, the start of what is a Heisman Trophy campaign. If not, then I'll probably just flip over to Texas A&M and Notre Dame. But that does it for this segment here. On the other side, we've talked a lot of college football. Let's get to the professional gridiron. Brandon Ayuk finally signed his contract. We'll break it down next here on You Better You Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. This is You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM.
Welcome back. This is You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM on the BetQL Network. Femi Abebefe, PJ Glasser hanging out with you guys here on a Football Friday. Labor Day weekend upon us. Hope everybody has a happy, healthy, safe Labor Day weekend, enjoying some family time as summer ends, kids going back to school. But make sure you mix in a little bit of football as well and some betting content here on the BetQL Network. We appreciate you guys supporting us. Thank you to Chris Doring, who joined us in the last segment. Chris, former wide receiver of the University of Florida in the National Football League, now turned ESPN and SEC Network analyst, and is the co-host of SEC This Morning on Sirius XM. He had great analysis on college football. If you missed it, make sure you check that out in podcast form. Just search You Better You Bet wherever you get your podcasts. And while you're there, make sure you subscribe, rate, and review wherever you get your podcast. But if you're going to be betting all these college football games throughout the weekend and even tonight, make sure you do it with BetMGM and the No Sweat Parlay token. Go ahead and make sure that parlay is at least 3 legs and make sure that it is at least plus 400. And all you have to do, this is the important part, attach the token to the wager before you check out when it's in the bet slip, and you can go ahead and get in on the No Sweat Parlay token over at BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Las Vegas. But PJ, we've talked a lot of college football. Let's turn our attention to the National Football League. And with Nick and I doing the show yesterday, in our final segment, we finally got a resolution on the contract negotiation that has consumed all of National Football League media. Brandon Ayuk finally signing his extension with the San Francisco 49ers, 4-year contract, $120 million, $76 million guaranteed, as the Niners now have 8 players earning an average salary of $15 million a year. A high-priced roster, but also a talented roster for the San Francisco 49ers. From the betting side of it, though, PJ, the Niners are the favorites to win the NFC. With Ayuk now back in the fold, are you now more positive about the Niners, or are you kind of indifferent and always figured that something would work itself out between Ayuk and the organization?
Yeah, I'm indifferent, Femi. You know, it's not like Ayuk coming back changed my mind one way or another on San Francisco. I love the Lions in the NFC this year. That's my team. I think they're going to get the number 1 seed, and I think they're going all the way to the Super Bowl. You know, San Francisco's roster is still probably better than Detroit, but the Lions are certainly right there. I think they have the best O-line in football. Jared Goff's a good quarterback, especially when he's indoors, and he'll be able to play indoors in 14 of the 17 games in the regular season. Obviously, the 1-2 punch with Gibbs and Montgomery. Laporta's a top tight end. Amon-Ra's a top receiver. Ben Johnson's back as your OC. And then adding DJ Reader to that D-line to help stuff the run. Aiden Hutchinson gets after the quarterback. I think their defense will be improved. So I'm on Detroit this year. San Francisco, it feels like, has kind of had their opportunities, right? I mean, it's really tough, Femi, to make deep runs in the NFL playoffs year after year after year. And unless you have an all-time quarterback, unless you have, you know, a Brady, or you have a Mahomes, or you have a Hall of Fame caliber quarterback, you go through and look at teams that were able to consistently get to kind of the Super Bowl year after year. Obviously, all those Bill teams with Jim Kelly, who's a Hall of Famer. Like, Brock Purdy's a nice player. He's not a Hall of Famer. So they obviously rely a ton on everything around Purdy, the defense that they put around him, all the skill guys. Trent Williams is still holding out. They obviously need him back to help protect Purdy on that offensive line. So I'm really not too high on San Francisco this year. I do think they still win their division. I think they're going to be in the playoffs. But for me, Femi, if I had to bet a team to win the NFC today, it would absolutely be the Detroit Lions.
It's funny that you say that, because over at BetMGM, the market to win the NFC, the Niners are plus 300, the favorites. Detroit's all the way back at plus 550. And I almost think that these are things that are obviously very much backed by the power ratings. The Niners were like the highest power rated team last year. They were favored in the Super Bowl on a neutral site against Patrick Mahomes. Like, that just goes to show you how much respect was out there for the Niners at the end of last season. But it's hard to get out of our heads what we saw in the NFC title game, where Detroit more so lost that game than the Niners won it. I think that the Niners were very fortunate to win both of their playoff games at home against the Packers and the Lions. We could have easily been talking about Packers at Lions in the NFC Championship, if not for Green Bay blowing it. But you obviously give the Niners the credit. They did what they had to do to ultimately win those games. But on that field in San Francisco, Detroit looked like the better team. And this offseason, I feel like Detroit has gotten better, and the Niners, if anything, have stayed the same. If not, maybe they suffer a little bit from that Super Bowl loser hangover thing, which I don't even know how to quantify it, PJ, or how to just kind of explain it. But it happens to pretty much every single team outside of Tom Brady and his Patriots teams, where they can maybe lose the Super Bowl and then come back the next year and win the Super Bowl. Like, for some reason, and it's gone back ever since Super Bowl I when the Packers beat the Chiefs, the Super Bowl loser just has a worse season that following year. And I think you have to factor that in when you're talking about the 49ers. And we haven't even brought up, like, as good a news as this Ayuk situation is, and as good as news as that is to get him back, Trent Williams, who in my opinion is their best player on the team, he held out of all of training camp, and there's no movement, at least on the outside looking in, on a new contract to bring him back. So I know they think that he's a guy that can, if he just has a week of practice, he'll be fine and good to go when they take on the New York Jets on Monday Night Football. But, man, the clock is ticking. They've really got to get this thing figured out with Trent Williams, because if they don't have him, that O-line with him is already kind of shaky. Without him, that's a really, really tough hill to climb. And for Brock Purdy, you want your big left tackle to be back to start the regular season.
No question. That's why I'm a little surprised that the Niners did keep Ayuk, right? Because you already have Debo there, you have Kittle, you re-signed McCaffrey. You would think Trent Williams is more of a priority. And then obviously you're going to have to pay Purdy over the next couple of years. I don't think Purdy is going to break the bank like we keep seeing, like with one quarterback kind of outdoing the other and becoming the highest paid player in football. Like, I don't think Purdy's going to be that level, but I certainly think he's going to command more than Daniel Jones did. You know what I mean? Like, you're going to have to pay him a good amount of money. So Ayuk's a really good receiver. There's no question about it. But San Francisco drafted Ricky Pearsall in the first round. Like, I think Pearsall is going to be a pretty decent player. Shanahan's such a good offensive mind. Like, and with all the other weapons there, you figure that they could probably work around Ayuk a little bit. But obviously paying, him all that money, they really value his route running and kind of what he does in that offense. But that was surprising to me, Femi, considering again that Williams is more of a priority. Got to get him figured out. Obviously, Purdy's on their mind down the road here in a couple of years. So it was a little bit interesting to see that they decided to re-sign Ayuk. I want to ask you, the team that everybody's on right now in the NFC is the Philadelphia Eagles, and I really don't understand why. I get they're super talented. I get that they made the Super Bowl under Nick Sirianni 2 years ago, but they had Jonathan Gannon and they had the offensive coordinator, Shane Steichen, thank you, there as their two coordinators. And I love Steichen with the Colts. I think he's going to be a really good head coach. Jonathan Gannon, Arizona, was a lot more competitive than a lot of us thought that they would be last season. Like, Vic Fangio comes over, and we've kind of seen what he's been as a defensive coordinator in his last couple stops. Kellen Moore's a good OC. I wouldn't classify him as a great OC. And it's a big year for Jalen Hurts, right? And obviously they add Barkley and they re-sign A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith. They lose Kelsey on that O-line. They lose Fletcher Cox on the D-line, two leaders who have been in that locker room for a long time. I'm big on the Lions. I think a lot of people are. Obviously San Francisco. But Femi, like, as we start to get closer and closer to the season, man, there is a ton of Philadelphia Eagles love. So are you on the side of me where, like, you're like, don't really understand why so many people are loving the Eagles, or are you one of those people that's buying in on Philadelphia as the team to win the NFC this year?
I'm skeptical of the Philadelphia Eagles, and I get where things sit in the market to win the NFC East. They're minus 150. It's funny, like, the Cowboys were the favorites to start the offseason, but based on the Cowboys doing nothing in free agency, really, I think this thing shifted towards Philadelphia, and I think rightfully so. Like, right now, I think the Eagles are a better team than the Cowboys, and they should be the favorites in the NFC East. And I say this as a Cowboys fan. For the viewing audience on YouTube and Twitch, you can see the Cowboys blanket behind me on the couch. Like, I can be objective about things. Like, the Eagles are the best team in the NFC East, but I don't think that's really saying much. Like, I'm down on the NFC East as a collective, at least those top two teams being Dallas and Philadelphia. I guess Philadelphia and Dallas, I should say it is, because the Eagles are the best team. But I think the Eagles, I'm curious to see how this Kellen Moore, Jalen Hurts sort of marriage figures itself out, because as a Cowboys fan, I watched many of offenses that Kellen Moore coordinated. He is like a traditional drop back passer kind of offensive coordinator. And that's not necessarily Jalen Hurts' game. And that's not to really throw shade at Jalen Hurts. I think the RPO game, that's sort of where Jalen Hurts was succeeding when they had Shane Steichen and they were able to build around the offense around what Hurts really did well. We started to see some of the cracks in the armor of the Eagles offense last season when Brian Johnson was trying to run the Sirianni offense a little bit, because I don't know if you remember, PJ, in Sirianni's first season in 2021, he was initially calling the plays, and then they had Shane Steichen step in at the midway point, and that's when they made the turn and made the charge to making the playoffs, because the offense was struggling when it was Nick Sirianni. So when Steichen went to Indianapolis, Brian Johnson goes back to trying to call this Nick Sirianni offense, and we saw the Eagles have their struggles, especially the way the thing ended last year in the second half when they were probably one of the 5 worst teams in football despite making the playoffs, but they got boat raced by a mediocre Bucs team. So I'm curious to see if Moore is willing to adapt and adjust his offense to doing some more design run stuff, some more RPO stuff, because that's not the offense that he ran with Dak Prescott or with Justin Herbert last year in Los Angeles. He's going to have to tweak some things, which is what makes the Eagles one of the more fascinating teams to watch in the first month of the season, but also why I'm just a little bit skeptical of this team just kind of riding off into the Super Bowl or being a contender like they were 2 seasons ago. Like, I think there's enough questions there to where I don't think I can get there where the market is with the Philadelphia Eagles.
Yeah, I'm with you. I just, they are everywhere I turn, everywhere I listen, in the sports books and the odds market is reflecting it. Like, there's a lot of love for the Eagles right now. And again, a ton of talent on that roster. But like, they had a chance to move off of Sirianni this offseason and go after some good head coaches. I thought Mike Vrabel would have been a perfect fit in Philadelphia. But they decided to retain Sirianni and try and go with 2 new coordinators. They obviously had a lot of success with that 2 years ago when they made the Super Bowl. But, we're the same boat on the Eagles. I like the Lions in the NFC. I think this is their year, Femi, that they get to the Super Bowl.
Imagine that, the Detroit Lions in the Super Bowl. But they were right there last year knocking on the door. Maybe this is the year that they kick it down. The Eagles, by the way, their Week 1 game will be a week from tonight. We'll give our early thoughts on the Week 1 to start hour number 3 next here on You Better You Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
Are you ready? It's time to laugh, to win, and to live the thrill of the action.
Hey, baby, let's go out there like a bunch of crazy dogs. What the hell's going on out here? No idea what's going on, but I am excited.
Every pick, every play, every game-changing moment. This is You Better You Bet, brought to you by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas on the BetQL Network.
Welcome back. It is hour number 3 of You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM here on the BetQL Network. Femi Abebefe alongside PJ Glasser, filling in for our guy Nick Costos. Make sure you hit up the show at You Better You Bet over on Twitter. You can find PJ at PJ Glasser 9, that being the number 9. Then Femi Abebefe at Femi Abebefe is where you can hit me up over on social media. The whole crew's with us hanging out as well. Tyler Morales, Jay Kassan. He'll be up in about 20 minutes from now to talk some Major League Baseball. We saw the Kansas City Royals suffer an injury with Vinny Pasquantino. Sorry, I can't speak today. With Vinny Pasquantino. Then also the big series in the National League West between the Diamondbacks and the Dodgers. Jake will break that down for us here in about 20 minutes. Steve Gorgie in for Alex Fasano. Matt Pisani in for Mike Brown. As we begin this third hour, PJ, discussing some early NFL Week 1 thoughts. Because, buddy, a week from today, we'll be reacting to Ravens and the Chiefs, and we'll be previewing the Packers and Eagles in the first game ever in Brazil for the National Football League. And, of course, looking ahead to the full slate this weekend, or I should say next weekend, in the National Football League. But I'll let you kick us off here, PJ. What kind of games are catching your eye for Week 1 in the NFL? And have you placed any bets just yet, as we're now a week out from this bad boy?
So I've placed one bet so far, Femi, in the NFL because I had a feeling that this line would move in my favor. The other games, I thought about pulling the trigger, but I usually don't bet kind of games too early on in the season. But as soon as this line came out, I think I was doing the game with Ken, and then I was on a couple weeks ago, maybe a month ago with Nick, and we were talking about this game. I love the Cleveland Browns against your Cowboys, Femi. I'm so sorry. I got them at a pick'em. I mean, you know as well as anybody. Like, we're getting Dallas outdoors on natural grass against an elite defense. Like, it's nightmare fuel. Cleveland's defense was so good last year at home. I don't care if it's Deshaun Watson or it's Jameis, whoever it is playing quarterback. Like, I'm good. I think the Browns will be fine. This was a team that made the playoffs last season with 26% of their salary on injured reserve. They were decimated by injury last season. As we know, Flacco takes over. They go on a magical ride. But they got a ton of talent. Jerry Jeudy comes over, help out Amari Cooper. You still got Njoku there. Chubb's going to miss the first 4 games of the season, but the O-line is going to be healthier. You get some guys back. So I really like Cleveland, Femi. This is just one of those games, and I think as a Cowboys fan, like, you just look at and you're like, this is a game where Dak is going to struggle. Like, this is a game where he has some turnovers. The Cowboys are going to struggle, and that's their MO. Dallas beats up on teams that they are better than, that they're favored against, especially when they're at home. When they go on the road and they play a good team, especially a good team with a good defense, that's where they struggle. That's why they opened up as a small favorite, and now Cleveland's nearly touching 3 at most of these sports books. So I got the Browns at a pick 'em minus 110. I still like them anything under 3, but that's my favorite bet of week 1.
Yeah, it was honestly a little surprising that the Cowboys opened as a favorite, given the fact that they did nothing in the offseason, really, and this schedule came out in May. So, like, we had gone through free agency, we had gone through the draft, and, like, the Cowboys roster outside of the draft, which I actually think they did hit on some of those offensive linemen that they drafted in the draft. If there's one thing about the Cowboys, I trust them to draft offensive linemen. If you just look at their lineage over the past decade, like Tyron Smith, Travis Frederick, Zach Martin, Tyler Smith recently, and now Tyler Guyton, who's going to be starting at left tackle for them out of Oklahoma. And all the reviews about him out of camp have been stellar, that everyone says he's going to be that day one left tackle. And I think he was going to be a really good player, but I don't know if he's going to be really good week 1 against the reigning defensive player of the year in Myles Garrett, who's probably the best defensive player in football. So I see where you're going with that. And I'll kind of go off path here a little bit. I've actually considered, and I was on BetQL Daily earlier today with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Panayotovich, and they'd asked me about Survivor, because I'm here out in Las Vegas. Everybody plays Survivor pools. And they asked me what I was considering in Survivor. And I told them I'm going to get a few entries, but one of those entries I might actually use on the Cleveland Browns. And it's not just to hedge my happiness as a fan, but I like to play contrarian with Survivor, and I don't really want to use Cleveland at any other point this season. So I'm like, what if I went with a home team in a non-divisional game, and I trust that the best unit on the field is the Cleveland Brown defense, and they're at home where they play at their best with Jim Schwartz and Myles Garrett and all the pressures that they throw at the quarterback. I think Cleveland might be a Survivor selection for me, just to kind of roll the dice and be a little bit contrarian. I'll hope for some crazy upsets on the rest of the board.
I don't hate that at all, Femi. The only thing is that Cleveland plays hosted the Giants in week 3, and that game looks really attractive. I don't know how Daniel Jones and company go into Cleveland and win that game. See, when it comes to Survivor, I'm always in the mindset that if I have the opportunity to use a good team, I'm going to use them. You never know what the injury situation is going to look like. It's the old saying in the NFL, right? Whenever a schedule comes out, it's not who you play, it's when you play them. And it's so true. You can, plan out your first 5 or 6 picks and, I'm going to use this team in week 1 and this team in week 3 and this team in week 5. Obviously, if a quarterback gets hurt, and last season we obviously had a ton of them, that can derail all your plans. So when we're talking Survivor, Femi, and I'm glad you brought that up, I love Cleveland. As I told you, they're my favorite bet. But it is early enough in the season where I am keeping them till week 3. I'm just taking Cincinnati because usually, and one thing you'll know about me is I'm usually not a guy that takes a lot of favorites that are close to double digits or double digits in the NFL, but I think it's a smash spot for the Bengals in week 1 against New England, so I like a -9.5. They're my pick in Survivor. To me, this game reminds me a lot of when the Texans played the Ravens in week 1 last year, and it was an AFC North team at home. You got Jacoby Brissett's going to start in week 1, but you got a rookie head coach, DeMeco Ryans last year, Gerard Mayo this season, and a team that's not expected to do a whole lot. Now, obviously, Houston surprised us a ton. But if C.J. Stroud and company and that team made the playoffs, couldn't cover against the Ravens, lost that game by 16, 17 points, the Patriots, I don't know how they're going to score enough. And the case for New England would be that the Bengals are notorious for slow starts, and they usually get off to 1-3 starts to a season, but I actually think it's really going to motivate them. And Femi, they do have Kansas City lurking on deck in week 2 at Arrowhead. So if they drop that game, they could very easily be 0-2, and then they could get off to another slow start in the season. So I think they start hot. I think they cover that spread. So I'm not overthinking it. I'm riding with the biggest favorite on the board. I like the Bengals in Survivor week 1.
Playing it safe, PJ. That's what he's doing here. Playing it safe with the biggest favorite on the board. This is You Better You Bet. Femi Betfae, PJ Glasser here on a Friday before Labor Day weekend. I get it. I know a lot of people are going to be picking the Cincinnati Bengals for Survivor, but the way I play Survivor, which is probably why I have never won Survivor, is that I play to try to win the whole thing, not just to survive the week. And I try to keep some of these teams in the holster, but I end up just getting knocked out early because I play like a madman. But what do you make of the line movement in that game, back to the betting side of it? Because we've seen this hang out at 9.5 for a lot of the summer. The consensus number is 9, but now there's a few 8.5s that have popped up in the market with Jacoby Brissett being the starting quarterback. I'm assuming a lot of this is the news around Jamar Chase and maybe some of his uncertainty about whether he's going to play in this game. He practices and then he stopped practicing. It feels like this Chase Bengals situation is sort of kind of bubbling a little bit, him wanting the contract. What do you make of the line movement where New England is now taking some money against the Cincinnati Bengals?
Yeah, I mean, we saw this all of last season with New England, too. Femi, I bet the Carolina Panthers and the New England Patriots way more than any human should have last year. Those were two of the worst watches. The Panthers are one of the worst football teams I've ever seen. The Patriots, it was painful watching those two teams. So the Patriots, for whatever reason, were a team that a lot of bettors liked last season. I think Belichick had a big part to do with that. Now Gerard Mayo taking over. I guess if anything, again, I think it's a combination of Cincinnati's slow starts and just like the you don't know what you're going to get out of New England, right? Like it's so unexpected. We've been so used to Brady and Belichick for the last 20 years, and then obviously only Bill for the last couple years, and now it's like now that the Belichick era is over and the Patriots are expected to be the worst team in football, like what are they gonna look like? The way that we're talking about New England this season, Femi, is how we were all talking about the Arizona Cardinals going into last season, and Arizona covered in their week 1 game against Washington, right? So Washington's way different than Cincinnati because they did. They almost won. It's different because obviously Washington's a team that's not used to being favored by a touchdown, whereas Cincinnati, obviously they've had some games where they've been favored by 9.5, but I just I think it's volatility a little bit. It's kind of not knowing what to expect out of New England, but I'm going to ride the Bengals. I'll lay the 9.5 with them. And I don't know what to expect out of New England this year. I know a ton of people that are betting their under win total, but for me, that's a team I'm staying away from just because it feels to me like it's so easy to take their under win total. Like there's not a lot to like with that roster. Mm-hmm. But we'll see what happens. We just don't know how good Gerard Mayo is as a coach, how good Drake May is going to be as a quarterback. So I'm not doing anything with New England this season, but I am fading them in week 1.
Yeah, I'm going to try to play against New England like weekly because, like you mentioned, the win total is already basement low, sitting at 4.5. But how about the team that you root for, PJ? Because they kicked things off opening night against the defending Super Bowl champion Kansas City Chiefs, the rematch of that AFC title game that I know you wish to forget. KC, 3 even money is the consensus price. There's some juice 2.5s out there or some cheap 3s out there, depending where you do your shopping. Total sitting at 46.5. How do you see opening night play out, which is now less than a week away?
So, Femi, I'm so torn on this game, especially when it comes to player props, because I can tell you as a Ravens fan, and any Ravens fan can tell you this, whenever they go up against the Chiefs, the Ravens, for whatever reason, have this idea in their heads that they need to, like, unleash Lamar, and he needs to outduel Mahomes through the air. Like, they always throw the ball way more than they should. And I think the whole world got a glimpse of that in the AFC title game. Like, it's not usually to that extent, but it's usually that kind of game plan. Like, the Ravens against every other team in the NFL run the ball, lean on that, try and establish the ground game, and then for whatever reason, when they go up against Kansas City, it's like it's just throw, throw, throw. It's like, oh, you guys all think Mahomes is the best quarterback? No, we're going to prove that Lamar is the best quarterback through the air, and it's just like it's the most mind-blowing thing. But because of the way that the AFC Championship game ended, and because of all the heat that they took for it in the offseason, and because now that they have Derrick Henry, like, are the Ravens going to buy into that now? Are they going to be like, you know what, we screwed up so bad in that AFC title game. We got one of the greatest all-time running quarterbacks in the history of the NFL. We got a Hall of Fame running back next to him. Like, we're just going to run the ball. So I don't know what the Ravens are going to do in this game. I really don't. The one thing I will say is it's really hard for me to see Mahomes dropping back-to-back season openers at home. So I'd just lay the minus 155 with Kansas City. Lamar is an incredible player as an underdog against the spread. I think he's like 12-2, 13-2. ATS is an underdog. We all saw what they did to San Francisco last year on Christmas. So I'm afraid to lay it with Kansas City, especially at the 3. But I think they win the game. So I would take a minus 155. But the player props I'm going back and forth on because of what the Ravens normally do. But after how the AFC Championship game went, I don't know what their philosophy is going to be coming into this game.
Yeah, I think that this is a spot to where, like, obviously BetMGM has 3, but shop around. There's some 2.5s out there for Kansas City. I think it's worth it to shop around and lay the 2.5 if you like the Chiefs. I like the Chiefs in this spot, just given the fact that Baltimore defensively with Zach Orr, like, there's going to be an adjustment period, especially making those in-game adjustments against Andy Reid, one of the best offensive play callers in the history of the league. Like, that's going to be difficult for Zach Orr. I'm not saying he's not going to be a good defensive coordinator. It's just it's going to be difficult, especially in game 1, having to do that. And then on the flip side of it, the Ravens with those new offensive linemen, like 3 starters on the O-line that they had to replace. And here comes Steve Spagnuolo throwing the blitz at you. I think that this is just a tough spot for Baltimore, even though revenge will be on the mind after what happened this past January in the AFC title game. I think the Chiefs are the side in this one. And if you can lay anything under 3, even if they pay a little bit of a price, like a minus 120 to do it, I think that's a valuable bet to make. One total, PJ, that I do like that I want to kind of get your thoughts on before we head to break here, and we're going to talk a little bit of baseball on the other side, is this AFC South showdown, which I think has the potential to be the best game of week 1, and that's Houston and Indianapolis. I like it over. I really do. I think both offenses are going to find some success. Sykin and Richardson, they're going to have some stuff that people haven't seen. And then Houston's passing attack against that Colts secondary, I think is one of the bigger mismatches of week 1. Houston's going to put up a lot of points. I think their team total might be a look as well.
I like that. I agree on the over. I think there are going to be a bunch of points in that game. I think the Colts are one of my favorite teaser legs of the week, right? Divisional game between those two teams. Obviously, a lot of people forget the Colts were a game away from making the playoffs last season. So I think they want a little bit of revenge, especially with Richardson back in the mix. So I think that's a one-score game. I love the teaser, and I do like your overplay in that one as well.
All right, 20 minutes from now, college football weekend best bets. But coming up next, a look at Major League Baseball home run parlay. We're breaking it down here on You Better You Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
I don't. I'm all college ball right now.
This is You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM.
Darn right it is. This is You Better You Bet. Femi and Bebefe alongside PJ Glasser here on a Friday before Labor Day weekend. We are presented by BetMGM, hanging out on the BetQL Network. And PJ, we've talked a lot of football today. like I love football. It's my favorite sport. We're gonna talk more football in 20 minutes when we give our college football weekend best bets, at least start it, and we'll carry that over into the Power Hour. But let's also talk some Major League Baseball, because the calendar sits here on August 30th. There's less than 1 month of the regular season. We're going to start talking some playoffs here before we know it. So I know our guy, Jake Hassan, host of Bet Slips and Bat Flips, has been churning the baseball tape and watching everything that's been going on all throughout Major League Baseball. And he has some opinions on a big series in the National League West with the Diamondbacks and the Dodgers. And of course, the injury that we saw last night to Vinny Pasquantino for the Kansas City Royals. Jake, how's everything going? It's the first time that we've heard from you today. Also, you have to give us an update on the kickball championship that was last night. I know our listeners and viewers have been wondering how that went.
Do I have to? Do I really?
Yeah.
I mean, I guess if you really want me to. Yeah, tough luck loss. Anytime you it's going to be hard to win a championship when you score 0 runs. Unlucky. 10 innings in a game that usually goes 7 in regulation, which is crazy. They do the MLB rules too. Like, once you get to extras, it's a runner on second to start the inning, which is crazy. And we still lost, which makes it so much worse. It makes it so much worse. So not great, not what you wanted. I only have all winter and fall now to stew about it and let it consume me and think about it. Can't wait. Really, really awesome.
Like, were you guys going up against Scooble? Like, how did you score no runs? Like, what was going on?
Listen, Peach, we had traffic on the bases. Just when the light shined brightest, we just couldn't come through. Listen, Tyler's saying I'm throwing teammates under the bus like he did to me yesterday, I guess. But listen, no, I'm not throwing anyone under the bus. But I'm just saying, as a team, collectively, just the run scoring wasn't there. You lose a 1-0 tough luck game in extras. Listen, I take as the captain, as the manager of the team, this is on me, my shortcomings as a captain. I will be better come next spring. That is my solemn vow. Hopefully, listen, we won 1-for-1 in championship games. I'll take it. We got one, take this one on the chin, come back better next season. That's all that matters.
Hey, that's all that matters. And you were able to celebrate afterwards, I guess, a successful season, even though it didn't end with a banner that you were raising there. I'm sure you had a fun time out there at the local watering hole, would be my guess, at least. But
yes,
let us know.
I don't know if it was celebrating more so than it was mourning, but it still counts. It still counts.
100%. Let us know what's going on, though, in Major League Baseball. What are you keeping your eye on tonight, as we have a really, really big series, important series in the National League West starting tonight?
I am obsessed with this Diamondbacks-Dodgers series that starts tonight. It's a 4-game series. Diamondbacks are trailing the Dodgers by 4 for the division lead. And listen, I said this at the beginning of the year. This was my take before opening day, that the Dodgers, for being a super team and being this team that was favored to win the World Series, I didn't think that the Diamondbacks were getting enough credit, really, at all, for being a team that was just in the World Series and that had gotten better over the winter. And it didn't start great for Arizona. Corbin Carroll just now realized he's Corbin Carroll and remembered how to hit, and that's been great for Arizona. But also, the Dodgers have just been vulnerable, and part of that is injury. They haven't had a full rotation since like April 2nd. Mookie Betts obviously missed a lot of time. Max Muncy missed a lot of time. But I still think that this Dodgers team still has yet to live up to the potential that we think that they have, and some of that is still they don't really have a rotation. Clayton Kershaw is their number 1 still right now, which 5 years ago would have been awesome. But right now, he's about 67 years old, and that back is always an issue with him. He just came back, last month or a little bit before the break. So I think that this Dodgers team is vulnerable. This Arizona team is playing really, really well. I think this Arizona team is going to win the World Series. I've been saying that for a couple months now. I think they're awesome. I think especially as their rotation gets healthier. Ryan Nelson is pulling a Brandon Pfaadt from 2023 where he's just figuring it out in August, and maybe that carries into the postseason. Now, the Dodgers don't have to go against him. He pitched yesterday, but the Diamondbacks get to throw Zach Gallen, Merrill Kelly, Eduardo Rodriguez, and Brandon Pfaadt against the Dodgers in the next 4 days, starting tonight with Gallen against Kershaw, which is an awesome game in and of itself. I love this series. I'm obsessed with this series. I think that the Dodgers, with their issues in the rotation, Jack Flaherty's just been okay, really, ever since he got to LA. Has the strikeouts, but still gives up a ton of home runs, gives up a lot of hard contact. So this is going to be a really fun series, first and foremost. But I'm going to be betting Arizona every single game of the series on the money line because they're going to be dogs, because the Dodgers are going to get that credit, as they should. They're a good team. Don't get me wrong. I think that the Dodgers are super talented, but I think this Arizona team, listen, they got that dog in them. I'm not like, that's the one way to say it. Arizona, the Diamondbacks have that dog in them. Honestly, they don't give up. They play small ball still, but they hit timely home runs. Corbin Carroll had a go-ahead grand slam the other night, which was insane. So they've dealt with some injuries, but I still really, really like this team. I think they're really, really good. I'm going to bet them every day of the series.
What are your thoughts on San Diego, Jake, in the NL West? Like, obviously, they went on that roll. They've kind of fallen back down to earth a little bit. Like, it feels like people, I think, are more so trending towards Arizona a little bit just because they were in the World Series last year. But do you still like this Padres team moving towards October?
Yeah, I still like this Padres team to maybe play spoiler as a wild card and kind of maybe do a mini Arizona Diamondbacks run and maybe knock somebody out, whether that's a Phillies, sorry, Tyler, or maybe it's the Dodgers in the playoffs. I think that this Padres team is dangerous. I just think it's the lineup especially. And let's remember, they're doing all this without Fernando Tatis Jr. at the moment, too. He's still on the injured list. It's really just Jackson Merrill. I almost said Merrill Kelly. He's on the Diamondbacks. Jackson Merrill is playing awesome. He's about to run away with the NL Rookie of the Year, it looks like. But also, Xander Bogaerts has been pretty good. He's not hitting for a ton of power, but high average, high on-base percentage since he returned from a separated shoulder. Manny Machado is still Manny Machado. Luis Ariz is still there. All he does is hit opposite field singles, but that still plays a role in scoring runs and being on base and creating havoc on the base paths. So I think this Padres team is dangerous. I think their problem is they're kind of similar to the Dodgers. Like, if you're going to tell me that you're going into a game one matchup in the playoffs with Joe Musgrove, that doesn't make me feel great. I don't really think that that's a great situation to be in. Yu Darvish is still MIA as well. So, Blake Snell's not walking through that door for this Padres team right now. Maybe he will be in the winter when he's a free agent and gets paid $1 billion. But right now, this Padres team just doesn't have the horses in the rotation, I think.
So we have that going on with the Padres. Obviously, you're high on the Diamondbacks, but you're also high on the Kansas City Royals, like another team that has maybe some dark horse AL pennant type of vibes to them. But last night, fortunately for them, they blew the game against Houston. But in the midst of blowing it, they went ahead and lost Vinny Pasquantino. Jay, kind of give us an update on that and what you think of the Royals going forward if Pasquantino is going to be out for the foreseeable future.
I mean, first of all, let's just talk about these last two games for the Royals. I mean, what are we doing here? Yeah. Like, these absolute meltdowns the last 2 days. Again, the finale of the Guardian series, which should have been a series sweep to tie for the division lead. And then yesterday against Houston, I mean, just unbelievable what is happening with this Royals team right now. But that's kind of the issue with them, too, and why I think that they're a good team but not a World Series team, because they are young still. They're figuring it out, and the bullpen is very shaky. And honestly, let's start there because Luke Ursich gets hurt yesterday too. He takes a comebacker trying to field a ball with his bare hand and hurts his hand, which is very bizarre. And we don't know how long he's going to be out. There hasn't been an update on that yet. And he's been nails ever since they acquired him. He was awesome in that closer's role. And now he's going to be out for an indefinite amount of time. I don't know what this is going to look like. Maybe it's Hunter Harvey closing games for the foreseeable future. He was very solid in Washington, but I don't know what that's going to look like for Kansas City. That's an issue for them, but also they're built on this lineup, really, and Bobby Witt Jr. and Salvi Perez and Vinny Pasquantino was like the third head of that monster there. Vinny Pasquantino gets on these heaters, too, where he'll hit like 400 for 3 weeks with a couple of home runs, and he's an on-base machine as well. You lose him now to a broken thumb for 6 to 8 weeks. Theoretically, that's probably going to take him through the end of the regular season now. The Royals have a couple of guys, but nobody who you're like, oh, yeah, like that's going to be a plug and play for first base. And now, obviously, the trade deadline's gone. Maybe you get somebody off of waivers if teams start cutting guys. We saw the Cardinals release Tommy Pham earlier today. So maybe somebody falls through the cracks to the Royals and they can plug him in. But this is a huge blow for them because now you're going to be asking Bobby Witt Jr. to do even more of the heavy lifting here and be the hero even more than he already was, having one of, if not the best season by a shortstop we've ever seen, by the way. Yeah. But now you take away one of those main threats, and this Royals team is built well. I like the lineup overall. They've had guys come through at different times. Michael Massey, Nelson Velasquez, Salvi Perez has still got it. But overall, Vinny was kind of that second fiddle to Bobby Witt Jr., and now you're missing that, and that's going to be tough. I think they can do enough to hold on to a postseason spot, but this really hampers my optimism that they can win the division and steal it from the Cleveland Guardians. Still only a game and a half out, still very much up for grabs, but this is two huge blows to the Royals, which very much dampens my faith in them going forward, which sucks to say as somebody holding a 30-1 on the AL Central for them.
Yeah,
so
it's just quite literally a bad break.
Quite literally two bad breaks.
Yeah.
So, Jake, I got a good one for you. All right. So, in the American League, the Guardians are up 1.5 games on the Royals. Yeah, sorry about that. And then the Yankees are 1.5 games up on the Orioles, right? So, of those four teams, Yankees, Orioles, Guardians, Royals, who would you feel most confident in winning their division?
That is a good one, Pete. You weren't lying. I feel like I have to say the Guardians just because if this Royal situation, unless they get somebody from first base who just goes insane, but I feel like it's the Guardians just because they've done it all season. The rest of that division sucks behind. Like, I hate the Twins. I've hated them all year. I don't know how they've won as many games as they have. Nobody else is doing, like, I've seen. This is when you're obsessed with baseball like me, you find yourselves in weird pockets of baseball Twitter. Like, I've had Tigers Twitter bleed over into my timeline at times. And they're like, here we go. This is the run. Let's go. Colt Keith. We got Torkelson hitting again. And I like Riley Green a lot. I think he's a multi-time All-Star in his career going forward. But, like, they're like, this is the run. Buddy, the run ended like a month ago. Like, it's too little too late, Tigers fans. I'm sorry. I'll bet your win total over next year, and it'll be great and dandy. But you lost too much ground. I had people from Blue Jays Twitter, too, saying, 6 in a row, let's go. Buddy, no, the run ended. Chris Bassett's going to take you to the promised land. Jose Barrios is going to start a playoff game. See you later. No kidding. So anyway, that was a weird rant. Sorry, my bad. Anyway, point being, the Guardians, I think they're in the best position. They've just been so ultra solid all year long, and they have guys like Steven Kwan and Jose Ramirez who just do enough to keep you there. I will say, I still think the Orioles are going to win the AL East. I just think they're better than the Yankees still. Like, I hate that Yankees rotation. Nestor Cortez is himself. Garrett Cole does not look like himself at all. He looks like somebody impersonating him. Carlos Rodon is hot and cold. One start good, one start bad. You can't trust him whatsoever. Maybe when Clark Schmidt comes back, that gives you a solid number 3, but like, yippee, I guess. Like, cool, that bullpen is still an issue. And also that lineup, you pitch around Soto and Judge, which nobody has done, and that's obviously shown in their numbers, and they're both going to be top 3 in MVP, and Judge is going to win it. But the rest of that lineup is like, you're going to tell me that Anthony Rizzo coming back helps you a lot? Like, I think the Orioles have way more depth in their lineup than the Yankees, and I think they have similar rotation issues, so I think the Orioles' depth will help them in the long run.
I mean, PJ, you're an Orioles fan. How do you feel about that? Because Baltimore, I'm still looking for Gunnar Henderson. I don't know if there's an APB out for him, put out an Amber Alert for Gunnar Henderson. The man is on the milk carton since the All-Star break. Like, what's going on with that lineup and what's going on with that bullpen?
Well, Gunnar Adley's been terrible, too. I mean, since the All-Star break. That's the problem with the Orioles, as they go as Gunnar and Adley go, and they just have not been good the last month. Corbin Burns has forgotten to pitch. He's got like an ERA over 7 in the month of August. So, like, their 3 best players are not playing like the best players. I'm really concerned about the Orioles because they do have a great lineup on paper, but this team just has really forgotten, like, how to hit. The amount of games that they've had in the last, 2 weeks where they have had below 5 hits has been extremely frustrating. Their bullpen, they really only have, 3 relievers that you can count on, and even then, you really can't count on them, very too much. So I agree with Jake. It's just I get liking the Orioles more than the Yankees, especially because it looks like they're probably going to win the tiebreaker over New York. They play one more series towards the end of the year. The O's only have to win one of those 3 games in the Bronx to get the tiebreaker, and that could decide it because this thing's going to come down to the very end. I think the American League is so wide open. I think it's a great market to bet into. I think Jake's Royals could win the American League. Are we really ready to do this with Houston, Femi? I can't tell you how many shows I've done where people have told me this isn't the same old Astros. I don't care if it's not the same old Astros because nobody else in the American League is worth betting over them. So I'm just going to take the team. It's made the ALCS 7 straight years. Everybody else can buy in on the Yankees and the Orioles when both of those teams are frauds. You can try and pick whatever team in the American League Central you want. I'm just going to continue to bet the team that has proven year after year after year that they know how to win in October. Despite all their pitching injuries, I'm going to bet Houston. I feel great about it. But I think the American League is a great market to bet into because they're pricing the Yankees and the O's like they're the clear favorites. And I think both of those teams are flawed tremendously.
It makes me absolutely sick that you're probably right about the Astros. I'm so done with the Astros. I'm so done with them. But you're with the Royals injuries and the last couple of days, like, you're probably right. Because I think Kansas City was that team, sort of upset the apple cart. But now we'll see how it works out with that lineup there. Because Bobby Wood's going to have to put on that Superman cape, like Jake said, to go ahead and get that team to a World Series. All right, we will have baseball bets on the other side, as well as college football weekend best bets. Stick with us. This is You Better You Bet here on the BetQL Network.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. This is You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM.
Welcome back. This is You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM here on the BetQL Network. Femi and Bebefe, PJ Glasser. 20 minutes from now will be the Power Hour, which is the final hour of the program. We'll be breaking down some more college football best bets. We'll talk about the games later on tonight in college football. Of course, Ryan Horvat of BetMGM tonight, and also the BetQL kickoff show with PJ tomorrow morning to get you set for your college football. We'll talk to Horvat about the college football slate coming up in about 40 minutes. But we have a lot of work to do here in this segment. Got a little bit of catching up to play. So let's get out some Major League Baseball bets here. I know Jake will be first up, leading us off here as he is the host of Bet Slips and Bat Flips. Jake, what do you like tonight in Major League Baseball?
I like the Braves tonight to start. Christopher Sanchez is going against the Braves for the third straight time, which is bananas, and it did not go great the first couple of times, so I will take the Braves on the money line. Reynaldo Lopez has been awesome since he returned from injury, just picked up right where he left off, so like the Braves tonight on the money line. Happy Rhett Lauder Day to everybody who celebrates. He's making his debut for the Reds. His K number is at 3.5, which is ridiculously low. So I'm playing that over, and I'm playing the ladders too, because you get the Brewers and the second game of doubleheader. So I think they'll be exhausted. I think they'll be tired. I like Rhett Lauder. I think he's going to absolutely shove tonight. His last start in the minors, he struck out 10. So happy Rhett Lauder Day, over 3.5 Ks and the ladders. No idea how long the leash is going to be, but I don't really care. I'll also take Red Sox on the money line. I'll pay the juice. You get Tanner Houck at minus 120 against the Tigers team that has been playing better, but against crappy teams like the Angels and the White Sox. So I just don't think the Tigers are very good. I think they're getting too much credit here. I'll lay the juice with the Red Sox on the money line. Going to Dylan Cruz over 1.5 total bases. He's been awesome since he came up for the Nationals. Granted, it's been 3 games, but Imanaga tonight gives up a ton of hard contact, has a problem with fly balls. Cruz has been crushing lefties, so I like him over 1.5 total bases.
Hell yeah. No, love that one. Dylan Cruz has been awesome since he's been called up for the Nationals. PJ, what do you like in Major League Baseball?
Yeah, just short and sweet for me, Femi. I'm going to continue to fade the Orioles. I'm actually on the Rockies tonight on the money line. I got them at plus 130. I think that line's coming down. One of my favorite systems in baseball, Femi, is when a team doesn't have an off day and has to travel to Coors Field, right? Because of the altitude difference, you got to get acclimated a little bit. The Orioles are also playing like their JV squad tonight. There's no Adley Rutschman. A bunch of other guys are sitting for them. No Mountcastle, no O'Hearn. They're going with a bunch of guys a lot of people are going to look like in their lineup and be like, who are these guys? So they're mixing it up a little bit. They're trying to get out of their offensive funk. And Albert Suarez is on like a Jeremy Linsanity run this season for the Orioles. He's been absolutely insane. He's had 7 starts where he hasn't given up a run, which like leads baseball. He's been ridiculous. So there's some regression coming, and even though he's going up against the Rockies, like obviously Coors Field is the ultimate hitter's park. So I think the O's lose another one tonight. I'll take the Rockies at plus money.
All right, I'm going to go with 4 bets tonight. I usually only give out 1 or 2. We got 4 tonight on a Friday, and they're all in the first 5 category here. I'll go quick with them, though. I like the Dodgers Diamondbacks first 5 under 4.5. I trust Kershaw and Gallen on the mound. It's going to be a playoff-type atmosphere out there in Arizona, so I like this to go under. Both guys, their peripherals have been a little bit better than what they've actually done on the surface, so I like the under in the first 5. And then I'm going to go over in the Royals-Astros first 5. That one is set at 4, minus 115. Lugo and Framber Valdez, the peripherals, not as good as the actual. Seth Lugo, the dream has been dead. I would have won a boatload of money if he won the Cy Young. He has since regressed post All-Star break. Framber's been living not a charmed life, but, he's been getting away with some stuff as well. So I like that to go over 4. And then in Minneapolis, I like the under, first 5 under 4 between Gausman and Pablo Lopez. Blue Jays, Twins, under 4 for the first 5. Then also in Cleveland, I'm going to go over 5 with Bailey Falter and Ben Lively on the mound between the Pirates and the Guardians. So the first 5 over between the Buccos and the Guardians for me. Those are my Major League Baseball bets today. Let's get to, though, the home run parlay. Well, we will try to meet the moment, read the room, and leave the yard, as the great Joe Davis once said. Jake, kick us off here with your submission to the home run parlay, buddy. At some point, we got to cash this damn thing.
Eventually, it will be really funny if Nick is not here when we hit this too, and we feed families for generations. He'll be so mad, which is why we need to hit it now. I will submit this guy that I played the total bases. I'm submitting Dylan Cruz. It's 6-1, a great price against Imanaga, who has trouble with home runs. Cruz has been crushing it, especially against lefties. I like him to leave the yard to meet the moment tonight.
Tyler, you're up next. What do you like for the home run parlay?
Yeah, so this actually not on the board right now. I'm assuming the Twins just dropped the lineups. I'm gonna take Royce Lewis plus 340. He hasn't hit a homer actually in a little bit, but they took a day off yesterday. And he's had 4 at bats against Kevin Gausman. 2 of them have been home runs. So let's go Royce Lewis after a day off plus 340.
Love it. Royce Lewis is actually on my list, so hopefully nobody takes the next guy here. Matt Pisani, always giving out home run plays with us here. He hit Brent Rooker earlier this week. Matt, what is your submission to the home run parlay tonight?
I am also heading out to Cleveland. It is humid season, and balls have been flying out of Cleveland the past couple of months. So I'm going to keep riding that train and go with Jose Ramirez to hit number 34 for plus 320 at BetMGM.
So Jose Ramirez, Royce Lewis, Dylan Cruz so far. PJ, what do you like with the home run parlay tonight?
Yeah, we'll go with Yordan Alvarez plus 320. Astros against the Royals tonight, and Seth Lugo. Yordan, the last time we saw him, he hit 3 homers against the Phillies, and when Yordan gets hot, he usually gets really, really hot. So he's got good history against Seth Lugo, too, 3 for 5 in his career, so I'll take Yordan today, plus 320.
Yeah, I think they're still trying to get the results back from the Yordan Alvarez steroid test after what he did to the Phillies the other day. I mean, my God, this guy is just ridiculous and absolutely on fire. My submission to the home run parlay, Austin Gomber's been serving them bad boys up. So I think we're going out deep in the Rocky Mountains. Tony Taters, Anthony Santander, I have him for the home run plus 270, not the biggest payout, but I think Tony Taters leaves the yard tonight for the Baltimore Orioles. So to recap, we have Dylan Cruz, Royce Lewis, Jose Ramirez, Yordan Alvarez, and Anthony Santander. Anybody know what that pays out? Is it like $1 million to 1, or are we close to that? Because we're trying to
figure it out right
here.
now. We'll have it in like 2 minutes.
All right, we'll have that in 2 minutes then for the home run parlay. But once again, Cruz, Lewis, Ramirez, Alvarez, and Santander is the 5 legs on the home run parlay. But before we get into our college football bets, want to remind everyone that BetMGM has a no-sweat parlay token for college football every Friday and Saturday of the season. Make sure the 3 requirements for this no-sweat parlay token, it's got to be at least 3 legs. It's got to be at least plus 400 on the payout, and you must submit the token at checkout when you go ahead and make the bet slip. You have to have the token in there for it to count for this no-sweat there's no-sweat parlay token, I shall say, over at BetMGM. Make sure you read all the terms and conditions as well as they apply. But let's talk some college football. Weekend best bets. We're going to hold off the Friday action until the Power Hour. Let's start off this segment. We'll carry it on over into the Power Hour to start the first segment as well. But some weekend best bets in college football. Steve Gorgie, the camera's up. Steve, what do you like today in college football? Rather, what do you like this weekend, I should say, in college football?
Yeah, guys, I'm going to be doing a lot of my work early at that noontime slot on Saturday. I can't wait to get that kicked off. That'll be early 9 a.m. for you, Femi. But I like Georgia Clemson first half, under 26.5. I grabbed that yesterday. I think it's down to 24.5 now. I'd still play it at that number. People, I think, forget that Clemson still does have a lot of talent on this team. A lot of it is on the defensive side of the ball. Their defensive line is still very good. Peter Woods is certainly an NFL guy. Dabo Swinney and Kirby Smart are both conservative